Welcome to King Manhwa Recap, your go-to spot for diving deep into the vibrant world of manhwa. Whether you're a seasoned fan or just curious about this thrilling form of comics, you found the right place to get your fix. Join us as we explore inspiring manhwa stories where characters rise from humble beginnings to extraordinary success. From tales of overcoming poverty to achieving wealth and power, our videos highlight the most captivating journeys of personal growth and determination. If you love stories of triumph, resilience, and the path from rags to riches, this is the perfect channel for you. Subscribe now for engaging recaps and stay motivated on your own journey to success. So let's get ready, subscribe, sit back and enjoy.
I traveled to a parallel world. When I first came here, I was surprised to find that my talent and family background were both top-notch. But suddenly I found out, the original owner was actually a dead licker. Just now, two men, a Rolls-Royce Phantom with a Mercedes-Benz C behind it, headed straight for Peking University. The driver of the Rolls-Royce drove silently, not saying a word for fear of upsetting his owner. "Master Sidhu, why do you look so unhappy today?" Sweat began to appear on the middle-aged man's forehead. Behind the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Sidhu Zin's expression also became solemn. The tall man was sitting in an elegant chair, his hand on his chin, a look of shock and confusion on his face. He is extremely handsome, with well-defined features. He looks nonchalant on the surface, but there is a sharpness in his eyes that cannot be ignored. His face looked gloomy, which certainly didn't mean he was in any trouble. More reasons, because he is a time traveler. His name in his previous life was also Sidhu Zin. At only 19 years old, he is already the undisputed champion of the boxing world. What an honor it is for a 19-year-old boxing champion. He started learning boxing at the age of 6, and now he has mastered countless martial arts. After practicing boxing for more than 10 years, he defeated countless boxing champions as soon as he debuted. Ever since he became famous in one battle, he has been undefeated in all battles. Invincible. What's even more shocking is that boxing champion Sidhu Zin killed an adult tiger weighing over 300 kilograms with one punch during a global broadcast. What a feat! You know, the structure of tigers is completely different from that of humans. This attack surpassed the power of mortals. It was beyond imagination. The scene of Sidhu Zin killing the tiger was broadcast all over the world, causing a global sensation for a while. Since then, known as the world's #1 boxing champion. But what he never expected was that he would travel here the day after he killed the tiger. The original owner who traveled through time and space and possessed the body had the same appearance and name as him. The only difference is that, in this life, my family background and talent are even more outstanding. In this world, there are some hidden families and powerful people who, because they have strong martial arts talents, can improve their strength through special methods. Some people can even pursue eternal life. And he, Sidhu Zin, a man with the martial spirit and bloodline of the heavenly emperor, had a wealthy fortune and there was nothing wrong with him. However, the original owner of this body hid his talents because of his obsession with love. But since Sidhu Zin came to this world, the blood of the Emperor of Heaven and the Emperor of Heaven's martial spirit in his body have fully awakened. That's not all. The original owner's father was a powerful man ranked among the top 5 in Yan country, and his mother was the eldest daughter of the Gu Wuming family, who owned one of the largest consortiums in the world with assets worth hundreds of billions. In addition, his parents dote on him very much, so they will satisfy any needs of Sidhu Zin. It really is the moon surrounded by stars. However, with such a powerful family background, such a genius and such a perfect background, he is actually a bootlicker. Damn, he's actually a dead bootlicker. Sidhu Zin's face turned dark. This is. Just as Sidhu Zin's mind changed, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head again, similar to the one in his previous life. After a long time, the pain dissipated, and fragments of memories rushed into his brain like a tide. Oh my God, what's going on? How did I end up in this novel world and become a villain with the same name as me? After accepting this situation, even he, the former #1 boxing champion, couldn't help but curse in his heart. Although Sidhu Zin is a boxing champion, he is still just a young man after all. He also has his own hobbies, such as reading books. He is very interested in novels like The Return of the Dragon King and The Miracle Doctor Comes Down the Mountain. Especially when he saw those being humiliated, he felt extremely excited. Especially when they saw the protagonist kicking the villain to the ground. They wished they could do the same, kick the villain to the ground and give him a severe lesson. He had seen a character with the same name as himself in a book, but because the character's ending was so tragic, he had forgotten about this character. I didn't expect that I had just killed a tiger and became famous, but I came to this world inexplicably. Why can't he change his identity? Why did it become Sidhu Zin? In the Magic City, there are 4 major families, and each family controls countless resources. As for the Sidhu family that Sidhu Zin came from, it is relatively unknown, and many people in Shanghai don't even know this name. But in fact, compared with the Sidhu family, the 4 great families in the Magic City are nothing but dwarfs. Not to mention that the Sidhu family itself is a wealthy and powerful family with thousands of years of history. Its influence alone has surpassed the 4 major families in the Magic City. What's more, among the Sidhu family's peers, there is a perverted genius named Sidhu Wen. The entire Yan Kingdom calls him one of the 5 most powerful hidden men, and he is also the guardian of the Sidhu family. Not to mention, there is an ancient martial arts family behind his mother, and Sidhu Zin is the only direct descendant of the Sidhu family, so his high status is naturally self-evident. But such a young man from a prominent family, and respected by others, is still the most despicable bootlicker. A year ago, Sidhu Zin was dissatisfied with the leisurely life in his previous aristocratic school, so he suddenly transferred to Peking University in his 2nd year of high school. There he met the famous daughter of the Jing family in Shanghai. This daughter of the Jing family was the protagonist of the novel. He was so fascinated by her that he licked her for a whole year. What a coincidence! The Jing family, where the heroine comes from, is targeted by 3 other families in the Magic City. For a long time, the entire Jing family has been caught in the middle, struggling to survive. The head of the Jing family was also forced into a desperate situation. Relying on some business cooperation he had once had with the Sidhu family, he had to ask the Sidhu family for help. When he first came to school, he fell in love with a girl named Jing Yinmeng. The moment he saw her, the fate of the entire Jing family began to change. The Sidhu family helped the Jing family survive the disaster with lightning speed. The head of the Jing family was overjoyed and tried his best to bring his daughter together with Sidhu Zincheng. The two decided on their wedding. The wedding date was set on a good day after graduation. And during this year, because of Sidhu Zin, the Jing family prospered even more. The Jing family is now the 2nd most important family in the Magic City. The original owner of the novel, the evil young man Sidhu Zin, began to confess his love to her frantically. He prepared a lot of jewelry, expensive clothes, antique paintings, and other things for her just to make her happy. Unfortunately, she wasn't interested. Jing Yinmeng has always turned a blind eye to this 2nd-generation rich man who likes to flatter others, and regarded him as a fish in the fish pond. Sidhu Zin is very handsome, but she has no interest in those rich 2nd generations. In other words, Sidhu Zin is not the protagonist of the novel, and Jing Yinmeng has no interest in him at all. She just kept trying to keep Sidhu Zin hanging, but never accepted his kindness. The poor original owner Sidhu Zin thought that his efforts were not enough. He has been devoting everything to her. He didn't know what love was. He just tried hard to make her happy. He really does whatever he is told to do, like a lickspittle. However, the good times did not last long. In the novel, after Jing Yinmeng met the protagonist Qin Shu, she quickly developed a liking for him, claimed that she had found true love, and soon got together with him. He even used Sidhu Zin, a bootlicker, to train the protagonist Qin Shu into a powerful man. Afterwards, the male protagonist Qin Shu received strong support from Sidhu Zin and gradually became stronger. In the end, he used the power of the 4 great families in Magic City and even other families, and used his medical skills to create trouble for the Sidhu family, hoping to eliminate this dandy boy who was clinging to his wife's thigh. The Rolls-Royce drove all the way towards Peking University. Sidhu Zin sat in the back row, pressed his slender fingers on his forehead, and the ending of Sidhu Zin and the Sidhu family in the novel emerged in his mind. He shook his head, his face cold. God is too cruel. There's nothing wrong with traveling through time. Why did he choose to travel through time and space and become the most despicable bootlicker in the novel? All the lickers must die. As soon as he thought of this, the pleasure he had felt from the novel disappeared. Sidhu Zin couldn't help but let out a long breath and curse it in his heart. Damn author, what kind of nonsense are you writing? A young master of a wealthy family who possesses the power and martial spirit of a heavenly emperor has been turned into a lowly bootlicker by you, and there's even a green grassland on his head. Are you insulting me? When? The system has discovered the host's life signal, which is clear, and has established contact with the host's destiny demon. Bite, the great demon king of destiny, has completed the binding with the host. It has been found that the power of the Emperor of Heaven and the Emperor of Heaven's martial spirit have been activated, and a newcomer gift pack has been obtained. Bite, congratulations on getting a new member gift pack. Listen to the system's voice ringing in your head. Sidhu Zin's handsome eyebrows suddenly frowned, and then his eyes suddenly opened wide. Isn't this the cheating system in novels? But he is not the protagonist. He is just a second-generation villain who has a system. Child of Destiny. As a novel fan, of course he knew that this cheating system was definitely a cheat that all time travelers would have. As long as he has this system, the protagonist will be invincible. Chapter 2, Villain Points. Call. Sidhu Zin slowly calmed himself down. Now that we are here, let's just let nature take its course. Now that he knows how the novel's subsequent plot develops, he doesn't want to experience the feeling of being cuckolded again. According to the script, the protagonist has not yet come out of the mountains and has not grown up, so there will be no situation where he will be humiliated by him. He can turn the tide. He could clearly feel that there was an extra piece of information in his mind. A thought flashed through my mind. The Devil of Destiny. Clang. System Sidhu Zin. Combat Strength 120, External Strength slightly accomplished. Ordinary Male Strength 100. Charm 110, Normal Person 80 points. Villain Aura 1. Villain Points 1. Abilities Elementary Boxing. Yan Country Boxing from the previous life. 8th level piano learned from the previous life. Martial Soul, Body of the Emperor, the most powerful fighting force in the galaxy. Bloodline, Blood of the Emperor of Heaven. Possessing the blood of the Emperor of Heaven. When fully activated, one can increase one's combat power to the extreme and possess an immortal body. Currently in the primary awakening stage without any special abilities, only some resistance and endurance improvement. Gift Pack, Newcomer Gift Pack, not yet opened. When Sidhu Zin saw the various information displayed on the system interface, he was stunned. Originally, he did not take the Emperor's martial spirit seriously. But now he found that this thing was so amazing. He was extremely excited at the thought that his strength would be improved. A gift pack for new members. System, open the new member gift pack. Bite. Opened. Ding, congratulations on opening a treasure chest for the first time. Your luck value has skyrocketed. I have achieved a small level of internal strength and stepped into the threshold of becoming a martial arts master. Hear the system prompt tone. Sidhu Zin suddenly became excited. He was once a famous young boxing champion, undefeated in 100 fights and killed a tiger with one punch. In terms of his desire for strength, Sidhu Zin was the most fanatical one, but he had an illusion that his strength had reached the limit of human beings and could not go any further. Now the system actually allowed him to leap forward and reach the level of an internal force warrior, which made him very excited. Very good. Sidhu Zin sat on the luxurious leather chair, spread out his hands and clenched them, feeling the strength in his body. He was very satisfied. As a boxing champion, he can clearly feel that his strength has improved significantly. It is many times stronger than in the previous life. If he were to fight against his past life self, he was confident that he could kill with one strike. And that tiger was just a sprinkle of water. Just like killing a chicken, this feeling of being invincible also filled him with energy. Sidhu Zin began to check his attributes. His charm is much higher than that of ordinary people, which is normal. Although he was well aware that he was handsome, he was not too proud of it and just maintained a very normal mentality. He is handsome, has a good background, and is rich. Today he is known as a celebrity at Peking University, and countless girls admire him. But there is no way. The original owner is just a dead bootlicker. System, what does this mean? Why is there only 1 point? Sidhu Zin asked with some doubt. Bite. Reply, this is your villain's halo, just like the protagonist's, it is dazzling. The lower limit of the protagonist's halo is at least above 100, while your villain's halo is only 1 point. If you meet the protagonist, you will most likely be abused by him. What? Sidhu Zin's face suddenly turned dark, and the joy he had just felt at the improvement in strength disappeared completely. System, how can I increase the points of villain aura? Bite. Reply to the host, if I suppress the protagonist, take away the protagonist's opportunity, take away the heroine's body, or put a hat on the protagonist, or destroy the plot. These will make you gain more villain aura. Wear a hat. Very good. Zin showed a hint of joy on his face and asked again, "System, what is the value of my villain attribute, so that I can survive a head-on confrontation with the protagonist and even fight back?" Bite, your way of thinking is very suitable for being a villain. Your stubborn will and malice towards the protagonist make this system very satisfied. But I'm sorry, your current way of thinking is very dangerous. If the host wants to kill the protagonist formed by fate, the villain's aura must surpass the power of fate. Otherwise, the host is likely to be killed by the crab immortal. Haha, damn, this protagonist halo is just an unreasonable cheat. Zin was secretly complaining. He has made up his mind to quickly increase his villain points and never let himself become a stepping stone for the protagonist. He made up his mind and continued. So, apart from the protagonist, everyone else who doesn't have the protagonist's aura can be killed. Ding, how clever. Bite, congratulations, you have begun to realize that you are a villain. You have gained an additional ability to be immune to the aura of intelligence reduction. When you meet the protagonist, you will not be affected by his aura of intelligence reduction. This will make you a villain who can think, thus reducing the probability of you playing a pitiful supporting role in the book. Chapter 3, Swagger. Haha, do you still want me to be stupid? The protagonist of this novel is indeed enough. It seems that I am destined to conflict with the protagonist. Wait a minute, Zin fully accepted his villain role. Well, by the way, what's the use of villains? Bite. Host, villains can exchange all goods in the Fate Villain Mall and draw prizes. There are only things you can't imagine that don't exist. Special reminder, the Fate Villain system can not only help the host fight against all the protagonists, but also query the identity data information of the protagonist, heroine, and supporting role in the novel, which can better suppress the protagonist. Great, with this kind of help, this Fate Villain system isn't so useless after all. System, you can open your own Destiny Villain Mall immediately. The Fate Villain Mall is currently closed. When the host villain reaches 100, it will automatically open. At that time, the system will gently remind the host, "Please pay attention." So is the point of this villain move the same as the way to obtain the villain's aura. Ding, if the host answers correctly, if the host oppresses the doomed protagonist, plunders the heroine, changes the success of the novel plot, etc., the villain aura and villain points will gain a certain number of villain points. After Zin clicked on the villain system and completed this question that day, he had some ideas in his mind about how to suppress the protagonist and avoid being slapped in the face by the protagonist. Oh, by the way, isn't this system designed to be able to check the information of the protagonist, heroine, main character, or supporting character? He looked at his driver in confusion. The driver suddenly felt a sharp gaze behind him. He looked up at the rearview mirror in front of him and suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He found that it was Zin who was staring at him. He hurriedly sat up straighter, concentrated on driving the Rolls-Royce, and drove steadily to Peking University College. After a while, the gaze behind him finally disappeared, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Zin only focused his time and energy on taking a look at the driver in front of him, and then looked away. Name Yao. Gender male. Age 48. Occupation 100 combat power veteran bodyguard and driver. Loyalty 88. Hobbies, I like to lick the lid when drinking yogurt. In the novel, bad actor Shen devotes himself to an unfortunate end. After obtaining detailed identity information of many drivers, Zin nodded slightly with satisfaction. It is also possible to design a system for the destined villain. If he can find out the information of the main and supporting characters in these novels, he will be able to better change the plot of the novel and gain a villain halo point and villain point. Loyalty above 88. Men are mentally strong and will not be defeated. They can be trusted completely without any conditions and can move at will. Women are deeply in love and determined to stay together. 70-80. Men can be trusted and have certain benefits, but there is also the possibility of being betrayed by the protagonist and others. It is recommended to be cautious, as women are stubborn and unrepentant. Half and half. The man can be trusted, but at the risk of betraying his own interests, and the woman is the object of his affection. 30-50. Men are generally trustworthy, but they can be rebellious, while women are. 130. Male patients are generally trustworthy and female patients are attracted to them. Pay special attention. If the loyalty is negative, it means that the host is malicious and full of hatred. Please be careful of such people. This is the explanation for the mechanical sound of the system. It's useful to see how faithful your partner is. At least he can know what the people working around him can use, so he can trust them more and make arrangements with confidence. According to the Destiny villain system, a loyalty of 88 means that you can be trusted and will not be betrayed. What about the driver Yauj? I helped him and his family, so he is loyal to me. In the novel, the wandering song is really conscientious and diligent in the Sidhu family, and is even more obedient to the requests of his predecessor. But in the novel, the predecessor is used by the heroine Jing to alienate the two of them. The predecessor is an out-and-out licking dog. Naturally, Jing's request cannot be refused, and the wandering song is driven out of the Sidhu family. Yuji himself, after being kicked out of the house by Sidhu Zin, stood up when Sidhu Zin was slapped in the face by the protagonist. Even though Sidhu Zin's family was broken and he was in poverty, the protagonist wanted to hire him as a driver and promised him a high salary, but he firmly refused. From here you can see the travel song. This person is more loyal to himself than real gold. Sidhu Zin sat elegantly on the leather seat, secretly swearing in his heart that he was definitely not the protagonist who had to pay a heavy price. Mr. Sidhu, Peking University is here. The driver sang in the sonorous voice of a middle-aged uncle. Sidhu Zin came out of his contemplation, and a cold light flashed in his deep peach eyes. Jing Yinmeng, the magic city of Tumen. At the gate of the gorgeous Peking University College, a silver Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly stopped, followed by a long C-Class. The driver got out of the Rolls-Royce's driver's seat and respectfully opened the back door. Two tall and sturdy men also got out of the Mercedes-Benz at the back and followed the middle-aged female driver, seemingly protecting someone. After a while, a young man walked out of the Rolls-Royce. The boy looked about 17 or 18 years old. He was tall, muscular, and had a handsome face. Pannon was an exaggeration when he was alive, especially his invisible strong temperament, which made people unable to approach him. This young man is naturally a STU letter student in his third year at Northern University College. His face looked calm at this moment, making it impossible to understand what he was thinking at the moment. But his temperament was really special, always making people curious to explore. The driver Yuji was slightly stunned when he saw his young master, whom he had been with for many years. He didn't pay any attention to him in the car just now, but now looking carefully, he always felt that the young master seemed a little different from before. As for where he worked, he couldn't tell. But he didn't think much about it, and just smiled at Sidhu Zin. Sidhu Zin certainly knew that this was because he had awakened the Heavenly Emperor's martial soul bloodline, which brought about a change in temperament. His strength had skyrocketed to a small internal force, making him ethereal, noble, and full of vigor and vitality. How could my weak body that didn't learn martial arts before compare with him? He didn't tell Ji-Yu that this was unnecessary. Then he instructed Yu-Ji to send everyone away so that he could go to the school to teach alone. When Sidhu Zin entered the college, many girls who came to the classroom saw him and realized that he was the good life in the college. Sidhu Zin, the school beauty, and all the passers-by looked at him. There is envy, there is admiration, there is curiosity, there is jealousy. In a short while, a lot of people gathered on the school playground, looking very ostentatious. However, Sidhu Zin did not feel stage fright at all, because he was already famous all over the world before he traveled through time. In the entire underground world of boxing, with tens of thousands of people watching and cheering, this was nothing. Chapter 4, The Boss is the Boss. He didn't even take this small scene seriously. Sidhu Zin walked towards the classroom, recalling the memories in his heart. Recently, a strange thing happened in the class. A boy who had always been at the bottom of the class suddenly made great progress in the midterm exam and squeezed into the top few in the class. When the head teacher read out his results, the whole class was surprised. This naturally attracted the attention of Jing Yinmeng, who was the top student in the class and a member of the senior committee. Unfortunately, after becoming famous, the boy often asked Jing for advice, and the relationship between them became more familiar. In class, he often saw them together. This made Sidhu Zin, the predecessor who had been obsessed with Jing Yinmeng, very unhappy. You know, in his eyes, Jing Yinmeng is his goddess, his dream lover. Moreover, Sidhu Zin feels that his background and appearance are superior enough to be comparable to the surrounding scenery because of this dream. In addition to the marriage agreement in his heart, they are a trap of their parents, a perfect match. Although the person involved does not admit this, the man felt extremely uncomfortable when he saw his goddess being so ambiguous with a man other than him. He used various means to drive away many people who wanted to get close to Jing, which made Jing very annoyed. But since that time, no man has approached Jing Yinmeng. But now that he appears again, he naturally wants to teach that man a lesson again. But this time, Jing Yinmeng gave her a serious warning. She had already spread the word that if Sidu Zin came to disturb her private space again, he would do something to her new friend, and she vowed never to talk to Sidu again. When Sidu Zin heard Jing Yinmeng say this, he immediately became timid and didn't even dare to say a word. He just kept nodding and bowing, saying that he didn't dare, with a lot of anger in his heart. Damn, he's such a dog-eater. There are plenty of other fish in the world. He's obviously disgusted by his ex because of his dream. Why would he even want to get close to her? He's not even human. Sidu Zin recalled the experience of his predecessor and vomited it out weakly. If he is so aggrieved, just find a piece of tofu and kill him. Walking on the road, Junmei couldn't help feeling a little angry and felt cold in his heart about having to face the fact that his fiancée was standing up for another man. Something's wrong. Thinking of this, Stuart suddenly felt something was wrong. Crane Tail fights back. The school beauty flirts with him, causing the villain in this novel to hold a grudge, and the school beauty curses. Isn't this another example? After all, the protagonist likes to play the pig and eat the tiger. Of course, there are also people who cuckold a villain like me. System, what on earth is going on? Isn't the male protagonist the only one who is the medical immortal Qin Shu? How come someone who looks like the male protagonist suddenly appeared from where I am? Ding, please note that the fictional world you are experiencing is composed of countless novels, such as Return of the Soldier King, 3-year contract with the Dragon King living for 30,000 years, Urban Ghost Emperor, etc. All kinds of protagonists may appear. Please stay alert at all times. Seize the protagonist's opportunity as soon as possible. Change the plot of the novel, deal with the villain, and grow quickly. I wish you a safe journey. The Fate villain system will escort you all the way. Damn, have I traveled to a world where the protagonist runs around everywhere? Hey, now that I'm dressed, it's useless to say more. I must not become a villain in the novel world, a rich second-generation supporting actor and a stepping stone for that damn protagonist. I want to become stronger. I want to pin all these protagonists to the ground and rub them against each other. Beep-a-beep. Just then, Sidu Zin touched the cell phone ring in his pocket. After he answered the phone, there was a buzzing sound from the other end, which seemed to be the voices of several young boys. Hello, boss. Boss, it's me, Dan. I'm in trouble with the sailboat. Brother, I'm the sail manager. Listening to the noisy discussion on the phone, Sidu Zin's forehead twitched slightly, and he let out a low growl. Be quiet, tell me what happened one by one. After Sidu Zin's warning, the other end of the phone finally quieted down a lot, and everyone explained slowly. 1 minute later, Sidu Zin finally knew the whole story, but his face became even colder. I learned from the phone that several people in their class had recently become successful. The boy who got close to his fiancée, the school beauty, because of his dream stopped after school and was called to a corner to plan a profound education. But they didn't understand. They had 3 tall and strong men, but they defeated a sissy who looked thin and quiet. It seemed like they were crushing him. But the result was a surprise. All 3 of them were beaten. The kind that gets beaten up. Really? Sidu Zin secretly called the routine. All Nepal routines, this poor counterattack, pretending to slap his face, exploding his younger brother, and finally won the heart of the school beauty. The plot is not pure. What is the protagonist picking up the school beauty? It's confirmed. This is basically a hero playing a supporting role. There is no doubt that his identity is also a typical villain-rich second generation. To put it bluntly, he is a minor role, a stepping stone for the protagonist, and a special tool person beaten by the protagonist. Boss, here I come. While Sidu Zin was thinking, a voice of happy boy came from behind him, and he turned around to take a look. A boy with a middle parted hair and wearing a pair of black plain glasses was running towards him quickly, but his steps were a little unsteady, and his smile, which was just to please others, looked a bit funny, which made people laugh. Under my glasses, I could vaguely see some blue bruises on his face. Obviously, he was beaten. The person who came was none other than Gao Dan, one of the 3 younger brothers that Sidu Zin had conquered during his time at Peking University's School of Education. There are 2 more, both of which are split in the middle. One is called Hu Mao Fangyuan and the other is called Shu. Have you heard yourself clearly? In this society, everyone has this name. How can they give such names that people can't even complain about without their parents? Gaudan Gauden. Sail tube rice bucket. Laji is it garbage? After reading the novel, you will know that these 3 inappropriate names are gone. It is obvious that this is a villain's younger brother, created by the supreme author to give special face to the protagonist. When the windsurfers came to their boss, the three of them looked surprised. They noticed that Yuan Xin seemed to have become stronger, especially the biceps on his arms seemed to have grown half a circle. And now the smell on Sidu Xin made people feel like they were facing a wild beast, and they were like rats crossing the street, as if they were controlled by blood pressure. So terrifying. The boss is the boss, so awesome. The three of them looked at each other, nodded secretly, and admired him even more. Chapter 5 Goddess. Captain Fan, Raj, and the other two all lowered their heads, not daring to meet Yuan Dixon's gaze. In their opinion, it was a shame that three people couldn't beat a seemingly free sissy. The young boy didn't know that Sidu Xin was lamenting the fierce aura of wisdom. You have to know that this is a civilized era, not a boxing match. If you just want to build a crane tail, you don't have to do it yourself. Can't you spend the money on others? What's more, it's not clear, isn't it dark? It's easy to get that kid out with trickery. Sadly, there is really no solution to intellectual decline. They can only become tools to be slapped in the face by the male protagonist. How sad. Gao Dan had been stared at by his boss for a long time and was the first one who couldn't stand it anymore. He lowered his head and tears dripped from his eyes, wetting his black glasses. Hugh Mao Fantong and Laji also learned to cry and complain. Brother, don't be angry. It's the three of you who embarrassed you. Why did you punish me without saying anything? But you must help get the venue back. Yes, boss, that kid actually coveted my sister-in-law. Of course I couldn't see it, but I didn't expect that kid actually knew Kung Fu. Brother, you must seek revenge. If you have so much money, find a few more brothers on the road to kill him. I don't believe he can really fight alone. Sidu Xin. Shut up, who are you calling old? I want to ask you who started it first. Was it that boy who hit you first? Of course, Sidu Xin would not listen to these mentally retarded brothers, and continued to find people to provoke the male protagonist and slap him in the face. Because of the existence of the protagonist's halo, the protagonist is now in an immortal Xiao Qiang state and will not die. Unless he changes the plot of the novel and removes the villain from the protagonist's halo, there is no solution, and the destined protagonist will not die. He now wonders if things will turn around. When Gao Dan and the other two saw that their boss did not blame them, they wiped their snot off their faces and followed him, shaking their heads and saying in surprise, "Ah, the boss is so powerful. How did you know? It was Lin Mo who started it. I just wanted to scare him and ask him to stay away from my sister-in-law, but he just hit me in the face with his hands and feet. He beat me badly. Look, my nose is blue, and my fan and tie were also seriously injured. All three of them broke a leg. Woo-woo. Brother, you must help. I must make sure that kid gets beaten like this." When Sidu Xin saw the indignant expressions on the faces of these little brothers, he couldn't help feeling helpless. But when I heard the first hand was called Lin Mo, I finally felt a little better. He knew the character of the male protagonist in the novel well, who attracted the hatred of the villains by showing various signs of disobedience, being timid at first, and then exploding with strong economic power, and then allowing the people in the villain camp to unite and cause trouble. And after that, the natural environment is to continue to improve your strength, slap the faces of all the villains and supporting roles, and finally marry the beautiful, rich, and beautiful heroine and reach the pinnacle of your social life. Snort. Lin Mo, is that so? Since I have traveled through time and space and become a rich second-generation villain, I naturally cannot continue to indulge you to slap your face and become stronger. Destroy them all and squat in panic. Don't provoke Lin Mo again without my order. Leave the revenge to me. Sidu Xin looked at them warningly. The protagonist is the unkillable Xiao Qiang. Now he dare not act rashly, and his brother continues to be slapped in the face. Ah, why, boss? This brat has come to you and has beaten you so badly by your three brothers. How can you just let him go like that? Don't worry, I will definitely help you get revenge. You are my brother, so of course I have to protect you, but I have my reasons, and I can't explain it to him clearly. Now that Jing is my fiancé, how can anyone remember me? So call the police now and tell them that Lin Mo hit you. He was the first to hit you and you never fought back. Then ask for leave, file a report, and collect evidence. When the police come, hand it over. I'm going to sue this kid. Okay, boss, why did you suddenly call the police? This feels weird and doesn't fit my temperament. Yes, boss, the three younger brothers said in unison, with bitter looks on their faces. I have my own reasons. Do you recognize me as your boss and listen to me? If so, take action now. What are you talking about, boss? You must be the boss. I know he will listen to you and won't mess with that kid. Lin Mo, go to the police station and find a lawyer to sue him now. Sidu Xin waved his hand and finally gave his younger brother an order. as Gao Dan and the other two left. Bite! The sound of construction machinery was heard in the system. Congratulations to the host for stopping the two little brothers from continuing to draw hatred to themselves, reducing the chances of slapping the protagonist in the face and showing off. This can slightly change the plot. Ding, the fateful male protagonist, the defendant Lin Mo, changes the plot direction, and the protagonist's halo decreases by 3. Ding, villain's aura +2. Ding, add 2 villain points. Ding, the host changed the plot of the novel for the first time, and a prize draw will be given. Ding, congratulations to the host. The Emperor of Europe is possessed and draws a golden eye. A treasure can be detected, and the treasure has nowhere to hide. Anyone who detects with a golden eye can easily distinguish the value and nature of the item. P.S. Secular martial arts practitioners are divided into external force, internal force energy, innate nature. External power, master of martial arts. Internal power, master of martial arts. Transformation power, master of martial arts. Innate power, master of martial arts. Celestial being, master of land god. On the elegant and bright Peking University campus, a cool spring breeze blows gently. The young students are in their prime. Some people are busy with their studies and preparing for graduation exams. Some are keen on appreciating the scenery outside the window, and some male classmates are secretly admiring beautiful female classmates. In this academy full of youthful vitality, Sidu Zin from Class A of Grade 3 entered the class. The seats at the front of the class of 30 or 40 people feature 2 bright and eye-catching numbers. Sidu Zin saw 2 people, a man and a woman, both sitting at the table. The female student seemed to be explaining a topic to her classmate, and the male student was not paying attention to the class at all. He was glancing at the woman next to him with a lewd look on his face, and giggling from time to time, which made people know what evil things this boy was thinking. Sidu Zin recognized the identities of the 2 men based on the little memory in his mind. It was Lin Mo, whose grades had recently soared from the bottom of the class to the top. And of course, she was the goddess of his predecessor, the beautiful girl's fiancé at school. Lin Mo is not handsome, but he has a high forehead and his eyes sparkle with a curious smile and determination. It seems that he also discovered Sidu Zin's arrival. While the scene was still explaining to him the difficult questions he asked, Lin Mo raised his head and looked at Sidu Zin provocatively, his lips moving, and he read something. After that, he ignored Sidu Zin and buried his head again, pretending to cooperate with the lecture. In fact, he was peeking at the side of the scene because of this dream, and he chuckled again. Chapter 6 Pain. By watching Lin Mo's mouth and the way he spoke to him with a provocative expression, he knew what he was talking about. How is it, Sidu Zin? Now that I have such a good relationship with Jing, the school beauty, are you still not satisfied? Ha ha ha. He was not angry with Lin Mo, but wanted to find out who that person was. The Destiny villain system gives me a probe. His eyes focused on Lin Mo. Identity, destined protagonist. Combat strength, 108 ordinary male with good physical fitness. Ordinary strong male 100. Charisma level, 85 average 80. Skills, gold prospector, can explore antiques worth less than 10 million. Farsightedness, can be said to be able to see far, explore the scenery within a radius of 30 meters. The skills of an expert in my family can give full play to the strength of a secular bodyguard. Martial soul, mortal. Bloodline mortals. Protagonist halo, 117. Loyalty, 20. Hatred, natural enemy, absolute confrontation. It is true. Sidu Zin looked at Lin Mo's back and thought, this one is a real hog eater with a keen interest in antiques and visions. Sidu Zin touched his chin with his hand. His deep eyes darkened. I think the reason why Lin Mo's grades suddenly improved so quickly overnight after class must be related to this foresight. Damn, isn't this product pure cheating and voyeurism? What a pity. Sidu Zin looked at Lin Mo with increasingly cold and disgusted eyes. This kid ranked in a cheating way. Now he still pretends to be a good one and is interested in her. He is discussing difficult problems with Jing Yinmeng. In fact, he just wants to get close to her. After all, she is the one my ex has been kneeling to for so long, and she is also my legitimate fiancé. Even if I don't like her, you really want to kill my woman. Just wait for me, Lin Mo. One day, I will let you know the social consequences. External martial arts master's leg technique, that's it. Hee. If you don't have the halo of the protagonist, and if God's light doesn't shine on you, even if you were at the level of Onari in your previous life, I could still beat the shit out of you. Gold diggers are here to make money. Now I know that you are my tool. Not to mention that Lin Mo's loyalty to him is now passive, and he is in a hostile state. It seems that he is the villain and he is the protagonist. The two of them looked at each other and could never get along well. "You die, I live." Sidu Zin stopped and looked at Lin Mo's ugly face. He thought of how to deal with this guy. She looked at the girl next to Lin Mo. Explore. Identity, female protagonist Jing Yinmeng. Strength, 98, normal strong women are 90. Charm value, 100, school beauty level as goddess. Ordinary people are 80. Skills, grade 7 piano, black belt in taekwondo, extremely friendly. Warrior spirit, ice phoenix seal. Blood, phoenix blood seal. Loyalty, 0 like a stranger. Sidu Zin frowned slightly because he saw her face clearly because of the scene he saw in his dream. Even he couldn't help but be stunned. It was even more beautiful than in his memory. Jing is now wearing a white blue-collar school uniform and her black hair is like flowing oily water. Her eyes are round and black, and her long eyelashes are like mist, making her eyebrows particularly moist. Her pointed face and skin are like soft snow. She is like a young and noble princess. However, as a young genius boxing champion in this world in his previous life, Sidu Zin had seen beautiful women before. He was just slightly surprised. She was so pretty as a high school student. No wonder his predecessor was so flattering. It was only because Jing Yinmeng was not only young and energetic, but also the heroine and had an aura of incredible affinity. Even the protagonist Lin Mo tries to get close to her like a magnet, not to mention that he is already a minor character in the movie. However, what makes Sidu Zin pay more attention to this scene is that in the dream, he actually has the soul of Bing Feng and the blood of Feng. Although it is still in a sealed state, even the protagonist does not take Shen Mo seriously. It seems that this scene is very high because of the fate of the dream, which may be higher than the silence of the protagonist he is meeting now. This scene is not simple because it is a dream. The plot involves a huge range of aspects. Sidu Zin secretly noted that he could not let go of this fiancée. You must eat it all up before. But he observed that Jing Yinmeng's loyalty to him was 0, just like a stranger. You know that the predecessor had to help the heroine's family overcome the family crisis. And he had to bite the bullet and get on the saddle, and painstakingly did a lot of things for the heroine, enough to lick the heroine for more than a year. Every day when she went to school, her ex was Jing, she prepared an expensive breakfast of her own choice and drove her home after school. She was even more meticulous in her requirements for Jing. But now, Jing Yinmeng is still a woman who is about to get married. How could she not treat him as well as she would a stranger? This made Sidu Zin very disappointed. He observed a 3-second silence for his predecessor. However, now that he has traveled through time and space and has been reborn, of course, he can no longer be a lackey like his predecessor. He is a world champion, and his current status in Shanghai is nothing compared to others. How could Stushan be a licker for a beauty queen? However, Sidu Zin couldn't just let Jing's dream dominate his past year. He glanced at Jing Yinmeng, who was still concentrating on tutoring Lin Mo as he strode towards their table. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Some girls who had just entered the class couldn't help but exclaim when they saw the school hunk coming to the class. Wow, Master Sidu looks even more handsome today. It's really enviable that school beauty Jing has such a fiancé, a petite girl whispered beside the teacher, staring at Sidu Zin's handsome face with her big eyes without blinking. Yes, yes, Lord Sidu is not only good-looking but also very rich. It would be great if he was my boyfriend. I just don't understand why Jing Yinmeng is always so mean to my Prince Charming. Hey, hey, hey. Another girl sitting at the table on her left said enviously. At the same time, because she dreamed of Sidu Zinkson, she didn't want to deal with angry things, but she was afraid that Yuandi Zinkson would hear it and have opinions about her, so she also spoke in a low voice. The girls in the class all knew that Jing and Sidu Zin were an engaged couple. At the same time, they could naturally see that Jing often manipulated Sidu Zin at will, which made her angry. However, every time Sidu Zin said that he truly loved Jing Yinmeng, he had to do everything for her. This was all his own wish. He looked at Jing Yinmeng, who was watching coldly, affectionately, and said that he even blamed those who stood up for him and blamed Jing Yinmeng's daughter. This made some female classmates who had a crush on Sidu Zin feel sad and painful. Chapter 7 Dark Horse. Now seeing that Jing Yinmeng is actually doing this with Lin Mo, his deskmate who is not his boyfriend, I can feel even more angry for him. However, since Sidu Zin had given several warnings in previous letters, they did not say much, but they all paid attention to this aspect. Talk about something. HMPH? Jing Yinmeng snorted coldly. Her thoughts were interrupted by the discussion in the class. She looked at Zin, who was standing there with an unhappy expression. Jing Yinmeng knew that Sidu Zin had come in early, because every time this guy came, there would be all kinds of noises in the class. She didn't care as usual and didn't even look up at Sidu Zin. Jing Yinmeng felt uncomfortable deep down about this marriage arranged for her by her father. In her opinion, it is the most important thing at the moment. As for love, of course, she can only talk about it in college. Moreover, she has no interest in Yuan Dai Zin at all. Although Sidu Zin's family helped the Jing family through the financial crisis, even if she wanted to repay their kindness, she could not sacrifice her happiness in life. There is a princess living in Jing Demeng's heart. It seems that love is not a business, and their marriage should of course be their own decision. Of course the princess is going to marry a prince, but not just any rich second-generation man. She had made up her mind that she would work hard to improve herself, and once she got admitted to an ideal university, she would break up the engagement if she didn't like their job, and would never meet Sidu Zin again. As for repaying the favor, she can wait until she makes money. Jing Yinmeng always thinks so. However, what puzzled her was that she did not see Sidu Zin coming to pick her up this morning. Normally, he would be sent to the school gate early by a Rolls-Royce, waiting for her to carry her bag with various daily necessities. How come when her father sent her to Peking University today, she didn't see this annoying guy? This makes Jingyin dream somewhat unexpected. However, when she saw Sidu Zin preparing breakfast for her every morning as usual, she felt that she was overthinking. This guy still hasn't changed, still so clingy like a dog's skin plaster. She even wanted to discuss exercises for Lin Mo. This classmate made her very curious recently, and her grades improved rapidly. She was going to bother her again. Really, this Yuan Dixon is as annoying as a follower. If he doesn't work hard like Lin Mo, he must be in high school. Why does he do these boring things all day? It's meaningless. But she thought about it. If she didn't accept the breakfast, Sidu Zin would have to continue to pester her and ask. Who can blame her for being so kind? She should accept the product of the self-conceit of men in this society. Where's Stuart's breakfast? Give it to me, I want it. But don't disturb me and Lin Mo. If you do anything again, I will kill you and never talk to you again. Jing Yinmeng looked up at Sidu Zin. Lin Mo also looked over here, his lips pursed. However, Jing was stunned by what she saw in her dream. The protagonist, Lin Mo, was also a little dumbfounded. So handsome, why does this guy look more and more handsome? Ah, no. Jing Yin originally wanted to send Sidu Zin away casually like before, but when she saw Sidu Zin's handsome face and his usual silly and charming love, Jing Yinmeng's heart beat involuntarily. So strange, Tilda. What's wrong with Sidu Zin today? He seems to be different, and his temperament is like a different person. Now that she saw her gift, shouldn't she greet it with a smile? With such an indifferent look, what happened? Oh, and what about breakfast? Why doesn't he eat breakfast? Jing Yinmeng's face flushed slightly. She suppressed the doubts in her heart and planned to use breakfast to distract herself from the panic. Ding, the host changed the female scene because of the impression in the dream, and the plot changed slightly. Ding, the heroine Jing's loyalty to the host increases by 10 because of her dream, familiar stranger. Ding, host villain aura +5. Ding, host's villain score increased by 5. Ding, the host can cause the jealousy of the social protagonist Lin Mo, and the protagonist Lin Mo's mentality is seriously damaged. Ding, Lin Mo's loyalty drops to 22, hatred. Ding, the protagonist's handsome appearance strikes the protagonist Lin Mo, making him extremely jealous, and changes the plot of the novel. Ding, host villain halo +3. Ding, the host has 3 villain points added. Sidu Zin looked at the red face, and hurriedly avoided Jing Yinmeng in front of him, while staring at Lin Mo with angry eyes. He was not too surprised, which was normal, because he had awakened the soul and blood of heaven and earth, and his temperament was slowly changing imperceptibly, making him look more handsome. It can be said that he was a walking hormone. But the hero of the destiny, Lin Mo, a man who respected no one, became jealous, and Stu was secretly proud of himself. But that's not enough. Jing Yinmeng, didn't you say you would kill me if I disturbed your life again? How can I prepare breakfast for you again? Also, as you wish, I will not bother you any more from today. Let's cancel the engagement. Find a time to sign an agreement to cancel the engagement. From now on, you go your way, I go mine, and neither of us is allowed to take risks. When Jing Yinmeng heard this, she opened her eyes wide with an expression of disbelief and shock, staring at Sidu Zin blankly, as if she had heard some great information. And Lin Mo, you attacked a few people after school yesterday. 3 of my friends broke their arms and legs. My friend has called the police and contacted a lawyer to appeal. Just wanted to let you know. What? Lin Mo Teng jumped up from his chair, staring at Lin Mo with a gloomy face. At the same time, he was a little panicked. You know, ever since he got the gold digger, he went to antique shops to get a lot of money. Now he has 5 million in his account, which his parents themselves are not allowed to know. For his poor family education, this amount of money is simply incredible. Moreover, he did not ask for invoices for reselling antiques. If the Chinese police investigate, the problem of investment funds may affect the determination that the main source of funds is unknown. Besides, he was the first person to hit Stuart's brother, so he could really be prosecuted. Linmo said this is a bit tricky. His face turned slightly pale. Ding, congratulations to the hero and heroine for breaking off their engagement because of a dream and refusing to be a dog licker. This is a medium change in the plot of the novel. Ding, the system detected that the heroine began to doubt her own charm and became depressed, changing her impression of the host. Loyalty increased by 10, now loyalty is 20, good impression. Sidu Zin was confused. What was going on with Jing Yin Meng? I had broken off the engagement, but she could actually change my social image for me. Ding, congratulations to the host for changing the image of a licking dog. The Fate villain system rewards the host with a chance to draw at any time. Ding, the host's brother successfully called the police and arranged a meal package for the protagonist Lin Mo, and the protagonist Lin Mo's mentality was damaged. Ding, the protagonist Lin Mo is involved in a lawsuit, which has caused the police to investigate. This does not conform to the spirit and temperament of a positive protagonist leader. The protagonist's aura is 10. Ding, the protagonist Lin Mo is angry with you. Loyalty 5, loyalty 27, hatred. Ding, congratulations to the host. Villain Halo points plus 3. Ding, congratulations to the host. Villain points increased by 3. Ding, congratulations to the host. The villain Halo points increased by 5. Ding, congratulations to the host. Villain plus 5. Bite. Sidu Zin listened to the woman beside him, exclaiming in surprise. He didn't care at all and continued to speak in silence. Lin Mo, if I remember correctly, you didn't sit at the same table with Jing Yin Meng. Jing Yin Meng sat at the same table with Su Moki, right? You are about to start your physics class. Even if you ask a question about you, you should understand the long time between classes, right? Oh, you, the rising dark horse, don't you understand this physics problem at all? Chapter 8, Trap. Let me take a look at this question. Sidu Zin took the question from Lin Mo's hand. Not knowing whether he had a different angle, Jing Yin Meng and Lin Mo did not stop him. Perhaps they were still in shock, and when they came to their senses, Jing and Lin Mo looked at him one after another. But I found that he just glanced at it and returned the question. Mazu was very happy when she saw this. She knew that Lin Mo's grades were as bad as before he got the golden finger. It was impossible for him to understand a physics professor's problem, let alone the solution. He is jealous of me and Jing, the school beauty. Absolutely. He is usually not happy with me. Hahub, see. Lin Mo was about to mock Sidu Zin for being pretentious and pretending to understand something he didn't. Sidu Zin suddenly smiled, a very confident and bright smile. Lin Mo looked at Sidu Zin's confident smile and felt a sense of oppression in his heart. It was really uncomfortable to block his heart, and he looked at him with a frown. But Jing Yin Meng couldn't feel that way. She looked at Sidu Zin at this moment. There was no smile of cultural confidence on his handsome face. He gave people a strong self-confidence. The aura of invincible self-confidence actually made her faintly obsessed. After all, Wang Yinmeng was Sidu Zin's fiancé, and he had spent a year getting a lot of information about him. But from her memory, she clearly understood that Sidu Zin's grades had always been in the middle and lower reaches of the class, and he didn't listen carefully in class, so he liked to stare at her all the time. Jing Yimeng had warned him many times that he must listen carefully to the teacher in class. Otherwise, he would no longer allow him to drive to and from school and would not be allowed to get close to him. As time went by, Sidu Zin finally stopped listening to the courses seriously, but his math scores would be ranked in the middle when the examination system came up. This made Jing, who had always served as a committee member and had always performed well, despised by his dreams. I think Sidu Zin is playing around because he doesn't want to study because he is a rich second generation and he doesn't want to make progress at all. I think if she marries a man whose values are obviously different from hers and the two people's thoughts are completely on different levels, it will definitely be a torment. She simply ignored Sidu Zin's kindness to her and opposed this marriage. She wanted to graduate early and stay away from Sidu Zin more and more. But now her wish came true. Sidu Zin asked her to cancel the engagement, but for the first part of her life she was not filled with joy. Instead, she had a very strange feeling of loss. She thought it might be an illusion. She thought it must be because she wanted to break off the engagement and escape Stuart's control. She would have more freedom and would not hate Stuart so much. This must be an illusion. I have always hated this guy. How can I think he is getting better? Now he also proposed to cancel the engagement. Although it is unbelievable, it is true. He must have finally fulfilled my wish. I feel that Sidu Zin has changed. Jing Yaimeng looked at Sidu Zin, who was behaving confidently and dangerously among her classmates, and for the first time she felt no hatred. She even believed that he really had the ability to solve this physiological problem, that even she was somewhat skeptical about. Ding, congratulations to the host. Your damn handsome and charming smile has made the heroine Jing Yinmeng slightly infatuated, and the protagonist Lin Mo has a sense of fear. Ding, congratulations to the host. The protagonist Lin Mo has been successfully suppressed. The fate of the protagonist Lin Mo has led to a certain decline in momentum, and the host villain has obtained 5 aura points and 5 villain points. Ding, the protagonist Lin Mo's protagonist Halo 5. The reason why Stuart was so confident was that he thought the so-called physics problems were too simple. Before he traveled through time, he was a genius in his previous life. When he was 10 years old, he took a professional IQ test, and his IQ was as high as 220. He skipped a grade to go to college at the age of 14, and completed all his subjects a year ahead of schedule with full marks in all of them. If he was not a genius, how could Sidu Zin have completed his studies at the age of 19 and mastered the profound boxing techniques that had been passed down for 5,000 years in Yan State? So Sidu Xin is a real prodigy. He is a perfect man in every way. This is a physics problem that Lin Mo has been studying for a long time. He knows the answer at a glance, and he knows at least 100 possible solutions. This question is actually very simple. Lin Mo, you just need to heat the gas to raise its temperature to 7,320 K, and then calculate the length of the gas column at this time. Then apply a vertical upward pulling force F4N on the piston, keep the temperature of the gas unchanged, and calculate the length of the gas column after equilibrium and the height difference of the mercury column inside and outside the tube at this time. As for the final answer, according to Gay-Lussac's law, VVL-L1 equals 320 plus 21 cm equals 51 cm. Oh, Lin Mo, am I right? You've been working very hard lately. You must know this now, right? As Sidu Zin spoke, he looked at Lin Mo quietly and saw that his face was flushed red. Lin Mo felt that there was something wrong with Stuart's eyes, as if he had discovered something about himself. A smile that he thought was very calm appeared on his face, and his clenched hands slowly loosened. How could I possibly answer this question? I usually get the scores I need to pass the midterm exams by looking at the top students in my class and grade. But how can this annoying rich second-generation Sidu Zin talk about this so clearly and convincingly? Doesn't he really understand? But wasn't he already not good enough? How come he is good enough now? Damn. Is this guy just pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger all the time? Thinking of this, Lin Mo glanced at Jing Yinmeng, who was staring at Sidu Zin intently. He realized that he was not looking at him at all. He was so angry that his face turned pale. Why did Sidu Zin suddenly change so much? And hasn't he always liked Jing? And he took the initiative to cancel the engagement. I really don't understand. But I am the protagonist of my own destiny, the son favored by heaven and earth. I have the gold probing hand, which can help me make money continuously. Yan country is so big, and there are countless antique treasures. Given time, my asset management will be able to surpass the Sidu family. And I also have the superpower of farsightedness, which I can make full use of. If I fail to get into the university of a goddess, then won't it be because we need to live together? Ha ha ha. Lin Mo, what are you laughing at? Jing Shu looked at Lin Mo with some displeasure because of the dream, thinking that he was laughing at him for not understanding this physiological problem, and therefore not being as good as Sidu Zin. Oh, school beauty Jing, it's nothing tilde it's nothing. I just think that Sidu Zin must be making it up. I solved this physics problem a long time ago. The answer is not based on this. Don't you know this guy's math grades? He must want to attract your attention, so he came up with such an important trick. School beauty Jing, you must not fall into the trap set by this rich second generation. Chapter 9 Class Teacher. Sidu Zin listened quietly to the protagonist mixing water without interrupting him. If the predecessor heard these words, he would definitely fight in close combat. But Lin Mo, the protagonist of Destiny, could not think of this. He had traveled through time. He was now facing a genius champion with a super high IQ. How could he fight over such a small matter? What's more, with the obstruction of the river crab beast, his villain aura has not yet surpassed the protagonist aura. If he were to compete with the protagonist through his opponent and accidentally kill Lin Mo, he might be destroyed by the illusory, mysterious, and supreme power. In his opinion, it was not stupid or ridiculous to take the huge risk of sacrificing himself to deal with a damn protagonist. Now he just had to slowly grind down Lin Mo and stop him from pretending to be awesome and slapping his face to gain some villain aura points and villain points. By then, when Lin Mo's protagonist aura disappeared, wouldn't he be as easy to control as a chick? When Jin heard Lin Mo's questioning of Stuart, he felt unusually uncomfortable. She glanced at Lin Mo, and her voice was a little cold. Mr. Mazu, the physics Olympiad curve-driving question that Sidhu Zin just answered is very detailed and reasonable. I listened carefully to every step. After repeated checks, the final answer is indeed like this. There is no mistake. Then why do you say he is making up stories? Do you really not understand Lin Mo? Jing Shu was disappointed to see that Lin Mo had returned to her original seat, which was the seat in front of her left. Lin Mo's face became stiff and a bitter smile appeared in his heart. Fuck, goddess, why didn't you tell me earlier? The question Sidhu Zin asked is actually a correct one. How can I possibly understand this? I am just a far-sighted person. However, the protagonist is the protagonist after all. His skin is much thicker than the wall. He was only slightly embarrassed for a few seconds, then cheered up again and pretended to put a bright smile on his face. He stood up and laughed at Sidhu Zin. Haha, how could I not understand? Of course, I know Sidhu Zin's answer is correct. I just wanted to play a joke on him and have some fun together. Oh haha, Lin Mo, this is really funny. But Mr. Lin Mo, I hope you can give me an explanation. Why did you beat Chen Dan after school yesterday afternoon? Besides, the three of them were seriously injured and are now in the hospital. Sidhu Zin curled his lips into a sneer, which made Shen Mo's heart skip a beat. Lin Mo pretended nothing happened and stretched out his left hand to pat his right shoulder heavily. You, a second-generation rich man, really don't give me face. You didn't say bad things about me in front of the goddess, right? I will tap a few main acupuncture points on your body and then see how you feel when the time comes and what happens. Lin Mo looked at Sidhu Zin's fair face and the arc of his mouth that was beginning to rise. He felt very unhappy in his heart and was about to make a hidden move. Lin Mo stretched out his not-so-strong left hand and patted his shoulder heavily. This is kind of funny, though, because Sidhu Zin is 185 cm tall, while Lin is less than 175 cm tall, almost a head shorter. The boy was not embarrassed. He actually stood on tiptoe and patted Sidhu Zin's right shoulder. Just now, he was very nervous. Now other classmates in the class laughed when they saw this scene. Even the iceberg school beauty who usually spoke honestly covered her mouth and laughed secretly. However, under her deep gaze on Sidhu Zin's magic, Jing missed her dream and stopped looking, just snickering. Then she remembered that Lin Mo, who Sidhu Zin said had beaten up several of Sidhu Zin's men, and her pretty face became serious again. At first, he thought Sidhu Zin was trying to cause trouble to attract his attention, but now it seems that this is not the case. She frowned slightly and stared at Lin Mo, as if she wanted him to give an explanation. But it was really hard for Lin Mo to say at this time. He didn't expect that he would plot against this annoying rich second generation. But just as he was about to put his hand on this guy's shoulder, a huge force suddenly appeared, shaking his left arm and causing pain. He held back his tears, hugged his left arm which seemed to be broken, and looked at Sidhu Zin in shock. 10,000 cute alpacas floated through his mind. What kind of monster is this guy? Could it be that I have encountered a ghost? Of course, this was all done by Sidhu Zin. When he saw the protagonist trying to pat his shoulder, he knew that this guy was openly playing dirty, so he sent his internal energy to his whole body. At this time, if something hit him, it would be as hard as hitting his head against a concrete wall, and he couldn't fight at all. However, Lin Mo only knew ordinary martial arts, so how could he bear it? Lin Mo attacked fiercely, and the second was the interaction between forces. Ding, the host can successfully prevent the protagonist Lin Mo from attacking you, and break the protagonist Lin Mo's hand bones, which greatly hits the protagonist Lin Mo's arrogance. Ding, protagonist Halo 4. Ding, congratulations to villain Halo Point 2. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting villain Point 2. Stuart wanted to applaud Lin Mo, but there was no change on his face. Hey Lin Mo, what's wrong with you? Sidhu Zin's face had just the right amount of confusion and was full of worry for his classmates. Jing Yinmeng also looked at Lin Mo, who was scratching his head strangely. Lin Mo looked at Sidhu Zin, who was worried about him, and his eyes were about to spit fire. But in class, with the goddess still around him, he could only resist the urge to criticize his mother and the great pain. Just when Lin Mo wanted to fight for him and believed his third brother's excuse, A cold voice suddenly came from the door. Lin Mo, come to the office right away. I need to see you urgently. Sidu Zin took a look and only saw a tall figure wearing high heels. But just from this stunning glimpse, plus the countless beauties Sidu Zin had seen over the years, he could tell that this was a beautiful, charming, mature woman. He just searched quickly in his mind and recognized that this was his head teacher, the famous ice beauty in the school. Something's wrong. The iceberg is the beauty who is the head teacher and the protagonist who was called to the office alone. Besides, it's almost time for physics class. As far as I recall, this week is 2 weeks. All the teachers in the office have classes in the morning. Today, Su Yan is still on duty in the office. Damn. It's full of routine. The protagonist of Destiny is alone with the cold and unapproachable beauty. Then Su Yan slips in her high heels, or chokes on water, or the stool under the seat suddenly breaks. In these, Gataka, the protagonist Lin Mo stands up and saves the damsel in distress. He performs a big show in front of Su Yan, and then takes the opportunity to have close physical contact with the icy head teacher. The cold-blooded head teacher was inexplicably ashamed to throw herself into the fire. The protagonist, who was so disgusted that he liked to be a bulldozer, only then discovered that there was such a gentle side behind the cold-blooded head teacher, and he must attack Su. Then the homeroom teacher Su Yan stressed that it would affect the relationship between teachers and students, and expressed his refusal in different euphemistic ways. However, Lin Mo, the protagonist with thicker skin than the city wall, rose to the challenge and arranged a few more waves of heroes saving the damsel in distress, and continued to act cool and slap people in the face. Sooner or later, won't this cultural iceberg of Su Yan be breached? Son of a bitch, this is the fate arranged by the stupid author, which is worse than playing the leading role and pursuing girls. She is also the fiancée of the villain, the second-generation rich man. The school beauty show is a dream. Now the head teacher Su Yan, who is an iceberg beauty, is intimidating in the grade. I wonder if there will be other types of beauties in the future. This isn't just about starting a harem for the protagonist. Writing this novel with Maureen as the protagonist is really a trap. Writing him as a villain to play a supporting role for the protagonist, and letting the bloody loser protagonist cheat on him, it's really unreasonable. Well then, you evil bastards, it's you who have a bad body, so don't blame me for being unfair. Since I have traveled through time and space and become a rich second-generation villain in this novel, it is impossible for me to continue to be slapped in the face by the destined protagonist and pretend to be cool, let alone being labeled as a hat or having girls snatched away. I want to be the invincible big boss in the novel. I want to hunt down the destined protagonist. I want to upgrade the soul and bloodline of the Emperor of Heaven. I want to be a villain in the galaxy who is taller than the sky and more powerful than God. I want the most powerful force. I want to dominate the global economy. Since the medical immortal Qin Shu hasn't come down the mountain on his own yet, then Lin Mo, I'm going to operate on you first. You are the star of the show. Sidu Zin stared at Lin Mo's departing back and the beautiful black shadow. His mind was working fast, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Then he withdrew his attention and began to look at Jing Yinmeng, who was beside him, and needed to sneak a peek at him from time to time. Jing Yimeng's face, which was as smooth as milk, was now distorted, and her eyes were a little confused. What happened to Sidu Zin? How did he change so much overnight? He always pestered me before. Even if I didn't leave him false information, or even made things difficult for him, or ordered him to do this or that, Sidu Zin wouldn't complain at all. He would just smile foolishly and do it himself. Could it be that some national event really happened to him yesterday, so important that it could completely change a person's character, behavior, and even intelligence overnight? But the Sidu family is one of the largest families in Shanghai, and he is the only son in the family. Uncle Sidu and Aunt Ming dote on him, which makes him have an extraordinary status since birth. He is destined to be rich and noble, a real rich second generation. Even if he doesn't work, idles away all day and muddles through, he can inherit a company with assets of over 100 billion after graduation. How could there be a trouble that could make Sidu Zin change completely? I really thought too much. Jingyin Meng, you too. What happened today? Why are you suddenly concerned about this rich kid? Aren't you looking forward to graduating as soon as possible so you can break off your engagement? Why worry about these things when you already have what you want? Besides, even if Sidu Zin really changed, so what? Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. But should I really cancel the engagement? Once the engagement is canceled, he and I will be strangers. In the future, we will often see each other in class. What should I do? Do I want to say hello? Ah, this is so annoying. What should I do? As she thought about it, Jing Yinmeng sat on the desk, supporting her raised head with her slender and well-proportioned little hands, and actually stared at Sidu Zinfu in a daze. She originally had the image of a cool school beauty, but now her dazed and naive expression coupled with her petite, snow-white oval face made her look very cute. It makes people feel like they are not innocent and cannot bear to be hurt. Although he didn't want to pay attention to the woman who was bootlicking the predecessor of this company, Sidu Zin still had to stop Lin Mo, the destined protagonist, from pretending to be cool. He also had something to explain to her. The fundamental problem is that I don't have time at work to appreciate the silly and cute side of this school beauty. Hello? Sidu Zin felt puzzled when he saw that the woman in Jing Yinmeng's dream could suddenly stare at him in a daze. He called out to her, but found that she was still in a daze or did not respond. Sidu Zin frowned and raised his hand in front of Jing Yinmeng. Why are you looking at me? She thought again about how she had been staring at Sidu Zinfa just now, and a big blush appeared on her jade-like face. She didn't know if this guy had seen her silly look just now. It was really embarrassing. However, she also ranked first in every exam. She had the best grades in the class. How could she not have the ability to change everything? I'm not looking at you. I'm just thinking about some problems in my class. Oh, is this another way to solve the physics problem just now? Great, that's it. Jing Yinmeng looked at Sidu Zin's gaze on her and met his eyes that seemed to have magic, as if he could see through her mind again. Her initial confident expression was a little subtle. Her white forehead was also covered with a layer of sweat crystal clear. It's all over. Does this guy know that he just saw him in a trance? How will he look at me in the future? Will he think that I am an impure girl? Jing Yinmeng was panicked. Ding, congratulations to the host. Your golden eyes have a 1% chance of seeing through other people's thoughts. The heroine Jing Yinmeng's thoughts are seen through by you. The heroine feels flustered at the moment and changes her subjective impression of you. The novel is successfully slightly affected and the plot is changed. Ding, congratulations to the host. The female scene felt shy because of your dream. The host's charm successfully influenced the female. Ding, the heroine Jing's loyalty to you because of her dream is +10. Now it is 35 love buds. Ding, because the heroine Jing Yinmeng's impression of you has greatly changed. The hero Lin Mo's position in the heroine's heart has slightly declined. Ding, the male protagonist is Halo 5. Ding, host villain aura +3. Ding, villain host +3. Sidu Zin listened to the pleasant mechanical prompt sound coming from a system structure and was not too surprised. After all, with his genius IQ, his EQ is naturally not low. He can see through women's thoughts just by their micro-expressions. However, he did not expect that he could trigger the golden eyes to see through problems. In that second, Sidu Zin heard some of Jing Yinmeng's thoughts face to face, and they were very clear and simple. Knowing this, Yinmeng's imagination was going wild and her impression of herself changed a lot. She even started to care about his thoughts, as he was the dog she hated before. Of course, that's not the case now. Sidu Zin knew that after being baptized by the blood of the Heavenly Emperor and awakening the Heavenly Emperor's martial spirit, his temperament was charming and his charm was greatly enhanced. It was not impossible that the school beauties who had never seen any big storms in school would be attracted by his temperament. But he didn't care about these. He had not forgotten what his predecessors had done to Jing Yinmeng. Sooner or later, he would treat Jing Yinmeng the same way. This engagement must be cancelled. Otherwise, it may not be possible for the social relationship to go any further. This is called playing hard to get. Sidu Zin was a little happy. If he could activate his golden eyes at any time to see through other people's thoughts, then he could hear what the protagonist was thinking. That was pure mind reading. Then we can prepare for this rainy day and set up a trap in advance. It's a pity that there's only a 1% chance of seeing through their social function. Usually, you can only see antique treasures, pearls, and the like. Ding, the research on the Destiny villain system reminds you that the golden eye can also be upgraded by constantly changing the major plots of the novel, hunting down the protagonist, and increasing the chance of triggering. Oh, that's great. I'll have to clean up the protagonist sooner or later. Sidu Zinksin coughed lightly to break the awkward situation. He pretended not to know Jing Yinmeng's method and looked at her seriously. Jing Yinmeng did not avoid it this time. She pretended not to care and looked at Sidu Zin coldly. But I was thinking in my heart, I can't be suppressed by him again, I need to be confident. Since you've agreed to cancel the engagement, I'll go visit your parents tomorrow. After all, this is no small matter. I still have to tell them in person. What do you think, Jing Yinmeng? When Jing Yinmeng heard Sidu Zin mention the cancellation of the engagement again, she didn't know why she felt uncomfortable in her heart. What's more, she heard that he didn't call her Yinmeng as before but treated her as a classmate. She suddenly felt angry. The two delicate little fists were clenched slightly, and the voice became a little colder. This really shouldn't be done so casually. It would be best if you could come and confirm with my parents that you are doing this voluntarily. Otherwise, my parents will definitely blame me again. As he spoke, he snorted coldly, turned his head, sat up straight again, and buried his head in doing his exercises. It seemed that Sidu Zin was treated as heir. After waiting for a long time, Jing Yinmeng could not hear the voice of Sidu Zin, who would actively admit his mistakes whenever Jing Yinmeng lost his temper with him. When he looked up, he found that Sidu Zin was gone. Snort. Jing Yinmeng was really angry, but she didn't know why she was angry at the guy she had always hated, and she even felt a little aggrieved. Sidu Zin certainly wouldn't be a bootlicker like his predecessor, indulging Jing Yinmeng's spoiled daughter temper. Now he also has to stop the protagonist Lin Mo from showing off or something. The office was only a few meters away from the senior class. Stuart wondered how bad Lin Mo was. The systems in his heart and mind can communicate quickly. The Destiny Villain System. Host Sidu Zin. Combat Power 135, Minor Internal Strength. Abnormally strong male is 100. Charm Value 110, Normal Salary 80. Villain Aura 26. Villain Points 26. Skills, Minor Success in Internal Strength, Integrated Boxing Skills, all Yan Country boxing skills in the previous life. Piano Level 8, learned in the previous life. Natural IQ, Photographic Memory. Love Saint knows how to win the favor of women. Martial Soul, Emperor Soul Body, the martial soul with the strongest combat power, the strongest endurance, and the strongest divine power in the universe. Currently in the initial stage of awakening, with no special combat power blessing. Bloodline of the Heavenly Emperor. The body contains the blood of the Heavenly Emperor. Once it completely erupts, the combat power will be enhanced to the extreme level, and the body will be immortal and indestructible. Currently in the initial awakening, no special blessing, can only increase a certain resistance and endurance. The Emperor's martial soul and Emperor's bloodline need to continue to upgrade and become stronger. You can upgrade by killing the protagonist, and other major plot changes also have a chance to upgrade. Today's Emperor's martial chi and Heavenly Emperor's bloodline level. Primary, intermediate, advanced, perfect, heavenly extreme, immortal, divine star, universe level. Gift package, 1 lucky draw available. Ding, Lin Mo's protagonist aura is detected to be 100, and the host is still far behind him. Please continue to work hard. If you're going to draw a lottery, keep it for now. The protagonist's aura still has 100 points left. My villain's aura is only 26. It seems I need more money from Lin Mo. He came out of the system page and just arrived at the office door. Sidu Zin had just spent a few minutes talking to Jing Yinmeng. When he reached the door, he heard the clear voice of his head teacher, Su Yan, scolding him. Lin Mo, what's going on? What's your grudge against them? You broke their arms and legs. Recently, your grades have improved rapidly from the bottom of the class to the top. I even praised you specially. I thought you were concentrating. I didn't expect that you would do such a serious thing for me in just a few days. The most important thing is that the sailing supervisor has reported the case to the police station. They also said they would find a lawyer to sue you. You said you have made progress in class, and I am very satisfied with the teacher. Why are you so irrational? You have to solve the problem with your fists. This is a civilized society. Is there anything you can't tell me and the head teacher to discuss? Can you say you don't treat me as your head teacher? Ouch, Miss Sue, what are you talking about? How could I be the kind of person who disrespects teachers? I am a good, civilized, and law-abiding person. As for why I beat those 3 boys this time, it was just what they asked for. Don't catch me. Maureen felt very strange now. When he first came to the office, he suddenly felt a little uneasy, as if he had lost something, but after a while, it seemed as if nothing had happened. However, just now, I secretly glimpsed the beautiful head teacher coming to the office to be with her in class. She was still alone, and I was still a little excited in my heart. After all, he had been paying attention to the famous iceberg beauty in his grade for a long time, so he naturally wanted to see what would happen when he was alone with her in the office. It was really exciting. But he didn't expect that as soon as Su Yan sat down, his face was as cold as an ice hole. His eyes were so cold that he got goosebumps and wanted to teach him a lesson. Fuck, it's all because of Sidu Zin's 3 men. I didn't expect these people to be so cowardly that they called the police when they were beaten. Don't they feel ashamed? What the hell? I don't think things should be like this. Lin Mo looked at Su Yan helplessly with a bitter face, who was scolding him. The resentment in his heart was even stronger. He vaguely felt that calling the police was not the idea of these lackeys, and his intuition was that this was related to their boss Stuart. Thinking of this, he remembered the look the goddess had given Sidu Zin just now, and remembered that her left arm, which was sutured by acupuncture points, was still in pain. His disgust for Sidu Zin deepened. I feel that all the bad things happening to me now are caused by Sidu Zin. If Sidu Zin knew that Lin Mo had guessed what he needed to do, he would definitely secretly praise the protagonist's halo as awesome. This would allow Lin Mo to discover it in the first part of time. You know, Lin Mo had previously given him a beautiful image of a rich second generation who lived off his wife. Normal people wouldn't be so vigilant. They would definitely be suspicious. The protagonist vented all his hatred on him. Isn't this exactly the author's intention, to make Lin Mo, the protagonist of Fate, and Sidu Zin, the villain, become enemies? But even if Stuart knew, he wouldn't care because he wanted Lin Mo, and he wanted him dead. Boom, boom. Teacher Su, hello? Can I get involved? I also know the ins and outs of Lin Mo's attack on my 3 friends. I just received a call from the hospital saying that my friends are seriously injured and need treatment as soon as possible. So I want to talk to you and Lin Mo about how to resolve this matter as soon as possible so that they can receive quick and effective treatment. He was politely knocking and greeting, just as Stuart walked into the office. Ding, congratulations to the host for his success, which caused the protagonist Mo Lin to be accused by the heroine Su Yan, and the plot changed slightly. Ding, indirectly congratulate the protagonist, making the heroine Su Yan's love for the protagonist Mazu decrease. Ding, congratulations to the host for causing the protagonist Lin Mo's mentality to be seriously damaged, causing him to feel depressed and unable to express his pain. Ding, congratulations on the host's success. Your hatred for the protagonist is +5, and your loyalty is now 30, resentment. Ding, congratulations to the host for having +5 villain aura points. Ding, congratulations to the host villain +5. Sidu Zin was a little confused when he heard the continuous ding-ding system's mechanical prompts. He paused, then smiled and quickly walked towards Shen, Mo, and the others. Peking University is located in Kiacheng and is one of the best high schools in Kiacheng. It is a key high school. Although it is not as big as the Nobel high school I attended before, it is a strong high school for talent training. Because Sidu Zin's mother Ming Yuxin was one of the major shareholders of the school, he was admitted as an exception. The school has complete public facilities and beautiful scenery. Even the teachers' offices are much more spacious than those of ordinary schools and look very comfortable. After getting Su Yan's permission, Sidu Zin walked into the office and found that there should be other teachers' offices on duty at this time. But only Mo Lin and Su Yan were left, sitting facing each other, a stool away from each other. Gee, as expected, this is the author's chance to give the loser protagonist Mo Lin a girl. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that all the other teachers on duty were not there, leaving only Su Yan and Mo Lin? The protagonist is really a pure cheater. He cheated in exams and even his life is an open failure. He has no humanity. But now that you've met me, how can you possibly give the protagonist and Su Yan a chance to be alone together? What do you want? Stuart was impressed by the author's confidence in the novel. You said you knew the reason why Lin Mo was investigated by the police and sued by a lawyer. Is that true? I asked again. Su Yan frowned as he looked at me walking towards me. But when Su Yan looked at Sidu Zin, her eyes, which were as bright as gemstones, were a little surprised, because this Sidu Zin who she had taught in her class for a year seemed to be completely different. Although Stuart was handsome before, he was not as attractive as he is now, which led to her singleness for 24 years. It's not just because they are teachers, and that's impossible. More importantly, she was a senior professor of mathematics and was often arranged by Peking University to travel to many countries. She met many handsome men when she worked in the United States, South Korea, and other countries. Among these people, there were also some who were more handsome and had better figures than Sidu Zin, but she had never been tempted. But when Sidu Zin slowly walked towards her, with his perfect figure reflected in her eyes, Su Yan did not feel her heart, which had been frozen for more than 20 years, beating wildly. Is this really the rich kid who doesn't know what to do? He always stands next to Jing Yinmeng in class. He can't get rid of her and he doesn't even bother to go. These are just 2 people. This is so cool. Su Yan also reacted to Stuart's dramatic changes in spirit and appearance. At this moment in Su Yan's eyes, Sidhu had fair skin, three-dimensional facial features, and was extremely handsome, with a hint of gentleness in his handsomeness. The temperament he exuded was so complex, like a mixture of various temperaments, but among those gentle and handsome, he also had his own unique ethereal handsomeness. Not only is he handsome, but his every move is full of charming charm, especially the smile of strong cultural confidence on the corner of his mouth at this moment. Su-yan, a senior mathematics professor at Peking University who can handle multiple courses with ease, was overwhelmed by the unparalleled confidence of the young man in front of her. She is even shorter than him. When Su-yan looked at him, Sidhu also turned his gaze to the icy beauty who was feared in this grade, his head teacher. Her black hair was tied elegantly on her head, with strands of white hair hanging down, and her pair of phoenix eyes were a hint of enchantment that was impossible to escape. Under the high nose bridge is a cherry mouth without sexiness. Sidhu couldn't help but nodded secretly. As expected, there was no ugly heroine. Ding, congratulations on your strong self-confidence and handsome face. You made the heroine feel really excited and changed the first impression in Su-yan's memory. Ding, the heroine Su-yan flips to you loyalty plus 20, now 30, first love. Ding, the host unleashed his damn charm on the heroine in front of the protagonist Lin Mo, causing the protagonist Lin Mo to be jealous and the protagonist himself to lose his balance. The protagonist is Halo 8. Ding, congratulations to the host for reaching 10 villain Halo points. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting plus 10 villain points. In one word, awesome. It feels so damn good. As expected, his 110-point charm value attracted the attention of girls from all over the place. Even Su-yan, who was an iceberg, couldn't take her eyes off him. And after awakening the blood and martial arts spirit of the little emperor, his temperament has also been greatly improved, and the pressure is great. Sidhu heard 7 or 8 hints from the Fate villain system. He also heard that the protagonist Lin Mo began to be jealous of his face again. He tried to create a new mental state for Lin Mo. Sidhu looked at Mo Lin, who was sitting next to Su-yan. Although there was no expression on his face at this time, his hands were clenched like sandbags. I knew that this guy was holding back his anger. Maybe he just wanted to plot against her, but his arm was broken. He was afraid of her, or he didn't want to expose his bad temper in front of the woman he liked. Needless to say, he was very comfortable, but he showed nothing on the surface. He was just calm and composed, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. The Destiny villain is conducting a system investigation. Investigate Su-yan. Bite. Name Su-yan. Gender female. Age 24. Identity female protagonist. Charm 98. Occupation senior mathematics professor at Peking University, head teacher of Class A, Grade 9. Martial soul, mysterious ice rabbit seal. Bloodline unknown. Loyalty 30. Hobbies, I like to use mathematics to solve the world's problems, and I like to play cosplay. Plot, one of the harem of the protagonist Lin Mo in the novel. He helped the protagonist with his own tutoring many times in the novel. Lin Mo also heroically saved En and Su-yan many times, and they sparked love in their interactions. After Sidhu finished his investigation and obtained Su-yan's information, he looked at Su-yan with a strange look in his eyes. Cosplay. Isn't this what many crazy young people did in their previous lives? I really didn't expect that this would seem so unreasonable. The head teacher, who is known as an iceberg beauty in the grade, actually has a unique hobby that is unknown to others. If I tell Su-yan now that I know her secret, I wonder what she will do. Hee, it must be fun. However, based on my experience of reading women countless times, Su-yan may not compromise and then stop playing. It is best to be steady and take it slow. Doesn't she like playing this role herself? After conquering this iceberg theory, let her wear different clothes every day and make a shy expression. I believe that must be very interesting. But the biggest issue is their current relationship. It seemed that I had to do something to break this barrier, just like Maureen, the protagonist in the novel. Otherwise, if two people think they have succeeded, there will be no chance anymore. Sidhu is very good at judging people. Su-yan is a mature, charming, and opinionated woman who would never do anything childish. Although her loyalty to me has gradually aroused her love, if she feels that a teacher-student relationship is forever impossible, then this relationship will be over. So we must find a way. Su-yan felt a little uncomfortable with Sidhu-zin's strange gaze. He thought Sidhu-zin saw his discomfort just now, so he smoothed the hair beside his ears and turned his face into an indifferent and vicissitudes face to cover up his embarrassment when he saw Sidu Zin's handsome face. Looking at Sidu Zin's somewhat childish face, he felt secretly ashamed. "Su Yan, what are you thinking about? Are you crazy about men? This is yours and you are just a high school student. How can you have such unrealistic thoughts?" I don't know why I feel that Sidu Zin seems to be unworldly and handsome today. But he is his teacher, his mentor in life, and his ideal math teacher, while Sidu Zin is just a little boy in my class. There is an age difference between them. How can I like him? Su Yan tried hard to refute herself in her heart that she just saw Sidu Zin, and she clearly had a special feeling for him. "Oh, Stu, since you know Lin Mo, let's talk about it so that I can judge whether it is right or wrong, and how serious the problem is from my point of view." I felt very guilty about Stu, and even my tone became much softer when I talked to him. Sidu Zin went on to tell it in detail. It started with Fan Guan. After school, the three of them wanted to play a joke on Mo Lin. They never expected that after their three good-natured brothers said a few words to Mo Lin, they were suddenly beaten severely by the culprit Mo Lin and sent to the hospital. Then, naturally, they needed justice and chose to call the police. When Sidu Zin talked about the injuries suffered by his three good brothers and how sad he saw them, his voice trembled a little. He seemed to really feel special sympathy and sadness, and the sadness on his face was just right. Su Yan saw this scene, and the maternal aura deep in her heart suddenly came into play. She couldn't help but comfort Sidu Zin, who was still talking non-stop, and from time to time she glanced at Sidu Zin's sad face, raised her bare hands, and patted Sidu Zin's shoulders to comfort her. Lin Mo watched this scene silently from the side, and thought of Su Yan, who had just scolded him coldly and in a stern tone. Now, many people actually did not dislike him. This rich second generation who was good for nothing was smiling and trying to comfort this guy who was pretending to be sad. He felt a dull pain in his heart. He raised his eyes and glared at Sidu Zin. He felt disgusted by the face of a man that others thought was handsome. In his heart, he was the protagonist. He was the center of the world, and how could his looks compare to this boy? How could he be jealous? I just think that if Sidu Zin did something to cause the eye problems of his school belle and his icy beauty class teacher, causing them to have hallucinations at the same time, it was not because Sidu Zin was handsome, but because they were deceived by Sidu Zin. This rich second generation is everywhere. I have defeated myself. Fang Yuan and Lucky are the three of them. They want to pick a fight with me, and they deserve it. Who asked them to stop me from rushing to the antique street to buy treasures after school, even if they were beaten? I am the destined protagonist. I am not superior to anyone else. All working people will be stepped on by me sooner or later. Unfortunately, I haven't made enough money yet, and a few small shrimps can mess with me. It's really asking for death, but I didn't expect that these three rubbish couldn't afford to play this, called the police and sued me. I should have done it directly. Unfortunately, it's too late to regret now. I'd better think about how to solve this matter. After all, although I have the superpowers and foresight of a gold digger, and I have martial arts that can beat 6 or 7 people, this is a civilized society. If I commit a crime publicly, I will not be able to explain to the police. How can I solve it perfectly and not leave a criminal record for myself? After all, I am the protagonist. What stains are there on the road of life? Interesting. But I am obviously the protagonist. Why am I so unlucky, especially recently? Lin Mo's heart suddenly skipped a beat for no apparent reason, and his eyes had already moved to the stool near Su Yan and Sidu Zin. I found that Sidu Zin was actually looking at me at this time. Mo Lin thought of what happened before. As soon as Sidu Zin appeared, she wanted to taunt him. The school beauty changed her usual behavior and said a few good words for him. When she wanted to plot against this boy, she never expected that this guy's body was as hard as a rock and his arm was broken. There were also gangsters who had been bullying her classmates. After the three brothers who bullied him yesterday were crippled by him, the three of them were very bad and didn't understand the law at all. Mo Lin looked at her and smiled at this time. It was clearly a smile like a spring breeze, but he didn't feel that way. It was as if he was laughing at himself, as if this was just a performance by Sidu Zin. A light bulb suddenly lit up in his head, and he guessed the possibility of cyber-terrorism. This kid Sidu Zin was deliberately targeting him. He is playing a big game, and Stu is setting himself up. It must be. La Jai and the others were all Sidu Zin's subordinates in 3 ways. Maybe this guy deliberately arranged for them to find fault with him, and then deliberately angered him, beating them all into cripples and sending them to the hospital. In addition, Sidu Zin was secretly operating and ordered Chuanfen to go to the police station to record a statement. It was he who gave the order, and then he wanted to find a lawyer to sue him. You want me to go to jail? When Morin thought about this and compared it with what happened today, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that his thoughts were well-founded. Sidhu Zin, a rich second-generation rich kid, must have seen that his grades had improved so much that he thought of setting a trap to win the favor of the school beauty and discuss his studies with her. He hated her for not being favored by the goddess, so he deliberately let his 3 men block his way to wealth. As a result, he exploded and beat them up. This rich second generation has such a cruel heart. Thinking of this, Lin Mo's face turned pale. He looked at Sidhu Zin with eyes full of fear. His hands tightly grasped his bones and his body began to tremble. Lin Mo, are you okay? I mean, is there anything wrong with the method you used? These are all facts. They have already handed their testimony to the lawyer. How are you going to compensate my brothers? They are all seriously injured. Sidhu Zin was also surprised to see Lin Mo. His face turned pale, his body trembled, and he occasionally showed alienation and fear towards him. He didn't expect that just a few words from him would scare the protagonist so much that his heart was as high as the sky. He felt something was wrong. Is it so easy for a hero to lose his courage? I haven't sent him to prison yet, but I can't be soft-hearted. In this novel, Maureen is her own stepping stone. She also wants to take over her fiancé, be the king of the harem, and bulldoze herself with green hats at any time. How can she let him go so easily? I am going to hunt down the villains whose actions are all for the sake of the protagonist. I am also waiting to upgrade the final Emperor's martial spirit and Emperor's bloodline and reach the top. Indecision is not a bad person's specialty. So Lin Mo, only one of us can survive, and that means you die and I live free. How could he know that Lin Mo's fear of him was actually imagined by the protagonist himself, and that although it was more or less true, it was not Zin who arranged for them to deliberately beat the protagonist in the beginning. The protagonist Halo hates the protagonist Morin and pretends to hit him in the face. However, who would have thought that Cheng Yeojin would suddenly fall from the sky? If it weren't for the Stuart medal, he wouldn't do such a thing as calling the police, which doesn't fit the role of a bad guy. This can only be blamed on my imagination. Nonsense, Sidhu Zin, you made all this up. Obviously, I did it because they didn't let me leave school. It's just that I was careless and used too much force. How can you blame me alone? Aren't they all wrong? Are you trying to cover up for them because you are a rich kid and they are your good friends? Lin Mo's face turned red when he heard Sidhu Zin come to such a conclusion. He gritted his teeth and looked at Sidhu Zin viciously. This guy wants to blame himself, and I accept that. Then the police come to me, and I really won't have a chance to defend myself. Ha, Stushin, you're still green if you want to trap me. Lin Mo was extremely angry at this time. He no longer cared about the fact that Su Yan was still beside him. He even ignored his image and just wanted to vent his anger. Su Yan looked at Lin Mo, who had lost his mind at this moment, and shook his head, feeling a little unhappy with this dark horse boy whom he had once placed high hopes on. If what Sidhu Zin said is wrong, you should find evidence. It's not the one with the loudest voice who is right. This society is based on facts, not on one person doing whatever he wants. Moreover, hitting a classmate made her, as a teacher who taught her students to get along harmoniously, very unhappy. Too childish and immature. Looking at Sidhu Zin, who remained calm, he felt a little better. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully causing the protagonist Lin Mo to lose his balance. Lin Mo ignored the female protagonist's anger and was unable to get angry. Ding, the heroine Su Yan strongly disagrees with the protagonist's irrational consumption behavior of being angry and incompetent, and her favorability towards the protagonist has been reduced again. Ding, the actions of the protagonist Lin Mo were strongly opposed by the heroine Su Yanjiu, the protagonist Halo 10. Ding, the heroine Su Yan thinks that the host is a man with a more mature personality than the protagonist Lin Mo loyalty +3. Now 33, Spring Heart. Ding, congratulations on hosting villain Halo 5. Ding, congratulations to the host villain +5. Sidhu Zin listened to a series of prompts from the system and felt relieved that his efforts had finally paid off. How could I be a rich second generation who oppresses people by force? I'm just telling the truth. Although you disagree with Mo Lin's classmates, you hurt my 3 good friends after all. They were seriously injured, not only physically, but more importantly mentally. Chapter 10, Destined Protagonist. La Jai said that he is beginning to have a fear of going to school. Fan Tong also said that he is afraid that you will beat him again, because a broken leg or arm is excruciatingly painful. Gao Dan also showed him the scars from your beatings. They were all bruised and black. I couldn't bear to look at them. Sidhu Zin's voice was even choked with sobs, as if he was really a good brother who could empathize with his good friend's unfortunate life experiences. When Mazu heard that this rich kid had once again tarnished her image, her face darkened. At this moment, She really wanted to throw everything at him and slap him in the face. But the protagonist is the protagonist. He can bend and stretch. In school, he still considers that he has beaten Sidu Zin's younger brother now, unlike at that time when not many people watched it, and the plot was not too serious. If you hit him in front of so many people at school, there's really no way you can get away with it. Mr. Morin, my 3 brothers are really open-minded. They said that it is not impossible to forgive you. As long as you are willing to apologize in front of them, they will not pursue your legal responsibility. You see, my brothers are generous enough. For the sake of all classmates, everyone is still too young and impulsive, so they came up with such an easy solution. Student Lin Mo, do you think it's okay? I can just apologize and withdraw the lawsuit against you. It's really very easy. He put on a serious expression and patted Lin Mo on the shoulder, as if I did something for you. My 3 brothers are very kind and just apologized. But when Lin Mo heard Sidu Zin asking him to apologize to his 3 damn brothers, he immediately roared in anger. Apologize? How am I going to apologize to those 3 losers? No way. Su Yan was relieved to hear that as long as Lin Mo took the initiative to apologize to the 3 of them, the problem would be solved and he would not be held responsible. In her opinion, Lin Mo had nothing to lose after all, unlike the windsurfers, who were all in the hospital. Everyone can take a step back and just resolve this issue. But what made her freeze in her tracks was that Maureen didn't appreciate it at all and insisted that there was no way she would apologize. She even called her classmates trash with poor quality. It was really unreasonable. Teacher Su, don't listen to this rich second generation. You can be fooled by his own words. This kid is definitely not up to good. He just wants me to go to jail. Yesterday afternoon after school, the 3 of them came to block me. They must have been instructed by Sidu Zin because he is the boss of these rubbish. They must have been instructed by Sidu Zin to provoke me, make me beat them, and frame me. Teacher Su, please believe me. I am the best in the class. Why did he fight? Lin Mo pointed his index finger at the man standing in front of him, his mouth chattering, and the expression on his face seemed to be wronged. Yuan Dixon was just startled and looked at Su Yanchuang's pretty face helplessly. At this moment, Su Yan really couldn't stand Lin Mo's dirty talk and his self-centered philosophies any longer. At the same time, she was secretly feeling regretful. She had recently seen Lin Mo, who used to be at the bottom of her class, improve to the top of the class in a midterm exam. As his head teacher, Su Yan was extremely pleased from the bottom of her heart that this boy, who used to not like to listen in class, suddenly became a dark horse, and his grades kept improving so fast. Yet it never occurred to me how, despite Maureen's intellectual progress, her personality could become something more sordid than her former taciturn self. This made Su Yan feel that if Lin Mo was proud of his progress, and because his personality had changed a lot, she would rather Lin Mo become the absent-minded one in the class. Before doing relevant academic research, you must first learn how to be a good person. Otherwise, once they enter society, a very smart bad guy can bring more harm to life than an ordinary person who is uneducated. It is better to be an average person than to be an average person all your life if you learn to be proud of your intelligence instead of being law-abiding. At least you won't break the law and end up on a path of no return. This was not what she wanted to see as Lin Mo's class teacher. Su Yan felt that she had an obligation to enlighten Lin Mo. Lin Mo is not too old now, and he may be in a rebellious period. If he is educated correctly, maybe they can help him turn things around and become a good person again. Su Yan felt that her face, which had been unable to cool down just now, felt a little relieved. Sidu Zin sat next to Su Yan, very close to them. Su Yan exuded the scent of gardenia. I don't know if it was leftover from her shower gel. He sniffed lightly, and the scent of gardenia made him relax a lot. However, when Su Yan heard Lin Mo's arrogant and overbearing words again, his face only became colder. Then he didn't know what to think. After a while, Su Yan's face unexpectedly softened again. He no longer stared at Lin Mo, but turned into the same light cloud as before. This made Sidu Zin feel a little confused. Sidu Zin released his golden eyes and stared at Su Yan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully triggering the 1% perspective function of the golden eye, and successfully peeking into the inner world of the heroine Su Yan. Great, once again successfully seeing through. The confidence in the original place is in a slight joy. Then Sidu Zin received in his mind a series of naive ideas that Su Yan had in mind, including wanting to calm down, re-educate the protagonist Lin Mo, and bring him back on the right track. Ridiculous! Su Yan, this woman has lived for more than 20 years and she is still so naive. What kind of creature is the protagonist Lin Mo? He has his heart set on the sky and will not listen to anyone's words. He will only think that you will look down on him, the hero of destiny. As for the protagonist, which country doesn't put itself at the center of the world? How can they really listen to other people's education work? Teacher Sue, you still don't understand the protagonist. The reason why I deliberately said that as long as I apologized, La Jai and the others would not give up complaining about Lin Mo is because I knew from the beginning that Lin Mo, the protagonist of the online novel who turned the tables, would never play a supporting role for a villain like his younger brother. In the original work, the idiot author asked for an apology through a tool person who was specially used by the author to slap Lin Mo in the face. If Lin Mo really did not agree to apologize and took the initiative to admit that this matter was his fault, then would the protagonist still be the real protagonist? The villain's younger brother, who was just a minor stepping stone to the three villains, has already apologized. Is this something that a loser protagonist like Lin Mo would do? If Lin Mo really admitted his mistake, he wouldn't have to play the leading role and be the destined protagonist of Mao. Chapter 11, Incarceration. Why don't you drop out of school, go home, clean up your mess, and be a loser for the rest of your life? After thinking all this through, Sidu Zin did not try to persuade Su Yan not to waste a lot of time trying to persuade Lin Mo to be a good person. Because the fundamental problem is that it is impossible to achieve success, and it is just a waste of time. Su Yan nodded to Yuan first, saying that she should not speak, and asked her to have a good talk with Lin Mosheng first. Sidu Zin just saw through her mind. Of course, he knew that Su Yan wanted to persuade Lin Mo not to continue his career. Everyone stepped back and apologized to their brother. They also wanted to educate Lin Mo about his dirty deeds. He nodded in agreement and smiled at Su Yan, indicating that he understood her meaning and would not interfere with her conversation with Lin Mo. Su Yan looked at the letter lying there and actually understood his heart. He had an even deeper impression of him. There was an inexplicable feeling between the two of them. But soon she thought of the relationship between the two of them as teacher and student, which made her, as Sidu Zin's class teacher, feel a little uneasy. Lin Mo has been looking at Su Yan, looking at her expectantly, hoping that Su Yan, this mature and beautiful woman, can discover Sidu Zin's trick and believe in herself. Unexpectedly, Su Yan had no expression at all and was still flirting with his enemy. His face turned green. From the moment he got the superpower of the Gold Seeker, he secretly made up his mind to take all the beauties she liked, including the school belle and the class teacher of the Ice Queen. They were necessities in his hands and the only things in his heart. How could he let others get their hands on them? But when Sidu Zin appeared, he had completely changed. Although he was reluctant to admit it, he had to admit that Sidu Zin's appearance was indeed 100 million points better than his. Moreover, when this kid with a big change in environment had a problem, it interrupted his hard-won opportunity to discuss with the goddess at the same table. Jing Yinmeng even went against her usual behavior and spoke for this rich second-generation leader. At that time, his heart was aching, but he was a strong man after all, and he didn't explode easily because of this. But Sidu Zin has been regarded as an enemy by Lin Mo, and he will be dealt with sooner or later and beaten to the point where his mother cannot recognize him. But when Lin Mo had the opportunity to be alone with one of his targets, the ice beauty Su Yan, it was not perfect, but it was a coincidence, wasn't it? But coincidence is that the original place believes that the rich second generation is like a tape, suddenly appearing in the office here, meddling in other people's business. What made him jealous was that even the head teacher of the iceberg beauty class was fooled by the boy's performance. Now it was in his face, his identity women and their enemies in the air. In Lin Mo's opinion, Su Yan and Sidu Zin's ordinary body movements were just for him to see. Lin Mo's face twisted when he thought of Stuart's repeated attempts to sabotage his plans and flirting with his woman in front of him. At the same time, he was somewhat dissatisfied with Su Yan, thinking that she was being unfaithful to him. When he looked at her, he couldn't help feeling a little unhappy. Ding, congratulations to Mazu for success. Ding, congratulations to the host for being recognized by the protagonist Lin Mo and wearing a hat of forgiveness. The protagonist Lin Mo's mentality continues to fluctuate. Ding, congratulations on destroying the relationship between Lin Mo and Su Yan. Ding, congratulations on the moderate plot change and the villain Halo .10. Ding, congratulations to the host for scoring 10 points for the villain. Sidu Zin listened to the familiar mechanical prompts of the system, and he felt that he was no longer numb. No way. He was feeling so happy now. He didn't expect that before he could take the initiative to do anything, Lin Mo started to imagine something. He was afraid that he might have some kind of paranoia and was liking to put a label on himself. There is no one else like him. With so many waves to harvest, it's time to see how many bad guys you have now. The Destiny Villain System. Host Citizen. Combat Power 135, Minor Internal Strength. Abnormally strong male is 100. Charm Value 110, Normal Salary 80. Villain Aura 51. Villain Points 55. Skills, Minor Success in Internal Strength, Integrated Boxing Skills, all Yan Country boxing skills in the previous life. Piano Level 8, learned in the previous life. Natural IQ, Photographic Memory. Love Saint knows how to win the favor of women. Martial Soul, Emperor Soul Body, the martial soul with the strongest combat power, the strongest endurance, and the strongest divine power in the universe. Currently in the initial stage of awakening, with no special combat power blessing. Bloodline of the Heavenly Emperor. The body contains the blood of the Heavenly Emperor. Once it completely erupts, the combat power will be enhanced to the extreme level, and the body will be immortal and indestructible. Currently in the initial awakening, no special blessing, can only increase a certain resistance and endurance. The Emperor's martial soul and Emperor's bloodline need to continue to upgrade and become stronger. You can upgrade by killing the protagonist, and other major plot changes also have a chance to upgrade. Today's Emperor's martial chi and Heavenly Emperor's bloodline level. Primary, intermediate, advanced, perfect, heavenly extreme, immortal, divine star, universe level. Gift package, 1 lucky draw available. Ding, Lin Mo's protagonist aura is detected to be 90. The host is slowly approaching it. Please continue to work hard. Ding, the system automatically detects that the protagonist Lin Mo's loyalty to you has dropped again, and is now 40, full of hatred. He has more than 51 bad guy auras, and Lin Mo has 90, so it's much easier than before. Let Lin Mo eat more times, don't let him show off. You can harvest a few waves, and when he officially starts, just think about the excitement. What kind of surprise should I give Lin Mo then? Sidu Zin sat upright on a chair, looking elegant and noble. From an angle where Su Yan could not see him, he gave a smug smile to Lin Mo, who was staring at him. Sidu Zin, you are a villain. How can you be a hero if you set a trap for me behind my back? If you have the guts, fight me openly. Lin Mo didn't expect Sidu Zin to be so arrogant and dare to provoke him in front of Su. Damn it, this is really too much. If he and Sidu Zin could be alone for some time now, he would definitely beat this trash-rich second generation who didn't stab him in the back. This guy might be trying to set me up again. He deliberately angered me and then beat me up. Sidu Zin will definitely go to the police station to find a lawyer to sue me like Gu Dan and the other brats did. No, I can't be impulsive anymore. I have to calm down and not give this guy any chance. After Lin Mo figured this out, he suppressed the urge to rush forward and almost smash Sidu Zin's face, which made him feel extremely disgusted with reality at school. However, he was still tempted by the viciousness. Oh, Lin Mo actually held back his ridicule towards me? It seems he was afraid that I would set him up again. The protagonist is indeed the protagonist. He can shrink and stretch, and even after being hit too many times by me, he can automatically protect himself. It's impossible for me, a villain, to deny it. The mental health of a person who can be the protagonist is indeed not comparable to that of ordinary people in society. He can endure being bullied by others. But what's the point of being able to endure it? You'll be in jail soon. Before Sidu Zin came to work in the office, he had already called his 3 and 2 younger brothers to ask them whether they had reported the case to the police station. Chapter 12, Treatment. Gao Dan said that he would send police here to arrest Lin Mo in person soon, and they would also come in person to identify Lin Mo. Sidu Zin felt very relieved that his younger brothers had finally stopped being useless and causing trouble for their country, and had done what they could. He praised them strongly for passing the 3 tasks, rewarded each of them with 100,000 yuan, and asked the driver Yaoj to transfer the money directly to their bank cards. Fantong, Laji, and Gayoden were surprised when they heard that the boss could be so arrogant that he could get hundreds of thousands of yuan just by reporting to the police. The 3 flatterers immediately became excited and flattered the leader in various ways. Boss is the most handsome man in the universe. He is handsome, suave, elegant, modest, and studious, a rare talent, loyal and righteous, honest and trustworthy, elegant, a bachelor, more handsome than Pan and smarter than Kong Ming, braver than Zilong, more righteous than Guan Yu, more clever than Lu Ban, shocking the world. The boss is awesome. His mind is smart and flexible. He can make decisions quickly and is invincible. Brother, you are so handsome and talented. You are the best in the world. Lin Mo is not worthy of being the boss's lackey. Lin Mo is shit. He is a disaster to this world. The boss will definitely stomp this fool to death and make him beg for mercy and call him daddy. He ignored his brother's flattery and continued to warn them not to fight Lin Mo again. Otherwise, they would never call him boss again. And if they still wanted to eat and drink, they had to listen to him. When La Jai and the others heard this, they naturally followed his orders and kept saying that they dared not and would definitely listen to the boss. If the boss told them to go east, they would never go west. If the boss told them to pick the moon, they would never pick the stars. They all started to flatter the leader like ghosts. Sidhu Zin didn't care about these idiots anymore and just hung up the phone. Now he is the only son of the Sidhu family in Magic City. Not to mention his grandfather and others, his mother Minjuexin owns such a financial capital empire with a company asset valuation of over 1 trillion. In Sidhu Zin's view, these hundreds of thousands of dollars are no different from pieces of paper. His monthly pocket money is over 10 million, and he has several personal Supreme VIP black cards. If it's not enough, he can always call his current cheap mother for more. Considering how my cheap mother has always doted on me, if I were to suffer even more, it wouldn't be a big deal if I just said this. So compared to the hundreds of thousands of dollars, which were not even a fraction of his monthly pocket money, he had no problem taking them seriously. Instead, he was worried that the 3 people he took in would stop interfering with Lin Mo, giving the loser hero Lin Mo a chance to pretend to be something he was not. Now he is the villain of the novel, and the protagonist never gets a chance to slap himself in the face. You know, if we can't let Lin Mo, the destined protagonist, grow up on his own with his protagonist halo, something will definitely change inexplicably. What needs a hero to save a beauty? He just happened to save the daughter of a big boss, and she is the heroine. Lin Mo has an invisible halo of lowering intelligence. After helping her through economic crisis management a few times, wouldn't it be easy to make the heroine fall in love with the protagonist? So in the original book, Sidhu Zin, the rich second-generation villain created by the stupid author who specifically slaps the protagonist in the face, is a stepping stone for Lin Mo to marry a beautiful and rich woman and reach the peak of his life. He would never give the protagonist any chance to take advantage of him. He must have enjoyed himself a lot with all the good things like the chance to show off, the pretty girls, the recognition from the big boss, etc. Lin Mo, the cuckolded man, will turn over and watch himself climbing the mountain. Although it has not been long since Sidhu Zin traveled through time, he was a talented boxing champion famous in the online world in his previous life, so he has some pride in himself. Become a stepping stone for those protagonists. In the end, any fiancé will be the one to put a hat on you, and your family will be broken up, and your wife and children will be separated. These disgusting things will never be allowed to happen. So he has to be a villain, and a motivated villain who will not give in to the protagonist and give the protagonist the opportunity to show off and slap him in the face. Sidhu Zin wants to hunt down all the protagonists, and step by step become a villain who is only worthy of licking his own fate. Su Yan took a deep breath and tried to relax herself. She looked at Lin Mo seriously and found that Lin Mo seemed to be emitting an aura of keep away from strangers. His face was terribly gloomy and his whole body was trembling as if he was enduring something. Su Yan followed Lin Mo's gaze and looked at Yuan Zin. He found that Yuan Zin was looking at Lin Mo as seriously as he was and did not do anything out of line. She looked back at Lin Mo in confusion, thinking that something had happened to Lin Mo. Lin Mo, what's wrong? Why are you shaking? Tell Sue and let me help you go to the school clinic. Don't keep it in your heart in case the situation gets worse. As he spoke, he began to worry. Even though Su Yan was known as an icy beauty in the grade, that was actually because no one knew her in depth, so they thought so. One of the reasons why Su Yan chose to be a teacher was that she liked caring and hoped to help those who were gradually talented but had no ambitions, hoping to lead them to a better life. The job of class teacher was something she actively requested. She hoped to have more time every day to observe and analyze these lovely children, learn more about their adolescent troubles, and try to educate and guide them correctly. When she was in class, she was cheerful every day. The one in the class seemed to be in a bad state and felt unwell. Su Yan was the first one to notice and help the one in the class. The reason why her classmates gave her the nickname, Giant Iceberg Beauty, is mainly because Su Yan is a good teacher who looks cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Everyone she helps knows that Su Yan is a good teacher. Giving her this nickname is just a common claim made by people who don't know her. Seeing that she seemed to have a physical problem, and she was Lin Mo's class teacher, Su-Yan became even more worried. She was worried that Lin Mo might have hidden dangers. She didn't know if there was something wrong with her, but now this problem would suddenly break out. Su-Yan has lived for more than 20 years, and heard from a female friend who worked in a hospital that some cancer patients had this sudden symptom. Thinking of this, Su-Yan became even more anxious. She forgot for a moment that Lin Mo had beaten Gao Dan and the others into the hospital, which was a bad thing. "Student Lin Mo, are you seriously ill? You must tell teacher Su in time. Even if it is cancer, don't hide it. Don't give up for a while. What if there is hope of success through treatment? Tell the teacher what happened to you, okay?" Chapter 13. Enough. Su-Yan's charming fox eyes were so anxious that tears were about to come out. She looked very different from her usual iceberg image and seemed so pitiful. She really thought Lin Mo must be sick. Sidu Zin held his forehead with his right hand and looked at Su-Yan, somewhat speechless. Hearing Su-Yan's words and looking at her worried expression, he knew that Su-Yan was having wild thoughts again. She thought that the way Lin Mo looked at her, and trembled with anger, meant that Lin Mo was seriously ill. Damn, another weirdo. But Sidu believed that the current Su-Yan was really cute, unlike the previous cold head teacher. He is obviously my teacher, but he has such a kind, innocent, and lovely side. Sidu Zin wanted to complain about Su-Yan, but couldn't say a word, because in his opinion, there are not many female teachers who can observe a person so carefully anytime and anywhere, and care so much about improving their physical health. In the society of the past, everyone had to plan for their own lives and work hard every day to earn money to support their families. Even a teacher was overwhelmed by the pressure of people's lives and could only arrange things according to different schools. After teaching every day, he could let his children do what they wanted. The teacher can always find out what's wrong with the student's body and can be considerate and offer help. Although Sidu Zin knew that it was not their fault, because the teachers were also very busy every day. They had their own schedules, had to teach classes every day, and then prepare lessons for the next day when they got home. But seeing Su-Yan, the senior mathematics teacher and professor, or through this woman who is the class teacher, she must have a lot of official teaching classes every day, as well as lesson preparation and arrangements. But even though she is so busy, Su-Yan is not overwhelmed by the pressure of society. She has her own persistence and protects them and takes care of her children. This really warmed Sidu Zin's heart, as he had originally felt a little unhappy that she was the heroine and the protagonist. Sidu Zin looked at Su-Yan's cold and beautiful face, and this time he engraved her appearance deeply in his heart. He patted the back of Su-Yan's hand, feeling a few beads of sweat on the back of her hand, paused, and looked at Su-Yan with encouragement. Su-Yan's hand was suddenly touched by Sidu Zin, and her face turned slightly red. She thought that Sidu Zin had hit her, and that he had ulterior motives, so she turned her head away in annoyance, her eyes wide open. But he just happened to meet Sidu Zin's eyes as deep as stars, and the encouragement in his own eyes. Su-Yan smiled, knowing that the little boy in the class was comforting her, and her worry about Lin Mo's condition could not help but relax. She wiped the back of her hand, which was slightly sweaty, with a towel, but when she felt the warmth left by Sidu Zin's big hand, her fair face turned even redder. But later, when Su-Yan thought about the boys who were younger than her coming to comfort her, she felt a little amused. Then Su-Yan smiled happily to Sidu Zin. This was the first time that Sidu Zin saw Su-Yan, this iceberg, smiling so brightly. At this moment, Su-Yan's slender and soft eyebrows curved up, which could not be seen even with the best ink and rosin. His eyes were smiling, like the waves of autumn water, which could only flow out of the icy lakes of thousands of mountains and rivers. His smile was so pure. I saw pity and a cool temperament in him, which made anyone who saw it want to be stunned. Before, Yang Gaifei looked back and smiled, but now she loves. Sidu Zin had seen many beauties in his previous life, and although there were women more beautiful than Su-Yan, he had to admit at this moment that the iceberg after Su-Yan's smile melted was so amazing. He thought about the poem in his mind, and then blurted it out. When Su-Yan heard that Sidu Zin dared to tease her so blatantly, her face turned as red as apple, and she gnashed her teeth in anger. "I'm a teacher, but this boy is so disrespectful that he even flirted with me. There's also Lin Mo next to him. How can I save face as a head teacher during this process?" Su-Yan became more and more angry the more she thought about it, and she even rolled her eyes at Sidu Zin. At the same time, my heart started pounding again, and I felt that their behavior was just like a fight between a couple. I then regretted that my behavior was too extreme, and when I thought about the relationship between teacher and student, I felt a little lost. He couldn't help but put on a cold face again and turned his head away, no longer looking at Sidhu Zin. However, when he saw that Lin Mo's condition was getting worse, his heart, which had just breathed a sigh of relief, started beating again. Sidhu Zin just smiled heartily at Su Yan's eye roll, not paying too much attention to it, and then looked at Lin Mo, and found that Lin Mo's eyes were red, looking back and forth between him and Su Yan. His face flushed red, and his fists were clenched into big sandbags, as if they were enduring some extremely painful pain. Lin Mo's face turned green. He saw with his own eyes a harem that he recognized right under his nose, holding the keys in both hands. But Su Yan was not angry at all. The smile is so brilliant and beautiful, but what made him almost collapse mentally was that this was a smile he only showed to his enemy. He sat on the chair next to Yuan Dixon, and it was heartbreaking to see Su Yan looking shy and wanting to refuse the welcome. And Su Yan, this woman, just now asked them whether they were seriously ill. How ridiculous. Ding, congratulations to the host for being able to succeed in making the heroine Su Yan release her beautiful smile to you in front of the protagonist Lin Mo, which greatly hit the protagonist Lin Mo's self-confidence as a man. Ding, congratulations to the hostess Su Yan for successfully running around for you again. Loyalty plus 10. Now 45 heart. Ding, the host's series of awesome actions have once again successfully hit the protagonist Lin Mo, destroying the love between the heroine Su Yan and Lin Mo in the novel, greatly changing the plot. The protagonist is Halo 15. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a plus 10 villain Halo. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting plus 10 villain points. The cold mechanical prompt sound of the system once again rang through Sidhu Zin's mind. This time Sidhu Zin hinted that he was used to it and was not too excited. He looked straight at Lin Mo, his face showing the same worried and sympathetic expression as Su Yan, and his voice sounded slightly anxious. Classmate Lin Mo, what Mr. Su said is right. If you have any serious illness, such as incurable cancer or something goes wrong, you must tell me. Although I have nothing, I am not short of money. As long as you tell me what disease you have, I can find the best hospital for you and let you use the most advanced medical facilities. I will definitely make you better as soon as possible. Don't hold back. Classmate Lin Mo, classmate Sidhu is right. If you are sick, you must tell me. I'm your teacher and I will definitely help you, don't worry. Banged. Enough. Lin Moteng stood up from the chair, without analyzing Su Yan's caring look for the patient. He stared at Sidhu Zin with a fierce light in his eyes. Chapter 14, Admit Mistakes. Call. Lin Mo took a deep breath, and then his expression became calm again. He looked at Su Yan expressionlessly and gave a wry smile. Mr. Su, don't worry. I just forgot to eat breakfast this morning and my stomach is a little uncomfortable. It's a minor problem. I'll be fine after a rest. Thank you too, classmate C2 Zin. I appreciate your kindness, and one day I will thank you in return. And when her eyes turned to Sidhu Zin, seeing that he seemed to be really worried about her, the anger that she had just suppressed almost burst out again. The only supporting role is Lin Mo after being ridiculed by Sidhu Zin so many times. Lin Mo has now developed a certain protective barrier in his heart. To put it bluntly, the ability to withstand stress has increased. You're welcome, classmate Lin Mo. It's great that you're not sick, but I still respectfully advise you to eat breakfast well. This is really important. I've read a lot of medical books about dietary balance, and I remember some health knowledge about dietary balance. Especially breakfast is the most important. I remember that skipping breakfast will block the compression of the gallbladder, shrink the bile and discharge it into the stomach, and hinder the digestion and absorption of food. Also, skipping breakfast for a long time will lead to excessive secretion of gastric acid, irritating the gastric mucosa and causing chronic gastritis. In addition to these symptoms, skipping breakfast may also cause the body to be in a state of hunger, causing blood sugar to drop, resulting in insufficient nutrition and energy supply to the patient's brain, affecting brain development and causing dizziness, lack of concentration, memory loss, and other symptoms. So, classmate Lin Mo, you must eat breakfast well. Once you stop eating breakfast, the medicine will stop working. Sidhu Zin supported his chin with his hands folded together. His tone was cautious, and his expression was extremely serious, making him look like he was sincerely caring about others and speaking from the heart. Haha, you really know a lot. Let it go. I won't die even if you die. Lin Mo was a little shocked. He didn't expect that Sidhu Zin actually knew medical knowledge in this area. Wu Fei then thought of this kid pretending to be a bad guy over there again. His face became gloomy. His fists were clenched so tightly that his nails seemed to dig into his flesh, but he didn't pay any attention. Ding! Congratulations to the host for showing off in front of the supporting actor Lin Mo and the heroine Su Yan with his movie Emperor-level performance, reversing the original positions of the two, making people feel happy and slightly changing the plot of the novel. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making the supporting character Lin Mo unable to use his energy and only able to act as a turtle leader, which made people applaud and cheer and weakened the arrogance of the destined protagonist. The protagonist's halo is 5. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving villain halo 5. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 villain points. Su Yan looked at Sidu Zin in surprise. She didn't expect that Sidu Zin knew so much medical knowledge. At the same time, she felt very embarrassed. She had been Sidu Zin's class teacher for more than a year, but she didn't know that he had a hobby of reading. It seemed that she was still not caring enough. I must pay more attention to my classmates now, and not be so lax anymore. But I really can't believe that Sidu Zin actually likes to read medical books. It's incredible. He often daydreams in class, and his test scores are only in the middle. I thought he was a bad boy who didn't like to read because his family is rich. Now it seems that I misunderstood him. How could Sidu Zin be a bad boy who doesn't like to study when he can read medical books and periodicals that are much more complicated than what he learned in class? Maybe it's because he needs medical knowledge and spends all day digesting and understanding these difficult and complicated knowledge that he doesn't have extra time to devote to high school textbooks. He is really a hardworking and unique good boy. He likes to read medical and health books and newspapers so much. Could it be that he wants to be a doctor in the future? It's good to be a doctor. In the future, I can treat more sick patients and help more people who are sick and in poor health. Thinking about it this way, Sidu Zin is really kind. He is just a little boy, but he has a heart that wants to help people who are suffering from illness. That's amazing. Su Yan couldn't help but look at Sidu Zin with a hint of admiration in her eyes. Although Sidu Zin is her student, Su Yan is not a conventional person. She respects all kind-hearted, responsible, motivated, life-loving, and outstanding people. Looking at Su Yan's handsome face, her eyes couldn't help but reveal a look of admiration and respect. She didn't even realize that she had gradually regarded Sidu Zin as an adult. Ding! Congratulations to the host for using the extensive medical knowledge. She has learned to help the mistress make up for it again, causing the heroine Su Yan to admire you and changing the plot of the novel. Ding! The heroine Su Yan respects you, her impression +5, and her loyalty is 50. She is in love with you. Sidu Zin listened to the system reminder in his mind and felt a pair of eyes staring at him. He was also observing Lin Mo just now, so it wasn't him. Now there were only 3 of them in the office, so it could only be Su Yan. He tilted his head and found that Su Yan was looking at him with admiration. Sidu Zin frowned slightly and activated his golden eyes towards Su Yan, but found that his ability of seeing through things was not triggered. He felt a little confused. He wondered if Su Yan had made up something in her mind again. He shook his head and ignored the inexplicable look from this silly woman. As for why I understand this medical knowledge, it was naturally learned by Sidu Zin's predecessor. He was a genius with an IQ of 220 points and a photographic memory. He easily scored full marks in every test from freshman year to college. During college, there are hundreds of majors involved, such as engineering technology, natural sciences, life sciences and medicine, social sciences and management, arts and humanities. What's more, Sidu Zin has also excelled in every amateur field, winning world honors and numerous various award certificates. For example, the Turing Award in Computer Science, the Lasker Award in Medicine, the Fields Medal and the Wolf Prize in Mathematics. His acting skills are so good that he can easily move around in front of Lin Mo and Su Yan without showing his feet, and it is also because this guy was a movie emperor in his past and made several movies. Unexpectedly, these movies were all world famous, and he won the Oscar, Emmy, and Cannes Palme d'Or. It's a pity that Sidu Zin only focuses on boxing. Otherwise, he might have monopolized half of the entertainment industry in the world. There are also many other amateur world-class awards, including the Grammy Award, the Chopin Piano Award, the Nobel Prize in Literature, the Nobel Prize in Medicine, etc. Sidu Zin even used the money he earned from the award to hire someone to build a villa, specifically to store the certificates. It's just that Sidu Zin is more interested in boxing, so every time he appears on the screen, he is more famous as a boxing champion. Relatively speaking, if people don't pay special attention to him, they will rarely know that Sidu Zin is such a genius. Therefore, in his previous life, Sidu Zin could always be said to be a perfect man. He is a legendary genius in many amateur fields. Perhaps it was because Sidu Zin was too evil that even the heaven was jealous of him, so he sent Sidu Zin to this novel world where the protagonist dominated the world, snatched the villain's supporting actress girl, and acted tough but got slapped in the face. Since you are fine, Lin Mo, can you apologize for my friend? After all, we have been classmates for such a long time and have a deep friendship. Let's take a step back and wait for my 3 friends to come over. I will mediate. As long as you, Lin Mo, admit your mistake and apologize, we can let this matter go okay. Chapter 15, Hope for the Best. Sidu Zin put forward his proposal again, in a negotiating tone, with Lin Mo in a friendly manner. Although Sidu Zin had a pleasant face, and there was nothing wrong with his tone, but to Lin Mo's ears, it sounded like Sidu Zin wanted him to apologize to his 3 younger brothers voluntarily. He wanted him to bow his head. Sidu Zin wanted to suppress him completely so that Lin Mo would not be able to raise his head when he saw him in the future. Lin Mo knew from the beginning that Gao Dan and the other 3 were Sidu Zin's younger brothers. Therefore, when Lin Mo beat them before, he wanted to slap Sidu Zin in the face directly to make him know how sharp he was and stop him from coveting Jing Yinmeng, the woman that Lin Mo had reserved in his heart a long time ago. But did Sidu Zin want me to bow my head and apologize to his younger brother? Isn't this bullying him? If I really bow down to La Jai and the others, wouldn't I be 2 generations lower than Sidu Zin, their big brother who is indifferent to them? How could Lin Mo possibly endure this? He was destined to be the supporting character, and he would counterattack in the future, crush everything, and become the king in ancient times. You can tolerate it, but I can't. Sidu Zin, do you really think I don't dare to hit you in school? I'll teach you a lesson now. Sidu Zin is a man, just fight me head on. Stop doing those shady things in secret. Lin Mo stared at Sidu Zin, pressed his hands down, lowered his horse stance, and made a starting move similar to Wing Chun in the movie. Lin Mo showed a mocking expression on his face, and hooked his finger at Sidu Zin provocatively. Hyperopia is activated. A blue light flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. Hee, Sidu Zin, you don't want me to have superpowers, right? I can see everything within 30 meters of me, and it's very clear. As long as you move, I can predict your next move. How can you, a weakling rich 2nd generation, fight with me? If it is true that I am destined to be a supporting role, even if you, Sidu Zin, are good at acting in front of others and bullying others, you are still not an ordinary person. I am a person with great fortune, born to be the king who dominates everyone. Since you have been provoking me time and time again and want to steal my woman, don't blame me for being rude. I, Lin Mo, have acquired the power of a super bodyguard. Even if you are a 2nd generation rich and have a lot of money, don't even think that I will let you go. I'll watch out. I beat you to the point of kneeling down and begging for mercy. You cried to the heaven, but it was against your will. You cried to the earth, but it was useless. Even you couldn't be recognized. Lin Mo smiled sinisterly and rushed toward Sidu Zin with big strides. At this moment, Lin Mo exuded a domineering aura, which was completely different from the image of a sickly person with a pale expression and a trembling body in the past, which made Su Yan think he was a sickly person. It seems to be very good. The body seems to have a strong explosive power in an instant. Lin Mo, calm down. Do you still want to beat up classmate Sidu? Have you forgotten that you have already severely injured the 3 classmates Gao Dan? Don't be stupid again, don't act out of loyalty. If there is anything unpleasant, can't you sit down and talk it out? Su Yan saw that Lin Mo suddenly seemed like a different person. She didn't know what happened and was still trying to persuade Lin Mo not to do it. Mr. Su, please don't meddle in business. This is a personal vendetta between me and that villain Sidu Zin. I must beat him up severely today to relieve my hatred. Lin Mo completely lost his mind and now only wanted to beat up Sidu Zin, the rich 2nd generation. Mr. Su, stop talking. Look at Lin Mo, he couldn't listen to anything at the time. He was so angry that no one could calm him down. However, Mr. Su, don't worry or be afraid. Stand behind me and be careful not to get hurt by Lin Mo. I will protect you. Just watch how I conquer Lin Mo. Sidu Zin pulled Su Yan behind him and stood up. Although Su Yan was tall and had a pair of long legs, about 170 cm, she was still a head shorter than Sidu Zin, who was 185 cm tall. Sidu Zin's body protected Su Yan's body intact, and he confronted Lin Mo in the front, which gave people a sense of security. Boom, 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 tilde. Su Yan felt as if her heart was beating violently, just like the first time she saw Sidu Zin. Her face, which was as white as ice, was now very bright. She looked at the big boy in front of her with a somewhat stupid look, who protected her like a solid city wall. Her beautiful eyes stared at the back without blinking, and her heart was already filled with something called happiness. The dim and helpless feeling in my heart towards Sidu Zin burst out again, and my crystal eyes were full of water. Ding, congratulations to the host. Your heroic back just now made the heroine Su Yan feel very safe. The heroine's loyalty to you has risen by 5 again and is now 55, secretly in love. Ding, congratulations to the host for further changing the heroine Su Yan's view of love, making her think that you are the one she is looking for. Ding, congratulations to the host for changing the plot of the heroine in the novel to admire Lin Mo and gaining 10 villain halo points. Ding, congratulations to the host for stealing the heart of Su Yan, one of the female protagonists in Lin Mo's harem in the original work, and obtaining 10 villain points. Sidu Zin listened to the unfeeling machine prompt tone that continued to come from the system. He was not overly frightened. The only thing that surprised him was that he did not expect that Su Yan would fall in love with him so quickly. Can it be considered that the heroine's favorability is only 50 to win her heart? It seems that subduing the heroine is not too difficult. Sidu was thinking sinisterly in his heart. If he could play the role of the Prince Charming in the hearts of the heroines through their hobbies and steal their hearts, how green would the protagonists' faces turn? Although this lofty ideal has not yet been realized, the protagonist Lin Mo has already become extremely embarrassed. At first, he even wanted to vent his anger by beating himself up, but what was he thinking? In his previous life, he was a boxing champion. He had awakened the martial soul and bloodline of the Emperor of Heaven. He also gained 20 to 30 years of internal strength through the Yijing Marrow cleaving technique, becoming a true internal strength master. And what about Lin Mo? Although he is indeed a supporting character in the novel, the supporting character is not invincible at the beginning. He needs to gradually slap the villains in various ways, and then continue to attract hatred for himself. He will become stronger and stronger through these hardships. When Sidu Zin traveled through time and space, and became the rich second-generation villain in the novel, he naturally would not give the protagonist a chance to grow. Although Lin Mo was able to beat more than a dozen people with his sudden emergence of super bodyguard strength, he was like an elephant compared to the world's talented boxing champion who had rich combat boxing experience. Lin Mo originally wanted to wait until the villain's aura reached a point where it could compete with the supporting character's aura before engaging you, and then kill you, a rookie, in one fell swoop. But if you wanted to die, then you can just wish for the best for yourself. Stop crying. It's just that there was no kill line at the beginning, so I can't accidentally kill you, the protagonist. In this case, I will demonstrate the grappling techniques that I learned in my previous life. Capturing is a combat technique that originated from martial arts. It uses the weaknesses of the joints, acupuncture points, and vital parts of the human body, the principle of leverage and meridian theory, and uses anti-joint actions and concentrated force to attack the opponent's weak points, causing them to have an irresistible physiological pain reaction, so as to achieve the effect of capturing the opponent by grabbing one point. Chapter 16, It's Normal to be Afraid of Death. It evolved from Chinese martial arts, which is what we call splitting tendons and breaking bones. In traditional martial arts, every school of martial arts has grappling martial arts, but these martial arts are roughly divided into two parts: Tai Chi grappling and Shaolin martial arts grappling. The main grappling techniques in Tai Chi include the 32 grappling techniques in Chen-style Tai Chi, while the Yang-style Tai Chi combines Tai Chi mentality with grappling, acupressure, and other techniques. There is a technique called Chancy grappling hand in Shaolin Kung Fu. There are 72 grappling hands, 32 small grappling hands, and 108 grappling hands. Sidu Zin looked at Lin Mo with a cruel smile, shouted loudly, clenched his fists and attacked left and right, like an eagle spreading its wings, and rushed down with his long legs at a faster speed, fighting with Lin Mo. Lin Mo was a little confused when he saw Sidu Zin actually volunteered to go down and die. Then he was horrified to find that Sidu Zin's current posture seemed to have practiced martial arts. And with Lin Mo's super bodyguard strength of 108 points at the time, he could clearly know that Sidu Zin was not pretending and was really capable. And it's very strong, very strong. When Lin Mo met Sidu Zin at this time, he had the illusion that a mouse met a tiger. Sidu Zin exuded an absolutely powerful and invincible aura. To put it bluntly, it is a dimensionality reduction attack. There is no way to win. How is it possible? Sidu Zin is obviously just a second-generation rich man. How could he be so strong? How is it possible that he is sharper than me, the son of destiny? Could it be that Sidu Zin has been hiding his strength all along? He wants to play dumb and eat the tiger. No, I can't lose. I'm the son of luck. How could I lose? Lin Mo looked at Sidu Zin, who easily resolved his offensive. His eyes were bloodshot, and he roared unwillingly. But Sidu Zin won't spoil him. You have to know that Lin Mo asked for this. He is the destined villain, the big villain who defeats all the protagonists. Sidu Zin's body and mind were free. His eyes were shining brightly, and his limbs moved extremely fast, so fast that only afterimages could be seen. Now Sidu Zin seemed to have returned to the state of his previous life as a boxing champion who was invincible on the boxing stage. Sidu Zin kicked Lin Mo in the crotch, pulled his arms, blocked him, held his wrists, entangled him slightly, entangled him heavily, held a lamp, led a sheep, crossed his legs, rolled his wrists and broke his arms, etc. He used both hands to grasp Lin Mo's limb joints, causing them to rotate inward and outward. Then he turned his hands and grasped the distal end of the opponent's limbs to twist the joints. Finally, he took a deep breath and carried Lin Mo's limbs on his back with the joints reversed and threw him out. His whole body was covered with wounds and bruises, and he looked like a dog lying on the ground. Su Yan watched all this in amazement. The look he gave Sidu Zin became even more respectful. The strong always exude their charm in an invisible way, and it is impossible to stop it. Sidu Zin hinted that he was used to it. Wow! Lin Mo suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood from the corner of his mouth and lay on the ground in a miserable state. The moment he was hit by Sidu Zin's fist, he seemed to feel that all his internal organs were displaced by Sidu Zin. Lin Mo spat out a few rotten teeth with blood in them and looked up at Sidu Zin, who was looking at him with extremely cold eyes. Lin Mo raised his eyes and lowered his head, trying not to appear too aggressive. That's right, Lin Mo was scared. He had never thought that Sidu Zin, a second-generation rich man who depended on his father for food, could actually be good at literature. Moreover, Sidu Zin's martial arts skills were even more powerful and faster than his own skills, and he could beat more than 10 people. Perhaps to be precise, Sidu Zin's civil administration can no longer be called ordinary martial arts in the secular world. Lin Mo has a deep understanding of this. Just when Sidu Zin attacked him, he had already developed his farsightedness to the extreme and could see everything within a radius of 30 meters clearly. Nothing could escape his pair of superpower eyes. With Lin Mo's abnormal foresight, even if he did not use his extraordinary skills, just relying on this pair of super-powered eyes that can clearly magnify everything within 30 meters, he can predict how long it will take for Sidu Zin to attack him from the time he is born. Although this cannot clearly predict the next possible action, the original eye can see all objects within 30 meters, which means that every detail is indirectly magnified. When a detail is reduced by 30 times, you can imagine how clear it will be. This means that within 30 meters of Lin Mo, every time Sidu Zin made a move, Lin Mo would watch his move at a distance 30 times closer, and Sidu Zin's move would be displayed again very clearly, frame by frame. For example, if Sidu Zin kicks once at a distance of 30 meters from Lin Mo can bring Sidu Zin's kicking action 30 times closer and record it in full with high-definition 4K clarity. It's scary to think about it. It varies from person to person and is affected by lighting, just like an old-fashioned camera. It is hard to say how far you can see, but the normal range for a normal person should be 1,000 meters. If a normal person stands on the ground, he can see trees and houses 1.6 kilometers away. In cloudy weather, he can see ships 10-25 kilometers away at sea level. A normal person standing on the top of a mountain can extend his vision to a range of 320 kilometers. However, as the destined protagonist in the novel, Lin Mo has farsightedness. After activating his farsightedness, his vision is much better than that of ordinary people. Lin Mo can have a clear range of 30 meters closer than normal people, so his farthest vision should be 1,000 meters x 30 times equals 30,000 meters. That is to say, if Lin Mo stood on the ground, he could see trees and houses 3.6 kilometers away. In cloudy weather, ships 30 times farther than 10-25 kilometers can be seen with the naked eye at sea level. And when he stands on the top of a high mountain, he is even more amazing, as his vision range can be expanded to perhaps 960 kilometers. A supporting role is a supporting role. Once his farsightedness kicks in, his eyesight can be so amazing that he can no longer be described as a human being. If I fight against anyone, there's no way I'll lose, right? But even Lin Mo himself thought that this was an invincible situation. He still lost to Sidu Zin and was beaten like a dead dog by Sidu Zin. His head was bleeding, his body was covered with bruises, and his mouth was swollen like two hot dogs. Lin Mo's body was shaking again, but this time it was not because of Sidu Zin's anger, but because of being beaten. His whole body was shaking violently because of the intense pain. The current Lin Mo had no way of being associated with the young man with a firm gaze, a delicate appearance, and a rogue temperament. Looking at his torn clothes, even if he was mistaken for a beggar who stole things all day and was beaten, people would believe it. I obviously have farsightedness that can shorten the distance to 30 meters, which can predict the trend of his next move through detailed observation. In addition, I have the strength of a super-worldly bodyguard who can fight more than 10 or 20 people. But how could I lose to a rich second generation? I'm a supporting actor, the beloved son of Kyan Kun. How could I possibly lose? And I lost to a supporting actor who looks like he can be manipulated at will. I'm so angry. Wait, is Sidu Zin my nemesis? When he was close to the goddess and Su Yan before, I wanted to tap the dark acupuncture points on his shoulders to gradually turn him into a waste, but some strange power in his body rebounded and broke my arm. I thought something was wrong at the time, but I didn't think much about it. I wondered if this kid was wearing some kind of protective shield. After all, his family is so rich, so it's normal for him to be afraid of death. But when I think about it, Sidu Zin has always been playing dumb and trying to gain advantage. He is very strong and extremely strong. The goddess's helper said that he touched Su Yan in front of me and asked me to admit my mistake and apologize to his younger brother. Could it be that everything was Sidu's conspiracy? It seems to be true. He wants to use these things to anger me and force me to provoke him. He will then burst out his strength and take the opportunity to trick me. I am afraid that the incident of his little brother being murdered by me, which I have always suspected, was also a trap set by him. He wants me to keep breaking the law and cut off my retreat. What a sinister intention. But there is no deep hatred between him and me. I just said a few more words to the goddess. Could it be that he wants to ruin his reputation? Sidu Zin, you have a cruel heart. How did I offend you? Ah, if I had stronger power, Lin Mo would definitely kill you. But why can his civility be so strong as a rich second generation? My power is given together with superpowers. Even if Sidu Zin is a martial arts genius, he can't be so outrageous. It's obvious that I'm the destined supporting role. How could I be defeated by a rich second generation who can be easily killed, but is just scum in my heart? Lin Mo was jealous and afraid in his heart. He was jealous that his martial arts as a protagonist was not as good as that of a rich second generation who relied on his parents. And he was afraid that Sidu Zin was simply a smiling tiger. Sidu Zin always wears a mask. In front of the goddess and Su Yan, he is acting all the time. Even if I say he is a villain, Su Yan simply doesn't believe me. What can I do? And when he was at his wit's end, he tried to provoke him, hoping that this kid would fall into the same trap that his 3 younger brothers had set for him. In turn, he would provoke him himself, trying to make Sidu Zin take the initiative to attack him, and then he would suddenly beat this kid up with his overwhelming strength. Lin Mo deliberately avoided facing Sidu Zin. He knew that he could definitely see his current appearance clearly, and this kid must be laughing at him in his heart. This guy must be a thief. Otherwise, why would he give me superpowers and send me such a powerful opponent? Isn't this just playing with him? In fact, what Lin Mo didn't know was that even if he really let Sidu Zin hit him first, his inner desire to beat Sidu Zin violently was illegal. Lin Mo usually slept in class and never listened to the political law class. He naturally thought that as long as Sidu Zini took action against him, he would have a legitimate reason to beat him up. But he didn't know at all that legitimate defense has the following requirements. For example, the first point is that the harmful act actually exists. That is, there must be no fictitious defense. For example, Lin Mo saw Sidu Zin looking at you walking towards him, and he thought Sidu Zin was going to hit him, so he hit Sidu Zin. This is not legitimate defense. The second point is that the harmful action is ongoing. That is, it is not legal to defend without orders, just like the 3 younger brothers of Sidu Zin who were beaten up by Lin Mo. Let's just ignore them. They were beaten up by Lin Mo yesterday, and the 3 of them went to beat Lin Mo up tomorrow. This is not legal defense. The third point is to have a sense of defense. There are 3 points to note. For example, Lin Mo knew that he was being harmed and might be harmed, so he took action, not consciously. In other words, if Lin Mo really wanted to beat up Sidu Zin, but Sidu Zin was about to steal from another person, then your behavior would not be considered legitimate defense. Of course, if Lin Mo didn't let others know, or he was just doing something righteous. But it was another matter if the protagonist liked to take all the credit and show off. Fighting first and playing later is the style of the destined supporting characters, and it is nothing new. Then the most important point is that the self-defense imagined by Lin Mo must not be something he deliberately planned. Even if he had previously intended to harm Sidu Zin and intentionally provoke Sidu Zin to harm him first, and then a fight would break out. There are so many reasons that cannot be considered as self-defense. Lin Mo is just taking it for granted. And even if Sidu Zin really hit him first, Lin Mo couldn't just beat him up, which is what the protagonist usually does. After Sidu Zin had a fight with Lin Mo, his clean blue school uniform was not damaged at all, and he still had that handsome face that even Lin Mo envied. He was looking at Lin Mo, who was still lying on the ground with a look of contempt. His eyes were full of contempt and disgust, as if what he saw was not a human being but a collection of garbage. Although because of the river crab beast, he controlled his own strength and deliberately used the ever-changing grappling techniques that he was good at in his previous life, he was unable to kill the so-called destined protagonist in one blow. However, there was still a huge gap between Lin Mo's strength and the internal strength that he had achieved as a martial arts master. With just one move of the 100 Changes grappling technique, he knocked down Lin Mo, a conceited man who could fight more than a dozen people, and made him his grandson. Because Lin Mo's injuries were still too severe, he was lying on the ground with his back facing up, and it was difficult for him to turn around. His hands and feet were almost useless, and he could only move forward by moving his head. Lin Mo was lying on the ground like a dead dog. At this moment, he unconsciously developed a fear of Sidu Zin. Even if he couldn't leave, he still wanted to stay away from him to get the so-called sense of security. Lin Mo's head shook, and his body bent as he crawled forward. The mode of advance of this type of crawling has changed from dog descent to maggot. Su Yan was immediately worried when she saw that Lin Mo, who was originally so arrogant, was beaten into a state that was neither human nor ghost by Sidu. She is not like Lin Mo, who is a legal novice. Su Yan studied law in college, so she is very clear about whether Sidu Zin's behavior is illegal. Even though Lin Mo was the first to attack, Sidu Zin had made him look so miserable that he didn't look like a human being, which was excessive self-defense. This is not within the scope of legal defense. If Lin Mo calls the police, Sidu Zin will probably have greater responsibility than Lin Mo. Su Yan was a good girl who even Sidu Zin praised for her ferocity. But at this moment, the first thing she thought of was not to call an ambulance for Lin Mo, but to worry whether Sidu Zin had violated the law by beating Lin Mo into such a horrible state. Will it have an impact on his life? C2 Zin, what should we do? If you break the law because of this, it will have a great negative impact on your life. Wu Tilda, it's all my fault. If you didn't want to protect me, you wouldn't have hit Lin Mo. Su Yan believed that Sidu Zin hit Lin Mo to protect herself. When she thought that it was her fault and Sidu Zin was sued, she felt really sorry. She was so anxious that she hugged her knees and cried, and from time to time she raised her head and looked at Sidu Zin on the side with tears in her eyes. Listening to Su Yan's words, Lin Mo's heart was filled with 1,000 Kaunima sounds. Even the maggots stopped moving. The pain and sorrow in his heart were almost as severe as his body, and he suddenly fell to the ground and died. Su Yan, you bitch! I am your disciple after all, and you didn't save me, but worried about this rich second generation who deserved it. Lin Mo thought of his goddess Jing Yin Meng, because he had said good things to Sidu Zin, this villain with a smiling face but a dagger before. He wondered if he would become as kind as Su Yan, one of his recognized concubines, and was also angry that his current miserable situation was even worse than that of Sidu Zin's 3 younger brothers whom he had beaten. All these seeds of suspicion took root and sprouted wildly in his mind. In an instant, too many possible horrible futures flashed through his mind. Lin Mo couldn't accept it. His mentality completely collapsed. He opened his mouth like 2 sausages and burst into tears. Not to mention that he is a supporting role, his voice is sharper than the girl's, probably because he was beaten by Sidu Zin. His vocal cords may be damaged. Compared with the soft cry of an ice beauty like Su Yan, his voice is scarily shrill. Cluck, 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 tilde. Like a rooster crowing. What? Ding, congratulations to the host. The supporting character Lin Mo has been beaten into a maggot worse than a dog by you, which has greatly changed the plot of the novel. Ding, congratulations to the host. Not only did the female protagonist Su Yan not criticize your violent beating of the supporting character Lin Mo, but she was also heartbroken by the misfortune I brought to you, which greatly changed the plot of the novel. Ding, congratulations to the host for making the supporting character Lin Mo, who was temporarily overthinking and thinking about how he was destined to be cheated in the future, unable to accept the continuous attacks, and mentally collapsed. This is seriously inconsistent with the character of the destined protagonist, and the protagonist's halo is 20. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 20 villain halo points. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 20 villain points. Ding, congratulations to the host for setting a record of defeating the supporting character's mentality in a short period of time. You have obtained a mysterious gift package. It has been placed in the system's gift package space. Please check it. Hearing these wonderful machine prompts again, Sidhu Zin was slightly excited and secretly contacted the system in his mind. Fated Villain System, open the system panel. The Destiny Villain System. Host Sidhu Zin. Combat Power, 135, minor internal strength. Abnormally strong male is 100. Charm Value, 110, normal salary 80. Villain Aura, 81. Villain Points, 60. Skills, minor success in internal strength, integrated boxing skills, all Yan country boxing skills in the previous life. Piano level 8, learned in the previous life. Natural IQ, photographic memory. Love Saint knows how to win the favor of women. Martial Soul, Emperor Soul Body, the martial soul with the strongest combat power, the strongest endurance, and the strongest divine power in the universe. Currently in the initial stage of awakening, without any special combat power blessing. Waiting to hunt down supporting characters to upgrade. Bloodline of the Heavenly Emperor. The blood of the Heavenly Emperor is stored in the body. Once it is fully released, the combat power will be enhanced to the extreme level, and the body will be immortal and indestructible. Currently in the initial stage of awakening, no additional blessing can only increase a certain resistance and endurance, waiting to be upgraded by hunting the protagonist. The Emperor's martial soul and Emperor's bloodline need to continue to upgrade and become stronger. You can upgrade by killing the protagonist, and other major plot changes also have a chance to upgrade. At present, the level of the Emperor's martial spirit and bloodline is low level, intermediate level, high level, perfect level, ultimate level, immortal level, god level, galaxy level, universe level. Gift package, 1 lucky draw optional, secret gift package. Ding, Lin Mo's supporting role aura is detected to be 45, gradually weakening. The host can suppress him from the side without being affected by the luck of heaven and earth. Ding, the system actively detects that the supporting character Lin Mo's loyalty to you has dropped again, and is now 55, resentment and jealousy. The aura of the villain has actually surpassed that of the supporting role. I can even play a supporting role from the side, not bad. I used to wonder if I really played a supporting role, would I be affected by the power of destiny that is unclear but real in this world because Lin Mo is the destined protagonist. For example, if a few foolish extras provoke the protagonist or threaten his family, then these people who are specially arranged by the author to slap the protagonist in the face may be injured for some inexplicable reason, suddenly get cancer, be on the verge of death, be suddenly cheated on by someone, and get so angry that a blood vessel bursts. Or they may choke to death while drinking water, or even worse. They may be alive and well the day before and suddenly die of a heart attack the next day, etc., and be affected by the luck and fortune attached to the protagonist's halo, and suddenly become crippled by bad luck. Now the villain's halo is more than half of the supporting role's halo. I don't have to worry about being affected by the destiny. Sidhu Zin learned that he would not be affected by the destined protagonist's halo. He felt more confident in hunting down Lin Mo, the protagonist. River crab beasts are really annoying. If Lin Mo didn't have this protective shield, I could suppress him with a flip of my hand and take his life if I let go. Who would allow such a person who wants to show off and slap others in the face at any time to exist in this world? Shouldn't the villain completely crush the supporting characters? I will smash all the supporting characters' Halo level 3 helmets and turn them all into waste and use them as tools. I will become the destined villain, hunt down all the protagonists and trample them under my feet. Oh, what's more, after beating Lin Mo like a dog and destroying the mentality of this damn destined supporting role, the system actually rewarded me with a mysterious gift package. It's really good. Sidhu Zin silently praised the system in his heart. Ding, the host is rewarding the Fate Villain system. The system also senses the host's determination to become a qualified Fate Villain. The system is very pleased and specially rewards the protagonist with a lottery. The Destiny Villain system is awesome. I haven't drawn a lottery for a long time. This time there are 2 lottery spaces in the gift package space, and there is also a secret gift package. I have to stop the supporting role from pretending to be cool, slapping the heroine, and so on. I've been working hard for so long. It's time to draw a lottery, open the gift package, and reward myself. Sidhu Zin contacted the system in his mind and opened the system panel. Let's open a secret gift package first. I don't know what will come out. The unknown is always waiting. Sidhu was confident and excited as he used his mind to click to open the gift package. Ding, the secret gift pack is closing. Please wait tilde. Ding, congratulations to the host, the European emperor, for being possessed again. His fate is off the charts, and he has opened the evil medical skills of the evil doctor, Red. The levels of the gift package are divided into red, orange, red, gold, and brick and stone. Great, I didn't expect that not long after the last time the European emperor possessed me, and used his internal energy to a small degree. He would be possessed by the European emperor again. Could it be that the villain's aura is also blessed by good fortune? System, isn't good fortune something that only belongs to supporting characters? Can a villain like me also have it? Sidhu Zin touched his chin, feeling a little confused and couldn't help asking. Ding, host, your idea is already 80% correct. You may be possessed by the Emperor of Europe, which is indeed related to the aura of the villain. However, unlike the destiny of the protagonist, as a villain, your destiny is called Black Destiny. The host's previous colorful luck was too small, and was crushed by the fateful luck brought by the supporting role's halo, so it was unable to provide the host with special luck blessings. The colored luck will continue to rise in many ways, such as snatching the opportunity of the supporting role, preventing the supporting role from pretending to be a big shot, changing the plot of the novel, adding villain points, etc. As the black luck increases, you will become more and more fortunate. When the black luck reaches a certain level, you can enjoy all the treatment unique to the destined protagonist. For example, every time the supporting character survives a catastrophe, he will be rewarded with good fortune in the future. The supporting character can easily win the heart of the female protagonist by flirting with her, and the protagonist can easily pick up treasures and meet beautiful women when he goes out, etc. There is nothing you can't imagine for the host, and nothing the supporting characters can't encounter. Damn it, being a destined supporting role is good. I am God's son. I have the aura of a supporting role and can receive a series of incredible special treatments anytime and anywhere. I am simply not a human being. It's just that now I can enjoy the rewards of being a supporting role given by God. Hey tilde, I've finally got more balanced after being bothered by the protagonist's halo. Sidhu Zin showed a slightly happy expression on his face. Knowing that the colorful luck could match the luck of the protagonist, he felt relieved physically and mentally. At the same time, he clenched his fists slightly and became more determined for the glorious mission of hunting down the protagonist. He looked at the long description of the extremely evil medical skills, Red, that he prescribed. The evil doctor's medical skills are the lifelong learning of the ancient evil god Mudu. The descendants of the evil doctor can identify the patient's symptoms at a glance and prescribe the right medicine to quickly find a solution. It can be upgraded. As the host's villain aura improves, the evil doctor's medical skills are improved to the extreme, and you can become the legendary evil god and inherit the evil god's magic. Note, the evil god Mudu is an ancient god and demon who has destroyed the three realms. His power is so strong that it circulates freely and is immortal. The cycle of floating, immortal, isn't this the same invincibility as when my heavenly Emperor Martial's spirit is upgraded to the extreme? It's so amazing. If I can simultaneously upgrade the evil god's medical skills and the heavenly Emperor Martial's spirit and heavenly Emperor bloodline to the strongest, it will be something that makes people's blood boil just thinking about it. When Sidhu Zin thought of this, his idea of harvesting supporting roles was further advanced. He slightly suppressed this comforting thought, calmed down for a moment, and turned his attention to the remaining two draws. Sidhu Ziniu thought about it carefully in his mind, and found that the prizes appearing on the system lottery panel were not clearly listed. Instead, I saw the lottery wheel was divided into 5 equal parts. The 5 roulette areas are the first prize, second prize, third prize, fourth prize, and the unlucky person who always appears in the lottery and has not won the prize. The European emperor has just been possessed by the evil god's medical skills. Let's see what can be extracted now. System, draw the lottery right now. Ding, lottery draw tilde. Crash, crash. Sidhu Zin listened to the system lottery roulette, and the sound of the retracted machine spinning rapidly slowly came. As time passed, the roulette wheel went from being fast at the beginning to being slow, and the first draw finally stopped at the third prize pool area. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the favorability card. Spring Feelings, that increases your favorability by 30 points. You can initiate this card to any woman, regardless of her starting loyalty level to you, and your loyalty will be immediately increased to 30 Spring Feelings status. This card can only be used once and will become invalid after use. Ding, the system is reminding you that the effect will be automatically triggered as long as the favorability card touches the designated woman. Special reminder that this video is only effective for women. Sidhu implied that he is a pure straight man, the kind that cannot be turned into a gay, and this part of his profile is redundant. Sidhu looked at the extra card in his right hand, which was inlaid with gold and flashed a vague red tone, and was somewhat speechless. This card could actually be the third prize, which was really useless. With my 110-point peerless divine face and the naturally friendly temperament added by the Emperor's martial spirit, it's hard for any girl to dislike me, right? Even if a girl doesn't care about appearance, I can still find other ways to win her heart, such as pretending to be a hero saving a beautiful woman, giving money, giving bags, comparing with many people, etc. Oh, forget it, it's better to have something than nothing. At the beginning, Su Yan's loyalty to me was 55, secretly in love with her, and I could get her with a few more waves of favorability. As for Jing Yinmeng, she seems to have a masochistic physique, and this girl caused my family to be destroyed in my previous life. I can't just go to her and stick to her and be a bootlicker of the rich second generation of my predecessor, right? Thinking of the predecessor in the novel who flattered him but was betrayed by Jing Yinmeng in the end and colluded with the supporting character, causing the supporting character to have such a tragic ending. He disliked Jing Yinmeng in his heart. However, it was still okay to make use of her and use her as a tool after getting her, or do RBQ or something. I must let this girl Jing Yinmeng have a taste of what it feels like to kneel down and lick my ass, and have her family collapse. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to relieve the hatred in my heart. As for this favorability card, use it on the new heroine when the time comes. My luck is not working anymore. I just won the third prize. I can't draw again. If I draw again, I might have bad luck. After all, the system said that I have colorful luck and won't be affected by the luck of the supporting role. But the system might also cheat me. I can't waste this opportunity. I'll choose a time to draw next time. System, you have really strong defense, and you are really a dog. Sidhu exited the system panel. In fact, although Sidhu seemed to have stayed in the system panel for a long time, all that happened was only a few minutes. He didn't even look at Lin Mo, who was crying like a dead dog on the ground with a broken heart, and looked at Su Yan, who was looking at him with tears in her eyes. Sidhu patted Su Yan's shoulder and said softly, "Mr. Su, don't worry. Lin Mo just went crazy and wanted to attack me. Originally, this was my own problem, but you were beside me and Lin Mo's emotions were out of control. If I didn't try my best to attack, not only would I be beaten by him, I'm afraid even you, the teacher, would be injured. Fortunately, I have practiced grappling for 8 years, so I can stop him to some extent. Otherwise, the consequences would be really disastrous." But Lin Mo's civil skills are only those of an outsider after all. I didn't expect him to be so weak. When I used my grappling skills, I injured Lin Mo so badly. Although it was Lin Mo who wanted to attack me first, I was afraid that seeing Lin Mo's injuries would be seen as excessive defense. But since things have already happened, there is no way to change them. But I don't regret it. If it happens again, I will still protect you, Teacher Su. Everyone has their own share of responsibility. Mr. Su, please let it go. This is all my fault. I won't drag you down. Sidhu moved closer and looked into Su Yan's eyes with a straight look without any evil thoughts. With his hands on Su Yan's shoulders, Sidhu and Su Yan were too close to each other, so he took a light sniff and was instantly filled with the sweet lemon scent of Su Yan. He placed his hands on Su Yan's two nervous shoulders, feeling the softness of her body, and his heart was moved. However, he soon became indifferent, but his eyes never left Su Yan. "See, Sidhu, you are such a fool. How can you talk like that?" Crystal clear tears as big as beads flowed continuously along Su Yan's eyes, whose gums were already red from crying. She now seemed to have forgotten her own identity and the difference between men and women. She held the big hands with her tender little hands and looked directly at the boy in front of her with a choked voice. "Sidhu, I know you didn't mean to beat Lin Mo like this. I know you just wanted to protect me, so you were so energetic. It's all my fault that I was by your side before, and you took my safety into consideration, so you beat Lin Mo and only slightly injured him. You don't have to bear this responsibility alone. I will help you explain. You are a vicious boy. It was for me that I put you in this situation. But if you forgive me, I will stand by your side in this matter. then I will say that you only took action to protect me. So please promise me that if we are held responsible for this matter, we will bear the responsibility together." Su-Yan reached out her hand to wipe away her tears. She lowered her head and muttered a few words. A few strands of hair on the back of her head hung slickly on her mouth, which matched her pitiful and well-behaved appearance, making her look delicate and naive. "Humph, idiot, it's nothing but handsome." Although Su-Yan spoke very softly, Sidu-Zin was so close to Su-Yan that anyone who was not deaf would be able to hear clearly. It's just that Sidu-Zin didn't take Su-Yan's hypocritical words to heart. His eyes became very profound as he looked at Su-Yan, watching her change from an iceberg beauty to a lamb ready to be picked at will. I just acted out 2 scenes. In the first scene, I pretended to be the problem student in Su-Yan's eyes. That is, the protagonist Lin Mo, so that Su-Yan could see that he kept intervening in the matter of Lin Mo beating up his younger brother, and made it clear to Su-Yan that I had stepped in to make Lin Mo reconcile with Gao Dan and the others. And the best result I had achieved was that Lin Mo only needed to apologize and make amends to make the matter go away. When Su-Yan first heard that this vile student beating could be resolved by making an apology, she knew that this was all Sidu-Zin's credit. This not only helped Lin Mo, the abuser, but also helped her as the head teacher, reducing her workload and not having to worry about how to resolve the matter anytime and anywhere. Undoubtedly, Sidu-Zin's initial solution was the best of both worlds for both Lin Mo and Su-Yan. Therefore, when Sidu-Zin said that he and Gao Dan and the other 3 had reached a compromise and won such a good solution that as long as Lin Mo apologized, they would let it go and withdraw the appeal, and combined with the charm he exuded, Su-Yan's impression of Sidu-Zin was already labeled as handsome, helpful, and kind. However, Su-Yan never expected that Lin Mo, the biggest perpetrator, did not thank Sidu-Zin for his help at the first time, but directly rejected it. Su-Yan, who already had several years of teaching experience, was really puzzled. Su-Yan compared the 2 students in the same class and found that Lin Mo was far inferior to Sidu-Zin. Even though she was a teacher, and even though she said that all students were equal, she was still not optimistic about Lin Mo, who was stubborn and showed his emotions easily. As for Sidu-Zin, although the age difference between the 2 is not that big, the difference is very obvious when the 2 are compared. In Su-Yan's opinion, Lin Mo was the kind of person who didn't know how to appreciate the opportunity given to him by others, and even curse it at his own classmates. Sidu-Zin is a helpful, hardworking, and kind person who likes to serve others with practical actions. Another point is that Sidu-Zin is not only kind-hearted, but also handsome. The image of a handsome and open-minded boy with a noble personality became a seed that was deeply engraved in Su-Yan's heart and slowly took root and sprouted. Su-Yan probably also discovered that she had developed an incomprehensible feeling towards Sidu-Zin. She also knew that she was the teacher and he was her own. With her many years of compulsory education, she had already understood in her heart that there was no possibility between teacher and student. Therefore, Su-Yan regarded Sidu-Zin as a hope and just watched without asking. She was already an adult and could distinguish the consequences of things, so she chose to avoid this abnormal love. But the seeds have been planted, and they will eventually bear fruit. Su-Yan can bear it, but she can't stop Sidu-Zin from attacking. Therefore, Sidu-Zin's second step was to stage a drama of a romantic hero, saving a beautiful girl. The statement that he accidentally hit too hard and beat Lin Mo into a maggot was of course fabricated by him. Lin Mo not only beat his younger brother in the past, but also coveted Jing Yin-Meng many times. Although he disliked Jing Yin-Meng, the girl who was the end of the family of the rich second-generation licker, he finally wanted to turn Jing Yin-Meng into a pure tool. That is his thing. How can Lin Mo, the bulldozer protagonist who turns loser into a counter-attacker in the novel, be flirted with at will? Therefore, he controlled his strength to a level that would not kill Lin Mo, and when he failed in front of Su-Yan, he had actually used the maximum force that Lin Mo could withstand. As a supporting role, Lin Mo would naturally be completely beaten to a pulp by Sidu-Zin, who was already in the atmosphere, and he lay on the ground like a happy dog. It was simply that Sidu-Zin used his charm, the dozens of loyalty points he had gained, and his best-in-class acting skills to make Su-Yan believe that Sidu-Zin accidentally beat Lin Mo to the point of paralysis in order to protect himself. Sidu-Zin thinks that these combinations together can actually be called a halo of reduced intelligence to a certain extent. It's just that they are not as amazing as the supporting characters, who can instantly make the villains hate and draw hatred, and then slap them in the face and act so exaggerated. It's just that Sidu-Zin's peak appearance in front of beautiful women has already lowered the resistance of some women and quickly increased their favorability. He knew that Su Yan's feelings towards him were at a critical juncture. Either they continued to be teacher and student with regrets, or they broke the barriers of the teacher-student relationship. Otherwise, there would never be any clear results. You can't grow if you only pay attention to the protagonist without taking the initiative. Su Yan felt a burning gaze. She raised her drooping little head and found that Sidu Zin was staring at her with intense and affectionate eyes. His deep black eyes were full of damn possessiveness. Bang, bang, banged. Su Yan's heart was beating very fast, and her face was red as if she had drunk fake wine, and she felt unreal drunk. She lowered her head, not daring to look into Sidu Zin's burning eyes again. At the same time, she was delighted to learn that the person she liked was also obsessed with her. What should I do? Why is he looking at me like that? Could it be that Sidu Zin treats me the same way I treat him? So passionate, so fatally attractive. If he wants to confess, should I agree? Just as she was daydreaming, she suddenly remembered the unbreakable relationship between herself and Sidu Zin, and the shy and excited expression on her face slowly dimmed again. But at this moment, she suddenly felt a warm, big hand on her face, gently wiping the tears from her eyes. Don't cry, beautiful Su. If you keep crying, you'll turn into a kitten, and that won't look good. Ah, don't be so gentle to me, I can't bear it. Wu Tilda you, why do you say that to me? Sidu Zin, there's no way between us. You must not have such strange ideas and have any ideas about me. She supported herself, slightly struggled to break free from Sidu Zin's warm palm, turned her back, and didn't want Sidu Zin to see her expression at this moment. Su Yan herself had never thought that she would have such inappropriate feelings. Obviously, she had thought that Sidu Zin was willful and just looked at Jing Yin Meng instead of listening to her seriously. Chapter 17, No Outsiders. But when Su Yan saw Sidu Zin at that time, she found that she seemed to be paying more and more attention to him. When she looked at Sidu Zin's face, she couldn't help but think that it would be great if she could see him every day. Su Yan denied from the bottom of her heart that I like Sidu Zin because I like handsome guys. He thought that I like him because she found Zin who shines with human charm in the original place. At this time, her impression of Sidu Zin was that he was a kind-hearted boy who could put himself in other people's shoes and think about others. Although he knew that Lin Mo had beaten his 3 companions and was still nervous because of the injury, Sidu Zin, the indifferent companion, must be very sad. However, Sidu Zin was still willing to give Lin Mo a chance to make amends. It is obvious that Sidu Zin may or may not do anything, which will lead the 3 injured people to sue Lin Mo for intentional injury and threatening other people's lives, putting Lin Mo in the situation of breaking the law and committing a crime. But when she heard Sidu Xing himself say that he had consulted the 3 patients who were slightly injured by Lin Mo, as long as Lin Mo could compensate her 3 companions, they could revoke the power of attorney against Lin Mo. Such a kind and tolerant boy. Although it was obvious that Lin Mo was a man of impetuous character, ruthless, and the culprit who cut off the hands and feet of his 3 younger brothers, Sidu Zin was willing to do his best to win a chance for him to be forgiven. It can be imagined that Sidu Xingxin has a great love and a broad mind, and he goes against his own will to correct the sins of others. And not only that, he is also a person who likes to protect others. Knowing the circumstances of Lin Mo's death, he was able to stand in front of him and use his body to resist Lin Mo's violence. How kind and brave is a person who does not want others to be hurt, even if it means hurting himself against his will. All these actions of Sidu Zin pretending to be the Virgin Mary, and the villain in front of Su Yan had already melted her heart. It must be because I find that Stu's new body shines with fierce, helpful, and bold personality charm, and I will like him. Sidu Zin knows how to make sandwiches, so he might be able to easily subdue Lin Mo, this impulsive and reckless bad boy. Although he is fierce in temperament but sympathetic to others, he has a good physical health and can make himself feel insecure when encountering danger. It's hard for a guy like this to trust anyone, right? At first, Su Yan was troubled by her inappropriate and unacceptable love for Sidu Zin. Su Yan was always afraid that Sidu Zin would find out that I had changed his feelings and was away from her. This made her feel very scared, fearing that if the truth was exposed, Sidu Zin would look down on her. However, what made her happy was that Sidu Zin unexpectedly fell in love with her inexplicably, and her first reaction when she learned about this was surprise. At the same time, I also feel truly happy that the person I like also likes me. But a little cold, a little quiet, she was oppressed by a heavy sense of morality, because there is an age gap between them, and being together is unacceptable. If I force myself to be with Sidhu Zin, and he is so cruel, will he be sad to hear those rumors that hurt him? I don't want this to happen. Even if they didn't care, would Stuart's new parents approve of me? Su Yan knew that Sidhu's new family was extremely wealthy and powerful, while my family was not rich. However, if the boss Tu family was afraid of an expanding family that had just shown the tip of the iceberg, it would be like an ant facing an elephant, and the two families were not a good match. I used to be 24 years old. My status, age, and family power were not good enough for him. Even if his parents approved, my being with him would affect his life path. This hurt him. What should I do? Besides, did Sidhu Zin always dislike the girl named Jing Yinmeng? Although it is not clear what happened between them, I always feel that the relationship between Sidhu Zin and someone is definitely extraordinary. After all, she saw it. But Sidhu Zin has always been concerned about Jing Yinmeng's work and often likes to see her. Although she doesn't know why Jing treats Sidhu Zin, a kind and excellent boy, so badly, how can the relationship be so simple? If all my arms were cut off, and I was with Stuhin, that scene would not be hurt because of my dream, and I would not become the most annoying third party in those movies and TV series who abandoned other people's love. Thinking of all the work, the tears that had just stopped in Sue's eyes began to well up again, and her beautiful eyes, which were originally slightly red, became a little red and swollen. The beautiful, cold beauty shed tears. Such a pitiful scene would make anyone who saw it in the city want to comfort her involuntarily. Sidhu Zin looked at Su Yan's tears, which had stopped, and suddenly burst into tears again. As the self-proclaimed saint, Sidhu Zin couldn't help but feel helpless. This girl is so fickle, my love is stumped. If I said I didn't like her, she would cry. But when I first hinted that I wanted to be with her, she still cried. What on earth is going on? I don't understand. System, give me the golden eyes. Ding, the host's colored luck will take effect, and luck will soar. Success can trigger a golden eyes ability to see through the network. Sidhu let out a new, heartfelt exhalation, a thumbs up for the luck of the color. He cast his golden eyes on Su Yan, and all the thoughts that Su Yan had just had in his mind instantly reappeared in his mind. Sidhu's new fantasy disappeared, and his heart was filled with joy. Haha, Su Yan's daughter is really stupid and hateful. It turns out that Su Yan is just jealous of him and Jing Yinmeng. It's just that Su Yan would never have thought that her hobbies and the image of a saint during this period were all pretended by him. She couldn't have planned from the beginning to take not only her boat, but also boats 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and so on. After all, there are so many protagonists. How could the female protagonist be missing? Although it's not easy for him to like Jing Yinmeng, because she has the blood of Phoenix culture, which is precious. And she also has the physique of an abused child to be developed. She is a superior RBQ, so even if he doesn't like her, he has to accept her as a target. Besides, I'm not a real saint who has really devoted myself to the cause. He is a big bad guy. He wants to take away all the opportunities of those destined supporting roles, so that they no longer have to pretend to be strong and give them the appearance of understanding. He wants to torture all the supporting roles into crying and lying on the ground in shock from the beginning. How could you have such an idea? Lin Mo is still in the office. This is still an office, thanks to Lin Mo's previous relief aura. Now he has the opportunity to be alone in the office with Su without outsiders. Chapter 18, Brainless. Of course, Lin Mo was nothing in his eyes before. Sidhu Zin exuded an aura of strength, confidence, and courage that could not be refused. He kicked Lin Mo, who was blocking the way between him and Su Yan, away and slowly approached. He grabbed Su Yan with his big hands and pulled her softer body with the scent of gardenia into his arms, with his hands tightly wrapped around Su Yan's slender waist. Su Yan was surprised and widened her eyes. She didn't expect him to be so bold and brave. I lost my arm and I'm still in the office, no matter what. What does he want me to do? Su Yan's little head was pressed against Sidhu Zin's chest. He felt the burning sensation below, as well as Sidhu Zin's unique sense of security. An unusual blush appeared on his cheeks, and he lowered his head shyly like a chicken. Sister Su, I fell in love with you at first sight. Do you like me too? You really don't have to worry now. I have really been very good to you, and you promised to be my girlfriend. I really like you. You don't have to doubt it, said Sidhu, and she opened her mouth without hesitation. Su Yan did not use words this time, but buried her skull in her new arms in the original place. She was silent for a while, and Su Yan finally nodded gently. Lin Mo gradually woke up from his shock, and just in time he heard Sidhu Zin actually hugging Su Yan in the office in front of him, and bravely analyzing Su Yan with dirty words. His depressed heart, which had been hit by Sidhu Zin, was hit hard again. Lin Mo lived in Bengbu again, and his mentality exploded again. He never thought of letting go of Su Yan, who had once believed to be my girl, not to mention Sidu Zin's shamelessness. Su Yan also put in the generosity of a benefactor in front of me. Wow, what do you think of this pair of bitches? How dare they do this to my face? Sidu Zin, if you have the ability, kill me. Otherwise, I Lin Mo swear that when I become stronger, I will kill you myself. You are a shameless villain. I at you. Sidu Zin, how can I live my life if you cheat on me? His face was wild, and he was shouting insults. Ding, congratulations to the host of law, Su Yan, for reaching 80, infatuated and regretless in your loyalty. After losing the heart of the first woman, no matter what you do to her now, she will try to forgive you and will not betray you. Ding, congratulations to the host for falling in love with the heroine Su Yangxiu in front of the male supporting role Lin Mo. He deceived the male supporting role Lin Mo, causing the male supporting role Lin Mo's injured heart to burst again. This greatly changed the halo of the male supporting role in the novel plot. Ding, congratulations to the host for having the villain aura +10. Ding, congratulations to the host +10. Lin Mo's supporting role aura has weakened again, and my villain aura has also increased a lot. Let's see if I can reach 100 and open a villain mall. Specify the villain system, open the system panel. The Destiny villain system. Host Citizen. Combat power, 135, minor internal strength. Abnormally strong male is 100. Charisma, 110, average salary, 80. Villain aura, 91. Villain points, 70. Skills, Anari internal strength, Rongyuan boxing, ancient martial arts, piano level 8, ancient martial arts. Natural intelligence, photographic memory. Lover, I know how to win a woman's heart. Martial soul, soul of the Emperor of Heaven, the soul with the strongest combat power, the strongest endurance, and the strongest divine power in the universe. Now in the early stages of awakening, no additional combat power blessing. Improvement of the hunting supporting role. Blood of the Emperor of Heaven. Once the blood of the Emperor of Heaven is stored in the body and is completely generated, the combat power will be enhanced to the extreme, and the body will be immortal. Now, in the early stage of consciousness, there is no additional blessing. It can only increase a certain resistance and endurance. Wait for the protagonist to be hunted and upgraded. The Emperor's soul and bloodline need to be upgraded. You can also upgrade other major plot changes by killing the protagonist. At present, the level of the relationship between the Emperor's martial spirit and the Emperor's bloodline. Low level, intermediate level, accounting level, high level, perfect level, heaven level, ultimate level, immortal level, God level, galaxy level, universe level. Gift pack lucky draw existing. Ding, Lin Mo's supporting role aura is detected to be 25. The fate is gradually shifting. The host cell can be suppressed from the side. But if it is not weakened to 0, there may be a certain risk of killing the supporting role, which will trigger the river crab beast to descend and wipe out the host. Ding, the system proactively detected that the supporting actor Lin Mo's loyalty to you has dropped again. He is now 65 years old. I can't wait to eat the master's flesh. I want to stab the host to death at any time. I am very angry. Sidu Zin looked at the villain aura on the system panel, which was as high as 91, and was slightly excited, because as long as he reached the system's 100, he could open the system mall. The system said before that there is everything in the mall. I really want to know if there is everything in the mall. It is only a matter of time to harvest Lin Mo, and it will open sooner or later. Sidu Zin looked at Su Yan, who was still lying in his arms, and pinched her face affectionately with his palm. Su Yan trembled involuntarily for a while. Sidu Zin smiled and said that Su Yan's head leaned on his chest, so that he could not see his expression at the moment. Sidu Zin looked at Lin Mo lying on the ground. At this moment, he was still helpless because of his broken limbs. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at his roaring hammer. Slut, adulterer, fornicator, villain, damned rich kid, blasphemy. If Sidu Zin didn't know that Lin Mo was truly the destined son, he would definitely think he was a lunatic. When Stassen saw all this for the first time, Lin Mo was still feeling proud of being treated as a dark horse because of the initial deception of his eyes, and even winked at himself in front of the king's dream, using all kinds of provocative ways to not be too arrogant. But even Sidu Zindu did not expect that, although Lin Mo was a supporting role, his heart was extremely fragile. He thought that just because he had flirted with Jing Yinmeng and Su Yan in front of him a few times, his supporting role halo had dropped by half, and he began to roar angrily. Later, When the teacher broke his legs, he just hugged Su Yan in front of him, and he had not done anything more exciting and extraordinary 404 good things. Lin Mo's mind exploded again, and it was obvious that his mind was fragile. He used to think that Lin Mo was very tolerant, but the truth was that Lin Mo was probably just pretending to be strong. But Sidu Zin thought about it, and quickly searched for the various protagonists of novels that his previous life remembered with his photographic memory and super memory. And soon, he really found the reason that matched Lin Mo's fragile personality. Like Lin Mo, he is a loser who turns into a supporting character with an unruly temperament. Together, they use superpowers such as Lin Mo's lost gold prospector and farsightedness to slap various villains in the face and make more and more money. Since the author himself likes to write bulldozer-style supporting characters the most, the harem of a supporting character must be large, and it must be the kind that can be developed without any brains all the way. Chapter 19, the tip of the iceberg. Then the halo of the supporting role and the halo of witchcraft will come into play again. Whenever a sand sculpture writer writes a novel and encounters a heroine who is threatened by masked men, kidnappers, and others, and her life is threatened, Mazu will rely on the powerful halo of the supporting role to happen to encounter such an opportunity that the hero can save the life, and then rely on the protagonist's strong and unyielding character to protect the heroine, leaving a deep impression on the heroine and slowly falling in love with this cruel and boundless thing. However, the key point is that at the beginning, just like Lin Mo's Daiosi counterattack, a brainless and invincible bulldozer rushed towards Sidu Zin, and the latter passed through. This senior has read several novels, is familiar with the brainless and refreshing literary routines, and has also obtained the fate villain system that can be strengthened by hunting and plundering supporting characters. How can Lin Mo, the protagonist of Daiosi counterattack, live with him? Sidu Zin has realized that the most important thing about losers like Lin Mo is their ability. However, Lin Mo's superpowers are just right, and there is no result for him. For example, a gold prospector can only identify the true and false value of antiques by constantly touching them. Even if Sidu Zin lets Lin Mo jump for a while, Lin Mo's value still exceeds Sidu Zin. Sidu Zin is the only son of the Sidu family. His mother, Ming Yuxin, is from a wealthy family that has been expanding since the Shang dynasty. They have built a trading empire in the Magic City with assets exceeding $1 trillion. What is a trillion? There isn't a lot of vibration on the surface, so you'll understand when I explain it to you. The market value of the well-known Apple mobile phone company is only $1 trillion. The total value of global fashion properties is 2.4 trillion. The mysterious Zango country has a total annual GDP of $2.6 trillion. The total market value of the top 20 internet companies in the world is only $3 trillion. The debt of global households and workers is $63 trillion. The world's GDP is $75.6 trillion. The wealth of the world's richest 1% is $127 trillion. From the above data, some people may say 1 trillion is really not a lot, but everyone should know that the GDP of a country is only $2.6 trillion. If you have $1 trillion, you are rich. If you still think that is not shocking enough, let's talk about how much wealth the world has received. You will know what shock is. This feeling is no less than the comparison between the solar system and the universe. Note that wealthy residential land accounts for more than 70% of the total value, with a cost of 16 trillion. Commercial land accounts for 13%, with a price of 29 trillion. The second is arable land, accounting for 12%, with a cost of 26 trillion. The total value of the wealthy real estate market is $217 trillion. If we add it, the estimated and the time it takes for you to spend 1 trillion is also extremely terrifying, such as the 17-year-old Adam FGO player smiling and saying nothing. Assume one order is 500 yuan, rounded off for convenience. The charging operation takes 5 seconds, drawing cards takes 5 seconds, press once to draw cards 5 times, 11 times in a row, 1 second each time, and burning a 500 yuan card takes 10 seconds. Then it will take more than 6 years to continue burning 1 trillion. We have to sleep by ourselves, right? If we only work 8 hours a day, it might take 20 years. Add in 100% of the time it takes to draft a settlement agreement, and 40 years is all it takes. There will be plenty left over for a lifetime. Wang Duoyu hinted that everyone should spend like crazy. With the help of Lin Mo, who can only make money with antiques. Even if he can find 100 million antiques every day, he needs to make 1 trillion. At that time, he needs more than 27 years, but how many antiques are worth 100 million yuan? If so, how can Lin Mo compete with the time to find a buyer and make money every day with the Sidhu family? Therefore, Lin Mo was completely defeated from the very beginning in terms of his net worth. Besides, even if Lin Mo's farsighted eyes could bring all the objects within a range of 30 meters closer, Sidhu Zin had the strength of a small success in internal energy, and his speed had already exceeded the core limit of human beings. Lin Mo, a mortal-level protagonist, was simply unable to catch him. The best proof is the analysis of the effect of Sidhu Zin indirectly breaking his legs and claws with the century-old grappling technique. Therefore, no matter from any aspect, if you understand the routine of Xuanwen, understand whether they can arbitrarily allow the protagonist to pretend to be stronger by getting slapped in the face, and understand that the villain Sidhu Zin, who is the green protagonist, is born to be Lin Mo's nemesis. He actually passed immunity? He is worthy of being a supporting role, and he has been abused to the point of being a cuckold. In front of Lin Mo, Sidhu Zin repeatedly did not touch Su Yan, who was allowed by Lin Mo to be part of the harem system, and Lin Mo's wife and children in the original work. However, there was no prompt sound from the system research. This shows that his actions did not completely destroy Lin Mo. It seems that the results are not enough. Let's do something big. Mr. Su, look into my eyes. Su Yan widened his eyes in annoyance, just stupidly feeling the temperature coming through his lips. Hey, Lin Mo, you green-haired turtle, why don't we catch you now? Sidhu Zin. Seeing this scene, Lin Mo's eyes almost burst. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted from anger. Ding! Congratulations to the host for kissing Lin Mo's wife, Su Yan, in the original novel in front of the supporting actor Lin Mo. Lin Mo's head turned completely green, and his lungs were filled with anger. This greatly changed the plot of the novel. Best Supporting Actor Halo 20. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making the supporting character Lin Mo faint, causing the aura of some supporting characters, Lin Mo, the protagonist, to drop to a critical 5 points, and the villain's aura +9. Ding! Congratulations on enabling the host to let the heroine Su Yan give her first kiss, and make her feel happy, villain value +10. Congratulations to the host, villain Halo points 100, the system market is successfully opened. I finally tortured Lin Mo, the shameless supporting character, to level 5. When my villain aura reached 100, I could open the system mall. Let me take a look first, is this really all? Oh, by the way, Gao Dan and the other two will soon bring the police to identify Lin Mo's crimes. Lin Mo has been abused like this. It will be a bit difficult to deal with the police when he sees them. But I have never been afraid. My cheap father was one of the 5 great masters of Yan country and had great power. Even though that cheap father, Sidhu Wen, is now suppressed in the Magic City, if he gets angry, I'm afraid that he can shock the Yan country's top leaders with just a stomp of his feet. Sidhu Zin had never thought about what kind of punishment he would receive if he beat Lin Mo into a paralyzed waste. Since he is Sidhu's only son, not only is he the only cheap father who can kick ass, but his cheap mother, Ming Yue Zin, is a very wealthy woman. The Ming family is an ancient martial arts family that has been passed down since the Shang dynasty. They have a history of thousands of years, but they are still standing. The wealth and connections they have accumulated are intricate and intertwined, like a spider web that continues to spread out in all directions. Stassen suspected that what he saw as the trillion-dollar empire built by his cheap mother was just the tip of the iceberg. It is said that the people do not fight against the officials do not fight against the soldiers, and the officials and businessmen are one family. In fact, the underlying meaning is that officials and businessmen have their own knowledge connections in various aspects. Chapter 20, Deliberate. The Sidhu family has both power and financial management, and you can imagine how many people there are who want to curry their favor. If you want to get rid of an immature loser Lin Mo, there are hundreds of his must-haves. You don't need to do it yourself. You just need to open your mouth and tell the downstream song to convey your order. I believe that soon a group of willing lackeys will appear to deal with him for you. It's just that Sidhu's novel and fresh writing style makes him realize that the supporting role is an unkillable cockroach. If he continues to send his brother to kill Lin Mo, then the aura supporting Lin Mo will work. I have been looking for his pitiful look. He will pretend to be more than one slap in the face, constantly pulling hatred, and then pretending not to stop, meeting all kinds of people on the road, and how many times has the hero saved the beauty. Although there may be several life and death tests in it, The author has written this kind of protagonist through his pen. They themselves need to be constantly honed in order to become stronger. To put it bluntly, they have to be masochists in order to grow up healthily. So even if the supporting character only has one breath left, because the author does not want him to die, the yellow halo on his head will not disappear. In this way, he will not die. As time goes on, the supporting character's network of contacts becomes larger and larger, and he can't help but be awesome even if he wants to. Sidhu Zin had thought of this a long time ago, so he told Fan Tong and the others to use 3 aspects not to go through the trouble of secretly looking for Lin Mo again, so as to continue to give Lin Mo the opportunity to show off. But it is different. He traveled into the novel. Strictly speaking, he is not a person in this parallel world composed of countless novels. In fact, Sidhu Zin just wanted to treat this world as an online game at the beginning. He relied on constantly hunting various supporting characters, and then became stronger and stronger through continuous killing. In it, he mainly played the role of the villain boss. But when he felt the affection that Su Yan showed for her afterlife in the teacher's arms, and felt a little tenderness in his heart, and Lin Mo's genuine expression of grief after being beaten by himself did not seem fake, Sidhu Zin realized. In fact, he has been a real person here since the very beginning, when he entered the world of this novel. She will feel angry because Lin Mo's relationship with Jing Yinmeng broke up her family in the later part of the online novel. She will feel happy because of Su Yan's passionate love. She will feel healthy and happy because Lin Mo was humiliated. And she will be very curious about the mysterious gift package rewarded by the information system. The various works like this produced can truly change my emotions and make me realize that this is not a virtual world. This is a colorful world with flesh and blood, but also one with countless people who hate and despise him. All of them want to suppress him, the destined villain, under their feet, and use him as a stepping stone for the son of destiny. Sidhu Zin secretly compared himself, and realized that he had already integrated into this complex and ever-changing world of novels. The fact that he was chosen by the villain system to be the villain in the novel, and to change his fate and specifically hunt down various supporting characters, was indeed an exciting and challenging thing for him. Even though the original character was a villain, a rich second-generation target written by the silly author to slap the supporting character in the face, I at least required myself not to be considered a passerby who didn't even deserve a name. At the beginning, the destined villain system bound him, but I didn't have much resentment towards him, and Sidhu Zin believed that he was not a real good person either in his past or now. He is a genius, with an IQ of 220 and an EQ that can be described as that of a gifted saint. He started practicing boxing since he was a child. He was gifted and soon defeated many former world boxing champions. He even beat a tiger to death. From then on, he gained the reputation of a world boxing champion for his generation of talented problem teenagers. Sidhu Zin is a man of wisdom and education. Of course, he has his own pride. How could he be willing to choose to be a second-generation rich man who is only worthy of being a foil for the protagonist and a supporting role? Talents are always extraordinary. They have many extraordinary qualities that are different from ordinary people, but at the same time, they are not too perfect. Sidhu Zin was one of them. He knew from his early life that he had some strange and bold ideas. For example, when he was 10 years old, he won the first prize in the Mathematical Olympiad. When he stood on the podium, looking at the children and classmates who were clapping for his success, and then looking at his own ability, which was far superior to the second and third place students, Sidhu Zin would have an impulse to be jealous. He really wanted to yell at everyone working around him, "You are all scum. You can't even answer such a simple question, you might as well just die. You must have a bunch of shit in your heads. Otherwise, how come you can't even solve a problem that you can easily solve at first glance? You might be the only gorilla in the world that walks upright. Why is it that the Bangzi kingdom still exists and is so disgusting that it cannot be destroyed? Why set up a school, a boring place for a bunch of idiots to gather? Why not blow it up? Why are there so many idiots like me laughing? What's so funny? Get down right now." Sidhu Zin could come up with all kinds of ideas like the above when he was only 10 years old. Scientific research has proven that children's nature should be positive, kind, and progressive. But there are also some compelling studies showing that some children are born bad. They will pretend to be good kids in front of the children, but in their hearts they are thinking all kinds of terrorist ideas. The result was that, through some trial records and a great deal of effort and resources from leading scientists, these children were genetically predisposed to become criminals. and Sidu Zin is one of them, and he is also a unique talent. He was an orphan in his previous life and had no parents since childhood. In addition, he carried a criminal gene in his genes, so he was more mature and calm than all his peers. In the eyes of others, abstraction is a kind of silence, but in every aspect it is a perfect genius. No one knew that every time the criminal gene in his body burst out, his heart seemed to be filled with completely mature, terrifying, and sinister thoughts, and he wanted to explode. Therefore, Sidu Zin chose a man who gave up living like Zhu Liang, and chose a boxer like Zhao Zilong of Changzhou, who fought his way in and out of the enemy army single-handedly. In fact, he wanted to vent his anger. Whenever the criminal element in Sidu Zin wanted to explode, he would put on his special boxing gloves, choose a contestant, and pour all the pressure and guilt in my heart into his fists. Every time he threw a punch, one of the challengers would be injured and nervous, and there were even a few times when he beat the competitors to the point of death. Although Sidu Zin always hinted that I didn't do it on purpose after defeating those players after each boxing match, and on the surface he really just wanted to win the match, giving people a guilty expression. There was no embarrassment in his heart, nor was there any awareness that he had done anything wrong. Chapter 21 Mall. Sidu Zin is a born actor, and his acting skills deceived all the contestants who were beaten by his father. So generally speaking, Sidu Zin's previous life was not a bad guy. He was chosen by the villain system to be hunted as a supporting role. Although he felt that he was being used, he was quite dissatisfied with it. But at the same time, he was even more excited because he could become a villain and kill the protagonists and put them in a small hat. Sidu Zin believed that I was born a villain and a bad person, with sadism and evil hidden in my blood. The Destiny villain system choice has become the villain in this novel world economy. The possible existence is to capture the criminal factor in his own child. Mr. Su, let's sit down for a while. The police will be here soon. I will find a way to solve this problem. Don't worry, I promise everything will be fine, Sidu Zin said as he pulled Su Yan to sit on the chair. Staring at her, feeling shy about being dissected by herself, she looked into Caroline's cute big eyes with a slight evasive look in her eyes. Okay, Ashen, just let go of yourself. I will always be by your side no matter what. Since you said I am your girlfriend, I will trust you and support you even more. Su Yan calmed down from the intense throbbing of Sidu Zin's kiss just now, and became the calm and active iceberg beauty like usual at that time. However, when she looked at Sidu Zin, the tenderness in her eyes could not be diluted at all. My dear baby, you are so nice, let go. I didn't get rid of Lin Mo until I thought of a way out. I won't let you be lucky for the rest of your life. I will definitely make you lucky. Believe me. Come on, dear Su Bao, give me another kiss. Regardless of whether Sidu Zin put down his arms or not, Su Yan in the office did not dare to let go. He lowered his head again to cover her beautiful thin lips. No more. I don't know how many times I exchanged body fluids, but I felt that Su Yan seemed to be out of breath. After all, he let go and wanted to kiss Su Yan again. Zin, I understand. I am your girlfriend now. No matter what the future holds, I will always be your solid supporter and believe in you. Tilde Humph, nothing more than. Su Yan's voice became stronger, and he buried his head in his chest again. Nothing but what? Sidu Zin was a little confused. Zin, don't be so affectionate at school now, okay? I'm still not used to it. Su Yan's eyes were pleading, and she looked at Sidu Zin pitifully. But what she didn't know was that, at this moment, Sidu Zin saw that Su Yan's face was flushed and very bright. If he hadn't taken into consideration that this was a school, he would probably have turned into a big bad wolf. Sidu Ziniu pinched Su Yan's milky face again, touched his chin, and began to think for a long time before nodding to agree. He was not afraid that his relationship with Su Yan would be exposed, but because Su Yan really loved him. If he kissed her openly in school every time, then their forbidden relationship would probably bring unimaginable consequences to Su Yan. This has a great impact, and may hurt Su Yan, who can't withstand such a strong person like him. After all, although he is a villain and sometimes has all kinds of sinister motives, he is not a robot without emotions. His wish is to give all the girls in the world a happy and complete family. After getting Sidu Zin's approval, Su Yan happily slapped himself on the face. Looking at Sidu Zin's increasingly malicious eyes, he turned his head away with some ill intention, hunched over the table in the office, pretending that he couldn't see it. Sidu Zin chuckled. At the beginning, your agreement did not take effect. Let's be intimate again. Although Sidu Zin said this, he did not do anything out of the ordinary after all. Su Yan dozed off on her desk, and he gently stroked her long black hair with his hands. Su Yan's long hair was not frizzy at all, and it felt very comfortable to touch with the hands, a bit like licking a cat. But he was not idle either. His heart was already communicating with the Destiny Guy system. System, call up the information system control panel for me. The Destiny Villain System. Host, Citizen. Combat power, 135, minor internal strength. Abnormally strong male is 100. Charisma, 110, average salary, 80. Villain aura, 100. Villain points, 80. Skills, Anari internal strength, Rongyuan boxing, ancient martial arts, piano level 8, ancient martial arts. Natural intelligence, photographic memory. Lover, I know how to win a woman's heart. Martial soul, soul of the Emperor of Heaven, the soul with the strongest combat power, the strongest endurance, and the strongest divine power in the universe. Now in the early stages of awakening, no additional combat power blessing. Improvement of the hunting supporting role. Blood of the Emperor of Heaven. Once the blood of the Emperor of Heaven is stored in the body and is completely generated, the combat power will be enhanced to the extreme, and the body will be immortal. Now in the early stage of consciousness, there is no additional blessing. It can only increase a certain resistance and endurance. Wait for the protagonist to be hunted and upgraded. The Emperor's soul and bloodline need to be upgraded. You can also upgrade other major plot changes by killing the protagonist. Today, the level of the Heavenly Emperor's soul bloodline. Low level, low, medium, and high level, perfect heaven level, extreme realm of immortality, universe level. Gift pack, lucky draw existing. System mall, open, click to view products and prices. Ding, I found that Lin Mo's supporting role aura is 5, fate is slowly dissipating. The host can suppress it from the side, but if it does not drop to 0, killing the supporting role may trigger the beast to kill the host. Ding, the system proactively discovered that Lin Mo's loyalty to you has dropped to 70% again. I can't wait to eat my master's flesh. There's always a way to find a knife holder. I hate you so much that I think you are someone who stole my wife. Now I want to eat my internal organs. One day, if I have the chance, I will kill the knife holder. Please be careful. One day I can finally see if I really have everything here, everything in the universe, and everything I want to lose. Sidu Zin, who has banned the male supporting actor Lin Mo many times, said that he tried hard to cultivate 100 villains and flirt with the heroine. It was extremely hard. The initial wish can be realized, and there are unknown mysteries of the product, which makes him inexplicably excited. Close the system store and look at all the stuff. Ding, the system online mall can be closed. Host, please wait. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully opening the system mall. Please check. Let me see. SHH. When Sidhu saw the products recorded under the system mall, he took a breath. Chapter 22, The Protagonist Crushes. A galaxy. After purchase, you will have a galaxy consisting of 10,000 parallel planets, which is higher than the endless abyss of the universe. It is located at the intersection of the Aquila and the equator. In the northern hemisphere, it passes through many planets such as Cygnus, Scorpio, Wangxian, Hauxian, Yingxian, Yufu, Taurus, Gemini, and Orion, enters the Monoceros at the celestial equator, and then goes south through the big dog, the stern, the sail, and the bottom of the ship. Generally speaking, owning a galaxy is equivalent to becoming the master of the center of the universe. Your status is beyond the gods, and you can have my weird status as a galaxy fairy, which means controlling the operation of all the worlds in the universe. Become the unrivaled supreme ruler of the Milky Way. This is really awesome. He can even buy the Milky Way. What kind of existence should I, the villain, be in charge of system design? Could it be the creator? This is really awesome, but why is such an awesome system still limited by the halo of a supporting role? I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out. System, tell me why you can't surpass the halo of the protagonist and directly choose to ignore the halo of destiny so that you can kill those who are the protagonists. Ding, this is a secret involving the source of the system. The master has no right to know. When the time is right, the master will naturally know everything. Secret, it seems that you really have hidden a lot from me, but I will definitely know, because I think you will tell me sooner or later. Sidhu Zin clasped his hands and said affirmatively to the system panel in his heart. This was his intuition. Sidhu Zin did not ask the system why the villain system was helpless to defeat the supporting role halo. He used to think that my trip to the novel world was not a probability event, as if someone had deliberately arranged it. He didn't know why the system chose him, but Sidhu Zin was sure that the system itself might have a close connection with him, but he hadn't discovered it yet. Otherwise, he is not a supporting role. He is the only one in the world, and his luck is sticky. Otherwise, why did he suddenly get the management system? Although this is a villain system, they are so powerful that they can hunt down the protagonist and make him stronger. Forget it. Anyway, the system will never notify me, and he has no equipment to shuttle into my brain and attack the system. I may be like the system says, and when the time is right, I will know what happened. For some reason, Sidhu Zin felt that he had no natural aversion to the villain system that was destined for him. Instead, he had some kind of magical feeling, as if this villain system was not only his own business, but also no one else. Forget it, let's not think about it. Let's see how much it would cost to be a villain if we could just take over a whole galaxy. Ding, if the host purchases a galaxy, please receive 99,999,999. Evil comments. Damn it, what kind of situation is this? I want to buy a galaxy, but it's so expensive that it can't even display the number of digits needed by the geometry man. Is this NM a geometry man? I tried hard to stop Lin Mo, a supporting green actor, from pretending not to just slap him in the face for so long to get 80 villains. If I want to buy a galaxy, I don't know how long it will take to earn a fraction of the down payment. It's really a hook, deliberately showing it off, and it's not enough for the villain to buy it even if it's changed. System, what the hell is going on? The price of the galaxy is no joke, right? Ding, please keep quiet, host. This system is a destined villain advancement system. It can help the host to hunt the protagonist to obtain villain points and help the protagonist upgrade his talents and become stronger. It is a responsible and thoughtful system. All the goods sold in the system's online mall are absolutely fair and honest, and the price management is also clearly marked. It's just that the product information with too high prices requires not only villain points, but the number of protagonists hunted by the host. As long as the number of protagonists hunted by the host meets the system's principle of equivalent exchange value, then this system will automatically give the host the service system design mall for any use of goods. No need to pay sky-high villain points. This is a big conversation. Frankly speaking, you want me to help you, the bad guy system, hunt down the supporting characters. Anyway, I also like to hunt down those supporting characters in the process of robbing girls, crush them, and trample them under the feet of taste. A galaxy that I am determined to win. I want to try what it feels like to be the master of the universe. I accept the job of hunting down the scolded protagonists. I must get the galaxy. The corners of Sidhu Haydang's mouth rose slightly, and because he looked very handsome, his smile seemed to have a magical kingly temperament. Sidhu Zin kept contacting the system mall and browsing other products. The Jade Emperor's throne. The Jade Emperor of the mysterious sky, the great heavenly venerable, is the son of heaven in the mortal world and the supreme ruler of the world of all gods. If you possess it, you can gain the worship of all gods. Price: 99,999,999,999. The Jade Emperor's throne actually exists, and it's also extremely valuable. If you get it, you can't lose it. You have to worship it every day. TSK, just think about that pretend scene. It's 100 times cooler than the son of a bitch the protagonist gets, but it still takes a villain to get off the track. Stuxin then looked down a few more times. The invention was terrifying, something that could blow up, but the little man was not as terrifying as the tall one. Baron Sky Emperor's fruit class, the child of destiny, Shihao is a supporting role of heaven and earth. He is a monk at the end of the chaotic period. His talent is unparalleled. He was born to practice and to deal with a disaster. His life is very beautiful. He is the fruit class of the god who gave birth to endless legends. If he loses it, he can replace Shihao as the Baron Sky Emperor. He is invincible among the gods of energy, but his fate has always been difficult. Price: villain. Points: 999,999,999. Book of Life and Death. A register of the life spans of all beings in the underworld, managed by a subordinate judge of the famous ghost King Yama. It records the names of all people and animals in the world, including everyone's birthday and the birthdays of other creatures. It is mainly used to manipulate survival, and all life information from birth to death is in it. With a wave of the hand, all creatures below the god level can be destroyed. Price: 9,999,999,999. The system, I don't have any bad guys buying these items at the time. Can't you just help me pick out some that I can buy with my current bad guys? Ding, filtering is now available. The following are the products that match your current 80 villain points. The price is generally 80 villain points. The inner strength is a supernatural power, a martial arts master. The combat power increases to 140 and can have a huge force of 500 kg. He can probably lift a 500 kg car. It only takes 6 seconds to travel 100 meters. A Superman among humans, a war maniac. A drop of blood of heaven and earth. confuse the blood of heaven and earth, speed up the increase of blood of heaven and earth by 1%, and after transformation, the blood value of heaven and earth will increase by 10 points. Forgiveness hat. Anyone who wears this hat will be given a chance to be forgiven by the other person, no matter how outrageous the host has done to him. Although my inner strength can make me stronger, the original supporting role is not a threat to me. If I continue to be promoted, it will be a bit chicken. Now I have become a small, powerful faction inside. In the Magic City, I still have the support of my cheap father, so I don't have to worry about being directly crushed by the protagonist. Chapter 23, Green Hat. A drop of Emperor blood is still a good commodity. Although it only accelerates the upgrade of Emperor blood by 1%, it is a blood that can make oneself immortal without being upgraded to the extreme. I really want it, but their appearance is already very high, and the supporting character Lin Mo is almost on the killing line. When the time comes, I can kill him and upgrade the Emperor blood. There is no need to worry about the basic problem. If the progress bar cannot move forward, it would be a waste to upgrade now. That's great. If you put it on the next male supporting character's face and slap him indirectly, he might turn green in front of him. You don't have to care about his strength background. You can be forgiven once, and you can harvest a wave of villain aura and villain points. In any case, this kind of product is in great demand. I want that hat, buy me the system. Ding, congratulations on making the host spend 80 villain points to purchase some forgiveness hats. The forgiveness hats have been placed in a system space for the host. Please check them. Express delivery, indirect free mail, Tiani. Sidhu Zin immediately clicked on the extra space bar on the system panel in his mind. Thump, thump, thump. There was a loud exit music, and then a brand new green helmet with the word understanding on the top was floating high and low in the system. Sidhu Zin just glanced at it, thinking that Green was embarrassed. He was a little worried. He vaguely prayed for a second about the next supporting role he wanted to hunt in the future, then stopped looking, exited the system panel, and returned to the office. This happens in the system, in just a few minutes ideally. Lin Mo was still lying on the ground like a dead breath. Su Yan's face was flushed as she looked at me secretly, revealing a sweet smile from time to time, which was pleasing to the eye. Sidhu Zin looked at the clever Su Yan in front of him. He remembered that some time ago he and Su Yan were still abnormal teachers and friends. However, he won her heart so quickly. Sidhu Zin couldn't help but be proud of his charm as a lover. Because it is fate. If I find a way to have a mistress one day, I won't be able to have 3,000 concubines or 10,000 concubines without Kayan Kayan. Sidhu Zin felt a sense of anticipation for his future just by thinking about it. After all, this was not a right that a villain could have. In a way, this also put him above the protagonist. The only thing was that people didn't know if there would be any rewards for having a harem that exceeded that of the protagonist. Old man with Officer Su? That's Lin Mo. Just then, Sidhu Haedang caught a glimpse of the office door, and the three men with crutches greeted them in unison, and behind them was a woman in a police uniform. Boss, the old man has brought the police. Yes, I have fulfilled my duty as you instructed. Isn't that wonderful? Yes, yes, yes. Boss, we are your most loyal brothers. The three of them kept driving into the office with a chattering voice, exchanging new credits on the spot, and their spirits fell in love with the boy's body one after another. If Sidhu Zin hadn't seen with his own eyes them jumping towards me with bandages on their faces, plaster on their feet, and crutches, even he, the boss who knew that the three of them were really beaten, would have thought they were pretending. Sidhu Zin had already taught them how to approach the office, and immediately let Su Yan go before going out to work. He also tidied up his appearance and wiped off the lipstick that Su Yan had left on his children's faces. After all, he is a man with great martial arts skills but little internal strength, and as his combat power reaches 135, his senses in all aspects are much stronger than those of ordinary people, such as ear strength, vision, endurance, taste, and smell have all been greatly improved. He just used his extraordinary hearing to hear the footsteps of each person as they walked, and the different high and low frequencies. And then he recognized that there were 3 men and 1 woman, and knew that they were heading towards here and needed to slowly approach the office. So when they walked into the office, they saw Sidhu Zin and Su Yan sitting upright, and it seemed that Sidhu Zin was politely asking the gentleman if there was anything wrong. However, the best actor Sidhu Zin stood aside, cold and scary, as if nothing had happened. This also gave Su Yan a new sense of security, allowing her to slowly recover from the coldness and return to the ice beauty appearance of a teacher when she usually teaches. Well, I know after all you really listened to me and fulfilled the mission I told you. You did a good job this time. I will call GU to give you a card and let everyone deposit 200,000 yuan. After a few weeks, you should have spent enough and finished it. As long as you really follow my instructions to complete my order and you don't make trouble, I will give you pocket money next time. Remember to never be loyal. If you encounter anything strange again, ask first. Otherwise, if I find out you've caused me more trouble, I'll beat you up myself. Do you hear me? Sidhu Zin glared at the three of them, once again telling these brainless little brothers not to mess with the supporting characters, and then gave them a chance to play face to face. However, he did not punish them outright, and specifically reminded them to report to him if they encountered anything particularly strange during the three of them, because he knows that the villain extras created by sand sculpture authors like Fantong are stupid and easily influenced by the halo of the supporting characters. Maybe I didn't notice that these guys got to know a new supporting character. Later, they were belittled, ridiculed, and hated by the supporting character, and even dragged him down, and were hated by the protagonist of Fate. In the future, this will naturally become a routine in the novel. When the younger brother saw that the supporting role was still so shameless, the three stoic characters seemed to have separated and united to attack the supporting role. At first, the three of them were killed because the protagonist's aura was beyond heaven. Then the supporting character remembered the later years of the three of them, namely Sidhu Zin. Even though Sidhu Zin was no longer afraid of these supporting roles, he did not want to continue to let the protagonist slap his younger brothers in the face, because he was their boss. When the supporting actors pretended that they didn't care about being slapped in the face, they were also slapping themselves in the face. If this is true, then we are really back in the novel, being used as a stepping stone by the protagonist. Sidhu Zin had done nothing wrong in abusing his brother, and of course he would not agree to let these supporting characters act so recklessly and take the opportunity to slap his brother in the face. So he repeatedly told the three of them that if they encountered anything new, dressed in new clothes, or did anything new, they must report to him first, and they couldn't let it go like last time. So these little brothers were let go by Lin Mo. Since he has become the destined villain, the system says that if his strategic ability to hunt supporting characters continues to grow stronger, then he probably can't be like his predecessor, licking the heroine and continuing to be cuckolded by the protagonist. Chapter 24, Stubborn. Sidhu Zin is an inspiring person. When he saw the products in the system mall, he secretly vowed that he must become an amateur butcher and not give the supporting role a chance to get hard. Boss bullshit. Old Third, you are the most handsome man in the three major cosmic countries in the Milky Way. When the boss sees the boss, he spends more than 100,000 or 200,000 yuan in pocket money. It's not an exaggeration to call him a super rich man. Boss, you are so handsome and rich. I'm sure you can marry Goddess Jing soon. Boss, you are my living father. No, you are my golden father. When the three people from Fantong heard that Sidhu Zin was going to give them money again, and was even more generous than last time, giving them 200,000 yuan directly, they immediately shouted with joy, flattered them continuously, and twisted their bodies, completely ignoring their injured bodies. How could this not move the three of them? Sidhu Zin said he would use them as pocket money. The hundreds of thousands that Stuart had asked you to sing before were not spent much. Not long after, they got their reward again. Through the three of them, they learned that Sidhu Zin's family was wealthy, that he drove a Rolls-Royce, a special car with a driver, to and from school every day, and that he was a tall, handsome, and wealthy second-generation man. Although the three of them are not very rich, they have some small assets of a few million and have no worries about food and clothing. However, I didn't expect that Sidhu Zin's actual selling price this time would be even more luxurious than before, so I felt the strength of Sidhu Zin's money ability. However, the reason why La Jai and the others recognized Sidhu Zin as their boss after asking several questions was not because they were greedy for his money, but the three of them all felt that Sidhu Zin was a perfect match for them, just like their father, as if they had realized it a long time ago. So when Sidhu Zin transferred to Peking University shortly after his sophomore year, the three of them had always regarded Sidhu Zin as an elder. Because they knew that the boss liked Jing Yinmeng, they often teased him and Jing Yinmeng and directly called Jing Yinmeng's sister-in-law. But what they don't know is that the reason why the school belle Jing is so annoyed with Sidhu Zin is also because of their merits and their encouragement. It turns out that Jing Yinmeng has always had a vague sense of alienation towards her predecessor Sidhu Zin, because her predecessor Sidhu Zin was like a dog, and there was also the opposite influence of the supporting role's halo. So Jing Yinmeng has always been very indifferent to her predecessor Sidu Zin. Although Sidu Zin helped her family through the crisis, Jing Yinmeng's father forced her to get married with Sidu Zin, which made her, who had always been tired of Sidu Zin, resist Sidu Zin again. In addition, if you are weak, these stupid brothers who don't know how to judge people and use their eyes to act will greet the sister-in-law all day long, and the rest of the class will know that she is engaged to Sidu Zin. This greatly aggravated Jing Yinmeng's dislike for Sidu Zin, which aggravated the situation in the later novel where Jing Yinmeng was seduced by the protagonist Qin Shu, a poor boy who came down from the mountain, and joined forces with him to cause the destruction of Sidu Zin's family. So Sidu Zin told them that if they were careful not to fight mindlessly, a big reason was that the three of them, like Sidu Zin, were villains in the novel. Gu Dan and the others had a natural affinity for Sidu Zin because they were not in the same camp. As for the conflict with Lin Mo, it was because the protagonist was from the so-called evil camp, which conflicted with the identities of the three of them. No one looked down on each other, so they started fighting over trivial matters. It is conceivable that the villains are united in this way to face the outside world. After entering the office, Yun Kaienqianyu kept watching the three of them chatting with a man who claimed to be an old man. In the end, they even danced in a public place like the office, and now was the time to investigate the case, which made her, who came to investigate the case, very unhappy. That's right, Yun Kaienyu is a police officer in Kiyumen City, and this is her first time to carry out a solo police mission. She has had very different hobbies since she was a child, and is full of the righteousness of the heroes in TV dramas who help the weak and fight against evil. There is nothing more special about raising a girl than this, but Zioyan lives in a normal family. Her mother is a forensic doctor who specializes in collecting evidence for criminal cases. Her mother also often tells her some forensic criminal tricks, which makes Yun Kaienyu a dangerous criminal in the war. His father is a criminal policeman, dealing with vicious criminals of different opinions every day. Yun Kaien often saw her father practicing boxing at home, which was very cool and shocked her little heart. From now on, she asked her father to teach her how to make sandwiches. Yun Kaienyu has been different since she was a child. It turns out that girls of her age all like clothes, skirts, and other novel, beautiful, and cute gadgets, but she doesn't like them. After school, she likes to follow her mother around and ask her many questions about how to solve crimes, how to understand the criminal's modus operandi, how to know when they commit crimes, and other things that ordinary children would not be interested in. In addition, she would often hold her father's hand and ask him to teach me boxing, self-defense, dodging, dagger manipulation, what kind of criminal cases there are, etc. These are wonderful things that are not possible for ordinary girls to persist in. In this way, Yun Kaienyu gradually grew up under the education of her forensic mother and criminal police father. Through constant martial arts training and learning of legal professional knowledge, after graduating from university, she decided to become a people's policeman like her father. And because Yun Kaienyu was raised by two parents who wanted to eradicate crime, her character became one of hatred for evil, and she liked to take care of all illegal things. Once, when Yun Shanyu was still in junior high school, she saw the pervert on the bus that ordinary fathers often talked about every day. Any pervert would want to bully a woman, so she resolutely beat him up. Most of them were taught one-on-one by her father, a criminal police officer, when she was young. By the time she was in junior high school, her skills were already good enough to handle ordinary adult men. So she quickly kicked the pervert on the bus down and skillfully called the police to have him arrested. Because Yun Shanyu successfully defeated the pervert on the bus, the school teacher and her parents praised her for her behavior, but still told her that it would be better for a little girl not to do such a dangerous thing. Yun Kaienyu may have inherited her father's straightforward and stubborn character. She did not agree at all, but just kept attacking those illegal and immoral things and liked to do things that were full of a sense of justice. For example, if she sees someone crossing the road ignoring the traffic lights, she will point out the person and make corrections immediately. Chapter 25, very difficult. For example, if Yun Kaienyu sees a pregnant woman without reserved seats on the bus, she will give up her seat to her as soon as possible. And when she sees that the boys in her class may not really pay attention in class or are sleeping, she will care about it because her parents taught her that not paying attention in class is disrespectful to the teacher. She is always aware of her parents' actions and words, and she will conscientiously and diligently carry out these just and disciplined things according to the rules. Yun Kaienyu would cheer him up every day when she got up, and told him to be a messenger of justice through certain work and not to bow to evil forces. Until that day, Yun had lived for 22 years. For more than 10 years, she had been working in the city every day. Once she encountered any illegal behavior, she would stop them immediately, and no lawbreaker was spared. Today is Gongli Yun Kainyu's first day on duty, and she specifically emphasized that she plans to go alone. In fact, the reason why she acted alone was because she felt that any unexpected situation that might arise when she was alone would hinder her. After all, she had been practicing martial arts with her criminal police father since she was a child, and she had practiced for more than 10 years, and her father's martial arts skills were very high. In the incidents when Su Kainyu had committed assault crimes before she was a police officer, she was able to knock down 7 or 8 strong men by herself, many times by relying on her own skills. When the veterans working in the police force caught a glimpse of her fierce fighting ability, they couldn't help but admire her secretly. After learning that Yun's father was an old criminal policeman, he checked the daily work performance of men and women for a period of time and found that he surpassed other new police officers. His experience in handling cases even surpassed that of an old policeman who had been in the police force for more than 20 years. From then on, there was a legendary woman and man in the police force who stood out simply because of the appearance of Yun Kainyu. She was given the title of Police Beauty, which made Yun Kainyu not care too much even though she didn't like others treating her as a vase. Yun looked at Sidhu, who was called her younger brother, and raised her eyebrows. Her face was a little cold. She bit her lips with her snow-white teeth. After a while, she took a deep breath, and then her tense face relaxed. But she heard from the 3 classmates who reported the case, because they were beaten, that they actually called the police, because they were instructed by the rich second-generation and received money from him. He was furious for a moment, looking at the man who was jumping around and didn't look injured, and thought that this was a bad disciple who pretended to be injured to get a job in the police station. False reporting and fraudulent claims, as well as wasting of needed public resources, are all violations of laws and regulations. Didn't Mr. Murphy teach them that this was too much? Especially, who is the old man, but he has a pleasing appearance. That's why he likes to do such stupid and bad things. It's so immoral and disrespectful to other people's work. She nodded to Su Yan, who was feeling a little embarrassed, then turned to look at Sidhu Zin, and the 3 of them immediately started shouting. Why did you submit a false report? And you have a long and quiet body, how come you are so close in school, the boss said. Who taught you these things? You must give me an explanation today, otherwise you have to answer me whether you have money or not. Ding, the heroine Yun Kainyu misunderstood the protagonist and thought that he was despicable. He is a boring and irresponsible bad guy. His loyalty to you is 10. In the future, his loyalty is 0, as if he is a stranger. Sidhu Zin, how did this girl misunderstand me? She has such malicious intentions towards me for no reason. Sidhu Zin was speechless when he heard Yun Kainyu staring at him. It's really because he is a villain, not a supporting role. Even if he is extremely handsome, the heroine will still hold an inexplicable hatred towards him. The heroine is the heroine. She looks beautiful. The sand sculptor is enough. Are there so many beautiful girls out there? And the heroine this time is a police officer. She looks full of justice. She doesn't look like a weak woman who handles paperwork. She should come out often to do missions. However, look at her fair skin, it's a bit funny. A woman who often comes out to do missions and exposes her body to the scorching sun, but her skin is not so white. Can you believe it? She looks like a weak woman who can be manipulated by anyone. If I didn't have the system, I would really believe it. System, investigate for me. Identity, female protagonist Yun Kainyu. Combat power, 110, 90 for abnormal strong females. Charm value, 100 police goddess. General salary, 80. Skills, military and police hand-to-hand combat, military and police anti-riot boxing, is a type of boxing that combines grappling, long fist, and free fighting. Quick to learn, very useful. Free fighting, fast capture of enemies. Jiu-jitsu, strengthens the body, allowing these police officers to improve their promotion and arrest work speed, and has an explosive sense of justice, can randomly educate a criminal with a certain probability of occurrence. Witch soul, white tiger seal. Bloodline, white tiger bloodline seal. Loyalty, 0 strangers. Look at this girl, she's a pure female bug. Although she's not as powerful as me, she's more powerful than Lin Mo and she's still a true mountain king. She and Jing Yin Meng have the same martial arts spirit. Jing Yin Meng's martial arts spirit is the phoenix, and her martial arts spirit is the white tiger. This is a bit like the 5 elements rumor. Will there be a heroine who has the martial arts spirits of the black tortoise, the blue dragon, the yellow dragon, and the red bird? Not to mention the military boxing and judo grappling skills that these police officers must have. What is the significance of their overwhelming sense of justice? And forget about your justice, but why can you trigger random events to control it? How is this different from turning people into idiots who can't think? It's really outrageous. There was a peculiar look on Sidhu Zin's face, because he had thought of a possible method. At that time, there was a conflict between the younger brother and Lin Mo, the once useless supporting character. Wouldn't Yun Qianyu appear suddenly and influence the younger brother, and then forgive Lin Mo? I knock, God is not playing tricks on me. I will not allow this to happen. I worked so hard to collect my younger brother. Why should I listen to Yun Qianyu? And wasn't Lin Mo's supporting role aura almost gone? How come things keep changing and the heroine keeps coming to the rescue? Ding, the system provides a comfort and safety reminder. The heroine Yun Qianyu belongs to the female-oriented heroine. In simple terms, she is the female Sea King. It's just that the heroines of female-oriented novels don't have the halo of supporting roles. The system does not advocate hunting, but supports keeping them as harems to create more value. Damn it, I knew it. A girl, her fighting ability is stronger than that of an alien man. Although she is a man, why does she have such a strong sense of justice? Aim, this girl is not simple. It is very difficult to tame her. Chapter 26, so pleasing to the eye. I, Sidhu Zin, am a person who loves nature. I just don't know what it feels like to tame this little wild horse and make it submit to my feet. Although he has a hot temper and his mind is full of unrealistic thoughts, can a person with a so-called sense of justice make a living? Sidhu Zin couldn't bear to look at my frowning brows and cross-eyed eyes, but an evil smile flashed in my shallow moon eyes. Yun Qianyu looked at Sidhu Zin and found that he was looking at her with the same look that men often gave her, a look that made her hate her and have bad wishes, as if they wanted to eat her. She didn't expect that Sidhu Zin, just a high school student, was even bolder and braver, more shameless than those shabby uncles on the surface. He even dared to stare at her blatantly, and even refused to correct himself after she saw it. He's hopeless. If all the second-generation rich are the same, no matter they are big or small, they all look downstream, it really makes me sick. If I hadn't been on official business, I would never have taken action. Otherwise, I would have beaten this guy to a pulp. How rude. There are a few boys here. Although they didn't look at me, they dared to deceive me and make false reports. Even if they are high school students, I will take them back to the police station today and teach them a lesson. Otherwise, my temper will be hard to explain. Yun Qianyu's expression turned a little pale because she was angered by Sidhu Zin and the other three. Even though Yun Qianyu had a look of disgust on her face at this moment, she unexpectedly added a bit of feminine charm. Even Su Yan, who was standing aside, thought that this young lady in police uniform was very beautiful. After looking at her for a while, he glanced at Sidhu Zin next to him and found that he was staring at Yun Qianyu. Feeling a little sad, she kicked Sidhu Zin slightly with her slender legs in red high heels under the computer desk. Sidhu Zin was slightly stunned, then looked at Su Yan and found that she was looking at him with some resentment. He even felt a little ridiculous in his heart, and was inexplicably shocked that this girl could do such a bold thing. Because Su Yan is the kind of woman who looks strong on the surface, but actually has a lot of ideas in her heart. Mr. Su, are you jealous? Sidhu Zin was not willing to give in. He pressed down the high heels that Su Yan had just kicked with his foot under the computer desk, making it impossible for her to turn around. Then he quickly passed his hand and quietly wrote these words on her leg. Su Yan is a mathematician. His brain works very quickly, and he can tell what Stu had just written. His eyes immediately avoided again, but when I thought of so many people here, I was afraid that they and the handsome policeman would fabricate it, so I could only pretend to be calm. From beginning to end, there was no change on Sidhu Zin's face. In fact, it was no wonder that he was watching so intently. Because Yun Qianyu, this woman, is really a top-notch one. At this time, Yun Qianyu looked as rosy as a peach blossom, with a stunning beauty, and perhaps because of regular exercise, her body was extremely evenly distributed, with big places big and small places small, and the curves were well proportioned. Wearing a police uniform, she unexpectedly showed off her figure to the fullest. Some people will get nosebleeds if they watch it for a long time. The girl with a drooping head and no visible feet is the best. Mr. Kang is really not lying to me, but the name of this girl is really different from her. Listen, there are both cloud and moon, which gives people a very gentle feeling. Moreover, these two words can also describe the intelligence, purity, and beauty of a girl. However, looking at the hot-tempered Yun Qianyu now, Sidhu Zin couldn't help but curse inwardly. I've only met you a few times. Why are you so angry? You're a real queen. It's nothing more than that no matter how bad-tempered you are, Yun Kainu, you are still the heroine of a female-oriented novel. But how can you compare to me, the villain who cheats directly with this question? I will immediately improve your impression. System, I want to use the like card. Ding, host, the favorability card that can instantly increase a woman's loyalty by 30 points is already in your hand. Please touch the designated woman with a card to instantly pass and take effect. Sidhu Zin felt the metal texture coming from his right palm and felt a little touched. He had been wondering which heroine this red, wordless, gold-inlaid favor card would be used on. Wasn't the opportunity a problem at the time? Just use it on Yun Kainu, the heroine of this female-oriented novel. She looked at Sidhu, but her foot seemed to step on something. She lowered her head and was a little confused. This is actually a person. If she hadn't gone to her mother's side to see the medical examiner, she might have been frightened by the people who saw the miserable expressions on the dog chain because of the injuries. Yun Kainu was quietly comparing the miserable states of those dead bodies she had never seen before, and was surprised to find that the miserable state of the body under her feet was very high up on the list. Because it was really too miserable. It looked like a dog that had been beaten to pieces, with its tongue hanging out, lying on the ground. She took a few steps back, away from Lin Mo, and looked at Sidhu Zin and the others with a questioning look, as if she wanted to explain a question. It was just then, Sidhu Zin thought to himself that the issue of timing had come. Then, under the surprised looks of Yun Kainu, Su Yan, Gu Dan, and others, Sidhu Zin quickly pulled Yun Kainu to his side with his right hand, and touched Yun Kainu's head, and the favorability card just touched her arm. Yun Kainu didn't know why Sidhu Zin suddenly went crazy, but she was a well-trained police officer after all. Even if he wanted to attack her, she would be able to easily avoid it with her skills. After all, Sidhu Zin only looked like a high school student. How could he be better than her who had practiced martial arts for more than 10 years? But she didn't realize that she was wrong, completely wrong. Sidhu Zin was not only good at martial arts, and his speed was even faster than her judo. She was shocked. She didn't expect that the rich second generation who seemed to be idle and had such a problem was actually such a super master. Yun Kainu opened her sexy mouth gently without any exaggeration, and then she discovered that Sidhu Zin's hand was on her arm. She was shocked and angry and wanted to break free from Sidhu Zin's restraints. But Sidhu's new hands, like a pair of pliers, locked her tightly, and she couldn't escape. What on earth do you want to do? I'm warning you, I'm a police officer. Hey, you, how come you look so pleasing to the eye? Yun Kainu shouted loudly, preparing to give a stern warning and reveal her identity, but her body suddenly felt like it was electrocuted. Then she felt that the annoying boy in front of her became very handsome, so she couldn't help but say it. Bang! Chapter 27, even more awesome. Ah me, what's wrong with me? After Yun Kainu finished speaking, her face turned red. She covered her heart with her little hands and felt it beating violently. For a moment her mind went blank and she stared blankly at Sidhu Zin, who was still holding her arm and surrounding her. Ding, congratulations to the host. The favorability card has taken effect. The heroine Yun Kainu's loyalty to you is plus 30, now 30, spring love. It's done. Sidhu Zin smiled at everyone who was still at a loss and couldn't be complacent, and kicked Lin Mo, who was lying on the ground, with relief. Lin Mo at an plus. Sidhu Zin heard the system reminding him of the favorability card in his mind. Once it was effective, he let go of Yun Kainu's arm. HMPH! Yun Kainu snorted into satisfaction and rubbed her arm, which had turned red and painful from being grabbed by Sidhu Zin. Sensing the warmth from Sidhu Zin's palm on his arm, his heart skipped a beat. He looked at Sidhu Zin unnaturally, and then he started to loudly scold them. But at this moment, when she saw Sidhu Zin's handsome face, she felt that it was much more handsome than those martial arts stars she had seen on TV. This made Yun Kainu a little confused about what was wrong with her. Yun Danyu should be like this in his heart. It's not cold to call the old man among the three of them, and even a little hateful. How can I face the corners of my mouth rising? I feel close to a high school student who looks at him with a strange smile. She stared at Sidhu Zin with suspicion, trying to see something from his face. But unfortunately, Sidhu Zin just kept looking at her with a smile, and she couldn't tell whether he had done anything to her. How could I possibly have feelings for a little brat? This must be my illusion. Right, maybe it's a form of self-confusion through vision. I just deny that he looks better than the others. It's because he looks better to me than the others, so I have some strange feelings towards him. In her heart, she refused to admit that she had developed feelings for Sidhu. still looking for excuses to try to hide her feelings for Sidhu Zin. Although this favorability card is a third prize in a lottery, I was not optimistic about it at first. I wonder if there will be any new limitations after the current application research, such as only increasing the favorability for a moment and then changing it back. Now it seems that the system design is really a masterpiece. Sidhu Zin looked at Yun Kaianyu's little brain and couldn't figure out why she treated him as a stranger 1 second, and then had a crush on him the next second, but risked her life to suspect herself. If Sidhu Zin hadn't been a movie emperor in his past and had a very good expression and financial situation, he would have almost laughed out loud. Yun Kaianyu wondered why I had become like this. In her heart, she put all the blame on Yuan Dixon. Looking at Yuan Dixon's face, she felt sad. What Yun Kaianyu didn't know was that the reason why she became so fresh was precisely because Yuan Daizin believed that the good impression card was the culprit. Otherwise, she would have known, and was afraid of making the tigress angry on the spot. At first, she didn't want to look at Sidhu Zin again, fearing that she would become weird again. She turned her head and looked at Su Yan, ignoring the strange and even somewhat weird look Su Yan gave her, and said lightly, "Hello, I am a police officer from Kiyumen City. Are you a student in this school? Can you tell me what happened? Especially, how could this person be injured so seriously? Who made him like this? Can you tell me in detail? He's seriously injured. I'll contact the hospital to come and give him some first aid and analysis. Otherwise, judging from the severity of his injuries, I'm afraid he won't make it and will die." When Yun Kaianyu mentioned these items, her state returned to normal from her previous selfless and cold look. Gao Dan looked at me, I looked at you, and then at Sidhu Zin. Several people could see that the girl's expressions changed so quickly, and they were so shocked that they were speechless for a moment. However, when Yun Kaianyu said she wanted to save someone, the three of them saw an unidentified object lying on the ground like a dead dog. Forehead. Why is it called an unidentified object? Because Lin Mo was kicked by Sidhu Zin just now, and this kick directly knocked out 7 or 8 of his teeth. Lin Mo's face was red and swollen like a pig's head, which was horrible to look at. No wonder they couldn't even recognize Lin Mo, who broke the limbs of the three of them. The current Lin Mo looked like a confused mass, without the unique and resentful character of the underdog counterattack type protagonist who acted like, "No one is more important than me," and acted in a bullying manner. Old, who is this? He looks more like a pile of living dregs, limp and flabby. Yeah, it's so funny. Who did this kid offend? He was beaten into such a mess. He must be afraid that even his parents wouldn't recognize him as their son. Can you guys shut up? Didn't you see the boss didn't say anything? If the boss wants to tell us, we'll let him know. We shouldn't just know and don't ask. Gao Dan came quickly to Fan Tuan and La Jai with his crutch and gave each of them a slap. Am I right? Hee, boss? Then the kid walked up to Sidhu Zin and flattered him with a sly smile. The corners of Sidhu Zin's mouth twitched slightly. The two younger brothers, Gao Dan, looked like they deserved a beating. Not to mention they were supporting roles if he was not so powerful and had already questioned them about their loyalty. They were all 90% obedient and would never betray him, and had also found out that they were all in the villain camp. Then, based on the kid's current street slick look, Sidhu Zin would have wanted to slap Gao Dan a few times. Since he really looks like he deserves a beating, he is the best candidate to make the supporting characters resentful. You are right, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but I want to give you a surprise. Guess who this guy is? Sidhu Zin smiled mysteriously at Fantong and the other three. Oh, that kid who had nothing to do with me was beaten so badly. Ah, who was it? I can't imagine who it was. Yes, boss, you also know that our IQs are no longer comparable to you, the smartest man in the world. If you know how, you can just tell me. Fantong also grinned foolishly because of a naive look. Wait, you two idiots, don't compare me with you. I'm the #1 thinker under the boss, just 1 generation younger than the boss. This kid Gao Dan is indeed the smartest and most sinister one among my younger brothers. He first praised and then belittled me, which made Sidhu Zin brag even more. Chapter 28, Decisive. Hey, could you please stop talking in the office? It's so noisy. If you keep yelling, get out. And sir, can you tell me who the injured person is? The situation looks very urgent. Yun Kaianyu first stopped the noise made by Gu Dan and the other three, and then looked at Su Yan in an interrogative tone. Su Yan knew, of course, that this was Lin Mo, but the one who beat Lin Mo was Sidhu Zin, and Sidhu Zin's excessive defensive behavior was to protect her, and he injured Lin Mo so badly. She was a little worried in her heart, and there was still some hesitation on her face. It was only a short while later that her beautiful eyes were filled with determination. She glanced at Sidhu Zin in the middle, and there was a more subtle tenderness in her eyes. Then she restrained her gaze and cast it on Yun Kaienyu. Actually, this person is me. In fact, this person is not Mr. Su's disciple, so I was the one who beat him. Sidu Zin looked at Su Yan and knew that she was trying to protect herself from the attack that seriously injured Lin Mo. His eyes fell on Su Yan's eyes, which had once turned slightly red, and he couldn't help but feel excited. This was the first person in the world who truly worried about him and loved him since he left this place. If Sidu Zin really let Su Yan take the blame for Lin Mo's beating, he would think she was not a manly person. Although he is a villain, he is also a flesh and blood person. It is impossible for him to let her take the blame for a good person, right? No matter whether he was a talented boxing champion in his previous life, or a rich second-generation villain who specifically hunted the protagonist, Sidu Zin would never allow himself to become a cold-blooded animal without humanity. His standard is, if someone respects me 1 foot, I will respect him 1 foot in return. If someone offends me, I will strike back. Of course, the supporting roles are the exception. No matter how a supporting role treats him, Sidu Zin will never let them go because his original identity is a villain, a natural enemy, and in the end, they will fight to the death, and they can never live in harmony with each other. Even if the supporting role wants to make peace, Sidu Zin will immediately and strictly refuse because there is no protagonist who is not a natural stud. If he is not careful, the golden halo on his head will take effect as the protagonist's halo, and suddenly an accident happens. Isn't this cheating himself? Sidu Zin had never thought about this. He was extremely hypocritical, and he denied that he preferred to cuckold the protagonist. Isn't this what a villain should do? After all, if a villain doesn't try to seduce the heroine, he will be cheated on by the protagonist sooner or later. So it is necessary to snatch the heroine's girl both physically and mentally. What's more, even if the supporting character is a eunuch, he needs the life of the protagonist if he wants to upgrade the emperor's martial soul and bloodline. Therefore, it is better to destroy biotechnology such as the protagonist that should not exist in this world. Old man, is this person Lin Mo? Boss, is this kid the damned Lin Mo? You really want revenge? Boss, you really are the boss. You can beat Lin Mo, a martial artist, into a dog. Boss, you are my god. Woo XX, boss, you are so good to us. I really deserve it. I used to think that you told us not to provoke Lin Mo because you didn't want revenge. I didn't expect that you planned to deal with that thief Lin Mo alone. Boss, you are really the person I admire most in the world besides my awesome parents who gave birth to me. I sincerely call you the invincible super boss in the universe. You are the best boss in my heart. I, Gao Dan, have made up my mind that no matter what you ask me to do in the future, I will complete it seriously and will never let you down. Gao Dan suddenly burst into tears while speaking, and it seemed that he really regarded Sidu Zin's beating of Lin Mo as a gesture of revenge for his boss. However, they didn't know that Sidu Zin's revenge on Gu Dan through the 3 of them was only one of the important reasons. Because being slapped in the face by the supporting actor was equivalent to slapping him in the face as the boss of the world. A man with blood would generally not choose to retreat. He must beat him and get back his face. But the reason why Sidu Zin finally beat Lin Mo was not just that. The more important thing was that Lin Mo was a destined supporting role, and the 2 of them would have a life and death duel in the future. Knowing this, it would be better to take precautions as soon as possible and eliminate the protagonist in advance. But even if it is a villain system, it cannot match the aura of other indirect supporting characters. You have to torture them until their supporting character's luck is reduced to 0 before you can reach the safe killing line. Otherwise, if you risk your life, who knows if you will become an accidental person because you don't have the aura of the protagonist. You will be struck to death by the thunder from the sky. Therefore, Sidu Zin did not kill Lin Mo because of this consideration. In addition to this problem, Lin Mo also has the superpower of Gold Digger, which can detect antiques and treasures. This is the characteristic of treasure-hunting rat. Although Sidu Zin was not short of money at the time, he first wanted to find a supporting role as a tool man, and wanted to try out the feeling of Lin Mo, the destined protagonist, working for him, the villain. When Su Yan heard that Sidu Zin took all the blame, her eyes were instantly filled with tears. She shook her head to tell Sidu Zin not to say anything more. But Sidu Zin knew that if he didn't take the initiative to deny the charges, Su Yan would most likely appear to replace him. To Sidu Zin, Su Yan was already his woman, and if others wanted to touch her, they would have to get through him. Sidu Zin is a man of blood. For the sake of his girl, he beats Lin Mo to death. He has no psychological burden at all for the problem of always missing himself as the dog-biting protagonist of a woman. Oh, your name is Sidu Zin, right? Since you were the one who beat this man and beat him so violently, can you explain what happened? Was there any misunderstanding between you two? Yun Kainyu listened to Sidu-Zin's denial that he was the one who beat the man on the ground who looked like a pile of meat. For some reason, the first thing she felt was not the usual anger after hearing the perpetrator of such a terrible incident admit his crime. Instead, she was actually nervous because he had beaten Lin Mo so much. The tense situation was already illegal, and she began to worry involuntarily. Yun Kainyu's carefree personality even led her to ask Sidu-Zin if there was any special reason or if there was any misunderstanding. Normally, she would not sympathize with criminals or talkative people, but now she had become like a girl for a boy, becoming fussy and no longer decisive. Chapter 29, Are You Okay? She looked at Sidu-Zin expectantly, hoping that she could give some convincing reason, hoping that Sidu-Zin had his own reasons for beating Lin Mo. When Gu Dan and the others were about to start claiming that the reason Sidu-Zin wanted to beat Lin Mo was to avenge them three, they were stopped by a look from Sidu-Zin. Be patient, just listen to me. Sidu-Zin looked at the lively atmosphere on his field and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Without these people, Su Yan, Yun Kainyu, and two other younger brothers were all worried about him. All the people working on the scene focused their attention on Sidu-Zin. They seemed to have neglected the seriously injured patient lying on the ground. Sidu-Zin felt sorry for Lin Momo in his heart, but within a second his face suddenly turned stern. It turns out that these are the harem rewards and brother rewards that only the supporting character, the bulldozer, can get. He beat the protagonist and then conscientiously helped the protagonist to take it down. Just tell me, isn't it cool? Mr. Su, everyone has their own responsibilities. You should stay out of this. Hey, what does the police officer call you? Sidu-Zin gave Su Yan a look that showed relief, telling her not to worry about herself anymore. Then he turned around and looked at Yun Kainyu with a smile, and with a polite smile he turned his head to look into Yun Kainyu's eyes. To be a man who can control the role of an operator, the first thing you need to do is to be very confident. When talking to others, you must look back directly at her, just look at her, and you must not be timid. You must be more confident and fearless than she imagines. Otherwise, once she finds out about your cowardly character, she may compare you with the men she has met recently. As long as you compare, I'm sorry, you must have no place in their hearts. Yun Kainyu originally wanted to just call her Officer Yun, but when she looked at Sidu-Zin, Sidu-Zin's face, which had already been deeply imprinted in her mind, and his confident smile made her very convinced. She couldn't help but reply, My name is Yun Kainyu. No, you can just call me Officer Yun. After Yun Kainyu said her real name, Sidu-Zin's not-so-handsome face and the conceited smile he often showed appeared in her mind. For some reason, the previous throbbing feeling came back, and her heart started beating rapidly. Sidu-Zin was surprised to see that Yun Kainyu's expression could not change so quickly. He was somewhat impressed by the result of the favorability card and found that it was indeed strong. Yun Kainyu originally still looked like a hot pepper who kept people at a distance, but now she couldn't help blushing when looking at Sidu-Zin, and many fine beads of sweat appeared on her nervous, fair, and smooth face. Officer Yun, your condition seems to be very serious. Are you okay? Sidu-Zin really looked as if he was not worried about Yun Kainyu's anxiety. He moved closer to her, his voice sounding a little nervous. When Yun Kainyu saw Sidu-Zin approaching her, she actually took a few steps back timidly. Then I thought about how I looked so shameful at the time. How could I still look like a stern police officer handling a case? Ding! Congratulations, Master Su. Your conceited charm has made the heroine Yun Kainyu's heartbeat speed up. Loyalty +5. Slightly changed the novel plot. Now 35, Spring Love. Ding! Congratulations to the host for flirting with the heroine of the supporting character Qin Shu, making the hero Qin Shu's supporting character Halo 5, and obtaining the villain Halo 5. Ding! Congratulations to the host for grabbing the female popularity of the protagonist Qin Shu early. Villain points +5. I'm a little confused. Yun Kainyu is not only the heroine of the female-oriented novel, but she is also the heroine of Qin Shu, the supporting character of the medical immortal going down the mountain. If Qin Shu is not in the novel, wouldn't he also be cheated? After all, Yun Kainyu is a sea king in the novel. Now a kind of affection card has been used, and her ability is to transform from a mother tiger to her original cute little lamb. Otherwise, Sidu-Zin might have to be on guard against Yun Kainyu, the protagonist of the female-oriented novel, all the time, and be careful that she might have some strange connections with various male protagonists like the people in the novel world. For example, being exploited by the male protagonist who is your immediate subordinate and sells your body. or because you helped a male protagonist who was once inconspicuous and has not yet awakened, or you may be pued by your female friends, etc. System, I want to ask if loyalty can be completely trusted. You won't give me the impression that she has feelings for me and then wants to cheat on me, right? Sidu-Zin's profound eyes scanned Yun Kaienyu back and forth, making Yun Kaienyu's heart rise to her throat again. If it weren't for the serious case of Lin Mo, she, a woman, would have covered her face and ran away. She really couldn't stand Sidu-Zin's fiery eyes now. Sidu-Zin did not analyze Su Yan's original fantasy. He suddenly connected a system in his mind and asked what he wanted to know before. He is not the second-generation rich man who was a bootlicker in his previous life. He doesn't want to suffer the tragic fate of being tricked by a girl who is not paying attention. Ding, host, you are indeed thoughtful. However, you should understand that the fate-villain system and the host have a mutually beneficial relationship. As long as the host becomes stronger, the system's power and functions will be upgraded to be more powerful. As for the loyalty of the system, it is of course a true reflection of the changes in the host's feelings. It cannot be faked. Moreover, when a woman has a crush on the host, she will not be able to tolerate other men in her heart. After all, once the host is greened by the heroine, your villain aura will gradually decline, and the system level will also decrease. In this way, it is impossible for something that does not benefit anyone to happen. So please rest assured, host, as long as you make the heroine's favorability towards you reach 30 spring love sprouts, the heroine will feel alienated from males other than Suju. Oh, this is almost there. As long as the heroine's loyalty to me reaches 30, I won't have to worry about being cheated on. There are so many heroines in novels. The revolution is not over yet. I still need to work hard. Hee, of course I don't have any problem. It's just that the weather in Kiyumin City has been a little hot recently. This is an office. The space is really small, and the air is not smooth. I just feel a little hot here. After Yun Kaienyu calmed down in her heart many times, she was finally able to calm down and look at Sidu-Zin without avoiding him anymore. It was just that the blush on her face still revealed her panic. Sidu-Zin just smiled and looked at Yun Kaienyu without saying anything. Su Yan, Gu Dan, and the others also looked at Yun Kaienyu with a unique caring look as if to say, "Are you okay?" trying to determine whether she was telling the truth at the beginning. Chapter 30, True and False. Because the office now obviously has air conditioning, even at 23 degrees, people don't feel hot at all, but rather a little cold. Yun Kaienyu saw that everyone was looking at her again, seeing the way they were looking at the novel animals, and then seeing the floor-standing air conditioner not far away. Yun Kaienyu felt like digging a hole and crawling into it. This kind of lying is so shameful, it's just like a fool. Sidu-Zin looked at Yun Kaienyu's flushed little face. If he let her die of sexual intercourse again, Yun Kaienyu might postpone the investigation of the case and directly call the police to take Lin Mo back to the police station and then send him to the hospital for treatment. That's right, Officer Yun. There is a reason why I beat Lin Mo like this. I was actually training Lin Mo's skills, but there were some accidents. Oh, I told you, you don't look like a bad guy. How could you deliberately beat your classmate into such a disfigured state? It's okay, I've called the headquarters and asked them to send an ambulance to treat the injured. You don't have to worry about what happened. I'm here, just be brave and tell the truth. Yun Kaienyu breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Sidu-Zin's words. She was afraid that Sidu-Zin was the first to hit Lin Moxian and he beat him so severely, the situation was really bad. Now that she heard him say with her own ears that there was indeed a misunderstanding, Yun Kaienyu finally put down the heavy stone in her heart a little. Old man, didn't you hit Lin Mo for revenge? Why are you trying to train Lin Mo? As the person who was beaten by Lin Mo, Fan Tong was very confused about what Sidu-Zin had just said. Yes, what's going on, old man? La Jai was also stunned, looking at Sidu-Zin with a confused smile. You two shut up. The old man must have his reasons for saying that. Just calm down and listen. Gu Dan was a little slow to react when he heard Sidu-Zin's words, but with a quick turn of his eyes, he understood what he should do as the old man's most trusted younger brother. He immediately asked Fantong and the other two guys with limited IQ to cover their mouths, leaving time for his boss to speak. Sidu-Zin nodded to Gu Dan with satisfaction, feeling very pleased with his cleverness and quick thinking. Ah, Zin, no. What's going on with classmate Sidu? Su-Yan almost yelled at Sidu-Zin passionately in front of so many people. Fortunately, she reacted quickly. However, she was actually more confused than Gu Dan and the other two. She watched Sidu-Zin seriously injure Lin Mo in order to protect him. Now what Sidu-Zin said about training Lin Mo must be false. She was a little confused about Sidu-Zin's ideas and wanted Sidu-Zin to tell her the answer. Sidu-Zin was of course aware of the pain that Su-Yan was feeling, But he didn't say it directly because it would be difficult to fool Yun Kainyu if he did. He had to make everyone here except him appear to really not understand, so that after he had woven a lie, he could successfully deceive Yun Kainyu, the most troublesome police officer here. I am actually Lin Mo's boxing coach. The reason why Lin Mo became what he is now is because he didn't listen to my instructions and accidentally overtrained. What boxing training? Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Yes, I am indeed a boxing coach outside of school. Officer Yun, I believe you know my strength best, right? I just easily restrained a master like you. Don't deny my true strength, otherwise I will have to prove it again. Sidu Zin smiled at Yun Kainyu and looked her up and down, as if he was recalling their intimate interactions before. No wonder. I was wondering how your skills could be better than mine, who has practiced martial arts for more than 10 years and also learned jiu-jitsu and free grappling. Every time you get close to me, I find that your speed has become inhumane and I can't hide it all. It turns out that you are a boxer at such a young age. It's incredible. Yun Kainyu recalled Sidu Zin's terrifying speed and his grappling techniques that he was more familiar with than her own. She was immediately convinced that Sidu Zin was a boxer. At the same time, she looked at Sidu Zin with some admiration. She really couldn't believe that this young boy in front of her was already an absolutely strong boxer. You know, she can even beat some veterans in the bureau with her skills, and she has been praised by the captain. Her overall combat quality is definitely not weak. Now Sidu Zin is even better than herself, a female police officer who has received professional police training. It can be imagined that Sidu Zin's boxing skills are definitely good enough to be a coach. It's not surprising to teach Lin Mo. Ding, I wish the host to gain the admiring gaze of the heroine Yun Kainyu. Loyalty +3, villain aura +2. Ding, I wish the host to gain the admiring gaze of the heroine Su Yan. Loyalty +2, villain aura +2. Ding, I wish the host to gain the admiration of this little brother Gu Dan. Villain aura +1. Ding, I wish the host to gain the admiration of my little brother Fantung. Villain aura +1. Ding, I wish the host to gain the admiration of my younger brother Yun Kainyu. Villain aura +1. Although Su Yan was the only one who knew the truth on the field, he was also confused by Sidu Zin's half-true and half-false words, because Sidu Zin might really be a boxing coach, because Lin Mo was so skilled, and Sidu Zin could beat Lin Mo, a master, so miserably with one move, it can be imagined that his claim of being a boxer was not completely groundless. At the same time, he remembered Sidu Zin's handsome and heroic figure protecting him before, and looked at Sidu Zin with eyes filled with deep admiration. Listening to the ding 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 sound coming from the system, Sidu Zin had already gotten used to it. He said these are basic operations. From ancient times to the present, the strong have always been respected, and those with great power will always be admired. Besides, he didn't lie. He was a boxer in his previous life, and a world-famous boxing champion at that. He was just afraid that if he told them, they would think he was bragging. That's how it is after all. The reason why I taught Lin Mo boxing was all because of his request. Lin Mo said he knew I was a boxer, and his dream was to become a boxer. I didn't want to pay attention to him because we are still in high school and study is the most important. If I teach him boxing, Lin Mo might be distracted. But I set a goal for him. If he can rank among the top 10 in the midterm exam, I will agree to Lin Mo's boxing training request. I knew that Lin Mo's test scores have always been in the middle and lower levels, and it was impossible for him to meet this requirement. But I didn't expect that he actually did it in this midterm exam. His performance on the questions soared like a rocket and directly became the top 5 in the class. I'm a man of my word, so I had to agree to this kid's request. Sidu Zin said a mixture of truth and lies. Chapter 30, One Destroying a Person. I was wondering how Lin Mo could make such great progress. It turns out that he was training for boxing for his elder brother. But why did he fight? Oh, nothing. Gao Dan and the other two were in the same class as Sidu Zin, Lin Mo, Jing Yin Meng, and the others. Of course, they knew that Lin Mo had indeed made progress in the midterm exam, which shocked everyone at the time. He just couldn't understand why, if it was the elder who taught Lin Mo, he didn't respect the elder at all and was so harsh on the 3 younger brothers who were the bosses. However, he also knew that it was best to keep his mouth shut if he knew nothing. Teacher Su, Lin Mo is your classmate. Recently, his midterm exam results have improved dramatically. Is that the same as what Sidu Zin said? You must be honest and not cover up for her. Yun Kainyu looked at Su Yan inquiringly, wanting her to give her a guarantee. But as a girl, she felt that Sidu Zin and teacher Su seemed to have some secret, and she was afraid that Sidu Zin would falsify the information for personal gain, so she asked Su Yan to produce evidence. Oh, wait a minute, I still have the midterm exam question ranking list here. Su Yan felt a little uncomfortable when he met Yun Qianyu's inexplicable look. He didn't know what Sidu Zin meant, so he glanced at Sidu Zin secretly. Seeing that he didn't take any drastic action, he took the midterm exam report from the drawer of his office and gave it to Yun Qianyu. After reading it carefully, Yun Qianyu confirmed that what Sidu Zin said about Lin Mo's great progress in the questions was true, and then she softened her tone and asked, "Then why did Lin Mo become like this when you usually train him like this?" "Well, Officer Yun, my boxing training method is actually derived from a world-famous experiment. After listening to this experiment, you will probably know my method." Sidu Zin put his hands behind his back, turned slightly, leaving everyone with an unfathomable back. "Oh, what kind of boxing training technique derived from the experiment can make you so strong?" Yun Qianyu was also excited when she heard about Sidu Zin's powerful origin. After all, she has always admired strength and hoped to become stronger. Now that Sidu Zin, such a young and powerful martial arts expert, has told her his secret to becoming stronger, how can Yun Qianyu not be excited? "Yes, old man, please tell me quickly. I will listen and see if I can be as strong as you." "The old man is the best. The old man asked me to teach boxing. Come on, tell me." "Okay, now I'll tell you how I trained Lin Mo. Do you know how easy it is for a master to create someone as powerful as him or to destroy an ordinary person? Are you the one who is destroyed?" Sidu Zhai turned his back, and his sinister and cold voice reached everyone's ears. "I have done this experiment before. It was an experiment on hope conducted by Yan Country in the 1950s. Throw a mouse into a half-filled cup of water and calculate how long the mouse can or will last without drowning. As soon as it is thrown out, the mouse sinks to the bottom of the water, but in shock, it immediately struggles to float to the surface. It wants to climb out, but this is impossible. The mouse was struggling, but its paddling speed was getting slower and slower. After 15 minutes, it gave up and sank to the bottom of the water. At this time, the experimenter took the mouse out, blew it dry, and let it rest for 3 minutes. The mouse breathed desperately, greedily sucking every breath of air, and he slowly recovered his vitality. But then the experimenter threw the mouse into the water again, and he paddled hard, staring at the person who had just rescued him with eager eyes, hoping to pick him up again. 15 minutes passed, and he was still swimming hard. 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 40 minutes, until night fell. The sun rose, and night fell again. 60 hours, he persisted for a full 60 hours before he sank to the bottom of the water again in despair. The experimenter rescued the hopeful mouse again. He found several sets of water cups and threw a mouse into each cup. These mice were different from the first ones. They gave up after 15 minutes and sank into the water. They were also fished out and blown dry. After a few minutes of rest, they were thrown into the water again. The ending was beyond everyone's expectations. The mice that fell into the water again swam hard in the water to prevent themselves from sinking. They firmly believed that someone would fish them out until night fell, the sun rose, and night fell again. The difference between 15 minutes and 60 hours is exactly 240 times. This is the power of hope. No one knows what the mice are thinking. Maybe they will thank the hand that rescued them, but they may not realize that it was that hand that threw them into the water. Sidu Zin turned around when he said this, his face serious and upright, without any affectation, as if the experiment just now was not created by others, but was his own masterpiece. Real people are no different from mice. They are all controlled by people who are higher than them, such as your parents, your teachers, and your leaders. Under their control, if they say you can do something, you can do it, and if they say you can't do something, you can't do it. But this kind of control is sometimes unintentional, and sometimes it is intentional. For example, if you want to make a person have a good future, you can give him positive energy and give him hope. If you want to destroy a person, you only need to give him optimistic despair. Over time, he will become the person you want. Let's look at another experiment. A psychologist randomly picked 3 students with average grades from a class in a certain school. A total of 18 people were picked, and they were written on a form and handed to the principal. The principal said seriously that after scientific measurement, these 18 people you need to cultivate and promote high IQ talents, but you have to keep this experiment confidential. After half a year, the psychologist came to the school again and found that the comprehensive questions of these 18 people were indeed higher than the average, and they had made great progress. Later, these 18 people achieved extraordinary results in different positions. The reason why the authoritative lie can work is that it transmits the nervousness to the principal and teachers, which makes the teachers nervous and pays great attention to these 18 people. The teacher's emotion is transmitted to them. Even if it is kept confidential, the details of life cannot be hidden. and they will naturally feel the subtle changes of the teacher to themselves, such as attention, care, expectation, etc., which naturally arouses their desire and stimulates their potential. People can be shaped. If you give your children or employees hope, they will have hope. If you discourage and deny them, they will be as hopeless as you said. So how do you give people hope? First, create an atmosphere. Use high expectations for them to create a good atmosphere of warm and compassionate emotional support. Second, encourage and praise them. Give timely encouragement and praise to those who have high hopes. Third, be patient and supportive to them. Show high expectations, invest more patience, and provide more help and knowledge. On the contrary, how to destroy a person, I don't need to say it. Chapter 32, A Special. Yun Kaianyu and Su Yan all had expressions of extreme horror in their eyes. They were all greatly shocked by Sidu Zin's arrival at the experiment and the results obtained from the experiment. It turns out that people's strength and insignificance are both creative, unlike the so-called few geniuses. Then here comes the point. How come my boxing is so powerful is precisely because of this experiment. Sidu Zin looked more serious than ever before. He shook his hand and looked at his fist. Teacher Su, can you guess how I train Lin Mo? Sidu Zin turned around and winked at Su Yan, seeming to be sniffing casually. I understand the experiment about hope you just mentioned, which is basically giving you a stick and then stuffing a date into your mouth. But I don't know how to train for boxing because I am mostly involved in mathematics and I am not very good at biological experiments. Seeing that Sidu Zin spoke so clearly, Su Yan couldn't help but secretly admire him for knowing so much knowledge and life principles even though he was just a high school student. You have to know that if she was Sidu Zin's age, Su Yan would still be seriously studying the knowledge in the textbooks. She would not take the initiative to do any experiments, nor would she learn about those things about sentimental literature. To put it bluntly, although Su Yan is a teacher, she only has a good understanding of things in the field of mathematics, and she does not have a thorough understanding of Sidu Zin's experiment on hope using mice to cultivate talents, because it not only requires calculating the research time of the experimental subjects, but also requires sympathy for the experimental subject's emotions, which is almost an understanding of human nature. The amount of control over the experimental conditions involves biology. In addition to these, the life stability and safety of the experimental subjects also involves medical knowledge. Therefore, this experiment seems very simple, but in fact, if you want to successfully conduct this experiment, the fields involved are very broad, including mathematics, literature, psychology, medicine, biology, chemistry, and other fields. Even if you have mastered these fields, the success of the experiment still depends on the correctness of the experimental techniques, the control of variables, and even financial support. Su Yan found that the more she stayed with this little boy, the more she realized that he seemed to be hiding endless secrets, like a closed door that she needed to keep digging and understanding. She couldn't help but wonder how Sidu Zin could have changed so much. Not only was there self-esteem that emanated from him all the time, but there was also a strong and unknown knowledge base, as well as an EQ that was so terrifying that it stole her heart. With all this happening, Su Yan's feelings for Sidu Zin grow deeper and deeper. She feels that she can do anything for him at this moment. She knew that what Sidu Zin had just said about training Lin Mo was pure nonsense. Although it was very well made up, she thought in her heart that if she didn't know the truth, she would definitely be fooled by Sidu Zin. But lies are lies after all. He made up a lie in front of Yun Kaianyu and the others, and she also covered the lie for Sidu Zin. At that moment, Su Yan knew that she really loved him, and was willing to make some wrong decisions for Sidu Zin that would normally be impossible for her. Even Su Yan, who was determined to become a math teacher in order to educate children well, didn't expect this. She actually made some decisions for a boy that might make her regret, but Su Yan knew in her heart that if it happened again, she would probably make the same choice. It was obvious that Sidu Zin was hers, but I am the teacher, and the relationship between the two of us is destined to be impossible. But love is possible. Obviously knowing that this love for herself and Sidu Zin might not bear fruit, Su Yan still couldn't bring herself to leave him. Whenever Su Yan thought about leaving this big boy who always looked so self-respecting and would do bad things to her, she couldn't help but feel heartbroken. So although she is very bold and brave in many things, such as putting on an unapproachable icy face in front of others to establish her own prestige, she does not care about the nicknames given to her behind her back, or she is decisive enough to fly abroad to study a difficult mathematical problem many times. But only in front of Sidu Zin, she could not disguise her protective color at all, and could not support herself as a strict math teacher who taught people. In front of Sidu-Zin, she would lose her teacher's coat and the rationality that an adult should have. She would become an ordinary little woman, but she would still be jealous of Sidu-Zin because of his charm that attracted many men all the time. All Su-Yan wanted in her heart was to love him alone, no matter what he asked her to do. Sidu-Zin was of course well aware that Su-Yan would not whitewash herself, because her favorability towards him had reached 82, the realm of infatuated love without regrets. Even if he asked her to do something that violated her principles, Su-Yan would definitely satisfy him. The reason why he asked this was that he didn't want Yun Qianyu to know the relationship between Su-Yan and him, because Sidu-Zin thought that Yun Qianyu's sixth sense seemed to be very sensitive, especially in terms of love. Sidu-Zin often saw Yun Qianyu's suspicious eyes lingering on Su-Yan, and he might have begun to suspect them in his heart. This is not a good signal for Sidu-Zin, because he knew that no lady would decide to share her boyfriend with others, nor would she like to find someone who already has a partner. Since Sidu-Zin has chosen to be a scumbag and give every girl a home, he cannot let the prey that he has not yet seduced know that he has already hunted them. If a man wants to have more than one family, the prerequisite is that he must not have a so-called family. Once a man finds a safe haven that he can call home, he will no longer be philanthropic and will slowly lose his hunting heart. Sidu-Zin's predecessor was a well-read man with a wide range of professional knowledge. He had in-depth research on human nature, especially women. For example, he knows exactly what gifts to give to what type of woman. If you are sending flowers to your secret crush, you should not say nothing on Valentine's Day. If you are not sure about her feelings for you and just want to express your love to her without seeking results, then a bouquet of flowers without a signature can convey your feelings. Of course, what you need to care about is not to end up making things difficult for others. If you want a hint at an invitation to the other party, then a delicate and fresh Valentine's card can subtly test the other party's attitude without causing any harm. If you are a higher-level person and you want to give it to your young female boss, you have to be very careful. This is not only about the emotional boundary, but also related to your own work and the other person's career. Chapter 33 Nonsense. Therefore, you must not give a large or expensive gift, so as not to be criticized by others, which will be bad for both you and her. If the relationship between the two parties is still delicate, then you might as well give some regular Valentine's Day gifts. Candies, chocolate snacks are good choices, which will only melt the sweetness in your heart, and you and she will know it, and it can also avoid the harm of rumors from outsiders. If you just send it to your online lover, it will be a special example in your lover's life. Or you haven't met yet, but why should you ever meet each other? The internet provides you with a large enough interface. You don't need to spend too much money, just use your imagination and try your best to win the recognition of your lover. And there are all kinds of services on the internet. Sending flowers, clubbing, gifts, love letters, etc., which are enough to make you love enough at once. The fourth is to give it to lovers who are in love. For example, if Sidu-Zin wants to give a gift to Su-Yan, whose relationship is flourishing and heating up, he will attach great importance to it. Ladies in love pay the most attention to the expression of love, although they will be blinded by their own passion and intimacy and gladly accept all gifts from their lovers. Gifts that can further enhance the relationship between the two are the most suitable. Fashionable couple watches can show that you are a close couple in any occasion. Original toys that the two of you play with can enrich your time together, and seeing each other is like returning to the childhood days of innocence, and the relationship becomes pure all of a sudden. If you want a hint to the other party that you can consider getting married, then a symbolic ring is also the best gift for Valentine's Day. Another one is to give it to your former lover, or in other words, your ex-girlfriend. You want to get back together with her, but time has passed and things have changed, but maybe you still miss your former love. No matter what, it is not a sin to give your love on such a day. A book or a VCD of a movie that you both loved the most can bring back memories of the past. What distressed Sidu-Zin the most was not the fact that she was married, but the fact that he could not make his relationship public. This truth fits Su-Yan and Sidu-Zin exactly now. Because of Su-Yan's awkward relationship with him, their love relationship cannot be shared with more people. If you were in her shoes, would you feel a little regretful? To let Cupid linger around you unknowingly, Sidu-Zin suggests that you can give her a bottle of couple perfume. Others' perfume may seem ordinary and can be bought everywhere, but you can secretly feel the scent that belongs to both of you. Even if he is not by your side, his scent is still irresistible to you. In addition to the above examples, quarrels between lovers are common, so it is a bit troublesome to give gifts to lovers who are quarreling. On the eve of Valentine's Day, you are still arguing, which is really a pity. Fortunately, such a day can make you reconcile. Think about what the other person likes most. In addition to her favorite, the cute couple stuffed bears can definitely make her smile. When sharing the good and the bad, heart-shaped chocolates, candies, and roses are the regular Valentine's Day gifts that should not be missed. If you don't want this relationship to end, you can't miss such a good day and opportunity. Finally, the most common relationship is to send it to your wife, so that lovers in the world can finally get married. For those of you who are already living together, Valentine's Day should be romantic but not too wasteful. A small and fresh coffee pot or a simple and elegant tea set is very suitable. On a snowy night in winter, you two sit back to back on the carpet, drink tea, and talk about your wishes. Isn't that great? At the same time, some sexy underwear can also be sent on such a day, which is not only warm but also can add interest to married life. To sum up, Sidhu Zin is not only a scumbag, but also a scumbag who has specially learned how to make girls happy to accept gifts. Although Sidhu Zin has decided to transform himself into the big stud, despised by everyone for the sake of his villain identity. But in his heart, he will never give up on any girl. He will be sincere to all girls, not just to satisfy his own momentary pleasure. Sidhu Zin would spit at such a man, and there is just such a man among the supporting characters. After those stud supporting characters get the heroine pregnant, they just pat their butts and say the child is not theirs, then turn around and go pick up another woman. Just imagine how desperate this pregnant girl would feel when she was abandoned by her husband and had nowhere to go. Therefore, when Sidhu Zin is with the heroines, he will try his best to give them happiness and try his best to make them feel unhappy. There are even some supporting characters who are doubly shameful, namely the typical eunuch supporting characters. Although they don't touch the heroines, they will tease them and make them fall in love with them, and then they will issue their own declarations that no man is allowed to even look at the women they like. Although he seems to love the heroine very much, this eunuch protagonist will not pay attention to the heroine's ideas and suggestions. Even if the heroine takes the initiative, the eunuch protagonist will stay away and not give them a home. This goes on, destroying the girl's life. Sidhu Zin said that when he encounters such a eunuch, he would first slap him twice, and then whisper in his ear, "If you are a eunuch, be a eunuch, don't come out and learn to be a sea king. You don't deserve it." Sidhu Zin has been working hard to figure out how to properly play the role of a villain who is responsible, tolerant, patient, meticulous, warm-hearted, and unreasonably doting on girls. He believes that he can give all the heroines a happy home better than the protagonist can. Sidhu Zin quickly imagined his future harem plan in his mind. He turned his eyes back to the second female protagonist on the field, Yun Kainyu, who was known as the police flower. Sidhu Zin discovered that after he had just finished that perverted conversation with Su Yan, Yun Kainyu's previously worried and resentful look at him had obviously changed. Yun Kainyu now looked at him with respect, but also with some annoyance as if she didn't know how to express her emotions. Sidhu Zin knew very well that for a hot girl like Yun Kainyu, if his skills were weaker than hers, there would be no way for him to get along with her on an equal footing, let alone win her favor. Therefore, Sidhu Zin had already shown some of his skills before, and gave himself a positive reason to call himself a boxer so that it wouldn't be too abrupt. After all, he is still a high school student. Your skills are even better than those of a well-trained policeman. This may arouse Yun Kainyu's vigilance. Now you have given yourself an identity that is not your current one but was your previous one. Although it sounds a bit outrageous, it is not nonsense after all. Chapter 34, Flatterer. Officer Yun, Teacher Su doesn't know how I was trained. You know, after all, you are a police officer who has received professional training. You must know something about ordinary training. Can you imagine it? Sidhu Zin looked at Yun Kainyu provocatively, trying to arouse her confrontational spirit. Well, Yun Kainyu looked angry. But although she was a police officer, she had also participated in various special police training methods. For example, each person is required to run 5,000 meters with a 20-kilogram weight on their body. They are required to climb up and down a hook ladder 300 times and cross a 30-meter wire mesh 300 times. They are required to lift 15 kilograms of dumbbells 150 times, lift pullers 100 times, and arm bars 100 times. They are required to hold an AK-47 horizontally, with a brick hung from the muzzle with a rope and stay still for 2 hours in the sun, etc. But what kind of body movements could produce a stronger boxer than her who had practiced martial arts for more than 10 years? Yun Kainyu said that she had racked her brains, but still couldn't figure it out. Sidu Zin did not interrupt her, but waited there quietly. Learning to listen is also a plus for a man. Old man, I seem to have figured it out. If it is different from the Hope experiment, I think I know how the boss trained Lin Mo. Suddenly, the deep voice of Gao Dan, who was wearing black plain glasses and had a middle parted hair, reached everyone's ears. Old Gao, do you really know the old man's exercise method? Fantong asked in a skeptical tone. Yes, Dandan, please speak quickly. I'm too stupid and can't understand at all. Laji was much more straightforward and kept urging her. Even the two female protagonists, Su Yan and Yun Kainyu, were startled by Gao Dan's sudden interruption. Sidu Zin saw that half of his limelight had been stolen by his little brother, so he pretended to be unhappy, frowned, and glanced at him. Gao Dan saw that Sidu Zin seemed to be really angry, and immediately cursed himself in his heart for being a fool who didn't know how to read the old man's face or choose the right time. However, his eyes rolled around, and he immediately bowed to Sidu Mo, looked at Sidu Zin with reverence, and said in a serious tone, "To be honest, the reason why I was able to understand the old man's boxing method so quickly is 99% because of the old man's painstaking training. The remaining 1% of wisdom is simply incomparable to the old man's. Oh, in that case, Gu Dan, please explain my boxing training method to me." Sidu Zin was not angry at all. He just wanted to test whether Gu Dan would be dissatisfied with him if he blatantly suppressed Gu Dan, whose loyalty level was over 80. Now it seems that, although Gu Dan looks like a traitor, his respect for him as the boss is really not fake. While verifying this, Sidu Zin couldn't help but feel a little happy that he had a relatively smart younger brother. From now on, you don't have to do anything that requires using your brain by yourself. You can leave it to Gao Dan. Thank you, sir. Now I'll tell you what I'm saying. Gao Dan heaved a sigh of relief and smiled slyly. To be honest, I think that the only thing that happened was that the experimental subject was changed from mice to Lin Mo, and the experimenter was naturally the mighty, handsome, and awesome old man. The old man's boxing was so powerful, so his physical fitness in some aspects must have exceeded the limits of humans. I don't know the details of the aging process, but in theory, I think it is to break hope again and continuously extend the chance of obtaining this hope of salvation. Finally, after repeated life and death tests, the experimental subject's hope time has broken through the human limit record, just breaking the bottleneck of the limit. Then we extend the time for hope of redemption beyond the limit that Lin Mo has already reached. In the long run, we will continuously break records and establish new time for hope of redemption. Then, Lin Mo will always be struggling between life and death. As the number of times increases, the number of records breaking the limit will also increase accordingly. As for why Lin Mo has become this half-human, half-ghost appearance, it is probably because he was too arrogant and did not follow the boss's instructions to proceed step by step. Am I right, boss? After Gu Dan finished speaking, he looked at Sidu Zin with a chuckle. He looked so thief-like that even Yun Kainyu, a law-abiding heroine with a strong sense of justice, wanted to beat him up. You're a good kid. What you said is generally true. You're a bit as smart as I am. I'm optimistic about you. Keep up the good work. Sidu Zin patted Gao Dan's shoulder vigorously and spoke to him earnestly. I'll be delighted if I can learn 1% of your wisdom. In the future, I will definitely serve you well. If you want me to climb the volcano, I won't even frown. But don't abandon my 3 little brothers in the future. They will always be your most loyal brothers. Gao Dan pushed the black-framed plain glasses on the bridge of his nose, his eyes full of admiration. Don't worry, you 3 are my brothers. As long as you don't betray me, as long as I, Sidu Zin, have a meal to eat, I will not let you eat porridge. You just listen to me and make sure to eat delicious and spicy food every day. Abalone, sea cucumber, and tripe are all side dishes for 3 meals a day. Remember, if you encounter any new people or things, you must report to me first and ask for instructions. Don't act without thinking like last time. Sidu Zin looked at La Jai, Fan Tong, and Gao Dan and said cautiously again. After all, Lin Mo's supporting role halo is only 5 points left, and his destiny is about to be lost. As long as Gu Dan and the other 3 stop doing stupid things, Lin Mo should no longer be a threat to the people in the villain camp. But he didn't know where Qin Shu, the supporting character who was the medical genius who caused his family to be destroyed in his previous life, was. If Qin Shu happened to run into Qin Shu as soon as he came down the mountain because of his supporting character's halo, and then the natural villain and the supporting character would not like each other and become enemies, and his 3 younger brothers would be brainlessly reduced in intelligence. And once again, like the last time before he traveled through time, they would be slapped in the face by Lin Mo, who was like a dead dog. Then he, the villain, would lose face. Okay, I will listen to you and will not fight casually anymore. If there is anything, I will report to you first. Yeah, it's good that you have this awareness, but I'm not asking you to become cowards. If someone wants to suppress you, contact me. I promise you three that I will stand up for you. I have my reasons for everything I do. Do you understand? I understand. Master, although I don't know how you suddenly became so sharp, but you are so powerful, how powerful it is to be your younger brothers. If anyone dares to provoke me, I'm afraid that if I mention your name, those younger brothers will be scared to death. So who would dare to provoke you? He. Sidu Zin ignored Gu Dan, the flatterer, and after instructing them a few times to tell them immediately if they found anything wrong, he ignored him, turned his head to look at Yun Qianyu and said lightly. Chapter 35, The Hooligan. Officer Yun, the way I trained Lin Mo was not much different from what Gu Dan said. Lin Mo was injured so seriously because he did not listen to me. The amount of training exceeded his physical limit. This is not my fault. He asked for it. Oh, I see. Can you tell me in detail about the content of the training? Yun Qianyu looked at Sidu Zin with some curiosity and anticipation. Well, Sidu Zin looked at Yun Qianyu with some amusement, making her twist her body uncomfortably to hide his strange gaze. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Yun Qianyu touched her face curiously and found that there was nothing dirty, so she couldn't help but ask. Oh, of course not. It's just that, Officer Yun, think about it. This is a training method that can train a human to my strength. If I just tell you casually, don't you think it's inappropriate? Of course, if you want to learn, I can teach you, but... Sidu Zin said halfway and looked at Yun Qianyu without saying anything. Oh, but what? Just tell me, are you trying to fool me on purpose? Stop talking halfway. Yun Qianyu stared at Sidu Zin angrily. If she could beat the young man in front of her, she would definitely teach him a lesson about respecting his elders. At the same time, she also felt that what Sidu Zin said made sense. If Sidu Zin told her with just a few words, the training speed and strength would already be a training method that surpassed humans. You treat Sidu Zin as a fool. However, when Yun Qianyu said that Sidu Zin could teach her, she immediately felt fortunate, because if she wanted to better fight crime and uphold justice, the stronger the better. She had always wanted to be able to fly over eaves and walk on walls like a martial artist since she was a child. And if she got Sidu Zin's training method, maybe it would really be possible. Oh, you really want to know? Yun Qianyu nodded heavily like a good child who was eager to learn. Officer Yun, if you want me to teach you, there are conditions. I don't know if you can agree to it. Sidu Zin was still keeping it in suspense. Even the younger brothers around him couldn't help but anxiously want to know what this method was. Su Yan was a little uninterested. After all, she didn't like wielding swords and guns. She just wanted to focus on teaching and educating people. However, she really wanted to understand what Sidu Zin said. Hey, you big thief, you are bullying me on purpose because you see that I can't beat you? What are your conditions? Just tell me, I'm listening. Yun Qianyu was once again angered by Sidu Zin's trick of playing hard to get, and her face turned red. Her bad temper made her look at Sidu Zin with dissatisfaction. Sidu Zin took in Yun Qianyu's angry look and felt a little amused. If I don't discipline this little hot pepper, she might just get so cocky that her tail will go up to the sky. However, he did not continue teasing Yun Qianyu and put forward his own conditions. I want you. What, you want me? Yun Qianyu stared at Sidu Zin in amazement, as if she had heard something unbelievable. She had never thought that Sidu Zin would be so timid. Regardless of the fact that this was a school and his head teacher and classmates were all here, he actually confessed to her openly. While Yun Qianyu was shocked, she also discovered in her heart that she did not feel disgusted like those rough men in the bureau did when they confessed their love to her. I was actually secretly excited inside. What's wrong with me? Could it be that I would really fall in love with this little boy who is still in high school? Although Sidu Zin is indeed not bad, he is a little more pleasing to the eye, a little more clever, and a little more skilled than me as for his shortcomings. I can't seem to find any. Yun Qianyu was shocked by Sidu Zin's sudden words. Her brain short-circuited for a moment. She kept analyzing Sidu Zin in her mind, trying to find reasons to refute the fact that she had a crush on this boy. However, Yun Qianyu discovered that no matter how hard she tried to find fault with Sidu Zin, she couldn't think of what the boy's shortcomings were. Perhaps I haven't understood him enough, so I am attracted by his current perfect image. It must be so. Yun Qianyu kept comforting herself and making excuses for herself. After all, she was a messenger who had to protect justice. How could she knowingly commit a crime and make an outrageous mistake in love? But now that he has confessed it to himself, should I agree or not? I should not agree. If I reject him directly, even though Sidu Zin seems to know everything and is mature, he is not as shy and immature as a high school student. But who knows if my refusal in front of so many people might cause him great harm. After all, although he knows more than other high school boys of the same age, he is still just a teenager. He might be hit hard by my refusal. What should I do? Yun Kainyu said that her little brain was more confused than ever before, because although she was a few years older than Sidu Zin, she was also an idiot in love. How could she know how to avoid hurting this boy? When Su Yan heard Sidu Zin's confession-like words, she became jealous and tears as big as beads filled her eyes. However, she did not cry. Instead, she bit her lips tightly, lowered her head, and said nothing. Damn, you're so awesome, boss. You're really awesome. You're so good at picking up girls. You've already figured it out even after just meeting each other. I admire you. Unlike Fantong and Laji, who are still confused as to why Sidu Zin said that the key to training is to get Yun Kainyu, Gao Dan is already thinking about how to perform well in assisting and what to do to help the boss win the beauty as soon as possible. Sidu Zin was a little confused when he saw Su Yan, who looked sad and betrayed by a scumbag. Then he looked at Yun Kainyu, who was walking around in a dilemma, and he realized immediately that these people had misunderstood. He said that the condition for wanting to teach Yun Kainyu was her. He didn't want her as a person, but Yun Kainyu's identity as a police officer. Although what he said before about teaching Lin Mo was all made up, Lin Mo was beaten like that by him on purpose, and it was not the so-called overtraining at all. He had already thought it through. If he just said directly that Lin Mo was beaten by him, straightforwardly and without finding any excuses, then given the status of his adopted parents in the Magic City, the matter could be resolved with just a few moves. But when he found out that Yun Kainyu was the heroine, she was a virtuous heroine with a strong sense of justice. If he used those powers to directly interfere in Lin Mo's matter, he might be disliked by Yun Kainyu. After all, she had such a strong sense of justice that she would never allow favoritism and abuse of power to happen under her nose. Once Sidu Zin walks away without caring about anything, not only will he implicate the female protagonist in the case, Su Yan, but he will also be labeled as sinister, a scoundrel, and unreasonable by the righteous female protagonist Yun Kainyu. The female protagonist may hate him, avoid him, and it will be difficult for her to have any interaction with him again. Chapter 36, Report. This gave Sidu Zin an idea, and he thought that all of this was caused by Lin Mo himself, so he should take the blame. What? Lin Mo won't report me? What a joke. When Sidu Zin found out that something was wrong with Lin Mo, he had already sent someone to investigate Lin Mo's family. He found out that although his parents had passed away, he still had a younger sister who was 1 year younger than him, and was in the first year of high school and studying at Peking University. As long as he could use this to kidnap Lin Mo, why would he be afraid that the protagonist, who was a sister protecting maniac, would sue him? This method neither damaged Sidu Zin's perfect image in Yun Kainyu's heart, but also avoided a lot of unnecessary trouble. For example, if he used his power to suppress Lin Mo would definitely not accept it, but because he was weak, he could only become stronger slowly, and Yun Kainyu sympathized with him and might often lend a helping hand, and over time, a bloody plot might happen again. What Sidu Zin said about the method to train himself to be so powerful was not made up. Although it is impossible to replicate the power of his current small internal strength, the power of Hua Jin, the boxing champion in his previous life, was indeed strengthened through countless training and breaking through the limits of the human body. The training method is roughly similar to the experiment on hope on mice that he mentioned earlier, but only he knows the detailed methods. Now that Yun Kainyu wants to teach him herself, Sidu Zin will definitely agree, because this will not only improve her favor as a martial arts fan, but also reduce the chances of being alone with her. How could I let go of such a good thing? Oh, you are afraid that the boxing champion's training method will be leaked. There is no need to be afraid, because even if it is really leaked, everyone has trained his boxing skills to the extreme of the human body, but it will not pose a threat to him. After all, it is impossible for everyone to be a supporting role. As the son of God, he can learn martial arts as soon as he learns them. He has an incredible talent. However, Sidu Zin is a villain, and a villain with a destined villain system. He becomes stronger by abusing the protagonist in various ways. It is nothing like in his previous life where he had to keep training to become stronger. As long as the green protagonist flirts with the heroine, wins her favor, seizes opportunities for supporting characters, and stops the protagonist from showing off, he will be able to gain a certain aura and villain points. Then you can spend villain points and villain auras to draw prizes, buy various gift packs in the system mall, and upgrade again and again, and your power will continue to grow. It's not like martial arts novels, where there are bottlenecks in internal strength, nor are the supporting characters in fairy tales who have to hone their bodies in various ways. They rely on their own understanding and breakthroughs, and can become stronger by clicking their fingers. Why should you be so cautious? Worrying that your martial arts will be leaked, and you will be abused. The reason why Sidu Zin agreed to teach Yun Kainyu boxing was, firstly, to stay with her more to gain her favor, and secondly, he wanted her to be this person, because it would be easier to deal with Yun Kainyu because of her identity as a police officer. Although he could tell his cheap dad if he wanted to do something, Sidu Zin, a naturally proud guy, couldn't afford to lose face if some trivial matters, not big or small, had to be solved by his cheap dad. That's why he said that, but he didn't expect that everyone would misunderstand him. Sidu Zin touched his nose and was speechless. Although her expression was a bit weird, the heroine was too imaginative. Even if she wanted to confess her feelings, she wouldn't do it in front of Su Yan, right? Isn't that just looking for trouble? Officer Yun, what I just meant is that if I need the police's help in the future, you can help me as soon as possible. Did you misunderstand me? Yun Kainyu didn't expect that Sidu Zin's words just now were not a confession to her, but he wanted her to help solve the problem. This made her so embarrassed that she wanted to dig a hole in the 3-bedroom apartment with her toes. At the same time, she didn't know why she felt a little disappointed that Sidu Zin didn't confess to her. Fortunately, Yun Kainyu was a police officer, and her mental quality was much stronger than that of ordinary people. She shook her head and quickly got rid of the strange thoughts about Sidu Zin. Okay, as long as you teach me, I promise to help you as long as it's not illegal or against my morals. Yun Kainyu agreed, of course. It was such a lucky thing to get personal guidance from someone who was stronger than herself. It was an opportunity that ordinary warriors would want, but Sidu Zin promised it so easily. As long as Sidu Zin didn't let her do anything weird or illegal, Yun Kainyu thought anyone would agree. When Su Yan heard Sidu Zin's explanation, it turned out that it was not what she thought. She slowly smiled and felt a little ashamed for having doubted Sidu Zin so easily. But my younger brother Gu Dan didn't think so. He looked at the way the old man looked at Yun Kainyu, and relying on his fifth sense as a man, he knew that this matter was definitely not simple. Although it was not clear, didn't the old man like Jing Yin Meng before? Although Sidu Zin had proposed to dissolve the marriage before, he thought it was just a new trick of the old man to pick up girls. At the time, he thought, is the boss serious? Does he no longer like Jing Yin Meng and want to pick up other women? Forget it, I'm just a little brother. As long as you like me, that's enough. I must perform well and assist the old man more. Once the old man gets Yun Kainyu, the hot girl, the old man will definitely praise me. If Sidu Zin knew about Gao Dan's idea, he would definitely praise this thief for being so smart and being able to please me. You are worthy of it. Ding, I wish the host to successfully make the heroine Yun Kainyu serve you. The plot of the novel has been slightly changed to weaken the protagonist Chin Shu's protagonist Halo 5. Ding, I wish the host to successfully deceive the heroine Yun Kainyu. The host can take advantage of the opportunity to slightly change the plot of the novel and weaken the protagonist Chin Shu's Aura 5. Ding, I wish the host will succeed in making the heroine Su Yan jealous. The heroine Su Yan's loyalty is +5. Ding, I wish the host to obtain the villain Halo 2. Ding, I wish the host to gain villain points too. Well, officer, it's a deal. Leave me your phone number and I'll contact you when you have time. Sidu Zin stretched out his hand to Yun Kainyu and looked at her with a smile. Yun Kainyu looked at the big hand that Sidu Zin stretched out. Although there seemed to be nothing wrong, and Sidu Zin did not seem to be trying to take advantage of her, she had a hunch that Sidu Zin did this on purpose. However, Yun Kainyu found it a little funny in her heart. Why did she have so many thoughts? It was just a handshake. Did she become fussy in everything she did after meeting Sidu Zin? This is just a perverted, friendly handshake. Don't think too much about it. Yun Kainyu also stretched out her hand and shook hands gently with Sidu Zin, her face unconsciously turning slightly red. Chapter 37 Swear. Sidu Zin took the opportunity to take a good look at Yun Kainyu's hands. Her fingers were long and thin, like the tips of new bamboo shoots after the rain. Her delicate hands were as white as a baby's. Just when she clenched them, it seemed that water could be squeezed out of them at once. Her skin was white like the first snow. Perhaps it was because of her frequent martial arts training, but she didn't look pale at all. Well, it's a pleasure to work with you, Officer Yun. Now let's deal with Lin Mo's matter. Sidhu Zin shifted his gaze to the pile of Lin Mo on the ground not far away and walked up to him in low-top clothing. Sidhu Zin lowered his head and observed. Lin Mo's hair was disheveled at that time, and his ink-like black hair covered his cheeks. There was a dark hole in the hair under his right forehead, with dried black blood on it, which slid down his chin and into his school uniform in a disgusting way. The red marks that seemed to be caused by a hard punch were intertwined with his heroic surviving healthy skin, extending to his belly that was bulging like he had drunk beer, his thick and strong thighs, and his messy hair. What was even more unbearable to watch was that Lin Mo's arms and legs were drooping down, and it was obvious that these were the injuries from Sidhu Zin's fists. He looked incomplete and had nothing to do with his previous handsome face, nor did he have the stubbornness that Sidhu Zin had when she first saw him. The Lin Mo of that time had long since awakened to the past. He stared at Sidhu Zin, who was approaching her with half-open eyes, with an undisguised murderous intent in his eyes. If he had not been crippled by Sidhu Zin, he would have rushed up to him and shamelessly bit Sidhu Zin regardless of everything. He didn't want anything now. Miss Money, Power, etc. have no appeal to Lin Mo, whose confidence has been shattered by Sidhu Zin. What he wants is Sidhu Zin to die. What Sidhu Zin just said to Yun Kaianyu, and the others could be heard clearly by Lin Mo lying on the ground, because he did not conceal the volume of his voice. I know that this guy was lying to the female police officer. What he said about him asking Sidhu Zin for advice and him teaching him boxing were all lies made up by this sinister villain. In the end, he shamelessly said that he brought this useless ending upon himself. Gu Dan even cleverly deduced the reasons for his injury. This kid Gu Dan is Sidhu Zin's younger brother. He must be acting with Sidhu Zin to cover up the truth that Sidhu Zin beat him up. He is so shameless. I must not let this bastard Sidhu Zin succeed. I must expose his evil deeds. And that bitch Su Yan is the same as well. She obviously witnessed with her own eyes the whole process of how Sidhu Zin crippled me. But when the policewoman Yun Kaianyu came, she didn't say a word about it. She even helped that villain Sidhu Zin to lie with her eyes open, and tacitly admitted that it was because I didn't listen to the villain Sidhu Zin's orders during the training process. I really couldn't imagine that Su Yan, who seemed kind, upright, and liked to teach before, turned out to be such a shameless woman. She must have cooperated with him in acting because Sidhu Zin was a rich second generation, and she wanted to curry favor with him. I really see through it. All the ladies in this world are trying to curry favor with the powerful. Now, apart from my sister, I'm afraid there is no other woman I can trust. My sister, I must protect you. Otherwise, if Sidhu Zin, that villain, knows about your existence, he will definitely defile you as he is a lustful devil. I must tell that female police officer the truth. Sidhu Zin must have had some bad intentions because of Yun Kaianyu's beauty. Even though I, Lin Mo, have been ruined by that bastard Sidhu Zin, I am still a man and must not be a coward. If I don't dare to reveal the truth, no one will know the final truth. Yun Kaianyu will also be deceived by villains like Sidhu Zin, Gao Dan, and Su Yan, and end up with the same fate as me. Sidhu Zin looked at Lin Mo's bloodshot eyes as he looked at him with hatred, as if he wanted to eat his flesh and blood alive, and confronted him without any retreat. A supporting role is indeed a supporting role. Even if the supporting role's aura is weakened to 5 points by the protagonist, his temper is still so tough. He is really a born jerk. The man in the novel who is called an indestructible cockroach is no joke. If it were any other man, he would be refuted by his goddess, and his favorite girl would be taken away by him. He would even be severely disabled and stepped on by me. Then the truth would be distorted in front of him. I'm afraid no one can bear these consecutive blows. But Lin Mo, the protagonist who is even more stubborn than Jiayu, can endure it. Even now, looking at the hatred in the boy's eyes when he looks at him, he is probably still thinking about how to take revenge when he becomes stronger in the future. If a normal villain is really fooled by your useless appearance and lets down his guard, allowing you to show off and slap other minor villains, and then becomes stronger and stronger, and finally reach the peak of life again to seek revenge on me and cut me into pieces, it would be a funny plot. But I'm not an ordinary villain in novels. I traveled through time. My previous life had read countless online novels and knew that if the supporting roles were not cut off, the day and night would be like a wildfire that could not be extinguished, and it would come back to life with the spring breeze. Besides, even if you are not a supporting character but you have offended me, the crime of wanting to seduce my girl is enough to make you suffer. It's a pity that you are still a supporting character who slaps me, the villain. I'm a destined villain, and I have a system that specializes in hunting down supporting characters to become stronger. If you don't kill me, how can I continue to become stronger? So, Lin Mo, after you have emitted your last light, just go with peace of mind. Sidu Zin looked at Lin Mo expressionlessly. Suddenly she leaned over and whispered in his ear, I believe you heard everything I just said. If you don't want your sister to get into trouble, just admit that you got yourself into this state. I will let you go after a while. From now on, we will each go our own way and no one will interfere with anyone else. Do you understand? When Lin Mo heard that Sidu Zin already knew about his sister's existence, he was completely stunned. Then his bloodshot eyes opened wide and glared at Sidu Zin fiercely. If looks could kill, Lin Mo would have killed Sidu Zin thousands of times. But after Lin Mo stared for a long time, the anger in his heart was suppressed by his sister's cute and flexible appearance. His sister was innocent. If Sidu Zin wanted to attack her, he was useless now. How could he protect her? Lin Mo's heart was bleeding. If it wasn't for his sister, he would have reported this devil. He was simply not a human being. It was not enough to destroy himself, but he also wanted to mess with his own sister. After I recover from my injuries, I will make profits. I want power. I want to become the strongest. I want your life, Sidu Zin. Lin Mo swore arbitrarily in his heart that he would definitely kill this villain in the future. Chapter 38, Betray Yourself. Okay, I promise you, but you must not embarrass my sister, otherwise I will definitely report you. And I will announce the matter between you and that girl Su Yan to the school. Lin Mo gritted his teeth, stared at Sidu Zin and spoke word by word, bleeding from the corners of his mouth. Oh, are you blackmailing me? Do you realize your current state? Even if I do as you say, what can you do to me? I'll give you a chance to reorganize your words and say what you just said again. Sidu Zin heard that Lin Mo was about to die, but he was still threatening him. He was simply looking for death. How dare he do that? Does he still think that he is the villain who licked his boots before and can be bullied by others? He no longer smiled, but looked at Lin Mo coldly. His eyes were as fierce as a lion's, which made Lin Mo feel oppressed. Lin Mo seemed to understand his current situation and knew that he could not control Sidu Zin's thoughts at all. If he ordered him like this, it might backfire and he might really be cruel to his sister. Thinking of his sister, Lin Mo became scared again. I understand. I will listen to you completely. Please, please don't hurt my sister. Lin Mo closed his eyes and said humbly, Ding, I wish the host can successfully make the supporting character Lin Mo admit his mistakes to the host, the destined villain, and change the plot of the novel. The protagonist's Halo 3. Ding, I wish the host's villain aura +3. Ding, I wish the host +3 villain points. HMPH, there won't be a next time. Sidu Zin said this and ignored Lin Mo, who was feeling extremely aggrieved, and returned to Yun Qianyu and the others. Lin Mo's secondary role Halo only has 2 points left. It looks like there will be no more if we harvest more. I still need this kid to work for me as a treasure hunting rat, so I can't let it disappear before I can use it up. A man's mouth is a lie. It's really funny that the supporting character actually believes in the villain himself. Hee, I will help take care of your sister, kid. Sidu Zin didn't decide to make Lin Mo angry again, for he was afraid that Lin Mo would be so angry that his blood vessels would burst and he would die. That would be a huge loss for him. He hadn't used the supporting character's superpowers to dig for gold yet, so he couldn't die too soon. If Lin Mo knew what Sidu Zin was planning now, he would probably commit suicide. Officer Yun, I think Lin Mo's injuries seem serious. He needs to be sent to the hospital for treatment as soon as possible. As for the final truth, you can wait until he recovers and then ask him in person whether everything is as I said. The injuries on his body are all caused by himself. You can contact me if anything happens. I have your contact information now, so don't worry about not being able to contact you. Sidu Zin raised the note in his hand. That was the personal contact number that Yun Qianyu had just written for him. Beep beep At this time, the sound of an ambulance just came from downstairs of the teaching building. After a while, several medical staff came in carrying a stretcher and carefully carried Lin Mo up. However, something happened in the middle of the process, and the people carrying the stretcher accidentally slipped several times, causing Lin Mo to fall heavily. Lin Mo was in so much pain that he almost cried several times. When Gu Dan and others saw this scene, they all laughed and said that retribution had come. That's it, Officer Yun, you can withdraw your team. The legal letter about informing on Lin Mo will be revoked first. Wait until you find out the truth. Sidu Zin knew that if Lin Mo was put in jail, not only would Lin Mo's supporting role Halo be completely wiped out, but it would also be difficult for him to find a chance to kill him. It would be better to use him as a waste and let Lin Mo shine as a treasure hunter for him, and then kill him when he is of no value. Oh, thank you so much. I'm still thinking about how to resolve the issue of the lawyer's letter. After all, Linmo's physical condition is terrible and he can't accept the investigation at all. Since you agree to investigate later, it will really save me a lot of trouble. Thank you so much, Sidhu Zin. Yun Kainyu naively thought that Sidhu Zin withdrew the lawyer's letter in order to relieve her work pressure. Sidhu Zin just smiled silently without saying anything. After seeing Yun Kainyu off and comforting Su Yan, he went to the school rooftop and called Gu Dan alone. Master, why do you want to give up on reporting this kid Lin Mo? Gu Dan looked at Sidhu Zin with a face full of grievance. Well, I have my own plans. You don't have to worry about it. But don't worry, Lin Mo won't be able to stay here for long. I'm going to give you a task now. You must do it seriously. If you do it well, I'll reward you handsomely. Sidhu Zin looked at Gu Dan and spoke in a serious tone. He also took out a large stack of bank cards and stuffed them into the hands of the frightened Gu Dan. There is a total of 100 million on these 8 bank cards. Take this money and find all the detective agencies and private intelligence agencies in Shaman City to investigate and track this person for me. 2. Qin Shu, Qin Shi Huang's Qin, Shu who was appointed by heaven. By the way, the passwords for these 8 cards are all 888,888. You can split the rest of the money with Fantong and the others after you pay off the detective agency with 100 million. You don't have to give me any more. Okay, this matter must be settled. The sooner the better. Is it clear? After Sidhu Zin said this, he stood on the balcony with his eyes gazing into the distance, waved at Gao Dan and didn't say another word. Okay, thank you, sir. Don't worry, I have learned 1% of your cleverness and smartness. I, Gu Dan, will do whatever you ask me to do. If I can't find this beast, who is not the abused person named Qin, I will come to see you with the sail in my head. Gu Dan squeezed out a few tears from his eyes and looked at Sidhu Zin with tears in his eyes. He didn't look like a high school student who had received 9 years of compulsory education. He had no image at all and looked like a complete lackey. Fantong and Laji, who had already returned to the class, suddenly sneezed and looked at each other. Damn it, who is scolding me? It's the Qin of Qin Shi Huang, the top and the bottom. Do you understand now? Don't get it wrong. Sidhu Zin was originally planning on how to torture the supporting characters in the future, but this kid Gao Dan was as cunning as a rat at one moment and as weird as a pig at another. He was speechless and could only repeat Qin Shu's name again. Okay, old man, I really remember it this time. I will go to the detective agency now and ask them to find that damn Qin Shu. After saying that, Gao Dan ran away with a grin on his face. Oh, you mean you don't need to ask the teacher for leave? Funny. Sidhu Zin had already dealt with Su Yan, the class teacher, so writing a leave request was just a matter of a few words. Sidhu Zin ignored this lackey. Since he had decided to trust Gu Dan, he could no longer be as suspicious as Cao Cao. Moreover, the loyalty of Gu Dan's 3 younger brothers to him was over 88, and they would never betray him. Chapter 39 Girlfriend. Sidhu Zin had already explored his background before, and believed that Gu Dan was truly loyal to him. Qin Shu is a minor character in the original book, who is a medical immortal who caused his family to be destroyed, and came down from the mountain. Since he has the power to kill himself, a second-generation rich man from Shanghai who has such awesome cheap father and cheap mother backing him up. It also shows that Qin Shu is definitely not that simple. Although Sidhu Zin, the destined villain, cannot defeat the protagonist, he does not say that investigating him means admitting that he is afraid of Qin Shu. You know, there is a very good old saying in Yan State. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. Don't take your enemies seriously in terms of appearance, but take them seriously in terms of strategy. This is the truth passed down from generation to generation in Yan State, an ancient civilized country with an uninterrupted history of more than 2,000 years. How could it be nonsense? Sidhu Zin is not the brainless rich second generation who waits for the supporting role to slap the supporting role in the face and licks Miss Jing Yin Meng and his predecessor. He has his own courage and tricks, but who wouldn't like to be able to know everything the enemy is doing in advance? As long as I control all of Qin Shu's traces, why would I be afraid that he would suddenly show up and slap me in the face? After figuring this out, Sidhu Zin relaxed his muscles, took out a brand new iPhone 14 Pro from his school uniform pocket, and made a phone call. Beep beep. Hello, is this Yauj? Yes, little Sidhu, what can I do for you? Tell me what to do. A middle-aged man's depressed and powerful voice came from the other end of the phone. Well, give me a call and tell Jing Yin Meng's parents that I'll come over after school tomorrow. Oh, I understand. Sidhu kid, when you go, did you buy a set of antique paintings and jewelry for the Jing couple like last time? I could have done it then. Yaoj thought that Sidhu would visit his parents as usual and was not too surprised, because last time Sidhu wrote letters every week to visit Jing Yinmeng's parents, and every time he brought the same gifts for both of them, which were very expensive. The purpose of Sidhu Zin's research was naturally to make her parents say more good things about him in front of Jing Yinmeng. However, Sidhu Zin's next words made Yuji, who had been acting as a driver to connect the Jing family and the Sidhu family, wonder if there was something wrong with his ears. No, I went to the Jing family this time to break off the engagement with Miss Jing Yinmeng, not to visit relatives or my aunt. Sidhu Zin said this in a calm and secluded tone. What? See, Sidhu Zin, is it because my hearing has been deteriorating recently? Did you just say that you would not go to the Jing family tomorrow, but you want to break off the engagement with Miss Jing? Yaoj was on the other end of the phone, his hand holding the phone a little numb. How is this possible? Isn't it that the school beauty named Jing Yinmeng that Master Sidhu likes the most? I remember he said that he would never get married in this life because of his delusions. Why did the young master suddenly want to break up with Jing Yinmeng? Oh, is it impossible? On the other end of the phone, Sidhu Zin's tone was somewhat accusatory. This is the young master's order, of course it's okay? Although Yuji couldn't figure out how Sidhu Zin suddenly appeared like a different person, she felt that something was wrong with Sidhu Zin when she drove him to school before, but she was afraid of hurting Sidhu Zin, so she couldn't say anything if she didn't know. At first it seemed that Sidhu Zin had really changed, but as to why he had become so strange, Yuji had no idea. If Sidhu Zin told him that he could travel through time, I'm afraid that people like Yuji, whose educational thinking is already basically materialistic, would not believe it at all. Moreover, this is one of Sidhu's biggest trade secrets, and he would not even tell it to Sidhu Zin's friends and parents. Yuji has worked as a driver, housekeeper, and bodyguard in the Sidhu family for several years. He knows what to ask and what not to ask. Moreover, it was Sidhu Zin who saved his family and gave him this job to prevent him and his daughter from wandering around. Just regarding this point, Yuji can put all his heart into it and work loyally for Sidhu Zin without asking the reason. In Yuji's heart, he was not only grateful to Sidhu Zin's family, but also because Sidhu Zin was only a few years older than her daughter who had just entered junior high school. She couldn't help but feel a sense of affection for him and had already regarded Sidhu Zin as her own family. Therefore, as long as Sidhu Zin gave an order, Yaoj would work hard and do it conscientiously. Oh, there's one more thing. Send someone to keep an eye on Linmo from the class. He lives in the People's Hospital in Shaman City. When he recovers, follow him wherever he goes. If he goes to an antique shop and takes a fancy to that antique, you must take it down first. That kid has the ability to identify treasures, don't you understand? I want this boy to be my property. Okay, young master. I will make arrangements and work with the other brothers to do this. We will definitely make sure we get those antiques before Lin Mo. Yuji knew that Sidhu Zin had always been against Lin Mo because of Jing Yinmeng's incident. It was understandable that he wanted to deal with Lin Mo now. They just didn't expect that Lin Mo, a stranger, would actually look at antiques. They were a little surprised. Since Sidhu Zin wanted to deal with Lin Mo, of course they wouldn't say anything and just did as he was told. That's settled then. Tell Jing Yinmeng's parents that I will go to their house tomorrow, Sidhu Zin said and hung up the phone. The rings are the rings, the rings are the rings, the rings are the rings, the rings are the rings. Sidhu Zin sorted out his original thoughts. Lin Mo's halo as the protagonist had begun to fade away. Waste utilization treated him as a treasure-hunting beast, and he was useless after being squeezed dry. He posed no threat to him now. The supporting character Qin Shu in the Beast has not come down the mountain yet. Su Yan's favorability has been raised to 83. He basically obeys everything he says, and there will be no Minotaur plot. The policewoman Yun Kainyu's loyalty to me, which is also a level of favorability, also affects the level of 35, Spring Love. In the short term, I can only do this because there is not much room for contact between me and her. The only problem at the time was this woman. Sidhu Zin doesn't like this woman who had a connection with Qin Shu in her previous life, and killed her previous life. Since Jing Yinmeng has nothing to do with the supporting character Qin Shu's protagonist halo has not disappeared. And even if he killed her with one knife, it would be too easy for Jing Yinmeng, who found it hard to understand the hatred he felt when he read the novel into his own. Therefore, Sidhu Zin decided to develop Jing Yinmeng's masochistic physique and train her to be his own. Although she is an object person, Jing Yinmeng has the Ice Phoenix martial soul and the Phoenix civilization bloodline, which is more comfortable to use than the internet celebrities on the street. thinking that she would cancel the engagement tomorrow. What would she do next to teach Jingyin about dreaming? Sidu Zin had unknowingly returned to Class A of the senior grade. He looked at the classroom that matched his memory, and he had been in the classroom for a year since he transferred to another school. He found that the environment in the classroom was very good. Sidu Zin looked around the spacious classroom carefully. The gentle sunlight shone through several large glass windows in the south. The apple-green windowsills, the white walls and ceiling, and the classroom looked so bright. 6 white fluorescent lights were hung on the ceiling, and a new glass blackboard was installed on the wall behind the podium. The tables and benches were neatly arranged, and the floor was swept clean. It felt very comfortable. This made him feel a little relieved because of the girl's unhappiness. Wow, Tilda Zioma, look, it's my idol Sidu Zin. I haven't seen him this morning and thought something had happened. Now we are finally satisfied to see his divine face. A little girl who still had some baby fat on her face started chattering to the girls sitting at the same table with them as soon as she saw Sidu Zin enter the classroom. However, her eyes were like nails, staring at Sidu Zin tightly, as if she was afraid that he would suddenly appear or disappear. Sidu Zin's face is mine. You little bitches are not allowed to look at it. Only I can see brother Sidu Zin's handsome face, so just bow your heads and take it seriously. A hot girl saw Sidu Zin coming out and threw a few flirtatious glances at him. With that charming look, he didn't look like a high school student at all, but more like a perverted little girl. Gossip, what are you talking about? The school hunk is the school belle Jing, and he's not something an ugly bastard like you can look at. That's right, the school beauty Jing is as pretty as a flower, and the school hunk Sidu is handsome and free-spirited. They are indeed a perfect match, a golden boy and a jade girl. How can they be together? At most, it's a feast for the eyes. The boys did not refute the girls' compliments, because they all knew that Stuart was inferior to anyone else in terms of appearance or family background. In addition to his class, his family also relied on the huge asset of the school belle, and there were probably only a few school belle who could compare to him. It's just that the other boys in the class are still extremely jealous, but they have one advantage that Sidu Zin can't compare with. That was a math problem. Thinking of this, they felt a little comforted. However, these are just ideas that only those who cannot make a living come up with. Who is Sidu Zin? Not to mention that the original Sidu Zin is no longer the bootlicker who had no math problem-solving skills and always remained in the middle and lower levels and relied on connections to get out, but the reborn Sidu Zin. His previous life was a genius with an IQ of 220 at the age of 14. He skipped several grades to go to college and got full marks in all relevant majors during his college years. He is definitely a genius student. How can these frogs in the well imagine? Hook any one of them except those female leaders. Still too young, Sidu Zin listened to these crazy boys' voices. Veins popped up on his forehead. He never thought that sometimes being too handsome is not a bad thing. It's just the 110 top charm that's to blame. No one went in to ridicule him. A villain is a villain. This destined villain is treated like a big shot wherever he goes. He is not like the protagonist, who might be ridiculed as a poor wretch even if he eats rice noodle rolls at a breakfast shop. Cool. Sidu Zin said that he still likes to be a villain. Although they are both in the villain camp, at least there are not so many villains who come out to get in the way. In the class, Sidu Zin sat behind Jing Yin Meng and held an important position. This was because this bootlicker wanted to peek at Jing Yin Meng's back every day and took the initiative to ask the principal for help. That's right, it was because her cheap mother was one of the major shareholders of Peking University College. So when Sidu Zin made this small request, the principal didn't even think about why and directly asked Su Yan to arrange it. At that time, Su Yan was a little angry because of this secret abuse of power. So when he went to his seat, he passed by Jing Yinmeng's seat. When Jing Yin dreamed that Sidu Zin returned to the class, and then heard the praise from the class and the appearance of Sidu Zin, she was inexplicably happy. I thought Stuart would greet her with the same smile as before, but I don't know why I decided to give the gift back to him for the first time. Stuart walked past her like she was air, not even looking at her. This must be intentional, but why? I didn't do anything to offend him. I just ordered him around a little too much, which usually causes girls to have a little temper. Does Stu really want to get married? What? The city is like this. Shocked because of the injustice in his dream, he buried his little head in his hands and soon a soft whimper came. Could it be that Sidu Zin really doesn't want me anymore? Is he really going to go to my house tomorrow to talk to my parents about the divorce? Why? I didn't do anything. Is it because of Lin Mo? It must be. Every time Lin Mo and I go out together, Sidu Zin will come to ask about it. Is he jealous? No, I must make it clear to him that there is a fundamental reason for the indirect influence between Lin Mo and I have not lost anything. It's just that we have different research issues. I believe he will definitely become the boyfriend who obeys me in everything, yes. He will. Jing Yinmeng stopped sobbing and cheered herself up in her heart. She wanted to explain to Sidu Zin that there was no relationship between her and Lin Mo at all. Jing Yimeng wiped the tears from her face with the back of her hand and turned to look at Sidu Zin. Just when she was about to muster up the courage to survive and tell Sidu Zin all the problems, she saw a scene that made her even more sad. Sidu Zin was actually talking and laughing with his desk mate. Jing Yinmeng looked at this scene in disbelief. In the past, Sidu Zin would never speak to any girl in the past, not to mention that these were actions that she thought were not too intimate. This was not the most serious thing. What made her even more sad was that Sidu Zin's desk mate was her best friend. Chapter 40. Fortunately, she knew the relationship, so why did she smile and talk to him? She turned away, leaned her head on the table, sobbing that she couldn't bear so many blows at the same time. Ding, congratulations to the host for becoming a legal person. The heroine Jing became jealous due to a dream which triggered emotions. The plot of the novel has been slightly changed. The heroine's loyalty to you +3. Ding, congratulations to the host for his victory in the heroine scene. Because the image of the dog licker has been changed in the dream center, the plot of the novel has changed slightly. The heroine is loyal to you 3. Ding, congratulations to the host for pretending to be affectionate in front of the heroine Jing Yinmeng, which increased the masochistic tendency of the heroine Jing Yinmeng and made her depressed. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining villain Halo 3. Ding wishes the host villain .3. After hearing the prompt sound of this system, Sidu Zin thought to himself that it was indeed the case. The more you flatter this girl, the more she ignores you. At first, she treated her as an atmosphere, and this woman increased her loyalty to herself. Did she really awaken some strange qualities? Sidu Zin ignored Jing Yinmeng's crying beside him, and did not pay attention to the noisy discussions that had already occurred in the class. Likewise, he walked to the seat and sat down. He took a look at his desk. Because he was focusing on high school, it was filled with more than a dozen textbooks and tutorial books sent by the school. However, it was surprisingly well organized at the moment. All of them could be classified according to the history textbooks and placed in the upper left corner of the desk. It was not as messy as he had imagined. Sidu Zin seemed a little confused, because he remembered that his previous life was this rich second generation who was not good at studying. His mind was full of how to lick Jing Yinmeng's ass. He usually didn't even tidy up his seat. He would just find a chair and sit at the table with other classmates, secretly observing Jing Yinmeng's profile. Because his cheap mother is a major shareholder of Peking University, many teachers only dare to give him more advice. On the other hand, some bold teachers who really want to teach everyone have scolded Sidu Zin many times. But this kid in his previous life just listened to it with one ear and let it out with the other, which shows that his foundation was not sound. There is nothing I can say if I say too much, sir. I can only pretend that he does not exist. Therefore, Sidu Zin remembered very clearly that he seldom went back to his seat, and that there were books on his left and right. How could he care about these trivial matters? But he tilted his head to the right, and immediately understood what was happening. It turns out that it was sorted by my deskmate. He looked at his deskmate, and found that this was not the loud and noisy teaching assistant in his memory, but a familiar yet strange girl in a blue school uniform and a black ponytail. Who are you? I remember my deskmate was the deputy class leader, a loud-mouthed girl. Why are you sitting in his seat? Sidu Zin turned around and faced the girl whom he seemed to have seen somewhere in his memory at that time. The girl didn't seem to expect Sidu Zin to suddenly get so close to her. She was startled and almost screamed, and quickly covered her mouth with her hands. The two grapes' equally crystal-clear eyes rolled around in shock, full of disbelief. Seeing her look like a surprised little chicken, Sidu Zin couldn't help but laugh a few times. Bad boy, stop laughing. The girl with the black ponytail had a pale face from being frightened, but after hearing Sidu Zin's smile, her face suddenly turned red with shame. Okay, I won't laugh anymore. Then can you please just tell me who you are? Sidu Zin actually didn't think there was anything funny, they just wanted to use laughter to ease the embarrassment. Psychology mentions that laughter can sometimes be used as a good weapon. In any given environment, excessive laughter can effectively relieve the depressing atmosphere. The girl with the black ponytail seemed to be really infected by Sidu Zin's laughter just now. Her silly look became lively, as if she had completely changed into a different face. Even Sidu Zin couldn't help but feel shocked when he saw it. How could a girl change her face so quickly? Forget it, you don't need to tell me now. Do you believe it or not, I can get all your data and information just by pinching my fingers. Sidhu Zin thought for a moment, and wanted to tease this cute and smart girl in front of Jing Yinmeng. This way, he could not only continuously improve Jing Yinmeng's loyalty, but also tease multiple girls. It was really killing two birds with one stone. What, do you really remember who I am? When the girl with a black ponytail heard Sidhu Zin's voice, she seemed to know who she was. The good little baby look she had just had disappeared. Instead, she opened her eyes wide and looked at Sidhu Zin excitedly. Well, of course, I know feng shui and fortune-telling. It's not easy to infer your identity. Don't underestimate me. Sidhu Zin looked at the girl with colorful ponytails and found it incredible to know her name. It seems that even though he is a lover, his emotional intelligence is much higher than that of ordinary people, and he cannot immediately understand every girl's thoughts. At present, you should also contact more female friends of various types. Sidhu Zin shamelessly found an excuse to start a harem. HMPH, it turns out you were just lying to me. You didn't even know who I am. The girl with the black ponytail heard that Sidhu Zin was still fooling her with the tricks of a feng shui master, and it turned out that he didn't recognize who she was at all. Her small nose wrinkled immediately. A hint of loss flashed across her grape-colored eyes, and she turned her body to face the blackboard, not looking at Sidhu Zin, looking aggrieved. Sidhu Zin originally just wanted to tease the little girl's body next to him, to clear his loyal dreams, just to kill time. Who knew this familiar-looking girl would actually get angry? This little girl, she just said I didn't know her name. She looked like she was bullied. She didn't want to talk to me. Do I have to remember her? Did my previous life do something good to this little Lolita? Has it been remembered? Sidhu Zin looked at the belly of the girl with black ponytail in surprise, and found that under the school uniform, the little Lolita's belly did not swell in any strange way. Damn, who is this little Loli? I can't even remember who this girl is in my previous life. How could he know? I guess this is the only system I can use. It's just that the system will automatically deduct 10 villain points every time you use it to explore the city. There is no prompt after the system deducts the points each time. He only found out about this recently when he checked the villain points. At that time, I cursed the system in my heart, but the dog system pretended not to hear it and did not respond. Unexpectedly, the system could be so cunning, forcing Sidhu Zin to be careful. From now on, every time he uses the system, he will perform an information system check and other functions on time to detect his own weakness, to prevent the system from cutting off his funds and draining all his assets without knowing it, which would be embarrassing. In fact, when Sidhu Zin saw the little Lolita's strange behavior just now, he didn't understand why. At that time, he had already activated the golden eyes, but the 1% probability of seeing through function was not triggered. This made him secretly annoyed that the black luck at the beginning was not strong enough. But soon, Yuandi Zin thought that there could be a system to explore this mood to be happy, and emotional intelligence was not enough to be collected by the system. Haha, let it go. Don't you believe that I can use feng shui to calculate your name? How about this? Let's make a bet, okay? Sidhu Zin showed a sinister smile, which did not make him look sinister, but made him look very sinister. You really know feng shui? Can you guess the name? If so, then what's the point of making a bet? Although the little loli with a black ponytail turned away and was not facing Sidhu Zin directly, she was secretly glancing at him. Seeing Sidhu Zin actually showing a devilish smile that was somewhat inconsistent with his sunny, cheerful, and confident appearance, she was not only not very scared, but was actually very happy that Sidhu Zin cared about her. But she didn't reflect it, and continued to pretend that she didn't want to pay attention to Stuart anymore. Oh, you don't seem to be reluctant to bet. Forget it then. Sidhu Zin saw that the little girl was still on Facebook. If he didn't treat her, he was afraid that his little tail would fly away. I don't have any time to ask you. I'm going to make a bet with your friend. I'm going to make a bet with you. You can make any bet. When the little loli heard that Sidhu Zin was going to make another bet, she got anxious and turned around again. She faced Sidhu Zin and stretched out her two little hands to grab Sidhu Zin's right wrist, staring at him fixedly as if they were afraid that Sidhu Zin would go back on his word. Oh, that's good, but would you like to let go of my hand first? Although I admit that your hand is very smooth, fragrant, and white, we are still in the class after all. If the teacher sees it, won't I be criticized? I don't care, but you are a girl. If you and I are involved in so many scandals, your reputation will be ruined. After saying this, Sidhu Zin glanced at Jing Yinmeng at the table in front of him as if inadvertently. Jing Yinmeng hadn't cried for a long time, but the tears on her face had dissolved the light makeup she had put on in the morning. When she raised her head, people could see that she was a little embarrassed. So she put her head on the desk, pretending to be still crying because Sidu Zin ignored her. Jing Yinmeng secretly tilted her head downward, covering her cheek with her hand, and through the gap between her fingers, she secretly observed every move of Sidu Zin and the little girl behind her. She secretly watched Sidu Zin and the little girl chatting and laughing. Although she was still crying, she felt wronged and her tears could not help but fall again. What made her feel even more wronged was that the little girl was actually holding Sidu Zin's hands with both hands. From her perspective, their actions looked very intimate. In fact, these problems are not the most sad for her. What made Jing Yinmeng most upset was that the little girl sitting in the middle of Sidu Zin was actually her best friend and former deskmate. For a moment, Jing Yinmeng felt as if Sidu Zin had betrayed her. Her heart was filled with injustice, and her tears were like a waterfall soaking the front of her school uniform. At the same time, she was also recalling her charm in her heart. Had she ever lost touch with Yuan Dixon? Otherwise, why did Yuan Dixon ignore her when talking to his friends? Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully showing a wave of love in front of the female Jing Yinmeng again, making the female Jing Yinmeng suspicious of the charm again. Review, slightly change the plot of the novel. The woman is loyal to you too. Ding, congratulations to the host for changing the plot of the novel. Villain aura +2. Ding, congratulations to the host for changing the plot of the novel. Villain points +2. Ah, no, that's not right. I didn't mean it. I was just afraid that you would regret it. You have to believe me, really. The little loli took some time to react. Seeing that they liked to hold Sidu Zin's hand, her face turned red instantly. She let go of his hand like a little rabbit that was not frightened. However, she was not angry because Sidu Zin mocked her. Instead, after a while, she calmed down. Rubbing her face hard, she faced Sidu Zin again with a naughty smile on her face, two dimples looking very smart. The little girl's unexpected behavior startled Yuan Zin, a veteran in the love industry. Even though she was teased like that, she wasn't angry at all. Does the little girl really know her successor? But Rory's name does not appear in the memories of any of his successors, so how could he be a familiar face? What's more, this big bootlicker's successor, because he wanted to please Jing, had long gotten rid of the philandering nature of the rich second generation, and was single-minded, with his mind full of Jing's one girl, and he simply couldn't remember the names of other girls of the same age in the class. I don't know her, she is not his relative or partner. I was afraid of getting close to her, nor was I afraid of flirting with her. Then the only possibility is that this little loli must have a crush on me. I wanted to make a bet and test my theory to see if this chick really liked me. It was actually abnormal for Sidu Zin to think so, because he was handsome and rich, and his personality was not as arrogant and domineering as those crazy nouveau rich. Instead, he got along well with his classmates. If the successor had not openly stated that he only liked Jing, a classmate in the class, then with his good conditions, how could there be so many butterflies flying around him? Okay, I believe you. You look so nasty, it's true. He looked at the little girl sincerely. His eyes burned with undisguised enthusiasm. When he saw her, his heart was pounding. He didn't dare to look directly into Sidu Zin's eyes full of hope. She thought that Sidu Zin at that time was even more afraid to look her in the face than the one with the evil smile before. However, she did not feel any disgust in her heart as she looked at him with such trust in her black eyes. Instead, she felt a strange sense of happiness. Really, Crab Tilda, I'm really blessed to hear you praising me. The little girl did not show a sweet smile of luck and happiness on her face. Chapter 41, Necklace. Well, don't you want to take a gamble? It would be boring. Heat, what do you want? As long as you need it, I can buy it for you. The little girl answered innocently, but she didn't notice Sidu Zin's other intentions. What I have the most is money. Is there anything I can't buy? What I want is something that you have exclusively and that no one else has. Sidu Zin raised his eyes and stared at the little girl with colorful ponytails, his voice hoarse. I don't have anything else that's unique to me. The bet is to give me your most valuable thing. Ah, you, what did you say? How could this happen? When the little girl heard what Sidu Zin said, her face turned as red as a cooked shrimp. Her eyes kept dodging and looking elsewhere, and her voice began to stutter. Just tell me, do you dare to bet? Sidu Zin resolutely approached the little Lolita. Their foreheads were almost touching. Sidu Zin ignored the little Lolita's shyness and stared into her sparkling grape eyes with his charming peach blossom eyes. Speak, don't you dare. I promise you. The little girl stammered and hesitated for a long time, but finally agreed under Sidu Zin's pressure, but she had no intention of resisting. It's a deal, you can't break your promise, otherwise. Hee hee, Yuan Xin said just to see if the little girl would agree. Even he didn't expect her to agree so easily. It turns out that my brother's handsomeness is so good that he can easily win over all the girls. He doesn't feel like a failure at all. Let me see the true face of this little Lolita, whom I have a crush on. System, show me this Laurie. Ding, congratulations to the host for spending 10 villain points to successfully solve the case. Identity, supporting actress Sumoki. Strength, 85, 90 for abnormally strong women. Charm value, 95, pure, beautiful, hateful girl next door. Normal people have 80. Skills, innocence is her killer ballet. Martial soul, none. Bloodline, none. Loyalty, 55, secretly in love. This lowly is actually a female supporting role. Or do I need a lowly whose loyalty to me has reached 55, secretly in love, someone in my heart, and whose favorability is so high? It's normal to like a handsome guy like me. After all, with my 110 points of charm, plus the ethereal scent emitted after the awakening of the Emperor's bloodline, I'm afraid there aren't many women who can resist it, except for women like the heroine who are affected by the heroine's aura. But what's new is that the system panel shows that this girl's loyalty to me has reached 55. It's higher than Jing's fickle woman who has been with this delusion for a year. After the parachute jump, my friend and I have no relationship. Tusk. So Laurie fell in love with her ex a long time ago. The ex-boyfriend is just a supporting role, and Miss Ben is a supporting actress. If she doesn't show up, she will be destined to be the male lead's backup in the future, but a supporting actress who just fell in love with the ex-boyfriend, a villain. Why does it look a bit bloody? Staring at the girl in front of him, a gleam of expectation flashed in her cute big eyes, and a black line appeared on Sidhu's head. What is the story between this lowly female supporting role and this rich second-generation villain who was her predecessor? Could it be that Jing defeated his childhood sweetheart because of his dream? It is indeed possible. Sidhu Zin thought that there was indeed a vague memory buried in his mind. Just like the fog mode, it is impossible to clear it. But on the other hand, I couldn't explain it. If it was a childhood sweetheart, not only would the memory be superficial, but I would also call her by her name. But when I faced this little girl named Sumoki, I couldn't even call out her name. How did a girl who was with Lolita secretly love her ex for so long? She once gave her heart to him. It's really inexplicable. Sidhu Zin picked up a pen from the desk. His fingers quickly scratched the white paper a few times. Without even glancing at it, he handed it to Sumoki. Sumoki picked it up curiously. First, she glanced at Sidhu Zin. After receiving his nod, she carefully spread the newspaper on her tidy little table and read it carefully. That serious look, like looking at some famous ancient painting, is very important. Sidhu Zin took this scene in, and a smile flashed across his eyes. It seems that this girl is really very concerned about nothing. There were no geometric characters on the paper. Sumoki could only see 2 lines of deep ink. Although the paper is the most common yellow and white paper on the market, after being rendered with Sidhu's handwriting, it looks like it was written by a master calligrapher. Sumoki opened her eyes wide. She looked and saw that it was a dragon and a snake running in a race, which had worn out the ink stone. When she looked deeper, she thought it was simple and unpretentious, and had the artistic conception of Ataikai, both dry and kun. When did Brother Ashen's handwriting become so beautiful? Sumoki looked up at Sidhu Zin in confusion, and found that Sidhu Zin was also looking at her. Her face turned red again, and she quickly looked down at the content on the paper and ignored it. Sumakazi carefully considered every word. They are 2 paragraphs respectively. The first line is her name, Sumoki. The second line is a paragraph, do you like me? Why? Sumoki covered her half-open lips with her small hands, turned away, and looked at Sidhu Zin with disbelief, her eyes filled with undisguised curiosity and shock. Do the Ashen brothers really understand Feng Shui, and can they figure out the name? But Brother Ashen, how did you know that I have always had a crush on him? Can he read my inner thoughts? It's incredible. Ashen's brother is still Ashen's brother, still so smart, still so sharp. You can see the secret hidden in my heart for so long at a glance. But what should I do if he knows all this? Will it make him unhappy? He likes Jing's sister. What should I do? The quiet smile on Sumoki's face gradually disappeared, and he was at a loss. But looking at the look in Brother Ashen's eyes that could look at strangers as well, it seems that his memory ability has not yet recovered. It's all my fault. If it weren't for that time, Brother Ashen wouldn't have been injured, he wouldn't have lost his memory, and he wouldn't have forgotten me. It's all my fault. Thinking of the past, Sumoki couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Looking at Sidhu Zin's eye contact, she felt more and more ashamed and guilty, and her 2 little hands clenched the school uniform shirt tightly. However, after a while, perhaps because she was afraid that something was wrong with Sidhu Zin's invention, she stretched out her two white and tender little hands again. However, Sumoki's hateful little pouting mouth was always bitten tightly. Otherwise, she would be hesitant in the face of the exposed Stuart. Sumoki was really tormented at this moment. At that time, Ashen's brother asked him why he liked him. How should I answer? Tell the truth. Talk about that memory. Will it comfort Ashen? The doctor said not to beat him anymore. I don't want him to be hurt because of me. But what if Ashen's brother wants to know the truth? Will I lie to Ashen's brother? No, even if I lie to anyone, I won't lie to my brother, Zin. If he knew that Ben was injured and nervous right now, then I will always be with my brother, Zin. This time, I will not choose to leave the Ashen brothers. Brother Ashen, come in with me, I have a lot to tell you. Sumoki suddenly stood up from her seat. She was very petite, about 160 cm tall. Compared to Sidhu Zin's 185 cm, she was probably only as tall as his shoulders. However, under Sidhu Zin's profound gaze, the little girl's eyes now looked decisive. He seemed to feel that the little girl had grown up at this moment. That is a powerful persistence. Sidhu Zin took Sumoki's arm and swaggered away from his seat. He passed by Jing Yinmeng's desk again. After the two of them left the classroom, there was a commotion in the classroom. Sidhu Zin seemed to sense a pair of burning eyes staring at his back, and there seemed to be intermittent familiar cries. Ding, congratulations to the class leader and the female Shizui Meng. The female Shizui Meng left the classroom hand in hand. The female Shizui Meng's jealousy was directly overturned, and she fell into self-doubt again and was loyal to Master Su. Ding, congratulations to the host for not being a man. She cried many times because of her dream. Villain aura +2, villain points +2. He knew without thinking that it was Jing Yinmeng who was looking at them. But what was new was that he really held hands with Sumoki. But it was not his initiative, but that flirting made the little girl blush. Sidhu Zin tilted her head and looked at Sumoki, who was only as tall as her shoulders. Now her small hand was holding a big hand. Her face was rosy and handsome. However, at this moment, Sidhu Zin was extremely surprised, because Sumoki's face was full of happiness, which made him, a man with a dark heart, want to pursue something. That is the purest and happiest smile. How can you smile so happily? Why? Brother, do you think I'm a bad person? Although Sumoki said some inexplicable words, she smiled sweetly, revealing a pair of dimples. Oh, why am I looking at you like this? Why do you call me like that? Do you really understand each other? Sidhu Zin held Sumoki's small hand, lowered his head, and looked closely at her so that she could look directly at him, so close yet so far away. However, Sumoki did not flinch this time. Although her face was still a little flushed, her little head was already close to Sidhu Zin's face, the kind that was only a few centimeters away from touching. Puff tilde, Sumoyan moved back slightly and laughed like a silver bell. She didn't rush to reply to Sidhu Zin. Instead, she took Sidhu Zin's hand again and walked towards a grove of Peking University's School of Education. She held Sidhu Zin's hand and trotted in front of her. Sidhu Zin did not leave, but followed Sumoki with big strides, looking at her petite back. It seemed that an idea had already appeared in her mind that she could get familiar with her back in this way. But he held the man's hand. After a while, they finally left the grove of Beta Lake and stopped under a maple forest. Sumoki held it with both hands and gradually moved closer to the spot, until they were less than a fist away from each other and finally stopped. Brother Ashen, little girl, why did you pull me in? It's just that you haven't answered some questions yet. Sidhu Zin's tone was cold, and he seemed to be keeping a distance from strangers. However, when Sumoki heard Sidhu Zin calling her like that, she smiled happily and didn't have a temper at all. Sidhu Zin looked at her with a frown. He didn't know what had happened between the elder and this female supporting role, and he couldn't help feeling depressed. All right, Brother Ashen, don't worry. I told you everything already. As for why I say I am a bad girl, because I know that you have always liked elite Meng and I took you out in front of the whole class. This may make you hate me. At this point, Sumoki's eyes flashed with a hint of depression. But I must tell Ashen's brother. I have kept it a secret for a long time. Everything between you and me, no one can stop it. Sumoki suddenly became excited and looked at Sidhu Zin with a sharp gaze. Can countries really understand each other? Then why don't I even know your name? No, I should say I don't need to know everything about you. Sidhu Zinwen heard that Sumoki personally denied that there was any real relationship between them. His eyes became deeper and darker, and he asked inquiringly, Brother Ashen, how could you not recognize me? You just forgot. But we grew up together. You were so gentle back then, always protecting the small and rebellious me. You are my guardian angel, but After that time, you forgot everything. Forgot me, forgot to protect me, and forgot all the memories of us. Oh, so timimem, oh. As she spoke, countless crystal tears burst out of Sumoki's eyes, as bright as grapes, but she did not wipe them away and kept them in her heart. As your elder brother, I'm going to show you something important so you can remember them. Look, it's this necklace. Do you still remember it? I have never dared to show it to you directly. Now I have decided that you must remember all these memories between the countries. Sumoki suddenly took off such a necklace covered by the school uniform shirt from her swan-like white neck. Sidu-Zin stretched out his hand and prepared to take it from Sumoki. He recognized it as a DIY necklace. This is a black pearl necklace with white gold and a black pearl pendant. It is a classic black and white combination, giving people a mature and elegant feeling. But what caught his attention most were the letters printed on it. Chi love letter. Sidu-Zin took the DIY necklace and slowly stroked it, feeling the necklace that had just been taken off Sumoki's neck. His fingertips slid over each pearl on the DIY necklace, and Sidu-Zin could actually feel a sense of familiarity as a special need. Ding, I wish the host has successfully contacted his childhood sweetheart in his previous life. The current female matching necklace and all the images of Sumoki have nothing to do with you. Receiving, please accept it calmly. Oh, suddenly, Sidu-Zin's mind was filled with a series of terrifying thoughts, which continued to splice and combine, and were madly stinging his nerves, causing him to groan in pain. This is Chapter 42, Empathy. At this moment, Sidu-Zin seemed to have turned into a little girl named Sumoki, and his mind was filled with memories of his Sumoki. Axin and I are childhood sweethearts. Sidu-Zin has been by my side since I was able to remember. He is 1 month older than me, and the relationship between our countries has never been very good. When I was a child, he took me fishing, played games with me, and often taught me to read. Except for school time, they are inseparable. I am an only child, and he is an only child. Our two families have a close and good relationship, and we are family friends. When I was a child, I often heard the adults joke that Sidu-Zin and I should just be a couple for the time being. Every time Sidu-Zin heard such words, he would touch my head gently. Well, when I grow up, I will marry Kiki and take care of her for the rest of her life. At that time, I often waved Sidu-Zin's hand away angrily. I won't marry you, huh? The adults just laughed at the conversation, and no one took the joke seriously. I didn't take it seriously at first, but as time went by and I got older, I found that I seemed to really like him. During my junior year of high school, I discovered that I liked my boss. That was the uprising period, and I liked to skip classes and go to the internet cafe. I don't want to listen to my family. The trouble gave my parents a headache, so much so that they once wanted to send me abroad. One time I was able to skip classes to play this game like I do now. When I was having fun, the earphones on my ears were suddenly taken off. I looked up and saw Sidu-Zin's face. His usually gentle face was now tense. Sidu-Zin took my hand and led me out without saying anything. I cried loudly and was unwilling to follow him out. Who are you to tell me what to do? You are not my brother. Ha, you were born a month earlier than me. What's the big deal? Sidu-Zin wiped my tears and sighed. Kiki, can you tell me indirectly why you don't want to proceed? Are you unhappy in school? I cried even harder. Because my parents told me to make do with it last time. I don't even want to talk to this guy anymore. When I skipped classes, my parents would just scold me, but only Stuart would ask me why. I suddenly felt touched and wronged. I cried and wanted to tell him. I don't like school, the teachers don't like me, and the boys also point fingers at me in private. I can't be happy at all. Stuart was silent for a long time, and then held me in his arms. Aji, don't be afraid, I will seek justice for you. This was not the first time he held me so tightly. When I was a child, I often played with my parents and held them together. When I was tired, I fell asleep in their arms. But at this time, I smelled the scent of pancreas corners on his clothes, and the previous resistance in my heart disappeared, and my heart was beating like a drum. I don't know if, at this moment, I found that I seemed to fall in love with him, not the kind of brother, but the kind of man likes. The day after I told Stuart, the teachers at school, the principal, and the boys who had talked about me came to me to apologize. I have no doubt about Sidu-Zin's ability. He comes from a wealthy family and his parents keep their identities secret, but it is not difficult to see that given their own noble status, it is easy for them to solve such a problem. Facing these people's apologies, I just felt it was sweeter. I thought that Brother Ashen might have feelings for me. From childhood to adulthood, he seemed to be so nice only to me, a person of the same sex. At that time, I naively thought that Stuxin would only have me in the future, and I would only have him. Since Brother Ashen's dream was to go to Peking University or Tsinghua University, I started to work hard, regardless of all external factors around me. My problems rose as quickly as the ebb tide, and finally, in everyone's eyes, I was admitted to the best local high school. It was not the high school where Sidhu Zin was currently studying, but the one he attended in his freshman year of high school. The moment I was admitted to high school, I couldn't wait to advertise to Sidhu Zin. I remember it very clearly. It was a summer night, and I would be shy to come in and choose a nice DIY black pearl necklace for Stuart. Brother Ashen, I like you. Are you willing to be with me? Sidhu Zin was stunned for a moment after listening to my advertisement. But after being stunned for a few seconds, he smiled happily, scratched his nose lovingly, took the DIY necklace and hung it around his neck. I heard him say, "Okay, let's live together." His voice was low, but I heard what he said. I hugged him excitedly, and he was stunned for a moment and hugged me. At that moment, I felt that I was the luckiest person in the world. Soon, many people in junior high school knew that I was together with Sidhu Zin. He would wait for me downstairs every day, bring me breakfast, accompany me to class, and take me to some concerts. He would hold my hand in public, smile, and say, "Hey, this is my girlfriend, Kiki." My roommates at Tsinghua and Peking University often envied me when they saw Sidhu Zin, and I in contact with each other every day. "Kiki, how did you get Stuyvesant? He's handsome and smart. He's so good to you, he's a perfect boyfriend." At this time, I always pretend to be quiet and calm, but I can't hide the happy smiles on their faces. I replied, "But we are still childhood sweethearts." The roommates cheered and said they were all having a great time. I am very lucky to have Brother Ashen's meticulous care every day. I feel that I am the happiest person in the world. But fate always plays tricks on us. It was the weekend, and I came back from an outing with my good friend in the dormitory. I stood under the bus shed with my small school bag on my back to rest, waiting for Brother Ashen to pick me up and take me home. In the image, the sun was very bright that day, stretching my small body out. It took me about 20 minutes to realize that something was wrong, because at this point, I had already exceeded the time I had scheduled with Ashen's brother. Brother Ashen should have arrived a long time ago. How come he hasn't arrived yet? I took out my cell phone and prepared to call Brother Ashen to ask him if he was busy today, and if he couldn't come because of something. Suddenly, an important message popped up from the page frame of the phone. I wanted to swipe away directly, but when I took a closer look, I froze where I was, unable to believe it. Our station reports that a car accident occurred on the Shenyang-Chengdu Expressway. There were 2 people in the car. One died and one was slightly injured. The deceased was the driver of a BMW. The other slightly injured person was a 15 or 16-year-old boy. According to his ID card, the boy's name is Liu Zin. The cause of the accident has not yet been found. The boy has been sent to the hospital for treatment, and his condition is unknown. Their families have been contacted. All roads lead to a safe place. Please pay attention to traffic safety, this part of the accident. I covered my face, my phone fell to the ground, and tears kept pouring out of my eyes. Because I recognized the BMW car, its license plate and appearance, and the way it was picked up when passing by, that is, Ashen's brother's home was in his own ordinary BMW car. I hurriedly contacted Aunt Ming and Uncle Sidhu, and took a taxi to the hospital by myself. When I arrived at the hospital, Brother Ashen was still in the ICU for emergency treatment. My aunt and uncle had already arrived. They were all crying happily. While I was comforting them, I couldn't help crying. It's just that even though God gave me a blow, he still gave me hope. The doctor provided 2 pieces of information about Ashen's younger brother. The good news is that Brother Ashen has escaped danger and survived. The bad news is that he lost his memory and was admitted to the hospital. The car accident took away all the memories of my brother's letter, and also took away his loving heart. When my brother Ashen woke up, I went to see him with hope, but Ashen gave me a strange look. "Excuse me, who are you?" "Brother Ashen, I'm Kiki. We grew up together and are childhood sweethearts. How could you forget?" "Kiki, childhood sweetheart." I looked at the confusion on Ashen's face as his elder brother, and the look in his eyes that was completely like looking at a stranger. I couldn't help crying. "Brother Ashen, how could you forget, Aji? You promised to be together. This is all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have had the accident and Brother Ashen wouldn't have lost his memory. Wow, this is all my fault. I'm sorry, Shin-nig-san." I cried my heart out. "What's wrong with you? Is there something wrong?" I looked at my brother Ashen, who had lost his memory. He was so kind and gentle. At that moment, I knew that his brother Ashen, who had been with him, had never disappeared. I took the DIY necklace off Ashen's neck as my brother and put it in his hand. Brother Ashen was a little confused. After staring at the DIY necklace for a while, he suddenly held his head in pain with both hands. The necklace fell to the ground. I grabbed it, put it in my pocket, and ran to call the doctor. After testing, the doctor said that the patient can no longer be stimulated by previous memories. Otherwise, he is likely to fall into a coma again, which is dangerous. Because they were afraid that Brother Ashen would be disturbed by his original environment, after being admitted to the hospital, Aunt Ming and Uncle Sidhu moved out of Zhengdu and went to Kiyumen City. Ashen's brother's school was transferred to Peking University. I knew I loved him, so I transferred to a college in Peking University. I plan to watch Ashen's brother from afar, so that one day he will remember everything, remember himself, and remember their agreement. Then reunite for a lifetime. But the truth is that after Ashen's brother transferred to another school, he fell in love with a girl named Jing Yinmeng. I want to go out and tell him that I am his girlfriend. We will be together forever. He will take care of me for the rest of my life, and he will protect me. But I hesitated, because the doctor said that if I continued to comfort Ashen as his brother, he might fall into a coma and be in danger. From then on, I could only secretly watch Brother Ashen in class and see how he pursued Sister Jing Yinmeng. My heart hurt so much, but Brother Ashen loved her, and Sister Jing Yinmeng and I became good friends. I was by her side, praising Brother Ashen and telling him all the good things about him, but I hoped that Sister Jing Yinmeng could accept Brother Ashen's love and replace herself with him. As long as they watch from a distance, bless them. I thought so. Just seeing the necklace on his neck, a necklace that was once a gift to Brother Ashen, I would miss Brother Ashen's warm embrace from time to time. She was so gentle, happy, and safe. It seemed that as long as she was in Brother Ashen's arms, nothing in the world would hurt her. I remember now, it's actually like this. Sumoki was my childhood sweetheart and my girlfriend. This idiot in my previous life actually lost this precious girl. Sidhu Zin looked at the little Lolita in front of him with pity and helplessness hidden in his eyes. He stepped forward and hugged Sumoki. The hug was so tight, and the hearts of the two people were getting closer and closer. Kiki, I remember now. I'm sorry I forgot about you. It's great. Brother Ashen's arms are still so warm and satisfying, Sumoki murmured dreamily. Ding, congratulations to the host for being able to recall the memories with the female supporting character Sumoki, avoiding being poisoned by the supporting character Qin Shu in the future, and gaining a villain Halo 5. Ding, I wish the host to let Sumoki feel the host's embrace again. This is a medium change in the novel plot. Sumoki's loyalty to you +10, now 65 loyalty. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the second female character's heart in the world. Villain points +10. Sidhu Zin hugged Sumoki lightly so that her fragile body would not be too tense, but he did not let go. He still held her in his arms, looking lovingly at the girl in front of him who was infatuated with him. He hugged her gently and tenderly. At the same time, he also enjoyed this kind of intimate physical contact, which brought the two of them closer. Sidhu Zin seemed to also like the feeling of hugging this delicate body. That's right. Sidhu Zin denied that he was somewhat in love with this quirky girl. Although Sumoki likes Sidhu Zin, his predecessor before he lost his memory, he doesn't care too much. Because when he traveled to this fictional world, he completely merged with his current body. After he integrated the images of his previous life, it seemed as if these memory fragments were his own, as if he had experienced them personally, and he did not feel any discomfort at all. Sidhu Zin can read, understand, and feel all the emotions that occur when anything happens during the memory process of his previous life. For example, the happiness due to the reward from his parents, the curiosity and joy when he and Sumoki played the roles of father and mother when they were playing together as a child, the throbbing when he hugged Sumoki's soft and warm body in junior high school, the shock and joy when Sumoki suddenly advertised the DIY necklace as a present to him, the severe pain when he got in a car accident and suffered a head injury, etc. All kinds of emotions from his past life made Sidhu Zin feel as if he were there, and he could empathize with them. Chapter 43 Run. It seemed that this was his earliest memory. He is Stuart and he has never left. Everything the ancients had was trusted by Stu. This was inevitable. Therefore, when he openly hugged this so-called childhood sweetheart of his former life, he did not feel any guilt. On the contrary, if Sumoki could be told the truth, that would probably be truly cruel. Just think about it if I tell her that Sidhu Zin, the man she has always loved, who has been watching and waiting for her silently in the dark, and who has promised to take care of her for the rest of her life, had already died in that car accident. The Sidhu Zin at that time was no longer the Sidhu Zin she knew. What would Sumoki think? I'm afraid it will be lost, and I can't accept it. Yes, if this kind of treatment does not happen to anyone, it will be like the sky is falling down on them, and they will be unable to breathe. I believe that no emotional person would accept the tragic news that his lover has disappeared. That's the boy Sumoki would love deeply, and accompany quietly even if she had the guts to do so. If Sidhu Zin told her this horrible truth, she would definitely collapse. Stuart wouldn't do that. Sumoki is not like that. Her previous life was that girl who licked someone's ass but couldn't get what he wanted and even slapped him in the face, suffering from Stockholm Syndrome. He looked straight into his heart, recalling every detail of growing up with Sumoki. Sidhu Zin could truly feel that this girl really loved her. It is love without any impurities or corruption. Just loving him as a person is like being intoxicated in his arms, being someone who can let him let go and let him fall in love with another girl. Sumoki's attitude towards love is weird and tolerant. So how could Sidhu Zin let go of such a lovely girl whom he loved so much? He is not the bulldozer character who abandons his wife and children after being philandering. Although he is a villain, he also has feelings. What Sidhu Zin wants to do is to give a happy home to all the beautiful girls in the world. For this reason, Sidhu Zin did not hesitate to defy noble morals and tell some white lies. Kiki, I'm sorry I forgot about you. Sidhu Zin looked at Sumoki guiltily. He reached out and gently wiped away the tears from Sumoki's face, gently stroking her tender, chubby little face. Brother Ashen, don't blame me. This is obviously my fault. If it wasn't for that day I asked you to take me home, maybe you wouldn't have had a car accident and you wouldn't have lost your memory. You can only blame me. Sumoki did not refuse Sidhu Zin's affection. She put her small hand on Sidhu Zin's big hand that was caressing her face. Recalling the past year, it was obvious that the lovely person was right in front of her, but she could only watch from afar in the dark, enviously watching as the person her child liked began to like someone else and was so gentle to other girls. Thinking that all these were caused by the car accident, he couldn't help but look sad, and the tears in his eyes rolled down again. Sidhu Zin's hands were also feeling the pain of these tears. Looking at the tearful girl in front of him, the most tender part of his heart was touched. He couldn't help but put his arms around Sumoki's light body that seemed to have no weight, and pulled her little melon bag with both hands to press it against his chest. Plub, plub, plub. Being suddenly attacked by Sidhu Zin, Sumoki felt more deeply the warmth in his arms and a strong heartbeat. Her face turned red to her ears, and her dark and clear eyes were watery. Her small heart seemed to be beating constantly. At this last moment, there was no distance between their hearts. Sumoki now looks even more amazing. Purity, shyness, and beauty may be just like this. Congratulations to the host for successfully seducing the female companion Sumoki into the host's crazy heart. The female companion Sumoki's love for you soared. The current loyalty is 85 life and death, which has changed the plot of the novel to a certain extent. The protagonist Chinyu has a protagonist halo of 9, a villain halo of 5, and a villain point of 5. Damn it, Sumoki was set as the female supporting role. This must have been intentional by the author. He was obviously Sumoki's childhood sweetheart, but because of an unexpected car accident, the distance between the two of them became farther and farther. It's so ridiculous. If my guess is correct, the original protagonist Chin Shu must have discovered that Sumoki had a crush on the villain, and then used some shady tricks to get the truth out of her. Later, he used the excuse of helping Sumoki to slowly get close to her. Finally, under the arrangement of the protagonist's aura, Sumoki inexplicably had a relationship with that shitty protagonist Chin Shu. Sumoki was sure she couldn't accept it at first, but Chin Shu, the main character, fanned the flames, saying that Laksu's predecessor was Jing Yin Meng, the dog licker, and not Sumoki. Chin Shu, who would do anything to get a woman, used some sensational tactics, and Sumoki had already had sex with him. Why didn't he take down this innocent little girl? Sidhu Zin patted Sumoki's back gently, stimulating her. At the same time, she thought of Sumoki's supporting role, the later identity of the amnesiac villain, the fact that they were childhood sweethearts, and then she fantasized about the plots in those cool articles. Everything was arranged by the sand sculpture author. All of this is done in order to better satisfy the mindless protagonist Cao Cao in the novel world, in order to deceive this villain and make the protagonist happy. The author of the idiot sculpture And that big stud supporting actor are so shameless. I'm obviously the villain, but I was forced to lose my memory in a car accident and turned into a dog who licks Jing Yin Meng's ass and lost the girl that no one cared about. How can I tolerate this? Sidu Zin lowered his head and rested his head on Sumoki's shoulder, breathing in the unique virgin fragrance of the sensible girl. The murderous intent in his eyes became more and more intense. Just wait for me, you idiot. You actually want to cuckold me. Then I will kill the supporting characters first. When I have killed enough of them and become stronger and leave the mortal world, I will travel through the dimensions sooner or later and cut you all into pieces. Otherwise, how can I get rid of the hatred in my heart? I, Sidu Zin, am not the supporting actor like my predecessor. I am the destined villain. Sidu Zin looked up at the sky, murderous intent in his heart. Brother Ashen. What's wrong, Kiki? Did I crush you? No, as long as Axen feels more comfortable as a brother, you can always rest your head on Kier. I also want Axen, your brother, to hug me more. Sumoki used her small hands to play with Sidu Zin's hair and smiled slyly. Ha ha ha, that's good. But Kiki, I have something to tell you. It's about me and Jing Yin Meng. Sidu Zin pushed Sumoki away with both hands, put his hands on her shoulders and looked at her seriously. When Sumoki heard that Sidu Zin suddenly did not mention Jing Yin Meng, a trace of panic flashed across her eyes. In fact, she was glad that Stuart remembered her, but she was also worried about how to face Jing Yimeng, the best friend Stuart knew. Although she took the initiative to approach this campus beauty because she wanted to get to know Sidu Zin through Jing Yin Meng. But people are not plants or trees, so who can be heartless? During this year, Sumoki had been her desk mate. The two of them could go to class together, complete homework together, and if they didn't understand something, they would explore it together. They would share food during meals and go shopping together during breaks. In addition, apart from the fact that Jing Yin Meng was a little averse to Sidu Zin, which made her unhappy, Jing Yin Meng had never been displeased with her. In addition to talking about Sidu Zin, the two also had very similar hobbies in their lives. She doesn't like eating tomatoes, and neither does Jing Yin Meng. She likes reading literary books, and Jing Yin Meng also likes this style. They both dance ballet, and over time her friendship with Jing Yin Meng becomes deeper. Because Sumoki was born a few days later, because of Jing Meng, she automatically recognized her sister, and really regarded them as good friends and sisters. But at the beginning, Sumoki felt at a loss. On one side is the childhood sweetheart, the person you like. On one side is a close friend, and a good sister with a deep emotional foundation. And he likes Sidu Zin, and Sidu Zin falls in love with sister Jing Yin Meng. Recently, looking at Jing Yin Meng's performance, it seems that she has finally fallen in love with Sidu Zin. Sumoki knew that she couldn't give up Yuan Weixin, but she didn't want to hurt her good sister. So when Sidu Zin mentioned Jing Yin Meng like this, she felt that they were a contradiction, and it was impossible to have the best of both worlds. Hey, Kiki, what are you thinking about, silly girl? Why do you look so serious whenever I mention Jing Yin Meng? Don't always frown, otherwise they will become inseparable after a long time. Sidu Zin hooked Sumoki's tall and straight nose. Ah, really? I don't want to become ugly and Ashen won't like me. I don't want to be like this anymore, Ashen. Don't leave Gigi anymore. He clutched a corner of his shirt tightly, as if he was afraid that he would disappear. Sidu Zin looked at the little girl in front of him and saw how she had become infatuated with him. Thinking that she had actually pushed him to Jing Yin Meng before, he secretly blessed him for more than a year. I can't help but feel sorry for this well-behaved childhood sweetheart. He reached out and stroked her little head, telling her not to be anxious. Sidu Zin suddenly leaned over and kissed her upturned little mouth in front of Sumoki's surprised eyes. Sidu Zin savored the sweetness in Sumoki's mouth until he breathed, then let her go. Sumoki breathed in the air with her big mouth. Her pair of crystal-clear eyes were rippled. The blush on her face could not be concealed. She was staring blankly at the letter lying there. Silly boy, actually I don't like Miss Jing Yin Meng at all. I like you. Sidu Zin shamelessly said the scumbag's words to Sumoki, completely covering up Su Yan, the girl whose loyalty to him was over 80%, and did not mention Yun Kaianyu at all. What, as a brother, Ashen doesn't like Sister Jing anymore? Sumoki's little mouth, which was a little red from Sidu Zin's kiss, opened wide, as if she heard something incredible. However, she seemed to understand something afterwards. I know this is not Brother Ashen's fault. You forgot me because you lost your memory, so you fell in love with Sister Jing even more. I don't want to leave you anymore, but I also don't want to hurt Sister Jing. So from now on, Brother Ashen, just treat me as your sister. When I was a child, I also wanted a brother who loved me and protected me. Now you are like my brother in real life. You have always been so good to me and taken care of me. From now on, Brother Ashen is my brother. Just like that, don't say anything more. Seeing that Sidhu Zin still wanted to argue, Sumoki immediately stood on tiptoe and covered his mouth with both hands, not wanting him to say anything more. What? Sidhu Zin was speechless. In fact, he wanted to tell the girl not to think too much. Who would have thought that Sumoki indirectly said that he would recognize her as his brother? Is this possible? Have you ever seen a girl whose loyalty reaches 85, and she has given her heart to him? Have you ever seen a girl like them with her brother? So Sumoki is tacitly agreeing to have a harem. Sidhu Zin couldn't help but secretly admire girls like Sumoki. She was so cruel. Because they didn't want to hurt others, they couldn't even share the person they loved with others. In fact, this is also the most regrettable thing for Yuan Zin. Which man doesn't love such a precious girl like Sumoki? Beep a beep. Kiki, wait, I have to take a call. His cell phone rang. He glanced at the iPhone 14 Pro display and saw his name, Gu Dan, marked below. Sidhu Zin was a little confused. Didn't he just call Gu Dan to go to the detective agency to find Qin Shu? Why did he call him? Could it be? He pressed the dial button. Hello, boss, I'm so stupid. Didn't you ask me to ask the detective agency to find that beastly Qin Shu? I found a person who fits your description very well. Is this Qin Shu wearing a piece of rag? But he is so clean that he sometimes smells like Chinese medicine. Sidhu Zin's hand holding the phone trembled slightly. He was very happy at the time because the protagonist had just been mentioned here, but he didn't expect that the protagonist would actually come down the mountain. Speak of the devil. That's right, sir. How did you know that? It's amazing. That boy is just a country bumpkin with messy hair that covers half of his face, and his clothes are all patched. And I saw on the monitor that when he was on the train, he looked like Granny Liu entering the Grand View Garden like he had never seen the world. When the boss approached him on the train, he really smelled a very fragrant smell of Chinese medicine on Qin Shu. But boss, you can see from a distance. This is a live acupressure. Boss, I saw him on the monitor of the train. This kid kept touching the seat cushion at the back of the train and made a sound. When he saw the LCD screen on the train, he quickly hugged it and desperately grabbed the TV screen with his hands. His mouth also made a tut-tut sound. And this kid would also make a fuss because of the gap in the connecting part of the train passage, desperately pulling the passengers in the middle and pointing there, as if telling them to run fast. Chapter 44, look at this. Sidhu Zin couldn't help but complain in his heart, as he listened to his younger brother Gu Dan telling him about the strange behavior of the boy who seemed to be the protagonist. Damn, the protagonists in the medical immortal going down the mountain all look like they have never been to this world. It's really unique. The author arranged for the protagonist to grow up with the old man apprentice and live together for so many years, and completely cut off contact with the outside world just to pass on the apprentice's lifelong medical skills. It's also unique. No entertainment, no girls, no delicacies. Isn't this also abusing the protagonist, looking for abuse? Oh, boss, do you know what I just saw? That guy is still a hooligan. When the waitress on the train came up and saw that the lady was beautiful and wearing a black silk hip skirt, the guy's eyes never left the waitress's figure. Even under the surveillance, the guy actually touched the leg of the beautiful waitress at an inexplicable speed, like a dragonfly touching the water, causing the beauty to scream. Even the surveillance screen felt weird. This guy is a freak. Gu Dan suddenly exclaimed on the other end of the phone. Don't worry, this kid can be a supporting role in the journey of the immortal doctor down the mountain. Without superb skills, he can't go down the mountain. Sidhu Zin was not surprised at all after hearing his indifferent words. On the contrary, he thought it was normal. Just think about it, and you will understand. The supporting character has been isolated from the world for so many years in order to inherit the medical legacy. If he had not learned martial arts and extraordinary ways of dealing with people, then when the hero comes up from the mountain and out of this world of cannibals, he has no idea how to protect himself and even behaves like a fool. Can't we just find some minor characters to deal with him? Then what's the point of playing this supporting role? He might as well go back to the mountain and live out his retirement with his old master. What are you talking about, doctor? Nothing. Can you tell me right now where Qin Shu is now? Oh, wait a minute, old man. Sang Bio, tell me the coordinates of that kid. Wait a minute, boss, give me a minute. I will immediately use the global positioning system of Qin Shu's train. Beep a beep a click. Sidhu Zin heard the sound of typing on the keyboard very quickly, but all of a sudden, there was a sound of lights coming from the other end of the phone. Boss, I found it. On the satellite map, Qin Shu's train shows that it is about 50 kilometers away from Tumen and will arrive at Tumen South Station in about 30 minutes. Very good. Send your original location information to my phone. and I will change the past immediately. Yes, boss, then. Should I call a car to pick you up from school now? No need, I'll ask Yuge to give me a ride. Wait there. Also, if anything happens to Chin Shu, contact me immediately. Don't act rashly, do you understand? Yes, boss, don't worry. The detective's here and I will pay close attention to Chin Shu's every move and nothing will go wrong. Little brother, I'm waiting for you here. Ryuguang spoke in a serious tone, but did not forget to flatter Sidu Zin. Flattery, but I like to hear it. Sidu Zin laughed and hung up the phone. Brother Ashen, are you going over there? Do you want me to accompany you? While Sidu Zin was on the phone, Sumoki stood silently. After the clever Sidu Zin hung up the phone, she couldn't wait to pull his hand and stared at Sidu Zin's face with clever eyes and expectant expression. Kiki this is. Stassen touched his slippery chin with his other hand in embarrassment. Well, Tilda, I don't know how, and it doesn't matter, really. Since I'm going to embarrass Ashen's brother, I won't go, but please take me with you next time. Otherwise, I will always stick to you. Although Sumoki looked indifferent, the disappearance in her tone revealed her true intention of wanting to go with Sidu Zin. Haha, silly cat, I was just joking. Come on, I'll take you there. You are my best friend. Sister, you look so cute and adorable. There are so many jackals, tigers, and leopards in the school. How dare I leave you alone in the school? Do you agree? None? Sidu ruffled her long hair with his bare hands, making her look like a punching bag who had just woken up. HMPH, bad brother, you are a wolf. Sumoki grabbed Sidu Zin's hand and paused, but with little strength, he bit out a circle of fine teeth marks. Looking at Sidu Zin, he even stretched out his tongue to lick the remaining saliva on his hand. Haha, Brother Ashen, now that you have my seal, it's mine. Don't forget me again. Sidu Zin actually looked at Sumoki with the simplest expression, as she did the thing most likely to arouse a man's bestiality, without saying a word and just lowering her little lips. Sumoki's pouting lips are small and pink, which makes her look very friendly. This was how he felt every time he kissed her. 3 minutes later, Sidu Zin easily got permission for a day off from Su Yan's girlfriend. Sumoki and he rode in a licensed Audi sedan and arrived at the south station of Chicheng City to the singing of the housekeeper. En route, Sumoki lay in Sidu Zin's arms like a ragdoll cat, scratching his palm from time to time, whispering happily in his ear from time to time, and was very active and clever. Yuji could catch a glimpse of this scene through the smart rearview mirror, and a hint of kindness appeared on his face. He had been the housekeeper of the Sidu family for many years. Of course, he knew Sumoki and Sidu Zin's amnesia. But the master and his wife asked not to tell Yuan Zin, for fear of upsetting him. As a caring housekeeper, you would certainly not do anything to harm Stuart. But when he saw Sumoki, the vicious girl who grew up with the young master, Sidu Zin had forgotten everyone since the car accident. She seemed to have lost all her vitality and was depressed all day long. She never appeared again. Yuji saw all of this, and he also thought that fate was playing tricks on him. His young master and Miss Su were both good and kind children, but it was God who separated them. When he looked in the rearview mirror, the song had ended, and Master Sidu had regained his memory. But he did not disturb them, but silently sent a message to his wife Ming Yuixin, telling the young master that he might recover his memory. Yuji, it's been quite difficult for you to supervise Lin Mo recently. How is this kid doing recently? Sidu Zin looked at the driver Yuji with a smile, wanting to ask about the situation of Lin Mo, the useless guy who had not appeared in front of his work recently. This is not difficult for you. Young master, what are you talking about? I have always regarded you as an enemy. My family, why should they thank me? Yuge responded solemnly while driving the car seriously. Yeah, Tilda, that's right. How is Lin Mo doing recently? Sidu Zin looked at Gu and nodded in agreement. It's good to have a caring housekeeper so you don't have to do everything yourself. Not to mention that Lin Mo's body is mostly made of iron. He is a freak. He was able to walk after only a few days of plaster. As for his decline, of course it was based on the order arranged by Master Sidu Shuja. He bribed the doctor and implanted a monitoring chip when operating on the child. That chip is a GPS satellite system chip that can monitor his data in real time. So as long as Lin Mo moves, the dots on the display will change in real time. No matter where this kid goes, he can't escape such tracking. What Sidu Zairoer said is right. The recent boss always pretends to be by Lin Mo's side. He found that he often went to the stalls on the antique street, every time he could find a piece that looked ordinary. However, he took it away as you requested and took it to the antique shop for inspection. It was found that these things that looked like street stalls were all antiques. Also, Master Zin, I have good news for you. So far, we have seized dozens of Lin Mo's antiques. After professional appraisal, these are all real antiques. In addition, there are antiques from the Qing and Ming dynasties. The estimated value has reached 100 million. It's just that Lin Mo has been robbed too many times, which has aroused his vigilance. Recently, this kid has become a chicken thief. Every time he wants to buy the antiques he likes, he has to find someone to buy them. But hey tilde the chess is better and the devil is better. Those buyers have been replaced, and the real antiques have been replaced without anyone noticing. At that time, Lin Mo was kept in the dark and was feeling complacent with their cleverness. Yu Ji's hand holding the steering wheel did not tremble at all, but he was smiling happily. Because he thought he had helped the young master after all, this made you feel more relieved after staying in the Sidhu family for so many years. He once again realized that his value was not low. Haha, you sang very well. I'm afraid Lin Mo will never know that he is still working for me until he dies. Sidhu Zin looked out the car window jokingly. His sinister smile was reflected on the window. While Sidhu Zin was talking to everyone, Sumoki sat beside him and listened quietly without interrupting. Because she was such a sensible lady, she knew that if Sidhu Zin wanted to tell her, he would tell her, so she would not ask questions that she shouldn't ask. Sumoki is now an obedient sister. She is not extravagant at all. She just wants to be by Sidhu Zin's side. No matter what, as long as she can stay by his side, that is the greatest happiness. 10 minutes later, the Audi finally entered Taming South Station smoothly. Boss here. As soon as he parked the car, Sidhu Zin saw Gao Dan waving at him, and behind him was a dark crowd of people, about several hundred in number, all of whom were wearing sunglasses and colorful windbreakers. The sound quickly attracted the attention of the passengers hanging out at the train station. Wow, such a cool license plate. He must be rich. Who is this amateur boy? Could he be some idol who came here to film a movie? What a big cast. Do you like this man? I like the little girl next to him. She has bright eyes and she is very light, soft, and easy to tear apart. I wonder if this is the same. Treasure, look, it's a handsome guy. When several girls saw Sidhu Zin, they immediately broke free from their boyfriend's hands and looked at this place with obsessed eyes. My dear, don't look at me. Handsome man, even the most handsome man can't be more handsome than me. When her boyfriend heard his girlfriend praising another man in front of him, he immediately disliked it and laughed at her. He looked at this and was about to complain. What a cliché. There is actually a guy who is more handsome than me. I think the whole world dares to admit that he is the second most handsome, and no one dares to admit that he is the most handsome. I have to say that he looks really awesome. As Gu Dan approached, hundreds of people gradually surrounded them, Sidhu Zin and Sumoki. Sidhu Zin pulled Sumoki to stand inside, and they instantly became stars hugging the moon. Huh, boss, is this my sister-in-law? She's so handsome. She's like a fairy. She's a perfect match for you, boss. Gu Dan noticed Sidhu Zin holding Sumoki's hand and guessed that their relationship was special, and he was sure that he was special. When Sumoki heard Gu Dan calling her sister-in-law in front of so many people, she immediately couldn't help blushing, covering her face, and quietly hiding behind Sidhu Zin's body. Okay, don't call her Kiki anymore. She is my sister now, sister. Gu Dan didn't know whether Sidhu Zin did it on purpose. He seemed to hear the boss deliberately emphasize the word sister. He couldn't help but come back to his senses. It seems that this girl is a sentimental girl, and she can be regarded as half a sister-in-law. The only meaning of getting old is that my sister-in-law is thin-skinned and needs to be more restrained. Then in the future, when there are not so many people around, I can call my sister-in-law in private. Gu Dan was indeed the smartest subordinate of Sidhu Zin. He understood what Sidhu Zin said immediately. Old man, how are you? These are all cheap detectives that I hired with the 8 cards you gave me. These several hundred detectives are my backup personnel. They cost me about 10 million. But don't worry, sir. Everyone here is carefully selected by me. Each of them has outstanding abilities and characteristics. Gu Dan patted his chest, appearing very confident. Come on, old man. Let me introduce you to the abilities of these people. When Chin is received, they will lurk beside him. Gu Dan happily pulled the plainclothes detectives in front of Sidhu Zin and Sumoki and began to introduce them in a torrent of words. Master, he has a strong ability to observe. He can see nothing, hear nothing, and say nothing. He is born with a natural ability to observe. As for this, I remember it was a strong logical thinking, a deep understanding of human nature, and the ability to connect some seemingly isolated events together. As for this little dog, I remember him very clearly. He had a strong reasoning ability. With his body shape, he was almost the incarnation of a police dog. He had a keen intuition and understood most of the methods and tricks of criminals and the world. By the way, sister-in-law, take a look at this. Sidhu Zin's ears were tingling from listening to Gu Dan's non-stop chattering, so he quickly waved his hand to interrupt him and stop him from continuing his introduction. Chapter 45 Fall. That's enough, Gu Dan. You did a good job this time. Sidhu Zin patted his shoulder heavily and praised him earnestly. Hey, old man, I haven't finished yet. There are still some more sharp things to monitor Qin Shu that I haven't told you about. Gu Dan seemed extremely excited when he heard Sidhu Zin's recognition of him, but he remembered that there was still the highlight that he hadn't told, so how could he let the boss go like this? Oh, anything else? Of course, old man, you gave me a full 100 million. This is what I want to tell you, Gu Dan said with a mysterious smile, took out a tablet from his pocket and held it up. At the same time, hundreds of hired plainclothes detectives, all wearing sunglasses and black windbreakers, also took out a tablet from their pockets and held it up at the same time. Swipe, 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 swipe. The detectives were well trained. In an instant, they lifted up hundreds of tablets and faced Sidhu Zin, Sumoki, Yuji, and several bodyguards who were surrounded in a circle. Watch out, boss. Drop. Gu Dan pressed a button on the tablet in his hand. What did Sidhu Zin see? A picture appeared on hundreds of tablets at the same time. The picture shows a young man with a head that looks like a bird's nest. He is wearing a rag and striped linen shirt full of patches and a pair of flip-flops on his feet. At that time, he was picking his nose obscenely. What's weird is that there are hundreds of flat panels, not just one shot of this young man who looks like a homeless person. Sidhu Zin saw the scenes shot by countless different cameras. There are shots of the homeless man's hair, half of his face, the patches on his sackcloth, the hair on his feet, a close-up of him picking his nose, his butt, and his flip-flops. In short, everything about this young homeless man was live broadcasted from 360 degrees without any blind spots. Master, this is amazing. These cameras are all 4K high definition, and each tablet has 16 cameras, each of which is taken by a satellite. There are hundreds of cameras here, so there are at least thousands of satellites simultaneously broadcasting Qin Shu's every move in 360 degrees without blind spots. Tell me, isn't this amazing? After listening to Gu Dan's introduction, only Sumoki and a few others were left petrified. You can do it, kid. This is exactly the effect I want to make sure Qin Shu has nowhere to hide. Sidhu Zin crossed his arms and patted Gao Dan's head with interest. Ouch, master, please be gentle. Don't you know how strong you are? Although I haven't seen Linmo being beaten by you before, I can tell from his bear-like appearance that your physique is different from that of an ordinary person. You must be a martial arts master. Gu Dan covered his head with his hands, let out a cry of pain, looked at Sidhu Zin with some fear, and screamed loudly. You do have some good eyesight. If I really wanted to hurt you just now, I would have flattened your head. Tell me, how much did you spend on these hundreds of detectives and thousands of satellite monitors? Sidhu Zin shook his arms, looked at Gao Dan unhappily, and asked about the 100 million yuan spent. Hey, old man, I'll tell you, please don't hit me. Stop talking nonsense and speak quickly. Sir, these 300 plainclothes detectives were gathered from 8 detective agencies in Kiyumen City, and they are all the elites among the elites. There are a lot of miscellaneous expenses. I told you before that it cost a total of 13 million. However, the detective agency guarantees that these detectives will monitor Qin 24 hours a day until you, sir, don't want them to be monitored anymore, and no other fees will be charged. After Gu Dan finished talking about the cost of hiring detectives, he secretly glanced at Sidhu Zin and found that his expression was still calm, without any change, and he breathed a sigh of relief. However, when he thought about the huge cost of the thousands of satellite monitors that were actually the main money spent, Gu Dan was afraid of being beaten by Sidhu Zinpeng if he told the truth, so his heart suddenly began to lift again. Really, sir, the 100 million was actually spent on those satellite monitors. I took a plane to the satellite monitoring center in Shanghai, and when I thought about how much money you gave me, and the female shop assistants came to me like bees, I got so excited that I wanted to show off and pretend to be a big shot. So I bought 3,000 satellites at one time, and the total cost was 79 million. Of the 8 cards you gave me, sir, only 1 card is left with the remaining 8 million. After Gao Dan finished speaking, he hugged his head and closed his eyes, looking like he was waiting for a beating. However, after waiting for a long time, the expected severe pain did not come, so Gu Dan opened his eyes cautiously. He found that his elder was looking at him with his arms folded and his eyes narrowed, with no intention of taking action at all. Old man, won't you beat me? I have spent all the 100 million you gave me. Gu Dan was so excited that he cried, as if Sidhu Zin was his second parent. The truth is that he didn't tell Sidu Zin something. He went to the satellite monitoring center in Magic City, and when he came back, there were more than a dozen women's contact numbers on his phone. It's only 100 million, not that much. The reason I asked you this is just to know if you are just making up stories or bragging. Oh my God, 100 million. That's 100 million. I may not be able to earn that much even if I work for 10 or 20 years. You are really an old man, you don't talk much. The cross-eyed man under the light-colored plain lenses looked at Sidu Zin with admiration, as if he was worshipping him as his ancestor. Tusk, a mere 100 million, I can earn that easily. You are scared by a small goal, as if you have never seen the world. Don't say you are my little brother when you go out in the future, otherwise I will lose all my face. Sidu Zin curled his lips with a look of disdain. He looked at Sumoki next to him and found that she was laughing secretly with her head down. Sidu Zin looked at Gu Dan again. This kid also looked like he was bragging and didn't believe himself. At this time, Sidu Zin should have been angry because his younger brother and beloved sister did not believe in him. But he was not angry. Instead, he couldn't help but think that it was a trap. Because friends and relatives don't believe that you have this ability, so you make a bet with them. In the end, you successfully reverse the situation and slap everyone in the face. Isn't this a common scene for the protagonist who plays the pig and eats the tiger? How can a destined villain do this? What's going on with the system? Sidu Zin couldn't help but contact the system in his mind, wanting to ask what was going on. Ding, the reason why the host behaves like a supporting character and is forced to act cool and get slapped in the face is because the supporting character Chinshu is getting closer and closer to the host. The supporting character Chinshu's halo is too high, which indirectly affects the people around the host, causing them to hesitate and doubt some of the host's decisions. Damn, this is outrageous. Chinshu is still on the other side of the monitor, but no one can see him. His supporting character's halo is so high that it affects the people around him. This stupid author is really getting more and more shameless. He wrote his supporting character so amazingly, and it is obvious that he wants Chinshu to suppress him. Sidu Zin felt a little upset when he heard the system's reaction and started cursing. But soon, Sidu Zin calmed down. He knew that getting angry would only do nothing to change the established facts. Sidu Zin was also very curious about how big the halo of Chinshu, the son of destiny, was. Even though Lin Mo was a supporting role, Sidu Zin did not realize that his supporting role halo could directly affect the people around him. This was the first time that he truly felt the tremendous pressure of the supporting role halo. However, he had no fear in his heart. Instead, it aroused his fierce competitive spirit. Sidu Zin wanted to try whether he would feel invincible when facing Chinshu. Sidu Zin understood that if he got scared before the battle, then his role as the destined villain would be ruined. He was the destined villain, and possessed a villain system that allowed him to become stronger by hunting supporting characters. If he didn't even have the courage to fight the supporting characters, because the supporting characters were too powerful, then by then, he would definitely be guided by the so-called destiny, and become the cuckolded rich second generation who was bullied by the protagonist in the novel, and completely turned into a cannon fodder in the novel. System, is there any way to stop Chin from being affected by the protagonist's halo? Ding, the system reveals warmly that because the secondary character's aura and the host's villain's aura are incompatible, when the secondary character's aura wants to suppress the villain's aura, the host only needs to complete those things that the secondary character thinks are impossible for a villain to do, and then the host can directly defeat the influence of the protagonist's aura, so that he will not be affected by the protagonist's aura again and return to normal. Damn it, you said all that just to make me act cool and take the path of a supporting role, leaving the supporting role with no other options. Ding, the host is very wise and will understand it at once. What? Sidu Zin looked at Sumoki and Gu Dan and understood the strange behaviors they displayed when they slightly doubted what he said. It turns out that the halo of the supporting character is that he thinks that, as a villain, it is impossible for him to pull off the same plot of pretending to be cool and getting slapped in the face as the child of destiny, and he will always be inferior to the protagonist. This is forcing him to show off in front of so many people. I'm the destined villain. How is it possible that I can't accomplish something that a mere protagonist can do? I'm going to show off, but I'm going to be even more awesome than the supporting character, or I'll destroy the supporting character's halo. Kiki, you don't believe I can make 100 million in a short period of time, right? To be honest, I was wrong just now. I can't make 100 million in a short period of time. When Gao Dan heard the old man admit that he was bragging, he didn't want to embarrass his boss, so he just smiled and said nothing. Sumoki felt that Zin was embarrassed and stopped laughing. However, she thought it was a bit strange. She had always believed in Brother Ashen, so why did he blatantly act like he doubted Brother Ashen? It was really weird. At the same time, Sumoki couldn't help feeling guilty. She clenched her hands and placed them on her heart, determined that she would never distrust Brother Ashen again. Ding, I wish that the host will be more resolute in his determination to fight against the supporting characters, and that the villain's halo will successfully resist the influence of the protagonist's halo. The female supporting character, Sumoki, will no longer be affected by the protagonist's halo and will return to normal. Her loyalty to the host will be +5, now 90, never leaving each other in life or death. Zin paused. He didn't expect that just because of his idea, he could change Sumoki's fate and prevent her from being demoted by Qin Shu. But even though Sumoki has become a pervert now, she is still more pretentious than me. As the villain, I must slap myself in the face to gain the aura of the protagonist. I can really make 10 billion in a short period of time, which is just 10 small goals. Zin looked at Gudan and Sumoki steadily. Sumoki looked at Zin with trust in her eyes, no longer suspicious. What? And Gudan, probably because her status was lower than Sumoki's female supporting role, and she was just a minor role. Her eyes were still vague and hesitant after hearing Zin's words, and her face looked a little ferocious, as if she was resisting something. Gudan, don't worry, I will make you believe it, you don't have to worry so much. I will make 1 billion and show you. Zin looked at Gudan, whose emotions were very unstable due to the halo of the supporting role, and he suddenly felt murderous towards Qin Shu. He couldn't help but feel even more disgusted with the wild monkey protagonist who came down from the mountain. Where's your card with 8 million left? Give it to me. Gudan handed the bank card with 8 million yuan in it to Zin in a daze. After Zin took it, he immediately took out his mobile phone and logged into a stock trading website. There are 4 stocks that are trading in the market now. They are real estate development, pharmaceutical business, digital currency, and coal mining. Among them, real estate development and digital currency have been showing an exponential decline from early morning to now. And although the pharmaceutical trade is also on the rise, its curve fluctuation is very stable and almost negligible. The last coal development showed the same trend as the first 3 stocks. From this Monday to today, Friday, in the nearly 5 days, the stock price of coal development has been falling sharply. At this time, Gudan and Sumoki both gathered around, wanting to see how Zin was planning to make 1 billion. When they saw that it was full of stock curve fluctuation charts, their heads were suddenly confused. They don't understand stocks at all. However, Gao Dan watched his elder quickly browse the daily changes of various stocks in the market without even blinking, and he was reading it very carefully. Old people actually buy stocks. Gudan looked at Zin with admiration, but after a while he became confused again. It turns out that Brother Ashen can also look at stocks. Brother Ashen is really that smart, just like he could easily solve the math problems that I couldn't do before. The little lowly Sumoki was next to Zin, holding his arm, and praised him directly regardless of the presence of so many people. Zin's mind at this time entered a state of rapid mental arithmetic. He was using the arithmetic and geometric progression formulas of stocks to continuously calculate and screen various stocks. He took one look and immediately ruled out real estate development and digital currency. Zin knew that Gudan didn't understand, so he explained. Although these 2 stocks are now on a continuous upward trend, according to my calculations, these 2 stocks will slowly begin to fall in 1 minute. Chapter 46 Guarantee. I actually increased my holdings in pharmaceutical commerce and coal development by 2 million and 6 million respectively, and sold out all the 8 million on the card. According to my calculations, the Chinese medicine business, a stock that has been rising continuously but with slim fluctuations, will continue to rise even after a month. But after 3 minutes, the rising fluctuations will begin to get bigger and bigger. Gudan became more and more confused as he listened, but seeing Zin's invincible self-esteem while talking and laughing, he was secretly convinced by Zin and couldn't help but ask hurriedly, "Boss, where is the other one you bought? The coal development stock is even more valuable. Although it has been falling close to the limit in the past month, the latest news I got from my financial calculations and contacts is that it has signed a contract with a foreign country. This stock will start to rise in 3 minutes, just like the Chinese medicine development stock, and the speed will be even faster than that of the Chinese medicine development stock. The fluctuation range is like a rocket launch. After Sidu Zin finished speaking, he ignored Gu Dan, who was so shocked that his glasses fell to the ground. He smiled and touched Su Moki's little head. Seeing her cute and shocked expression because of his opinion on stocks, he couldn't help but whispered in her ear, "Kiki, when I make the 1 billion with these 8 million, I will give her as your dowry. How do you think?" After saying that, he burst into laughter regardless of Su Moki's embarrassment. Naturally, everyone at the train station paid close attention to Sidu Zin because of his team of hundreds of people. I also heard Sidu Zin's boast that he could make 1 billion with 8 million, perhaps influenced by the halo of Qin Shu, the supporting character. Many old hands who made a living by buying stocks nodded and sighed when they heard Sidu Zin's words, thinking that he was just a rich young man who came to the train station to have fun. However, after they heard Sidu Zin's unique analysis of the recent stock market, they looked at Sidu Zin with confusion. Some of the big guys who were not ashamed to ask questions followed Sidu Zin's thoughts and analyzed several recent stocks. They were surprised to find that what Sidu Zin said was really possible. A few courageous investors tried to follow Sidu Zinbo and added positions in traditional Chinese medicine and coal. But some arrogant middle-aged uncles, seeing Sidu Zin analyzing the stock market casually at such a young age, did not believe it at all. They just picked up their mobile phones and watched the stock market. After a minute, they knew the result. Look at how this rich second generation makes a fool of himself. How is this possible? But what made the middle-aged man's face turn pale was, 1 minute later, the real estate development and digital currency displayed on the mobile phone were all green, and according to real time, they fell straight down like a cliff jumper. 3 minutes later, the two stocks directly hit the limit. Oh my God! How could the stock price really hit the limit down? I invested 1 million yuan yesterday. That's all my savings. How could it be so little? A bald, middle-aged uncle looked like all the strength had been drained from his body. His eyes were dazed, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud, yelling and screaming wildly. Oh my God, it's exactly as that boy said, not a cent different. These two stocks are actually ruined. This is too scary. Yes, he can actually predict it, this person. Well, look, what that rich boy said is totally true. Now both Chinese medicine and coal development have started to rise. Coal is even more outrageous. It has become extremely popular. It has just started like a rocket eruption. In less than a minute, it has directly increased by 1,000 times. I'm rich, thank God, thank my parents, and especially thank this stock god. I really want to thank you and your family. A young man who had just followed Sidu Zin to buy stocks knelt down in front of Sidu Zin and directly called Sidu Zin the stock god. Master Chewy, you are really a god. I just checked and you have made 80 million in just 1 minute. If it doesn't reach the daily limit, how much money will you make? It seems that 100 million is really a small goal for Master Chewy. From now on, Master Chewy will be my god of wealth. I will not worship the god of wealth during the new year. I will only worship you, Master Chewy. Gu Dan's hand holding the phone was shaking so much that he looked at Sidu Zin with extreme admiration, no longer confused or hesitant. Humph, of course. I've told you that Brother Ashen is very powerful. Su Moki held Sidu Zin's arm and shook it hard. At that time, she used to take Sidu Zin as her benchmark and would protect anything man-made. Passers-by at the train station did not expect all this to happen around them, and they could not help but take out their mobile phones and frantically record and take pictures of Sidu Zin. Then he wrote down what just happened, photoshopped Sidu Zin's photo into it, edited it into a video, and captioned it Young Stock God, and uploaded it to Douyin, Kyushu, and other major platforms. Because so many people on the train had witnessed this video, after a few minutes of fermentation, the popularity of this video reached the peak. The video recording Sidu Zin's stock analysis dominated the Douyin and Kyushu platforms. The young stock god, with his peerless looks, has become a household name on the internet. Some people feel that the stock god is handsome. Some people feel that the stock god is young. But these are all things of the past, and Sidu Zin didn't care about them. Ding, I wish the host to successfully install Poppy, the one that everyone on the internet knows. Moderately change the plot of the novel, the secondary character's halo is 15, and the secondary character's halo loses the effect of affecting everyone around the host. Qin Shu, come quickly, I must see your supporting role halo, Sidu Zin muttered as he looked at the thousands of identical and sloppy young people displayed on the tablet. Hello, passengers, this train is the Tumen train. The next stop is Tumen South Station. Passengers who want to get off, please pack your luggage in advance and get ready to get off. The train will stop for 5 minutes at the station. Please get off as soon as possible. Thank you for your cooperation. Master, listen. The train that the kid named Chin Shu is on has arrived. What should we do now? Should we go and take him away? When Gu Dan heard that it was the train that they had been monitoring Chin Shu on, he immediately shouted loudly, fearing that Sidu Zin didn't know. Shut up, I'm not deaf. Also, I've told you so many times that you should be calm when doing things and don't be in a rush. Remember, you are my little brother. Even if you don't care about face, I still do. Don't embarrass me. So many people are watching us. Sidu Zin gave Gu Dan a slap on the head, which made him forget it every time. Ouch, it hurts so much, old man. Gu Dan touched his head and looked around. He found that all the passengers in the train station were looking at them. He thought they were looking at him, so he lowered his head and smiled foolishly, then scratched his head embarrassedly. Oh, Tilda. Sidu Zin sighed. It was obvious that despite his repeated warnings, Gu Dan still couldn't seem to change his habit of being startled by everything. He couldn't help but feel helpless about his little brother's poor memory. Forget it, let it be like this. I am so rational he won't be able to learn from me in a short time. What should you hundreds of detectives do now? Go and do it. You must keep a close eye on Chin Shu's every move. If Chin Shu has any strange behavior, report to me in time. If you let this kid get away, haha, don't blame me for being cruel. Sidu Zin looked around at the detectives around him with a warning. His tone was very cold and unkind. Did you hear what the old man ordered you to do? Respond to me. After hearing the order from Sidu Zin, Gu Dan loudly scolded the hundreds of detectives around him. Every time he saw Sidu Zin showing such a ruthless face, he knew that his elder was really concerned about this matter. If he messed it up, the old man would probably get furious. When I think of Sidu Zin getting mad, he also remembered the miserable look on his face when the old man beat Lin Mo, who was already very powerful to him, La Jai and the other two, into a dog. Gu Dan couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, and quickly encouraged these private detectives to start working. Got it? Hundreds of detectives in all black windbreakers responded loudly at the same time. Their voices were like a loud bell, which scared the onlookers who were still secretly taking pictures of the young stock god. They thought these guys were going to do some mass action, so they all moved away and dared not get so close to watch the fun. Thump, thump, thump. As the detectives lay in wait, they secretly observed Chin Shu. The Kyumen train that Chin Shu was on finally arrived at the station. The mechanical friction and humming sound made by the train as it passed over the rails was extremely loud, drowning out the gossiping voices of all the passengers waiting in the train station. As the doors of each carriage were opened, dense crowds of people carrying large and small bags walked out of each train carriage in an orderly manner. But there was a very indecent figure among them. A man was rushing around and squeezing the passengers who were entering and leaving in an orderly manner, causing the passengers around him to all look angry. Some bold aunties even pointed at him and cursed at him. Hey, hey, get in line, kid. Why are you in such a hurry? Are you a starving ghost reincarnated? That's right, I can tell from this kid that he's not a good person. He looks like a wild man. His hair is all messy and covers his ears, and he doesn't even have a trim. I don't know if he's a beggar who got in without a ticket. Really, he's lying next to me, it's so disgusting. The aunties swung the small bags in their hands and smashed them at the sloppy man. But what was strange was that, when the ragged boy was about to be attacked by the aunties, his body was as strange as a loach. Every time the luggage was about to hit him, his body slipped away as if it was coated with some kind of liquid. When the aunties saw this sloppy guy who easily dodged their attacks, they were so angry that they stomped their feet and cursed at him even more. The sloppy man in linen looked at the frustrated looks of these middle-aged ladies and just stood there. He patted his butt and made a face at the aunties with black faces like the bottom of a pot. He kept on pestering her. Come on, haha, you guys are all fools. Can you beat me, little master? Lululu. The boy saw that the aunties were still blocking the train, far behind him, while he had already left the carriage and reached the platform. He turned around, stretched his mouth with his fingers, and made faces at the passengers behind him who were still leaving the station in an orderly manner. This kind of despicable look is probably unbearable for any individual. Sidu Zin saw it and complained in his heart about the image of this supporting role. Isn't this just a pure idiot from the mountains? He can even cut in line when taking a train. What a talent. Damn, is this the supporting character Chin Shu? This name really fits the description. This kid is probably born of an animal. He has no upbringing at all, but he has no parents. So where is the old man who taught him the inheritance of the medical immortal? Obviously, they are all supporting roles, and they don't even know the most common etiquette of respecting others. I'm afraid his old master has the same personality as this damn protagonist, and they are not normal people. Sidhu Zin was standing on the platform of the train station. As soon as he entered, he saw this scene and felt extremely disgusted. Master, is this guy the Chin Shu you are looking for? He is really the best, even more despicable than me. No, he is not just despicable, he is a fool. He got off the train and jumped around like a wild mountain man. Just like his name, he may not be an individual. Gudan looked disgusted and criticized Chin Shu severely. Brother Ashen, why are you looking for this guy? He looks bad and he bullies old ladies. He doesn't even cut in line when leaving the station and teases people. He's really too bad. I hate this guy. Sumoki and Sidhu Zin held hands, their big eyes narrowed, their pouty lips turned upwards, and they looked at Chin Shu with undisguised disgust and disdain, as if they were looking at scum. Haha, Kiki, the reason I'm looking for him is because this guy is a bad guy. The reason he came to Kiyumin City is specifically to harass people, so I have to monitor him to prevent this bad boy from doing bigger bad things. Remember, if you see this guy, don't pay any attention to him. It's best to stay away from him. If this guy dares to approach you, I will beat him. Sidhu Zin looked at Chin Shu, who was approaching them, smiled maliciously, and held Sumoki's hand tightly. He couldn't help but start to analyze Chin Shu, wondering what kind of connection Sumoki, the female supporting role arranged by the silly author, could have with the protagonist Chin Shu. Wow, Brother Ashen, you are such a bad guy. Kier knew that Brother Ashen is always so kind. He has always protected me and likes to help others. Now he has formed such a large detective team to deal with this bad guy. You are really the best person in Kiki's eyes. I will definitely not pay attention to this bad guy named Chin Shu even if he does good things. And since Brother Ashen said so, I will pay even less attention to this bad guy. As long as I see him, I will treat him as air and will never look at him. Sumoki's whole little body was pressed on Sidhu Zin's arm, hanging like a tree kangaroo. She looked at Sidhu gently and assured Sidhu Zin with a face full of attachment. Chapter 47, Little White Face. Kiki, you are indeed my good sister. It's great that you can understand my heart. Sidhu Zin was stunned for a moment when he heard Sumoki believe him so casually. Then he remembered that the loyalty of this lowly childhood sweetheart to him had reached 90, life and death. She had given her whole heart to him, so how could she doubt his words? Besides, what he said was indeed true. After all, Chin Shu was just a beast in disguise, without any of the qualities that a civilized person should possess. Grandpa, I didn't expect you to be such a kind-hearted person. I am so moved. Gudan was wiping away tears desperately, and he completely believed what Sidhu Zin said because his grandpa was monitoring Chin Shu simply to combat this cancer. Little did he know that his elder was not a good person at all. Instead, he was the destined villain boss who was even more evil than him, the villain in the original book. If Gudan knew that Sidhu Zin was monitoring Chin Shu to stop him from showing off, and that he would eventually kill him to upgrade and gain powerful strength, and destroy Junli country, Zyarizi and other countries to achieve the goal of ruling the world, would Gudan be paralyzed on the spot? Sidhu Zin watched Chin Shu getting closer and closer to the platform. He was making a fuss all the way. He touched the safety warning sign at the train station and the vending machine at the platform exit. When he saw a beautiful woman, he whistled like a gangster, looking like a gangster. If he didn't know the original plot, Sidhu Zin couldn't imagine that this guy who looked more like a villain than himself was actually a true protagonist. Destiny Villain System, find out the identity of this kid for me. Today I want to see how much of a supporting role halo this kid has. He can actually influence the people around him from a distance. Ding, the host successfully deducted 10 villain points for investigation. Identity, destined supporting role, urban medical hero protagonist. Combat power, 165 Hua Jin minor accomplishment, martial arts master. 100 for abnormally strong males. Charm value, 90, normal people have 80. Skills, primary inheritance of the medical immortal, can use acupuncture to treat various difficult and complicated diseases. If practiced to perfection, one can even step into the realm of earthly immortal and use needles to cure cancer, revive the dead, and turn bones into flesh. Medical immortal 13 needles can instantly kill enemies of the same level or even higher levels within 10 meters. There is a time limit. It takes 24 hours to cool down after using it once. Master level calligraphy. The understanding of calligraphy has reached the master level, and the words written have their own artistic conception. Martial soul, medical immortal. Bloodline, descendant of the medical immortal. Protagonist halo, 280. Loyalty, 0 strangers. Fuck, this Chin Shu's secondary character aura has reached 280. The system is checking my villain aura. Ding, host's villain aura. 128. Huge difference from the supporting character Chin Shu. Host, please act quickly. Prevent the protagonist's aura from continuing to grow. Outrageous. It's outrageous. This idiotic author wrote a villain whose aura is twice as great as his own as soon as he got off the mountain. No wonder he was so powerful at the beginning and had such a strong influence on Sumoki and the others. He's basically using the aura of a supporting character as his life. Too ridiculous. If I hadn't killed Lin Mo at the beginning and had met Chin Shu, wouldn't I be doomed? No wonder his predecessor was worth over 1 trillion and even had a Grandmaster father to back him up. But he was ruined by Chin Shu. Not to mention that the halo of this supporting role can grow, but its initial value is already overwhelming the villain halo that I have worked so hard to earn for so long. How strong must his destiny be? I'm afraid the supporting role is a dog. After having this 280-point supporting role halo, he can go down the mountain and be invincible in the world and pick up a bunch of bitches. And my fighting power is much higher than his. If I fight Chin Shu now, I may be able to escape, but I will definitely suffer a lot of injuries. After all, I am only an internal force, and the supporting characters are all masters of Hyujin martial arts. How can I beat them? Not to mention the disgusting explosive power that all the protagonists have to kill enemies above their level. No, I need to improve my strength first, otherwise I won't feel safe. How can the system improve my combat power? Ding, the host only needs to spend 1 villain point to increase the combat power by 1 point. So how many villain points do I have left now? Ding's 30 o'clock. After counting the 10 villain points I spent just now to investigate Chin Shu's information, I only have this much left. In other words, I can only add 30 more combat power points to the original 135 combat power points. Minor success in internal strength. To reach internal strength and become a martial arts master different from Chin Shu? Never mind. The system adds all villain points to combat power. Ding, I wish the host to successfully spend 30 villain points to increase the combat power to 165. Minor success in transformation. Martial arts master. Ah, it's this long-lost feeling. The feeling that my whole body is full of strength. If it weren't for the fact that Chin Shu's aura as a supporting role is twice as high as my aura as a villain, I really want to try it out when I have the same fighting power as the supporting role. Who will succeed, me, the destined villain, or Chin Shu, the destined son? Sidhu Zin looked at his muscles that had become more muscular and felt full of strength. He was really obsessed with this feeling of being invincible for a moment. After exhaling a deep breath, Sidhu Zin put his mind back on Chin Shu. He now needs to quickly kill Chin Shu. Otherwise, when Chin Shu becomes stronger and stronger, he will have to stand aside. Sidhu Zin looked at Chin Shu, who was still more than 10 meters away from him, and couldn't help but complain. In his eyes, Chin Shu was about 178 cm tall, half a head shorter than him. At this time, Chin Shu was wearing a washed-out, faded suit with 4 pockets on his shirt, 2 of which were turned outward, 2 of the 5 buttons missing, a pair of tight jeans, a pair of flip-flops on his feet, and nothing in his hands, not even a piece of luggage. I'm really impressed. Must the protagonist dress so shabbily when he goes down the mountain to train? His hair is not trimmed. Where are the clothes for changing? Are they waiting for others to deliver them? Or do they rob them? The protagonist dresses so shabby, but he has the inheritance of a medical immortal and a strong fighting power. He can be a doctor and make money by treating people. He can also be a bodyguard. However, because these protagonists look shabby and have the aura of the protagonist, they will definitely be ridiculed during their job search online. Then they will take advantage of the environment to pretend to be cool and get slapped in the face. It's really outrageous. The routines are worn out. Do all the protagonists have to pretend to be pigs and eat tigers? Can't they just do it like a man? Just as Sidhu Zin was watching Chin Shu about to meet up, there was a sudden commotion on the bus platform behind him. Someone come. Hurry up, someone has fainted here. Can anyone save him? Wow, Grandpa, it's all my fault. I knew you weren't in good shape recently, but I still asked you to come with me to Kyumen City. Wow, help, is there a doctor who can save my grandpa? Please. Sidhu Zin and Chin Shu turned around without tacit understanding at the last moment. Then, at this last moment, Sidhu Zin and Chin Shu could not look at each other at the same time. At this moment, the atmosphere seemed to be eerily still for a moment. When Sidhu Zin saw Chin Shu's appearance, he was confused at first, and then a flash of jealousy appeared in his eyes. He looked at him with some displeasure and ignored him, turning his head to look for the source of the sound. Ding, congratulations to the reborn host Panen. His divine appearance has aroused the jealousy of the supporting character Chin Shu. The supporting character Chin Shu was 5 points loyal to you, and now 5 points sick. Jealousy is a negative feeling which does not match Wei Guang's supporting role. It is abstract, and the plot of the novel has changed slightly. The protagonist's aura is 5, the villain's aura is 5, and the villain's role is 5. The moment Qin Shu turned around, the system's reminder sounded into Sidu Zin's mind. Hearing this beautiful voice, Sidu Zin's mood became much brighter. He thought to himself that, as expected, this villain was destined to be incompatible with the protagonist, which was why he hated him as soon as they met. He didn't take it too seriously, knowing that it was inevitable, so he turned around to look for the source of the noise. "Brother Ashen, it's over there. Look, there's an old man fainted on the ground." Girls are really smart and sophisticated. Even Qin Shu, the protagonist, didn't they notice it, but Su Moki found it. Kiki is really sharp-eyed. Sidu Zincheng rubbed her little head to see what was going on there. After Sidu's death, they felt that they could not help the boss, were cautious, and were useless, not as good as a little girl Su Moki making a movie. Sidu Zin saw that an old man wearing a red martial arts robe fainted on the ground, and then there was a young girl among the unconscious old man. She was supporting the old man's back with her small hands, and she was crying and asking for help sadly. The passengers at the train station all stood there, looking at a loss as to what to do. Sidu Zin looked at the situation and felt a little familiar. He looked at Qin Shu and saw that the little kid was looking at the old man and the little girl who were in trouble without the slightest mercy. On the contrary, he looked energetic and eager to try. Qin was still staring at the prostitute. Sidu Zin followed his gaze and found that this boy was shameless enough to peek under the skirt of the prostitute. Even if Sidu Zin saw a girl wearing leggings, he would not get away at all. However, when he saw that Qin Shu turned out to be such a despicable supporting role, he couldn't help but feel that this supporting role was too shameless. Grandpa's life is almost gone, and you, a supporting role, are still a protagonist who has inherited the legacy of a medical immortal. Isn't it better to save a life than to build a 7-story pagoda, instead of putting it aside and being a voyeur, etc.? Sidu Zin seemed to know that something was wrong with him. The supporting characters were just able to go down the mountain, and then an old man in a kung fu suit and a sick person fainted, with a granddaughter beside them. Damn it, isn't this just another old trick of the stupid author showing off his medical skills to the supporting character, making him famous, and then getting the gratitude of the old man and his granddaughter? Amazing. This is the opening routine that a supporting character uses to show off. But now that I have met you, don't even think about pretending to be victorious. I have won the extremely sinister and evil medical skill, and I can also cure this old man. Qin Shu, get out of my way. This wave is more powerful than mine. Even if Jesus comes, it will be useless. You want to save Grandpa? Give it to me. Grandpa's granddaughter, you can have it too. Team, something bad has happened. It seems that there are no dead bodies here at the South Station. A fat man who looked like a security guard was looking at the old man in white clothes lying on the ground, surrounded by a group of people on my country road. Thinking that he was dead, more and more people came over here, and seeing that things had gotten out of hand, they hurriedly took the intercom to inform his team. What? A thin man with fat shaking heard these words on the intercom, rushed in from the platform in horror, and quickly found the medical team on standby at Tumen Station. The doctors squeezed into the crowd, passed by Sidu Zin, Qin Shu, and other onlookers, pulled away the young girl who was still covering her face and crying, and began to examine the old man's body anxiously. These doctors seemed to have really worked out part-time. Again, almost everyone cooperated in an orderly manner. Some of them took out flashlights, opened the old man's eyelids, and looked at his pupils. Some took out diagnostic instruments, put them under the old man's clothes, close to the heart, and listened carefully. Others risked their lives to pinch the old man, but none of these caused any reaction from the old man. Just like the thin man in the security uniform said just now, I'm afraid he has been hung up. There were also a few young interns who were not doing their work and were just taking pictures and sighing from time to time. Looking at the girl who was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, they all looked at her with sympathy. No way, my grandpa will be fine. Doctor, please save my grandpa, you. Oh, all you have to do is save my grandpa, I will give you a lot of money. I will give you whatever you want. Please save grandpa. Looking at the white coats, the woman nodded, looking very helpless. Her heart seemed to have fallen into an ice hole. She could only sob and beg helplessly, hoping that anything could get a little hope, as if this could bring a little comfort to her heart. Qin, who was standing aside, was caught by the bird's nest on his head. He watched all this expressionlessly. He knew that the old man was not dead. Looking at these doctors, he made a mess and aggravated the old man's pain. He couldn't help but despise these city doctors in his heart. He only relied on what instruments and methods of the Western devils, and what did he use? He just went there because he heard the excitement of the crowd. He has been on the mountain for almost 19 years and is locked up there every day. When he leaves the mountain and leaves this big city where everything is new, he looks like he has a good show to see. How can he miss it? I didn't expect to meet a man halfway around the world. He didn't look like me and should be a gigolo. Of course, he wouldn't think that meeting a pretty boy was anything to worry about. But when he saw his appearance, he felt a sudden surge of anger in his heart for some unknown reason. Chapter 48, 13 Needles. He thought that he just needed to tidy himself up and look nice, and it would not be an exaggeration to even be called a handsome man. Plus, with the tricks I learned from the old man, as long as I cross my legs, I can definitely attract girls. But when he saw the pretty boy's appearance clearly, the mirror of tranquility that he had cultivated for 19 years seemed to shatter in that instant, because he couldn't help but admit that this pretty boy looked really awesome. Even if I use the word handsome to describe him, I'm afraid it's still far from enough. This made him jealous because he thought he could live off his wife by relying on her looks. Why do I need someone who is more handsome than me? And for some reason, although the boy toy looked gentle as jade, weak and powerless, there was no threat at all. But after looking at him a few more times, I don't know why I feel inexplicably disgusted with pretty boys. Chin-Shu even thought that when this pretty boy looked at him, although he could not show any hostility, he did not know why he always felt an inexplicable hostility in his life. After a long time, I will keep feeling like rushing up and chopping him. Chin-Shu's heart was shocked. He never looked at the pretty boy who made him uneasy again, for fear that if he looked at him a few more times, he would lose control of himself and chop him. Then it will be troublesome. Although he has broken through the energy Anari through the old man's 10 years of nightmare-level training, the real way to enter the martial arts is to become a martial arts master. He is proud in his heart, and he believes that at his current age, it is a foregone conclusion that he is invincible among his peers. But isn't this just like being in the mountains? After coming to this big city, Chin-Shu realized that he had to use the Tao Te Ching that he had never learned before. I can't kill anyone in this city. The old man ordered him to kill him before it was necessary. Otherwise, if I encounter those weapons and artillery in this city, even 10 lives won't be enough. He didn't bother to look at the pretty boy anymore and walked straight into the circle of people. But when he got there, he saw an old man lying on the ground, dead. What bad luck! Chin-Shu didn't expect that a prosperous life could only be achieved through this, and he couldn't help but curse in his heart. The fun disappeared for a while, and when he saw an old man lying on the ground, he had no intention of helping him at all, except to leave quickly and give the old man's letter to a man named Jinghang. He heard that Jinghang was a rich man. As long as I go, and the old man's face, afraid of the big fish every day, girls are not a problem. Hey, let's go. But just when Chin-Shu was about to leave, he saw a very beautiful girl right next to the old man, and for a moment he could not walk. She was wearing a red top and a bean-green skirt. Her braided head rested on her right shoulder, and tears flowed from her dry eyes. Because she had been crying for a long time, her little nose was a little red. But when Chin-Shu saw her, she thought she liked her from the bottom of her heart. He thought he fell in love with her at first sight, and he couldn't take his eyes off the pea-green skirt that girl was wearing. He secretly vowed to get this woman. This chick can only be his. No one can stop him from touching her, otherwise Chin-Shu swears that he will chop off that kid's hand. Daibin Kinshu is still planning how to approach this beautiful virgin. What a coincidence that the old man lying dead on the ground turned out to be the girl's grandfather. I heard from that girl that she would agree to anything for anyone who could save the dead old man. Chin-Shu was so happy when he heard the news. Since he had been training with the short old man for more than 10 years, his inheritance of Western medicine was his greatest support. Although Chin-Shu now only understood less than 1/3 of the medical immortal's inheritance, he had learned the medical immortal's 13 needles from the medical immortal's inheritance, which could not only be used to kill people, but also to save people. As long as you use acupuncture on this old man, the disease will be cured and the effect will be awesome. Shouldn't I accept this girl's favor? Hee, but you said that as long as you save your grandfather, you can give me anything. Then, hee. Chin-Shu was laughing so hard in his heart when he thought about the scene of hugging this beautiful girl with pigtails in the future. Maybe he was so happy that he actually laughed out loud in this depressing scene. Immediately, hundreds of pairs of eyes at the scene turned to Chin-Shu, all of them glaring at him. Chin-Shu seemed to know that the other girl was still crying, and he laughed out loud because of his why. and was suddenly stared at by so many people, so he couldn't help but smile awkwardly. However, he didn't take it to heart at all. He quickly straightened his clothes, tidied his messy hair, cleared his throat, and prepared to call these quacks to help him save the old man. But when he was about to take a step, a figure faster than him arrived beside the girl. Damn it, who is that pretty boy? What does he want to do? Chin Shu was startled when he thought a figure flew past him, and he looked up quickly. Chin Shu saw that the man's agility seemed to be no slower than that of himself when he tried to achieve the state of transformation. He couldn't help but wonder, who on earth could achieve such a state of mind in the city? Who knew that I would be shocked when I saw the figure just now? It turned out to be that pretty boy. He could never have imagined that the pretty boy who looked like a quiet and noble young man could actually compete with him, who had retired to the mountains and forests to learn martial arts for more than a decade. He even felt that the pretty boy seemed to have a kind of mysterious power. And when Chin Shu looked at the pretty boy, he seemed to be a few years younger than him. He was really shocked. Before Chin Shu went down the mountain, he was full of determination and confidence. He thought that after he had achieved a small success in his practice of Hua Jin, with his level of cultivation, he would have no other rivals among his peers. How could he have thought? He had just come down the mountain and he had already encountered an opponent who was as powerful as him. Teacher Chin wanted to see what this pretty boy was up to, but the next thing he knew was that his lungs were about to explode. That pretty boy could actually directly hold the hand of the pretty girl he had made an appointment with. Chin Shu didn't know if it was an illusion. After he held the beautiful girl's hand, he seemed to lift it up and waved it towards her. Chin Shu remembered the oath he had just made that he would chop down anyone who touched Manhwa. But less than the next second, the pretty boy approached Manhwa and complacently began to hold her fair little hand, showing off his power to her. The more Chin thought about it, the angrier he became. The veins on his forehead bulged, and he was about to sell Sidhu out. But he thought again, this couldn't possibly be a trick set by that pretty boy, right? He would snipe as soon as he got there. Thinking of this, Chin Shu quickly recited the heart purification mantra, passed down by the medical immortal to calm down. No, I can't get angry and let that kid's trap fail. I'll just sit here and watch what tricks he plays. This kid is so reasonable to that beautiful girl, and even her grandfather is about to die. Let me see how he starts. Chin Shu slightly restrained his temper and wanted to see how Sidhu Zin would explain to the beautiful girl. However, seeing that Sidhu Zin and the beautiful girl were still holding hands, the depression in his heart could not be dissipated for a long time, and the look he gave him was even more disgusting. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning. He held the heroine's hand in front of the supporting character Chin Shu. The supporting character Chin Shu was furious. The plot of the novel was moderately changed. The supporting character's aura is 13. The host has a villain's aura plus 13 and villain points plus 13. Sidhu Zin didn't care about Chin Shu's original idea. He just wanted to stop the protagonist from showing off. He wants to follow the supporting role's pretentious path, leaving the supporting role with no way out. And just now, the reason why Sidhu Zin was able to reveal in front of Chin Shu that he had used the same chi transformation power as him, and then grabbed the hand of the girl that Chin Shu had begun to covet in front of him, was to make Chin Shu angry and then not attack him. However, Sidhu Zin behaved very arrogantly. Not only did he grab the girl's hand, he even put his hand to Chin Shu's face to provoke him. He knew that a supporting character who appeared was a brain-crazy person and suspicious by nature. If a villain becomes timid through this, he will definitely be underestimated by the supporting actors. If he becomes even more arrogant in front of this kind of supporting actor who looks so arrogant and challenges him, then the protagonist will definitely doubt whether his behavior of wanting to be beaten by him is a trap designed by him. It really works as soon as I try it. This supporting role is also indirectly far away from me, and there he looks suspicious. Sidhu Zin laughed secretly. You don't even dare to approach here. How can you pretend to be cool? Forget it. Who says I'm a good person? Let me pretend for you. Sidhu Zin squeezed the little hand he was holding, looked at the girl with a smile, and said in a gentle tone, Girl, don't cry. I'm really not a violent person. I am telling you that I can save your grandfather. Let go, let go. What, you said you can save my grandpa? Is this true? Please save my grandpa quickly. As long as you can save my grandpa, I will give you everything. Shen Yaochu was frightened by a strange man who suddenly grabbed her hand, and then she remembered that her grandpa and others still needed treatment. She planned to take her grandpa to the First People's Hospital of Shanghai. She didn't care about being afraid and didn't want to be entangled by this strange boy anymore, so she kept struggling and tried to get rid of him. Unexpectedly, because of this question, the boy who seemed to be of similar age and wearing the same school uniform, said that he could save her grandpa. Shen Yaochu was probably mainly because the hope in her heart was fulfilled, and the long-term panic mood was somewhat dissipated by Sidu Zin's words that he could save her. At this moment, she still didn't doubt Sidu Zin, and directly chose to ask the teacher for help and went to Sidu Zin. "Okay, I'll help your grandfather right away." Sidu Zin stopped talking nonsense. He knew that the old man was already dying. If he didn't help, even a god would be powerless to save him. Sidu Zin walked forward and saw a group of doctors still fiddling with an old man with gray hair, wearing a Kung Fu Tang suit, who was lying unconscious on the ground with his eyes closed and his hands hanging down forcefully. Oh, what a misfortune! On such a good Sunday, the little girl's grandfather and his family actually left like this. Isn't it? It's so rare that you can still go out and play at such an old age. But at that time, hey, little girl, I'm so sad. The spectators in the middle are full of compassion for the world. Everyone please disperse, move aside. Let's not touch the dead. Let this little girl stay with us for a while. 3 doctors and 2 nurses were already at work, packing up their examination equipment. And 1 nurse was even hesitating to cover a dead body with a white cloth. Sidu Zin glanced at the forehead of the old man who was lying down and recorded according to the evil doctor's tradition. The light of the man was still on, and the spiritual fire was still there. This obvious change meant that there was still someone who could be saved. "He's not dead yet. Gudan and Yuji, please make way for me. It's the boss. It's Master Sidu." Gao Dan and Yuji had been standing between Sidu Zin the whole time. Now that they heard the noise, it finally came in handy. Without asking Sidu Zin what he was trying to do, the 2 of them pushed the crowd aside, leaving a space for Sidu Zin to walk in. When Qin Shu saw it, he immediately frowned. He couldn't understand what the pretty boy he killed today wanted to do. Wait, he just said that the old man has not been saved. How did he know that? Does this kid also know medicine? Qin Shu gritted his teeth. He thought of this possibility and looked at Sidu Zin with even more fear and suspicion. "What do you want to do? Stop messing around." One of the doctors also said angrily, "Children can come in, but what nonsense are you talking about? Get out now." Sumoki was also shocked. She also wanted her grandfather to be alive, but the doctor had already diagnosed it. What was Brother Axin trying to do? However, she did not leave Sidu Zin. She believed that as long as Brother Axin did something, it was meaningless. "Do you think I'm a supporting role? Can anyone ridicule me? Gao Dan, Yuji, who scolded me just now, give each of you a slap in the face." Sidu Zin no longer cared about them. He squatted in front of the old man, stretched out his hands, and pressed on several of his key acupoints, whispering, "Human nature has 3 souls and 7 spirits. 10 acupoints are imprisoned by cold. The remaining 4 acupoints are warm, and it can still be saved. 13 needles of the ghost god, go." Qin Shu had already transformed his strength and was able to improve his vision. When he saw Sidu Zin's bizarre tricks, his eyes almost popped out. After hearing what Sidu Zin said at the beginning, he looked at him with a trembling body and said, This pretty boy actually knows the strange needle from the most scientific and mysterious evil god medical technique that has been lost since ancient times. Damn it, the old man said that those who use the strange needle are the most evil people in the world. What's wrong with this kid? "Needle, come here," Sidu Zin shouted in a deep voice. He waved at the silver needle bag in the doctor's hand. Brush, 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 tilde. Sidu Zin soon had more than a dozen needles of the same thickness, flashing white light in his hand. Sidu Zin held the sharp needle in one hand and changed his moves one by one, first slowly and then quickly, until at last it was so fast that it was a little dizzying. Qin Shu's eyes were startled again, and his deep eyes looked at Sidu Zin's hand. He compared them secretly and found that the speed of using the 13 needles of the medical immortal was probably slower than the 13 needles of the strange god used by Sidu Zin. Chapter 49, Jealous. Boss, that's awesome. Master Sidu, when did you learn medical skills? Yuji looked at Sidu Zin with great confusion and couldn't help but look at Sumoki on the side. Sumoki shook her head and said, I don't know when Brother Ashen learned acupuncture, but Brother Ashen is so smart, I'm afraid it won't be too difficult for him to learn medicine. As she said this, she looked at Sidu Zin with admiration. Great-grandpa's expression seems to have improved a little. Who is this boy? Shen Yaochu watched his grandfather's expression deteriorate. His tense nerves relaxed a little, and he looked at Sidu Zin with curiosity in his eyes. Ding, congratulations to Mr. Shen, the male supporting character, for enabling the host to rescue him. The female protagonist Shen Yaochu's loyalty to the host is +30, now 30 spring feelings aroused. Sidu Zin remained silent throughout the whole process, feeling that his forehead was already covered with sweat. He didn't expect that this 13 needles of the strange god would be so strenuous for them to use with the little strength they had achieved after their promotion. I couldn't help but complain in my heart. It seems that pretending to be Bobby is really not easy. The breath is finally back. Sidu Zin slapped the old man in fancy clothes on the back. Everyone only heard a puff sound, and the old man spit out a large mouthful of blood. Alive. It turned out that he really couldn't be saved by this young man. Wait a minute. Why does this boy look so much like the young stock god that was circulated online? Holy crap, it's true. With such a handsome face, who else could it be but the god of stocks? I didn't expect that the god of stocks is also a doctor, and his medical skills are so amazing. Immediately, people exclaimed in surprise. The 3 doctors and nurses who had their mouths swollen after being beaten by Gu Dan and his men were stunned. How is this possible? His heart has stopped beating. Oh my God, what's going on? He brought a dead person back to life with just a needle. The doctor with a sausage-like mouth who said Sidu Zin was a child felt hot on his face. Shen Yaochu was so excited that he immediately supported his child's grandfather, his eyes full of injustice. Grandpa, you are finally here. Thank you, little brother. I can buy you anything you want. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning and stopping the supporting character Qin Shu from pretending to be a big shot. Victory can stop the supporting character Qin Shu from rescuing a military district leader and gaining the favor of the heroine Shen Yaochu 5, greatly changing the plot of the novel. The protagonist Qin Shu has aura 30, and the host has a villain aura plus 30, villain points plus 30. The big boss of the military district? Sidu was slightly stunned when he heard the news. He glanced at the old man and was not overly shocked, because the Sidu family is not afraid of any other power at all. Even if the army comes, they have to give their cheap master father, who guards the Yan kingdom, a humiliating blow. The old man was obviously still very weak. Choo-choo, I thought I was going to leave. I'm sorry that you have to worry about an old man like me. What are you talking about? Grandpa blames me for insisting on dragging you in to play. Shen Yaochu smiled happily when he saw that his grandfather finally woke up. Sidu Zin reached out and felt the old man's pulse again and said calmly, "It's all right now." The old man looked at Sidu Zin excitedly and said in a deep voice, "Little brother, I'm sorry my dirty blood just sprayed on you. Please wait here for a while. My descendants should be here soon. I will thank you more." "No problem," Sidu Zin said calmly. When Shen Yaochu heard that his grandfather was finally fine, he was both relieved and surprised. Seeing Sidu Zin covered in blood, he was so grateful to him that he couldn't express it in words. He pulled him aside and said, "Little brother, your clothes are all covered in blood. You are so beautiful, don't let this infect you. Go change quickly. My dad and mom will come soon, and I will definitely thank you." "Whatever. Kiki Gudan, let's go." Sidu Zin glanced at the direction Qin Shu had been going and found that he had already disappeared. He didn't care because he knew that this kid couldn't escape at all. With a wave of his hand, he took a person away and prepared to go home to change clothes and plan for the next thing. As for saving the girl, he didn't take it seriously. He saved the old man just to stop him from trying the 13 needles of the mysterious god. The original goal has been achieved, so there is no need to pay attention to it anymore. Although this girl is nice, she hasn't even dealt with the previous relationship. How can she have time to care about this ladylike girl? Not long after Sidu Zin left, a row of luxury cars stopped in front of the South Station. These cars include not only luxury cars such as Ferrari and Bugatti, but also 2 military-licensed vehicles. The skinny security captain was standing in the corner of Psycho at this moment. The skinny man was more nervous than ever and even dared not breathe. Suddenly, a short young man rushed in. His eyes were sharp and there was a tiger head tattoo on his neck. "Master Tiger, you are here." Security Captain Joe Shuzi quickly came forward and bowed. The fat man was shocked. Is it the Tiger Lord who controls the entire underground economic forces of Kyumen City? He stamped his feet, and the entire Kyu-Ming public world trembled. How could such a person be interested in coming here? "Where is the person?" asked Tiger Lord. Who's there?" Banged. The tiger slapped the thin man in the face without thinking. "Grandpa Shen. He is the one who came here by train with the young lady today." "Okay, Mr. Shen, everything is fine now." Joe Shuzi put the palm print on his face, not even daring to cry out in pain, and guided him calmly. "Oh my God, this old Shen's family. It's not all the capital of Shen Ming, is it? How could a man from such a high family take a train to Tumen with a little girl? Thump, thump, thump. At this moment, there was a burst of hurried footsteps at the door, and a middle-aged man in a suit and a beard walked in quickly. Third Master, Mr. Shen is in the platform box over here. Master Hu pointed the way respectfully. There was a loud bang, and several people rushed down, including the chief physician. All these people rushed to the door of the platform compartment at the train station, and at the door, they forced me to come out carefully. Dad, are you okay? Director Li, come over and see my dad. Several people went in one after another. Grandpa Shen has been sitting quietly in the chair. Oh, my son is here. Mr. Shen looked apologetic. The middle-aged man in a suit, Shen Jia, had red eyes and blamed. Dad, besides, you are indeed a young Chu. You don't bring anyone in and you come to a place like this. Teacher Shen said, today is very special, isn't it Chachu's 16th birthday? I think you should go out with her. Grandpa, Dad, I'm really sorry. It's all my fault. Shen Yaochu's eyes turned red again when he remembered that his grandfather fell ill because he wished him a happy birthday. Forget it, it's not your fault, Chachu. I'm sorry. It's all my father's indifference. I forgot that today is your birthday. Shen Yang looked at his daughter. He couldn't help but feel guilty and apologized. Ah, you father and daughter. Old man Shen Yang hesitated to speak. Tiger Lord standing at the back said respectfully, Old Shen, if you want to go over there next time, find someone to take care of me indirectly. I want to move out. It was just a close call. Huh, who is that little brother? If it weren't for his rescue, your father and I would really be gone. The emergency doctor from the train station came and said there's no hope. Find him quickly, Mr. Shen said awkwardly. That's right, Dad. Who saved Grandpa's enemy? We must repay him. Shen Yaochu found that Sidu Zin had not come back for a long time. He must have left without saying a word, and I don't know why I feel a little lost. Okay, Dad, forget it. I'll ask Director Liu to check the security system right away. It will only take a few minutes. What's his name? A middle-aged man in a suit and tie immediately took out his cell phone and dialed the number. Well, Dad, look at my little head. I forgot to ask him what his name is, but he seems to be wearing a high school uniform of Peking University's School of Education. Oh, right. He also has a nickname for his research, which seems to be Young Stock God. Shen Yaochu's face was a little worried, and she knocked her head, but she always remembered the clothes Sidu Zin was wearing and had a very deep impression. Oh, who is the young stock god who became so popular on the internet at the beginning? Shen Yang was a little surprised. Is there also a Peking University School of Education? Ah, who? You go find that young man. Chu Chu herself doesn't need to know much about Peking University and Tsinghua University now. Shen Yang's eyes seemed to recall something, and he ordered the work to continue. After leaving the train station, Sidu Zin and Su Moki got in an Audi and were on their way to the Sidu family villa. Gu Dan, on the other hand, saw the opportunity and did not act as a light bulb. He simply found a place to go back and have dinner with La Jai and Fan Tong, and then ran away. In the car, Su Moki looked at the skull sleeping on her legs. Reborn on the spot, looking at her profile, her eyes filled with deep love and tenderness. Her big, lively eyes moved around, and she gathered her hair, letting her long, straight black hair fall down. She looked at Sidu Zin's handsome face and smiled, revealing 2 dimples. She moved closer to his face and observed it carefully. Suddenly, she stretched out a white hand, picked up a few strands of hair near his ear, and started scratching them. Sidu was suddenly sniped, so he naturally would not let go of Su Moki. Ah, Su Moki was startled when she saw Sidu Zin suddenly woke up. But how did Sidu Zin get away from this greasy chick? He immediately turned over and stretched his 2 long legs towards her body, with an evil smile on his face. Blue is a kiss on Su Moki's little lips, and the lips are quarreling. Brother Ashen. Su Moki did not struggle. Instead, she opened her eyes. Her 2 smiling eyes looked straight at Sidu Zin, making her even more confused. It's all over. I love Ashen. Ashen loves me. We'll be together forever. We'll be forever lucky, she said, staring at the familiar face so close at hand. Happiness surging in her heart, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up into a silly smile. Jiyu was driving safely in the driver's seat. The one who saw this scene was a middle-aged uncle who once had a daughter. He was still embarrassed and secretly glanced at the rearview mirror on the car. He couldn't help thinking, don't you have a police secret department? How can you still play with it? It's nothing more than that the young master is so outstanding and he and Su Masai are childhood sweethearts. It's no big deal. The young master witnessed their marriage all the way. Thinking of the future master Sidu being surrounded by beauties at the wedding, Song smiled to himself. If Sidu Zin had known that Liulang's idea was so good, he would have definitely praised him. After kissing for a long time, Sidu Zin finally let go of Su Moki's small and delicate body with a rosy face. However, he still did not let her go. Instead, he put her on his lap, put his arms around her slender waist, and looked at her with a smile in his eyes. Sumoki was regarded as a child by Siduzin. Similarly, her little mouth curled up, pretending to be angry, wanting to be coaxed. Siduzin glanced at her weak and frail appearance like a little lamb, found it funny, and pinched Sumoki's orange face. The way, Brother Ashen, when did you learn Western medicine and acupuncture? And I also saw Dubin's reconciliation of Chopstick's hand. Many of the software on the popular list are Ashen's brother's stock and the video of saving Grandpa. You are called the god of stocks and another god of medicine. It's amazing. Sumoki's small hand interlocked with Siduzin's fingers, waving the other hand of the mobile phone, smiling happily. Just as Yuan Dixon was as famous, she also followed Yan. Really? Sidhu Zinxi was a little surprised that he was once so famous all over the world. He took Sumoki's phone and took a look, invented an ID called Stock Market God, and posted a video with 5 million likes with the caption, "Awesome, Stock Market God at the train station." Sidhu Zin clicked play and watched the live video of me trading stocks at the train station. Moreover, the face in the video was specially enlarged a little bit. Sidhu Zin is already a handsome man with a height of 110. Now his handsomeness was magnified. He was so handsome that he almost stole the screen. He listened to the video and heard everything he said when he invented the stock market. He clicked on the discussion area, which was filled with cultural worship and words that he could use. Wow, this dude is amazing. I can't believe I predicted that coal, a stock that has been falling, would reverse 2 levels. If it weren't for this video, I would have thought he was a holding trader. I would be on my knees. Ah, look at others, then look at yourself. He is handsome, just a little boy, but he is already a genius. In the video, he said that he used various formulas to calculate stock trends. It was not until I watched this video that I realized that what the teacher said was right. Mathematics, physics, and chemistry several times. In this process, the boss made 80 million in a few minutes. I just looked at the stock market. The prices of these 2 traditional Chinese medicines and coal have not reached the daily increase limit. Even if the depreciation rate is slow, it is still a straight line up and down. I wonder how much money the gods are making now. I don't want anything, but if I have the rest of his money, it will be enough. I'm so jealous. Chapter 50 smiled. Sidhu Zin held the phone and looked at Sumoki. Seeing her eyes that always showed respect for me, I couldn't help but laugh. He just checked his stock account, and the money he made from the 2 stocks he bought with 8 million. He found that in less than a day, the money he made had plummeted from 80 million to 240 million. This terrifying speed surprised him. If these netizens knew that I once made nearly twice as much money, I'm afraid they would be so surprised that they wouldn't say anything. Otherwise, Brother Ashen, this videotape is for you to save the old man, and it will be even more popular. I once dominated the Daoyan social list and was #1 in entertainment. Sumoki watched the video of Sidhu Zin watching him trading stocks, and immediately drew another video on his phone with his little hands. Oh, he just took a photo of me casually, and I became an internet celebrity. Sidhu Zin was even more shocked after hearing Sumoki's words. He didn't expect that he just stopped the installation of the supporting actor Chin and saved a man who was with an old man, but he didn't expect that he would be on the hot list of the entire network. Let's take a look first. Sidhu Zinli clicked on the video and found that the number of likes and reposts for this video was twice as much as his previous stock trading video. This online video has 50 million likes and has been discussed and forwarded nearly 10 million times, which is more than 10 times the number. When he saw so many people watching his videos, his eyes began to reminisce. He seemed to have returned to the old world. On the whole world stage, he was looking forward to a gold belt and defeating the unbeatable scenes all over the world. Brother Ashen, what's wrong? Seeing that Sidhu Zin seemed to be in trouble, Sumoki couldn't help but ask with concern. Hee, Kiki, it's nothing. I just want to know what netizens will talk about this time. Sidhu Zhensheng felt warm in his heart when he heard that the girl cared about him so much. He was a little curious about what so many people were talking about, and after a moment of hesitation, he opened the comment section. What made Sidhu Zin a little dumbfounded was that the target was full of IDs showing XX Hospital XX Chief Clinical Physician, Yangguo Chinese Medicine XX National Teacher, Yangguo XX Acupuncture Research Institute, etc. They were all the same. Almost all of them were comments about doctors, directors, or professors. This is a huge medical cause, and this young man is the pride of Yan. I have said that acupuncture can cure cancer, but I don't have this talent. I just said to work with me. I didn't believe it before, but now seeing the acupuncture boss, I'm afraid that his cognition will be refreshed. Almost a hand? After I saw the young man's trick, I showed it to my 80-year-old master. He jumped up and rushed in like a demon under a spell, screaming for the reincarnation of the miracle doctor. He has not returned yet. Seeing such a miracle, I thought he must be crazy. 666, I actually got this from a video of a big shot speculating in stocks. I saw that his stock trading behavior seemed to have become the data of the whole network, and everyone said that he was the stock god. I studied medicine, and I only knew that they all looked very powerful, but I couldn't understand them at all. When I saw that this young god who not only speculated in stocks, could use acupuncture to save an old man who was about to die, I completely realized that this genius came to the world without shining, and I am here to make up the numbers. Sidhu Zin looked at the messages one after another, all of which were about praising how awesome and handsome he was. After traveling to the world of novels, he hadn't been on the boxing stage and listened to the cheers and shouts of all the employees for a long time. Now he could not help but feel happy to hear so many nice words praising himself. I shouted in my heart, the evil doctor sent by the system inherited the 13 needles of the god. It's really amazing. However, when he saw this video later, his expression immediately became a little bad. Because in this video, in addition to me, the villain appearing in the camera, Chin Shu, the supporting role of the miracle doctor, also appeared. He had a bird's nest on his head and stood far behind him. Although it was only for a second, Sidhu Zin still felt disgusted. The supporting actor Chin Shu looks like he is wandering around without taking a bath, neither human nor ghost, and he looks ugly, while the villain is well-dressed and a complete successful person. How can they be from two completely different worlds and not be in the same frame? Sidhu Zin complained a lot. At the beginning, Chin Shu was monitored by hired detectives, so there was no need to worry that he would run away. Just like he didn't see the scene of himself and Chin in front of the same mirror, and his mean smile, he caused all kinds of family breakdown in the past. His heart was filled with joy. If he didn't have the halo of a supporting role, he would have wanted to kill Chin Shu from the beginning. This was considered a villain who killed a stud for the people. Use literature to save this barbarian, so that he no longer harms the world. He thought about it and decided to speed up Chin's harvest of the leaks. Taking a deep breath finally made it much quieter. Sidhu Zin took another look at Chin Shu in the video. An idea suddenly came to his mind. He smiled sinisterly and returned the mobile classroom to Sumoki. I immediately took out my phone and registered a Douyin account with the ID. I am God's good friend, God's medicine. He imagined his avatar as a large photo of himself, and then introduced himself. Hello everyone, I am Chin Shu, a good friend of the stock god and the medical god, and I am here to dominate the internet charts. This Douyin account is now here to take pictures of some of my good friends of the stock god and the medical god. Life is normal, thank you for your attention. Then Yuan Daizin, Jing handed the phone to Sumoki and asked him to take a photo for me. Sumoki didn't know what Sidhu was going to do, but she completely trusted him and would not refuse it. Okay, Kiki, I'm ready to teach you, let's start. 3, 2, 1, go. Sidhu Zin walked a little closer to the camera, cleared his throat, made a phone call to the camera, and then gradually walked towards him. Dear Beanie and friends, everyone is very nice. I'm the person who is known as the god of stocks and the god of medicine online. Due to personal reasons, my real name will not be exposed. I read everyone's comments and thank you very much for your support. I don't plan to create a number. Let my friend Chin record it for me every day. If you have anything to find me, you can contact me through my friend Chin and he can solve everything. Thank you. After recording the video, Sidhu Kayangsin uploaded Douyin of the back row, thinking that there was no topic. At the same time, a barely noticeable smirk appeared on the corner of his mouth. Chin Shu, wait and see how I deal with you. When this video is made public, everyone on the internet will know that you and I are good friends, Chin Shu. If we were weird friends, why would I hurt you? His eyes looked out the car window coldly, thinking of a good idea in his mind to discredit Mr. Chin. Brother Ashen, how can you say that Chin Shu is your good friend? He is obviously very boring. Sumoki's round eyes kept turning, and there was a bit of fresh Sidhu's new trick. She clearly remembered that Sidhu Zin warned her to stay away from the guy named Chin Shu. So why is she still saying in front of the whole network that she can be good friends with him? Aren't good friends supposed to live in harmony? His brother obviously sympathized with Chin, so why did he suddenly become a friend? Sumoki reminded me that there were two big skulls, and I looked at the new place in a daze. Well, Kiki, of course, Chin Shu and I are irreconcilable. There is a reason why I recorded the video saying that the guy is my friend, but it was leaked first. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but the time has not come yet. You will know it even if I don't tell you, okay? Sidhu Zin reached out and held Sumoki's small hand, looking at her sincerely, hoping to convey his sincerity through the warmth of his hand. Okay, since Brother Ashen has said so, how can I embarrass you? And Kiki has always insisted that she will never believe in you unconditionally, because I want to be Brother Ashen's wife myself. And how can a virtuous wife doubt her husband? Sumoki's voice became louder and softer as she spoke. Her face was flushed, and her little head was lowered to the point of burying it in her chest. Aji, you are a good girl, let go. I, Sidhu, am willing to marry you. Sidhu knew that her loyalty to him had reached 90, life and death. But when he heard that Sumoki, a girl, actually said such lovely words, Sidhu knew made his first promise. He once said that he would give a home to all the girls in the world. At that time, he gave Sumoki the first credibility and was considered a good person. Click, click, click. As the iron gate opened, the Audi carrying Song slowly drove in. Mr. Sidhu, you're back. The driver turned around, watched Sidhu Zin and Sumoki pass by, and gave Sidhu a thumbs up. Sumoki saw Yuji's face that said, I understand everything, and glanced at Sidhu Zin in the middle. Suddenly, she remembered what happened just now and said with embarrassment, I'm so embarrassed. I just forgot that Uncle Yu was still here. Then when I was kissing Brother Ashen just now, wasn't it? How could Sidhu Zin care about being caught kissing when he was so broad-minded? He said nothing, smiled at the song, and pressed the button on the window. I wanted to see if I lived in the same place as my ex. As the Audi window rolled down, a magnificent villa appeared in front of him. This is a very expensive independent villa, and you can tell at a glance that it is the residence of a wealthy family. The high fence is entwined with gorgeous roses, and there is an even more expensive sofa design chair in the yard. The sun shines down obliquely, and the mottled light and shadow can reflect the luxury of the yard. Open the embossed hollow relief door, and the view doubles to the luxurious hall. Carrying the gorgeous concept and glittering decoration, it also sets off the high value of the villa owner. Jiyu put them down, picked up the car keys, and parked the car in the parking lot. Sidhu Zin pulled Sumoki into the villa. He glanced at the luxurious hall. The simple lights restrained the cold light. The four high walls cast black shadows on the soft carpet. Walking through the wide and cold corridor, the eyes of the stars in the famous paintings on both sides seemed to capture people's hearts. What is this? Sidhu Zin caught a glimpse of a figure at the top of the corridor. He looked closely and found that it was a tall man wearing a red tie-kai suit. The man had his back to them, his hands behind his back, and his face could not be seen. So strong, he told Sumoki to take her into his arms, but because of Sidhu's new strength, he clearly felt that there was a terrible power hidden in the body of this seemingly ordinary man in front of him. If he had not awakened the soul and blood of heaven and earth, he would have an invincible charm. He might be overwhelmed by this man's momentum and fall to his knees. Sidhu Zin looked at his back, and the only thing left in his mind was to try to change his mind. This guy is so pretentious. Come back, a middle-aged man suppressed, and magnetic voice came from the corridor. Thick eyebrows in a white tie-kai suit turned slowly. The middle-aged man had a slight beard on his face and looked like Sidhu Zin from the side. Who else could it be if not Sidhu Zin's cheap dad Sidhu Junwen? Now he was looking at Sidhu Zin with a doting smile. If the other four masters of Yan country saw Sidhu Junwen, the stern master who always looked down on everyone, being so kind, they would probably be shocked. Sidhu Zin was secretly shocked. The moment Cheap and his father turned around and faced them, the pressure that they had sensed disappeared in an instant. The martial arts master's application of internal force technology is not able to be controlled and released to such an extent. I am now only one level away from the minor success of Hua Jin to the Grandmaster of Hua Jin. I never thought that the leap from a martial arts master to a martial arts grandmaster is so far. Just now I was protecting Sumoki and almost couldn't stand in front of this cheap dad. The grandmaster is really powerful. Sidhu Zin looked at Sidhu Junwen with hot eyes. He pursued greater power, so he respected the strong more. Uncle Sidhu, hello, sorry to bother you. Sumoki was held in Sidhu Zin's arms. When his father caught her in this scene, her face started to turn red and her voice sounded unnatural and flustered. Sumoki frowned slightly. After Uncle Sidhu knows about me and Ashen brothers, will he disagree with us being together? I don't know if Uncle Sidhu will forget about me and Ashen brothers, because I caused Ashen brothers to have an accident. Oh, Kiki is here. It's been a long time since we last met. Uncle, I'm very happy to see you again. Sidhu Junwen smiled at Sumoki. It seemed that he didn't care about the fact that she and Sidhu Zin were hugged together just now. Instead, he looked very welcoming. Sumoki saw that Sidhu Zin's father didn't have any bad expression, and she was also very surprised. She thought to herself, When I marry Ah Zin as my brother, I must be a good wife, cook at home, and try my best to be nice to Uncle Sidhu and Aunt Ming. Chapter 51, crying. Son, it's good that you're back. Yaoj and the others once told me that your memory has recovered. It's really a cause for celebration. Miss Sue is your childhood sweetheart, and she's been very kind to you. You forgot about her after the car accident, and you two have become strangers. I always feel guilty because I didn't protect you better and hurt our two sons, and ultimately hurt Miss Sue. Now that you remember what happened before, your mother and I can finally put our minds at ease. Sidhu Junwan stepped forward and patted Sidhu Zin on the shoulder, looking like a compassionate and comforting father. Dad, I really made you worry about me before, but now you can let it go. I will pay attention to my safety and won't do anything to make you sad again. Sidhu Zin looked at the handsome, middle-aged uncle in front of him without changing his expression. After the first meeting, this stranger who was familiar to the nation was called the father in their imagination. Even if Sidhu Zin was thick-skinned, he couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. It's just that he was thinking about traveling back in time, and their cheap sons were dead. These two cheap parents had always been very good to him. Being his godson would make up for the rest of their lives and would be the best gift for Sidhu Junwan and Ming Yuxin. Haha, son, it's so great that you can turn back into your previous appearance. After you lost your memory, you didn't like to study. Your ability to do things was also half-hearted. You often fought with others and did all kinds of bad things. As the Grandmaster of Yan country, I felt very guilty seeing their own son so depressed. Now that you finally remembered and turned back into that smart boy, Daddy is really happy. Sidhu Junwan gently put his arm around Sidhu Zin's shoulders and smiled happily. Son, Sidhu Junwan was surprised by Sidhu's new action. Son, when did your body become less strong? Sidhu Junwan seemed very surprised and looked at Sidhu Zin in disbelief. You know, when he was teaching his son civility when he was a child, he discovered that his son had no intention of learning martial arts. Moreover, he personally tested his son's martial arts aptitude and found that Sidhu Zin was born with a unique martial arts physique. This kind of physique is naturally incapable of practicing martial arts. That is, even if Sidhu Zin practices hard, he can't go far in martial arts, can't gather internal strength, and may not even be able to enter the realm of external strength. But just now, when he grabbed Sidhu's new body, that violent feeling infected his body, and there was an obvious internal force. Moreover, for this kind of structure, the internal force is very strong and viscous. Although it is not as good as his master's internal force, Sidhu Junwan is sure that as long as Sidhu Zin breaks through the master's image, his internal force will be much stronger than that of an ordinary master. Is this still my son? Sidhu Junwan looked at Sidhu Zin in confusion. He looked himself up and down and found that the person in question was indeed his son no matter from which angle he looked at him. But he seems to have become much more handsome. He knew that adolescent boys develop very quickly and was not overly frightened. But what exactly was this martial arts internal force? Son, what's going on with your internal energy? I just felt the strength of it, and I'm afraid you have already stepped into internal energy and become a martial arts master. Sidhu Junwan had a head full of question marks. He simply couldn't understand how his son could have changed from a natural martial artist who couldn't learn martial arts to the martial arts master he was seeing now. Sidhu Zin knew that I was just a meeting with this stingy parent, and he couldn't hide the fact of martial arts. After all, Sidhu Junwan is a veritable martial arts master. How could he not see his own internal strength? However, he can't say that he has a destiny villain system. My little achievement in the past was to put a hat on the protagonist and then suppress him by adding points, right? He couldn't say that he had once again awakened the Emperor's soul and blood. You have to know that these were his biggest secrets, and it would be unimaginable if they were leaked out. So he had already made up a reason for himself. He said calmly, Dad, the reason why I know Wenjai is because of an old man. He gave me all my internal strength. Old man? What old man is so powerful? Could it be? Sidhu Junwan didn't know why an old man suddenly appeared. He immediately thought of something. That is, Earth Immortal. Yes, Dad, what you think is right is the strongest position of martial arts that all martial arts masters hope for Emperor Xian. Sidhu Zin looked at his cheap father's self-improvement and got carried away. He felt a little ridiculous in his heart and couldn't help editing continuously. Dad, why do I know that the old man is a fairy? That's because one day when I was going home from school, I went to the woods in the park alone. Suddenly, a kind old man appeared in front of me. He grabbed my hand and said that I was a martial arts genius. As long as he broke through my unique martial arts physique, I could buy 2 meridians by myself. From now on, I can fish freely and fly freely to the high sky. Sooner or later, I will ascend to heaven. Oh, and then, How did that old man with a fairy-like appearance cure your unique martial arts physique in the first place? Sidhu Junwan was shocked when he heard that it was exactly as they had thought. He had tried many times to cure his son's unique martial arts physique, but all failed. Now that he saw his son's unique martial arts physique cured by the old man who seemed to be a fairy, he couldn't wait to know what was going on and couldn't help but look at Sidhu Zin anxiously. Yes, what happened to Ashen as your brother? How did your grandfather teach you civil affairs? You're amazing. Sumoki had never fully understood that Sidhu Zin knew civil affairs. Just now, she heard Sidhu Junwan, a martial arts master she was familiar with, say that Ashen was good at civil affairs and very strong. She became curious and seemed to have forgotten that Sidhu Junwan was still here and directly grabbed Sidhu Zin's hand, looking cute and eager to learn. Haha, Dad and Aji, you have to calm down. You have already cornered me. Sidhu laughed a few times. The two of them cornered him. He was pale, holding Sumoki's little hand with one hand and holding the wall with the other. Son. As a father, I am a little too touched to hear that you have such a happy and sincere job. Sidhu Junwan was a little embarrassed. He did not expect that he would lose his image as a master in front of his son. Oh, I'm so embarrassed, Brother Ashen, Sumoki reflected. Her face turned red because of Uncle Sidhu's action. However, she let Sidhu Zin continue to hold her hand. Sidhu Junwan looked back and forth between his son and Sumoki in a funny way and sighed. It's good to be young. Haha then. The old man didn't say anything and directly asked me to sit cross-legged. He gave me a sudden enlightenment from behind. At that time, my body seemed to explode, but it calmed down soon. When I felt that my body was full of strength and wanted to thank the old man, he was gone when I turned around. He only left these words. What are you talking about? Sidhu Junwan was shocked. He didn't expect that the person who had enabled Sidhu Zin's internal strength to surge to such a level was actually the one who taught him the skills from the old man. He admired the old man for his kindness and tolerance. Do what I want, do what I want. The truth about the earthly immortal is in the guest room. Sidhu Haitang narrowed her peach blossom eyes and looked at Sidhu Junwan with burning eyes. Becoming immortal on the spot is just a leisure activity. Is it to let your son do whatever he wants? This, Yuandi Junwan was stunned. He didn't expect that the old man's practice of the immortal land was based on this. But he believed in his son. Sidhu Junwan pondered for a moment and suddenly looked at Sidhu Zin. Son, since the elders of the immortal sect asked you to do what I want, then you can achieve the fairyland. As your father, I must support you even more. Whatever you want to do now, just be happy and do it boldly. If you need money, just ask your mother. There is plenty of money at home, so don't worry about it. You can spend it as you like. Anyway, you will be the heir of the Sidhu family in the future, so just treat it as an early experience. If you need anything else, just tell me directly. No matter what, I, your father, will stand in front of you. You don't need to care about those bullshit rules and regulations. Do what you want. Your mother and I will always be your strongest backers. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully fooling the Grandmaster of Yan country and the heir of Sidhu family into believing the host's lies. The host has successfully delegated power to the host, and the host can mobilize it at will. Sidhu Zin listened to how his cheap dad had been successfully fooled and his bold words, and felt a little excited in his heart. This cheap dad really doted on his child too much. But he felt more excited. This implies that if you want to target someone or use the family's funds, you only need to say a word, and then you can use the family's power to oppress and control the background of those protagonists. As a high school student, he can use the family power as he pleases without being restricted by rules. This is basically the treatment of being the head of a country. Cheap dad, awesome. By the way, son, are you planning to cancel your engagement with Ms. Jing tomorrow? Is it because of Kiki? Sidhu Junwan suddenly remembered this song. My son is going to cancel his engagement with the Jing family tomorrow, so I went straight to the point. Ah, Brother Ashen, what's going on? Are you going to break off the engagement with Sister Jing? Is it because of my feelings, Brother Ashen? I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I let you become a gangster and even hurt the girl you love. I'm really sorry. Sumoki was stunned when she heard Sidhu Junwan's words, and then she felt happy and sad. She was happy that Brother Ashen actually gave up Sister Jing, the girl he had been pursuing after he lost his memory for her. She was so excited when she thought that Sidhu Zin actually did something against his heart for her. At the same time, she felt sad that she really regarded Jing Yinmeng as a good sister, and now her lover was going to abandon her. She couldn't help but feel guilty and sympathetic towards Jing Yinmeng. Yes, Dad. In order to realize Kiki's current happiness, I have to break off the engagement with Jing Yinmeng. Sidhu Zin looked at his childhood sweetheart, whom he once excitedly cried out for, and put on such a sad expression as if he had no choice but to do so. He continued to speak along the lines of Sumoki. In fact, when Sidu Zin came back, he secretly instructed Yuji to tell Sidu Junwon and Ming Yuxin that they had remembered what happened before and knew that Sumoki had been waiting for him, and he could not let her down. For the future happiness of Sumoki, his childhood sweetheart, he had to marry her. Therefore, we have to give up Jing Yin Meng and cancel the engagement. This came to his mind after he remembered Sumoki. He wanted to use Sumoki, his childhood sweetheart, as an excuse to cancel his engagement with Jing Yin Meng. Doing so would not only avoid embarrassing Sidu Zin and giving him the reputation of being a playboy and abandoning his wife, but would also bring glory to the Sidu family. It would even allow him to be portrayed as a good man who had to give up the woman he loved for the sake of his childhood sweetheart who had been waiting for him. You know, almost everyone knows that his previous life was Jing Yin Meng's loyal licker, and he was obsessed with Jing Yin Meng. When he took the initiative to propose to cancel the engagement with the Jing family, not only would the image of a dog licker disappear, but it would also be known to all the people he revealed the truth to. He, Sidu Zin, is a responsible, courageous, and good man. Sidu Zin looked down at Sumoki, who was lying in his arms with tears of happiness, and thought to himself, "Kiki, for the sake of our country's future to have a high-end car, I can only use it to understand you. But don't worry, I will treat you better." Then he looked at Sidu Junwon and found that he was looking at him with a strange eye. This made Sidu Zin feel a tingling sensation on his scalp for no reason. Sidu Junwon turned his back to Sidu Zin and Sumoki with his hands behind his back, making it difficult to understand his expression at the moment. "Kiki, don't blame him. I know you and Jing Yin Meng are good friends, and I know that Ashen loves her too. It must be very hard for him to make this decision." When Sidu Junwon turned around again, his face had returned to calm. He waved to Sumoki, signaling Sumoki not to be too sad because of the relationship in the dream. Uncle Sidu, thank you. Actually, I said before that I wanted to be Ashen's sister, but I never thought that Ashen would even give up Jing Yin Meng for me. I love Brother Ashen, but I am also the one who hurts Jing. I'm sorry for her." Sumoki felt a little relieved after hearing Sidu Junwon's provocation, but she still decided to think that she had shouldered a heavy sin. Because of the teacher, she asked Brother Ashen to take the initiative to cancel the engagement with the Jing family. Thinking that Jing Yin Meng's happiness would be destroyed by her own hands in the future, she couldn't help but lie on Sidu Zin and burst into tears. Chapter 52, Engagement. Ding! Congratulations on being able to make the host lie and deceive the female supporting character Sumoki, making her think that your love for her is greater than Jing Yin Meng and all the other girls, making it possible for her to completely discover the trap, and the host's loyalty can reach 100, lifelong education of love, and the medium transformation of the traditional novel through the plot. The supporting character Qin Shu has a supporting character aura of 20. The host has a villain aura plus 20, and villain points plus 20. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the maid match. Your loyalty has reached 100. You will be rewarded with a lottery draw. It has been put into the system space. Please check. Hearing this news, Sidu was secretly happy. He checked the system space. In addition, the remaining part from last time was indeed a lottery. Just as he was trying to figure out when to draw, he suddenly heard Sidu Junwon sigh, and he couldn't help but come over out of curiosity. Ah, what a twist of fate. If Ashen hadn't lost his memory, he wouldn't have had any disputes with Miss Jing, and this situation wouldn't have happened. Sidu Junwon looked at Sumoki and his son and sighed heavily. "Son, have you thought it through? Go to the Jing family and break off the engagement with Jing Yin Meng. Yes, for Kiki's happiness, I must do this. Otherwise, I would be sorry for her waiting for them to pass for so long. I promise to take care of her for the rest of her life. I am a good man of the Sidu family, how can I not be trusted?" Sidu Zin looked at Sumoki and his cheap father with a very painful expression, but his tone was unprecedentedly resolute. "Doesn't my father agree?" Sidu Zin looked at Sidu Junwon in confusion. He had already expressed his feelings to this point, so your cheap dad wouldn't do anything weird, would he? "That's not the case." To Sidu Zin's surprise, Sidu Junwon's stern face suddenly blossomed with a smile as bright as a blooming flower. He patted Sidu Zin's shoulder with satisfaction and praised. "My dear son, you are a good man of the Sidu family. You can sacrifice some things for the sake of Kiki's happiness and give up another girl you love. I admire your character. But, son, have you ever thought that you can never give up on anyone?" Sidu Zin was stunned. Seeing that his son's attention was absorbed, Sidu Junwon said without any abstraction, spitting, "When your father was 19 years old, your mother was already pregnant with you. You are already 16 years old now, and you are obviously thinking about the Miss Jing family, but I see that your vitality is still there, so it's really not right. A few days ago, I discussed with your mother whether we should go to the Jing family to ask what's going on. Now it seems that it's not necessary. You have Kiki, but why can't you agree to like Miss Jing family? In fact, in the eyes of the cheap parents Sidu Junwon and Ming Yuxin, their son is so outstanding that girls must like him in many aspects. Sidu Zin looked at Sidu Zin Junwon like this, and didn't know what to say for a moment. I give up. What a weird rule this is, father. He even encouraged me to start a harem in front of Soo Moki. Just like in the chick movie with Soo Moki, isn't this just Chunchun asking me to be a stud? It's really awesome. Isn't there anything crazy about the idea of villains appearing in the same family? Sidu Zin looked at his cheap dad speechlessly, thinking quietly in his heart. Sidu Junwon suddenly took out a card from the pocket of his red tie-kai suit, stuffed it into his hand, and continued, Dad, I have said this. As for whether you want to cancel the engagement, it is up to you. This is a night black card with 1 billion in it. You and Kiki or other girls will also need to spend money. Just use it first, and we will talk about it later if it is not enough. I won't tell you now. I'm going to go to your mother's place and ask her if she agrees with my idea of changing her mind. Having said that, he immediately walked out of the villa and drove away in a red flag car with a military license plate. Sidu Zin looked at the night black card in his hand, feeling helpless. How could he have endless money? Since Sidu Junwon entered the Grandmaster realm, he has not used his mobile phone often. He only uses it to contact others. Yaoj is also an old-fashioned person who doesn't like to surf the internet. He doesn't know that he has become very popular on the internet and has made hundreds of millions by speculating in stocks. Not to mention Lin Mo, the treasure-hunting mouse who is working for a living. So his fundamental problem is not just lack of money. There was no way out. His cheap dad had to give him the money himself, so he could only accept it with reluctance. As for Sidu Junwon's suggestion of starting a harem, he said that he didn't need to worry about it because he was going to start a harem anyway. It's just that it's impossible to get Hemu Jing Yinmeng to cancel the engagement. He must torture Jing Yinmeng to gain villain points, and that woman can't let her have an easy time. Sidu Zin took out a cell phone and called Yu-Ji. Beep. Master Sidu, what can I do for you? Yu-Ji, I want you to have not distributed the content of my work on breaking off the engagement with Jing Yinmeng. The more widely, the better. Yes, Master Sidu, the master just told me that you can use the application to study the family power at any time. No need to report. I will go to carry out your purpose now. Sidu Zin hung up the phone, reached out his hand to touch Soo Moki's long hair, picked up a few strands and put them to his nose and sighed in his heart. It smells so good. Looking out of his window, he looked up at the huge back garden of the villa. I don't know. Once this news gets out, will the Jing family be able to maintain their economic trade zone? Whatever happens, I'm determined to keep Jing Yinmeng as my pet. The dim light of early morning shone through the window onto Soo Moki's fair face, making her facial features look even more crystal clear. She is really beautiful. She has a pair of heart-stirring eyes, and even when her eyes are closed, her beauty is not diminished at all. The girl was completely covered under the quilt of the big bed. The sheets under her were unusually white and clean, but there was a strange, fallen plum blossom next to her, making the pure world seem a little out of place. Ding, congratulations on winning the host's victory. In order to plunder the female supporting character Soo Moki, the novel's plot was greatly damaged, and a supporting character Chin Shu was indirectly cuckolded. Supporting character aura 20, villain aura plus 20, villain points plus 20. Because of the slick and violent light, her eyelids moved, and her dense and curled eyelashes blinked. Her delicate and straight nose added a few more points to her beauty. Next was her small mouth. Her originally pouty lips now turned red without makeup and looked extremely sexy and tender, making people want to steal a scent of her while she was sleeping. Kiki, it's time to get up. Although you don't have to go to school, it's already 6 o'clock. We have agreed to go to the Jing family together. If you don't pay attention, I will spank you. Sidu woke herself up with the system notification sound, lay on her side, stretched out a slender finger and pinched her nose lovingly, and his whole body was lying on her, whispering in her ear all the time. The sun rose from the horizon of the villa. The golden light shone on Sidu's entire villa area like magic, reflecting warm light through the huge arched windows in the Central European style, shining on Sidu's new body. His profound and beautiful facial features were hidden by loose hair, which shone with a shiny black light in the morning light. Now he was lying on the big round bed, with another sheet covering his upper body in a mess, revealing his naked lower body. He was breathing shallowly and looking at the cat-like girl in the middle with a smile on his handsome face, as if the most handsome prince in the world was pampering his princess. Oh, okay, Ah Zin is my brother, so I can get up now. Oh, it's all your fault that Ah Zin is not my brother. Sumoki grabbed Sidhu Zin's big hand and gave him a lazy look. It was just that as soon as she got up, she felt weak all over and couldn't help falling out of bed. Sidhu Zin heard her soft voice, which made his whole body numb and the blood flow smoothly. Just as he was about to turn into a big bad wolf again, he saw that his good sister was in danger. However, he did not panic. Instead, he stretched out his right arm at an extremely fast speed and took Sumoki, who had not yet left the bed, back into his arms. Sidhu Zin did not use his internal force directly, but rather the reaction power he had acquired through tens of thousands of punches in his previous life. Even when traveling through the present, this kind of keen ability to respond to danger has reached the pinnacle of human improvement. Ha, I was scared to death. Brother Ashen, your culture is so amazing. If Brother Ashen hadn't reacted in time just now, I would have fallen on my butt. Sumoki leaned into Sidhu Zin's arms with some fear and looked at Sidhu Zin with admiration. Haha, Kiki, I saved you this time. It's not as if I didn't reward you, right? Sidhu Zin raised his thin lips, staring at the beauty in his arms with his eyes, and smiled evilly. It's annoying. Ashen, as your brother, they tease me, people. I am yours now. You have the final say on what you want to do to me. Anyway, I will depend on you for the rest of my life. Don't leave me, or I will bite you. Sumoki hugged Sidhu Zin and stood back to back with him, revealing two little fangs and looking fierce. Kiki, what are you talking about? I really love you. For you. I am about to break up my marriage with that girl Jing Yinmeng. How could I abandon you? You will always be the first in my heart. Sidhu Zin looked at her affectionately. He deliberately brought up the matter of Jing Yinmeng, wanting Sumoki to deepen the reason for breaking up the engagement. Hey, Sister Jing and I are best friends. She likes Ashen as a brother, and I also like Ashen as a brother. I even slept with Ashen himself. Ashen wanted me to cancel my engagement with Sister Jing so that I could be with Ashen and his friends. I really feel lucky, and I have done nothing wrong to Sister Jing. Ashen, I am probably a bad girl. Sumoki hugged Sidhu Zin tighter, with some reluctance in her eyes. Whenever Sumoki thought about the fact that she broke off the engagement with Jing Yinmeng because of Sidhu Zin, she felt really uncomfortable and guilty. She thought that she had destroyed the friendship between her and Jing Yinmeng, as well as the love between Jing Yinmeng and Sidhu Zin. Although she and Sidhu Zin were childhood sweethearts, she was the one who fell in love with Sidhu Zin first. But before Sidhu got a new amnesia, he forgot himself and fell in love with Jing Yinmeng. She saw Jing Yinmeng fall in love with him because of her brother Axen's new attitude towards Sidhu. It turned out that she saw Jing Yinmeng used to be indifferent to Sidhu Zin, and she often felt sorry for Sidhu Zin. Seeing Sidhu Zin's courtship, she felt really distressed. But Jing Yinmeng, whom she sincerely regarded as her best friend, has already fallen in love with her Ah Zin as a brother. This is what makes Sumoki feel the most distressed, because at the same time, she felt that knowing that Jing Yinmeng liked Sidhu Zin, she was still with him, which made her feel that it was illegal and immoral. Sidhu Zin took in Sumoki's expression, with a gentle smile on his face. He thought, Sumoki, even though you love me very much and I like your body very much, I think the honest and bright divorce of Jing Yinmeng will still apply to you. But if you understand, I will treat you sincerely in the future. After all, no matter what, you are the childhood sweetheart in my memory and the first woman after I traveled through time, and I still like you very much. But I don't know that Sidhu Zin's attempt to change his mind is simply shameless. Or maybe it's just that he has a fundamental problem in his heart and doesn't understand love. Or maybe love is about benefits. Sidhu Zin rested his chin on Sumoki's head, lowered his head, and intoxicatedly smelled the jasmine fragrance on her body. He reached out his hand to lift up the soft hair beside her ear and whispered in her ear, Kiki, don't think about it. I'll take care of everything. We will be happy. Believe me? Come with me to the Jing family and break off the engagement with Jing Yinmeng. 5 minutes later, in a Rolls Royce, Yuji has the news of breaking off the engagement with Jing Yinmeng not spread out as I instructed. Sidhu Zin half closed his eyes, leaned lazily on the leather seat of the Rolls Royce, and stretched out a hand to hug Sumoki. At this moment, Sumoki no longer felt the heavy burden on her heart after listening to Sidhu Zin's words. She lay on Sidhu Zin's shoulder and listened quietly to him talking about canceling the engagement with Jing Yinmeng. Although she still felt very guilty about it, Sumoki was a girl who dared to love and hate. She had already had a relationship with Sidhu Zin, which was an unchangeable fact. Moreover, she completely set her heart on him and regarded him as Sidhu Zin's future wife. If she couldn't figure out how to break up Jing Yinmeng and Sidhu Zin's engagement, she would be lucky to have herself ruined. What Sumoki didn't want even more was that her close friend Jing Yinmeng would live in pain for the rest of her life because of this incident. Because Jing Yinmeng also fell in love with Sidu Zin, but because she and Sidu Zin were already married, if she continued to be with Sidu Zin, it might ruin her happiness for the rest of her life. She had endured the painful pain and said that she would be Sidu Zin's sister, letting Sidu Zin choose Jing Yinmeng. In fact, it was to avoid the appearance of the three people's engagement. Chapter 53, I Can't Sit Still. Sumoki knew that girls were always jealous, so how could she share the person she liked with other women? She herself also thought about snatching Sidu Zin away, but when she and Jing Yinmeng became besties, Sumoki realized that it was difficult to separate her love and friendship. She really loved Sidu Zin and loved him deeply, but she could not share Sidu Zin with other women, let alone her besties. Sumoki wondered if she had the ability to be with Sidu Zin secretly, but when she thought about hiding it from her best friend, she couldn't get over it. Since Ashin and I were already together as brothers, then I have to cut off his relationship with Sister Jing. For Ashin, my brother, it doesn't matter if I become a hero of the people. Sumoki stretched out her more delicate little hand and gently stroked Sidu Zin's face. She was sure in her heart that this time, she wanted Brother Ashin and the others to go together to cancel Jing Yinmeng's engagement. Master Sidu, yesterday I was thinking about how to quickly expose the news that you and Jing Yinmeng had broken off your engagement, so I thought of going to the newspaper office to buy a headline. It's already this morning, and it won't be long before the newspapers and reports can be distributed and publicized. Yuji activated the Rolls-Royce's automatic driving system, turned around, and seriously reported on the completion of his task. Well, that's right. Now is the era of self-media. I believe these gossip reports can be spread quickly. Sidu Zin nodded. He was quite satisfied with how Yuji executed his orders most quickly. It's just that the speed problem is still a little bit insufficient. Let me try it out. Sidu Zin smiled wickedly, suddenly sat up, and took out one of the laptops from the storage cabinet in the car. Under the curious gaze of Sumoki and Yuji, Sidu Zin turned on a computer, focused his eyes on the electronic screen, and slowly tapped his fingers on the keyboard. As one finger fell, his speed became faster and faster. In the end, his hand speed was almost like an afterimage. Looking at this strange scene, Sumoki and Yuji both widened their eyes and looked at Sidu Zin in disbelief. They didn't know what Sidu was doing. However, looking at the various complicated codes and mathematical formulas dominating Sidu Zin's screen, the two said that even if they were asked to write their own codes, just looking at the pile of codes would give them a headache. Sumoki looked at Sidu Zin with more respect, thinking, Brother Ashin is so smart. He knows everything about cities, has beautiful handwriting, knows how to trade stocks, understands medicine, and is good at literature. Now he can use a tablet computer so skillfully. Every time I stay with Brother Ashin, I can find one of his strengths. Brother Ashin is really the smartest person I have ever seen. But now he is with me, I wonder if the baby born in the future will be as smart as Brother Ashin. I think it will be. If Sidu Zin knew that he was just relying on the hacking skills he learned in his previous life to write a few complicated viruses and code them to let Sumoki prepare for having children, I wonder if he would laugh. Master Sidu Zin, what are you doing? Yuji was a rough man who didn't like beating around the bush. If he didn't understand something, he would ask directly. Seeing his own master operating the computer with awesome Kala's skills, he was also very curious. Sidu Zin glanced at the two of them, and without hiding anything, he squinted his eyes and smiled. I just wrote a collection of computer viruses in the following aspects. Oh, Master, why do you want to write a virus? Yes, Brother Ashin, do you want to do good things? The two were surprised to hear that Yuandixin wrote a virus. They didn't know what good there was in the virus, and they didn't know what Yuandixin wanted to do. Yes, the virus is just as you think, it is not a good thing. But the virus I wrote was not to do bad things and make money by hitting other people, but to spread the news of my divorce. The virus I imagined is called the fastest spreading annulment virus in Tuming City. The purpose of the virus is to spread the fastest news of the annulment of my engagement with Jing Yinmeng. I once sent out this virus, which will hack into this personal computer, be clicked by someone to view it, and then through the process of connecting to this person's old friends, it will be forced to push it to everyone on his line. As long as someone related to this person clicks to view it, the virus will continue to invade this person's computer, forcing it to be passed to friends related to this person. And I also designed it that once this person clicks it, even if the machine is shut down and frozen, the virus will not be interrupted. In this way, the news of my breaking off the engagement with Jing Yinmeng will spread at the fastest speed. However, I did not decide to spread it throughout Yan country. I only plan to spread it in Kiyumen City, so the speed will be even faster. You can open your phone to check the major news headlines in Kiyumen City, and Kiki and your circle of friends to see if my news has been spread. Believe me, the virus I just implanted has already spread a lot. Sidhu Zin closed his computer and waved his cell phone, indicating that they should check to see if what he said was true. Sumoki and Yuji were shocked to hear that Sidhu Zin's network virus could spread so quickly. Yuji thought, if this system virus was used to spread information, how terrible it would be. Hearing Sidhu Zin say that there was no virus at the moment, Yaoj couldn't believe it and took out his first-generation Huawei mobile phone. When he opened his WeChat moments, he was dumbfounded. All the old friend circles were filled with news about their young master, and Jing Yinmeng breaking off their engagement. Business is hot. Sidhu Zin, the only son of the Sidhu family, has recovered his childhood sweetheart due to the recovery of his moving image technology. He breaks off the engagement with Jing Jia and Jing Yinmeng. Yaoj scrolled down the circle of friends and found that it was all eye-catching news with a big golden title. He clicked on the headlines of Kiyumen City again and found that all the news in Kiyumen City was dominated by the hot news. Sidhu Zin, the only son of the Sidhu family, found his childhood sweetheart because of his memory recovery, and Jing family broke off the engagement because of a dream. He clicked on Daoyan and Kyushu and found that the hot news in the same city was also this one. Yuji looked at Sidhu Zin and was so shocked that she could hardly hold her phone steady. Her family and the young master were so awesome because of this internet virus that it was outrageous. The young master's courage had also changed a lot. Now everyone in Kiyumen City might know about this. Not to mention the 100,000 copies of the headlines printed for the newspaper company. If added together, the spread and impact would be beyond your imagination. Sumoki didn't say anything, just looked at the various discussions on the phone. What the hell, what the hell? My phone is infected. Why are all the messages on it about Sidhu Zin breaking off the engagement because he remembered his true love? Damn, mine is the same. Turning off and restarting the phone doesn't work. The news is still there. I checked all the social media platforms and saw that everyone in Kiyumen City's circle has received the same news. What is going on? Could it be that the person called Sidhu Zin is responsible for this and this process? Yes, I remember that the Sidhu family is a big family in Yan country. A year ago, Sidhu Zin, the only son of the Sidhu family, was married to Jing Yinmeng from the Jing family, a big family that was once in power. Now I saw that there was a hidden story in this news. It was said that Sidhu Zin lost his memory and was engaged to Jing Yinmeng. The Jing family became prosperous overnight because of the marriage with the Sidhu family. Now the Jing family is about to become one of the top 3 families in the Magic City. Now the young master of the Sidhu family has recovered his memory and found his true love to be his childhood sweetheart. He wants to break off the engagement with the Jing family. So what will happen to the assets that were acquired from the Jing family because of the relationship with the Sidhu family? I have to say that this network virus is really awesome. This news spread so quickly. I really like gossip. Those businesses that cater to the Sidhu family may terminate their contracts with the Jing family. I can't imagine whether all the quality of the Jing family's partners will be gone after the divorce. This Sidhu Zin is also a heartless guy. He abandoned another woman he loved for the sake of his childhood sweetheart who had been waiting for him. If it were me, I would have it all. If you want me to say anything about these big families, I don't care. I'm a programmer. I just want to know who is the boss who designed this virus. This virus is too powerful. The channels for its spread are so wide and the speed is so fast. It is really unprecedented and will never be surpassed. He is the boss I want to worship. Sumoki didn't expect that Sidhu Zin's virus could just spread the news. But the feedback she received was that this problem had nothing to do with the Jing family's survival crisis. This made her a little worried about the current situation of the Jing family. Sumoki knew that the influence of the Sidhu family was very wide. When the news that brother Ashen wanted to break off the engagement with sister Jing came out, the question was whether the business models that had been cooperating with the Jing family because of brother Ashen would be terminated. I'm afraid the chain reaction it will trigger will be terrible. This was something Sumoki had studied before but had no time to think about. She overlooked this point. And one of the points is that this might be the economic lifeline for the Jing family where Jing Yinmeng is. Sumoki knew that the news could not be taken back once it had been received. She looked at Sidhu Zin somewhat helplessly, wondering about what had happened to the Jing family. Little did she know that all she worried about would come true. What? Jing family? Tumen is a first-tier city in Shanghai. The housing prices in poor areas are also unaffordable, not to mention the luxurious villa of tens of thousands of square meters, with several private gardens where Sidu Zin lives. At the beginning, after Sidu Zin and Jing Yinmeng got married a year ago, the economic crisis of the Jing family was solved. It is more likely that many tycoons and partners who wanted to rely on the Jing family to climb up to the Sidu family came to them and signed several contracts. From then on, the Jing family's economy began to soar gradually. Although the Jing family's economy did not surpass the other three major families in Magic City, because of the Sidu family, the other three families gave face to the Jing family, allowing the Jing family to lurking in the position of the second family in Magic City. Thanks to the Sidu family, the Jing mansion attracted a small number of partners and made a lot of money in a year. The Jing mansion also continued to expand, and originally covered an area of more than 3,000 square meters. The price of this house alone is 300 million. Jing's Hall. Meng, what happened between you and Sidu Zin recently? His family's housekeeper called me and said that Sidu Zin wanted to cancel the engagement. It seems that it is because your best friend named Sumoki is her true love. Sidu Zin lost his memory before, but now he remembers it and wants to cancel the engagement. This is not good for the Jing family. Jing Yinmeng's father Jing Hengcheng looked at his daughter with a sunny expression. He was very worried at the moment, because many of the Jing family's partners wanted to cooperate with the Sidu family by getting to know his family. This is not the worst-case scenario. Now these partners have included high penalty fees when signing the contract. If the Sidu family cancels the engagement, those partners will most likely terminate the contracts, and their capital chain will probably not be able to sustain hundreds of contracts. When one partner terminates the contract, there will probably be a capital meltdown for such a company, and they will be unable to maintain the balance because they have no fixed funds and breach the contract, which will increase the capital demand and continue to collapse. This cycle will repeat itself, with one company terminating the cooperation and breaching the contract again, and I'm afraid the penalty alone will be a sky-high figure. Moreover, Jing Hong, as the former head of the Jing family, had enjoyed the family power for a long time, and he valued the family even more. How could he bear to see the Jing family collapse? So Jing Yinmeng went to find her as soon as she got home in the morning to find out the reason, and see how to win back Sidu Zin. Dad, Jing Yinmeng was about to hint that she didn't know that Sidu Zin had lost his memory. What's even more outrageous is that she once had a crush on Sidu Zin and was no longer willing to obey the engagement. However, after Sidu Zin restored his memory, his true love turned out to be her good sister. He said that for Sumoki's happiness, he wanted to break off the engagement with her, but just as he was about to explain, his cell phone kept ringing. Jing Yinmeng thought it was a confession from herself, so she unlocked her phone and wanted to block some of the data messages. Unexpectedly, as soon as she unlocked the screen, it was filled with news about Sidu Zinhe breaking off the engagement. I have no idea what's going on. She was so scared that she quickly handed the phone to her father, Jinghang. Dad, look. What's wrong? Jinghang didn't know why her face suddenly turned pale. He took the phone and looked at it. 1 second, silence. 2 seconds. All the redness on his face faded away, leaving no trace of paleness. What a mess, the whole network knows the news. Jinghang could grab the chair with his hands. He was a little unsteady when he saw the data. Beep. Chapter 54, Grandmaster. Jinghang's cell phone suddenly rang. He reached into his pocket and saw that it was Mr. Liu's call. Jinghang knew who this was. This was a food industry partner with a close relationship with the Jing family. He had signed the contract before. What could he do by calling to educate him? Therefore, when Jinghang saw the power recovery speed display, he was so scared that he collapsed to the ground. Whoosh whoosh. At this time, outside the Jing family mansion, a Rolls-Royce Phantom and 3 Mercedes-Benz G-Class cars slowly drove in. Pretty boy, why is he here? What is he doing at the Jing family? Qin Shu, wearing a security uniform, looked through the window of the security room at the handsome young man sitting in the back seat of the Rolls-Royce. His expression changed drastically in an instant, with some hesitation in his eyes. Qin Shu was assigned by Jing Yinmeng to work as a security guard in the Jing family. That day when he saw Shen Yaochu's grandfather dying at the train station, he wanted to save the old man's life through the inheritance of the medical immortal and win Shen Yaochu's heart. But I never thought that just when I was about to take action, Sidu Zin, a Cheng Yaojin, suddenly appeared halfway. When Mr. Qin was angry, he wanted to step forward to rescue him and find an opportunity to beat up this pretty boy whom he disliked. However, when he saw Sidhu Haydang using the 13 needles of the mysterious god to help the dying Mr. Shen at the train station, he was shocked. He never thought that the boy's toy he looked down upon actually passed down the 13 needles of the mysterious god that had been lost for a long time in ancient times. You know, the old man in the mountain once said that those who lost the inheritance of the evil god were all villains in the mortal world. Chin was caught a glimpse of the divine 13 needles that Sidhu Zinyi was practicing at that time, and he knew that this pretty boy had really mastered the divine 13 needles. The old man also said that those who have lost the inheritance of the evil god are not only born thieves, but also born evil, treacherous, ruthless, and merciless. This means that this child is a devil in human skin. The old man taught him many times that as the successor of the gods, he must inherit benevolence and righteousness, live in a world that cares for the people, and punish evil and promote good. Since Chin passed down the medical skills, the old man taught Chin to be a kind doctor, to promote the principles of justice, and to be an upright villain. When Chin Shu learned that Sidhu Zin inherited the evil skills of the evil god, he was filled with anger and anxiety. Thinking of the old man's instructions, he was about to take direct action to kill the demon Sidhu Zin, but he thought of the vague sense of danger that occurred when he first met him. His heart seemed to be shrouded in the last layer of fog, which made Chin Shu worried and hesitated. Think about it again. The old man was also told not to kill people publicly in the city, otherwise he would offend the official forces in the secular world. Therefore, after Chin Shu's careful consideration, he finally decided to take the letter given to him by the old man and seek refuge with the Jing family. Then, through the power of the Jing family, he would investigate the information of the devil Sidhu Zin and understand his temperament and strength. After everything was ready and his own Hua Jin strength was further improved, he would secretly carry out the assassination attack when he was absolutely sure of success. He was able to destroy Sidhu Zin, the devil who brought disaster to the world, with just one move. Chin Shu thought this was a strategy rather than a sign of giving in. After all, if you want to defeat them, you must know it in advance. Knowing how to analyze the enemy is a means to victory. He, Chin Shu, although he came from the mountains, but in terms of human relationships, military tactics, and fighting against enemies, he absolutely did not admit that he was inferior to these so-called city people. On the contrary, he felt that he had mastered the inheritance of the medical immortal, and that once he reached the foot of the mountain he would be like a carp leaping over the dragon gate, and would be superior to others. Chin Shu believed that in the near future his name would spread all over Qiu Ming City, the entire magic city. He could even become a dragon among men and leave a strong mark in the history of Yan country. But who knew that when Chin Shu went to the Jing family with the letter given to him by the old man? But he found that he couldn't even enter the Jing family. After waiting at Jing's house for a day and a night, Chin Shu was discovered by Jing Yinmeng, who returned in the morning. The first time Chin Shu saw Jing Yinmeng, he was struck by her beauty. This lady is not only incredibly beautiful, but also has a well-proportioned body. She is thin where she should be thin, and has flesh where she should have flesh. She is simply a top-notch beauty. And when he learned from Jing Yinmeng that this girl with long black hair was the eldest daughter of the Jing family, he liked her even more. Didn't he come here to seek refuge with the Jing family? Now that he found out that this beautiful girl is the daughter of the Jing family, after he gave her the old man's letter, wouldn't she be able to stay in the Jing family for a long time? After being in the Jing family for a long time, Chin Shu believed that with his stunningly handsome face and his abilities, he would definitely be able to win the heart of this beautiful young lady. Love is inevitable. Chin Shu secretly made up his mind that since he failed to get Shen Yaochu at the train station last time because of the interference of Sidhu Zin, the pretty boy, this time this top-notch girl must be his. The old man said that this letter was written by the old man of the Jing family in person, in order to repay the old man's kindness, when he accidentally saved the life of the old man of the Jing family, when he passed by the Jing family. He handed the letter to Jing Yinmeng. After opening it, he was shocked to find out that the general content of the letter was to repay Chin Shu's old master and to agree to any 2 requests of the old man. Chin Shu didn't know the content of the letter at first. The old man only said that this letter might allow him to go down the mountain and seek refuge with the Jing family. Who would have thought that this letter was so awesome? When he knew this, his blood started to boil because it said that he could unconditionally promise the old man's 2 conditions. Now that the old man has given him the letter, and he is the old man's direct disciple, that means he can propose 2 conditions to the Jing family. Qin Shu looked at the young girl holding the letter and wondered obscenely whether he could propose some conditions that were not too excessive. But imagination is beautiful, but reality is contrary to our wishes. After Jing Yinmeng read the entire letter, he did not feel any gratitude. Instead, he stared at him vigilantly with a cold tone, saying only one sentence. My grandfather died of a heart attack last year. But since your master saved my grandfather's life and my grandfather wrote this letter to repay the favor, the Jing family will naturally repay the favor. So what do you want to ask for? Tell me. Qin Shu was extremely displeased with Jing Yinmeng's tone and thought sinisterly in his heart. One day, I will ride this wild horse under me. But he also knows that more haste makes waste, especially knowing that the old man of the Jing family, whom the old man saved, had passed away. He had not learned much about law in the mountains, and believed that the effectiveness of this letter would be greatly reduced after the death of the old man of the Jing family. Originally, Qin Shu wanted to shamelessly propose such a great condition that Jing Yinmeng would marry him directly. But now he looked at the girl's cold face and extremely bad mood. If he put forward this condition, Qin Shu believed that Jing Yinmeng might refuse without even thinking about it, and might even ignore him from then on. Qin Shu is not a fool. How could he do something that is thankless? So he proposed a condition that was incomplete but not excessive, but it was a good condition for him to capture Jing Yinmeng. Miss Jing, I have lived in the mountains for many years. I am unfamiliar with everything in this big city. I have no one to rely on here, so I want to stay in the Jing family. When Qin Shu was proposing conditions to her, he took the opportunity to tease Jing Yinmeng. But who would have thought that Qin Shu, who was destined to be the supporting character, would be directly rejected? Jing Yinmeng was totally indifferent to his teasing. Instead, she felt annoyed and replied in a colder tone than before. Okay, this is the first condition. From now on, you will work in the security booth at the entrance of the villa with food and accommodation provided. What is your second condition? Qin Shu didn't expect that Jing Yinmeng would actually ask him to be a security guard. This was something that he, who inherited the medical immortal heritage and was extremely noble in his heart, could not tolerate at all. However, he thought that he could be a security guard first and have a chance to get along with Jing Yinmeng. They would naturally open up after getting along for a long time. Moreover, he could lurk in the Jing family and practice the dark power inherited from the medical immortal. When he met Sidu Zin, who inherited the evil god heritage at the train station, he could wait for an opportunity to act and assassinate him. But just when Qin Shu wanted to be a security guard and practice secretly, he really never dreamed that today, when he was holding the new smartphone he had just asked for from Jing Yinmeng, claiming that he needed to contact his old man. But while he was watching various blockbuster movies, Sidu Zin came to Jing's house in a Rolls-Royce. Qin Shu's mind was still filled with images of various young ladies dancing. He never expected that the pretty boy whom he least wanted to see would appear in front of him. In a very pretentious way, what made him even more upset was that he saw Sidu Zin passionately hugging a little Lolita, who was as pretty as Jing Yinmeng in the car. This made Qin Shu, a eunuch for 19 years, so jealous that fire was bursting from his eyes. Moreover, although Qin Shu had lived in the mountains for so many years and had never seen a luxury car, he was quite observant when he was a security guard. He had seen many cars and could estimate their value from their appearance and accessories. So when he saw Sidu Zin, the pretty boy, sitting in a Rolls-Royce that looked domineering and cheap, even though he didn't recognize the brand, he could tell that the luxury of this car was definitely the most awesome car he had ever seen. Not to mention that there were two equally impressive cars following behind the Rolls-Royce, surrounding Sidu Zin like a big boss coming out for inspection. Qin Shu was working in the security booth, while Sidu Zin, a pretty boy who was obviously not a good person, was sitting comfortably in a big luxury car, hugging a little lowly. All these rewards made his heart sink for a while. Why? Qin Shu had been practicing hard in the mountains for more than 10 years and had finally mastered the inheritance of the medical immortal. Now, he was finally going to go down the mountain to enjoy himself. However, as soon as he got down the mountain and had the chance to show off his skills and save the old man to win the girl's favor, this pretty boy stole the limelight from him. Qin Shu hated Sidu Zin at that moment. What made him despise Sidu Zin even more was that Sidu Zin was obviously practicing the evil god's legacy and was the most vicious and evil person in the world. Yet he pretended to be a good person to save people. Isn't this just pretending? Qin Shu thought that it must be because the pervert Sidu Zin fell in love with the girl Shen Yaochu that he saved her grandfather. Thinking of all this, Qin Shu looked at Sidu Zin, who was sitting in the Rolls-Royce with resentment in his eyes. Qin Shu was completely furious. The hatred towards Sidu Zin continued to rise sharply. Ding, the supporting character Qin Shu's loyalty to the host is 5. Ding, the supporting character Qin Shu's loyalty to the host is 5. Ding, the supporting character Qin Shu's loyalty to the host is 5. Ding, the loyalty of the supporting character Qin Shu to the host was 5. Now 25, resentment. Sidu Zin listened to these system prompts without any fluctuation. He came to the Jing family not only to cancel the engagement, but also to deal with Qin Shu, the protagonist. The hundreds of private detectives that Sidu Zin told his younger brother Gu Dan to hire for 100 million yuan were not for free. Hundreds of private detectives each have a tablet computer, and each tablet computer controls 8 satellite surveillance systems. In total, thousands of satellite surveillance systems are running simultaneously every minute and every second, monitoring Qin Shu's every move at all times. Whether it was the fact that Qin Shu had stayed at Jing's house for a day and a night, or the scabby look Qin Shu showed when he saw Jing Yinmeng for the first time, or the content of the letter Qin Shu and Jing Yinmeng had said, and every word they had said, including the anime Qin Shu was watching now. Sidu Zin learned everything through the satellite terminal monitoring screen in his hand. Of course, he wouldn't look at anything that's eye-catching. He doesn't have that habit. So Sidu Zin had already known that Qin Shu was working as a security guard in the security booth. He came to the Jing family just to slap the supporting characters in the face and harvest the villain points. But before that, I have to check the values of Qin Shu's secondary character aura and the secondary character's villain aura first, so that I won't be affected by Qin Shu's excessive luck and end up in trouble. System, check Qin Shu's supporting role Halo and my villain Halo. Sidu Zin quickly contacted the system panel in his mind. Ding, supporting character Qin Shu's supporting character aura. 192, host's villain aura. 216. How many villain points have you accumulated now? Ding, villain points, 88. Very good. Now my aura as a villain has surpassed that of a supporting character. I won't be suppressing Qin Shu head-on and suddenly get banned. Besides, the villain points I have gained by fleecing Qin Shu and teasing the heroine have reached 88. Qin Shu is at the same level as me now. Both are in the Hua Jin state, and both have a combat power of 165. But at that time, Qin Shu's secondary role aura was much stronger than mine. If I went to hit him, I might be counterattacked or killed by Qin Shu. Now, since everything is ready and the villain points are sufficient, I will add points and upgrade. How much should I add? 1 villain point is worth 1 internal force. I have 88 villain points, which can directly increase to the Earth Immortal realm after the Grandmaster realm. But if I use up all the villain points and suddenly meet the next secondary character, what inexplicable situation will happen? How can I defend myself without villain points? That's it. Then I will raise my cheap dad to the Grandmaster's minor success realm and bully Qin Shaoxian. System will give me points. Straight to the talent minor success realm, martial arts Grandmaster. Chapter 55, this said. Ding, the system deducts 30 villain points. I wish the host to successfully advance to the Grandmaster realm. Bang bang crackling. Sidu Zin's whole body made a sound of bones crackling. Brother Ashen, what's wrong with you? Sumoki hugged Sidu Zin's arm. She was shocked by the changes in his bones after he broke through to the Grandmaster level. She was no longer able to react and looked at Sidu Zin anxiously with her little face. Kiki, it's okay, I just seem to be stronger. No, I am really strong now. Sidu Zin squinted his eyes leisurely and responded to Sumoki casually. Sidu Zin had indeed become stronger. He had just added 30 points to his combat power, which soared from 165 combat power at the minor stage of Hua Jin to 195 combat power at the minor stage of Bones, because it was directly added by the system, and not like the internal force accumulated bit by bit through the process of practice of ordinary warriors. When Sidu Zin broke through the realm of martial arts Grandmaster in an instant, all the bones in his body seemed to shrink and expand, and then compress. After going back and forth like this 5 or 6 times, his bones became several times stronger in an instant. Although there was no pain, this numbness made Sidu Zin deeply fascinated. Sidu Zin felt the surging inner force in his body, which was completely different from the one before he transformed into Jin. It was like he had broken through a class and achieved a qualitative change from small to large. He thought that if he faced his cheap father, the Grandmaster, again, he would have a chance. Of course, he knew that this was an illusion of invincibility that came from the sublimation of power, and he knew the difficulty of breaking through after becoming a Grandmaster. Sidhu Zin looked through the car window at Qin Shu, who was wearing a security uniform and glaring at him. The corners of his mouth slowly curled up. He hugged Su Moki and stretched out his hand to hook his finger at Qin Shu. It was like calling a puppy strange. It was a blatant provocation to Qin Shu. Qin Shu had just looked at Sidhu Zin in the Rolls-Royce parked in front of the Jing family's gate. His mind was full of thoughts, and he didn't know what to do with him. But just now, he seemed to inexplicably feel that the internal force fluctuations in Sidhu Zin's body were abnormally intense. He thought it was an illusion, and when he shook his head and tried to sense it again, he found that the fluctuations had disappeared. This made him breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, he would have thought that Sidhu Zin had made a breakthrough on the spot. However, he denied his idea after thinking about it carefully, because he was self-righteous. The old man said that he had the blood of a medical immortal and was gifted, so he had achieved a small success in his cultivation at the age of 19. However, Qin Shu himself had never experienced a situation where his internal strength suddenly increased and he broke through the realm on the spot. He had been practicing steadily since he was a child, and he believed that a genius like himself had worked so hard, so how could he possibly need someone with more talent than him? So he just treated the sudden fluctuation of internal force emanating from Sidhu Zin's body as an illusion. But now this pretty boy suddenly jumped on his head and was still making fun of him. The anger that he had just suppressed could no longer be contained in an instant. "Damn it, what are you doing in the Jing family, you pretty boy? Get out of here. This is my territory. If you don't get out of here and keep pointing fingers in front of me, believe it or not, I will kill you." Qin Shu took off his security hat and threw it on the ground. He pointed his index finger at Sidhu Zin in the car window and started cursing. Qin Shu was really cautious. He knew that Sidhu Zin was the descendant of the evil god and was full of cunning schemes. And now he suddenly challenged him. He might have some trap, so he didn't take action directly, but wanted to see what tricks Sidhu Zin would play. "What's your name? Are you the newest security guard? How can you be so dishonest?" "I'm Sidhu Zin from the Sidhu family, and I often visit the Jing mansion. I came here to discuss the cancellation of the engagement with Miss Jing Yinmeng from the Jing family. But if you don't let my convoy pass now, I'm afraid it will delay the cancellation of the engagement. This is a big deal. Can you bear it? Haha, I advise you to let them in quickly." Sidhu Zin pretended not to know Qin Shu, and bluntly told him the purpose of his visit and threatened him at the same time. "Bullshit, what's your name?" "My real name is Qin Shu. The Qin in Qin's moon and Han's gate, Shu in Shu's destiny. Remember this, you pretty boy, the Jing family didn't hire me to be a security guard. I'm the captain of the security team, and I don't care about your breaking off the engagement with Jing Yinmeng or anything like that." "Wait, Sidhu Zin, what did you just say? You said you wanted to break off the engagement with the eldest daughter of the Jing family, that is, the extremely beautiful and perfect-looking Jing beauty Jing Yinmeng. How is that possible? You, a pretty boy, are definitely lying. You want to trick me that I'm new here and don't know that you made it up right. You, a pretty boy, are not my goddess's fiancé." "Haha, I'm laughing so hard. I think you said that just because you wanted to come into the Jing mansion to peek at Goddess Jing. Want to go over? No way, get out of here right now." When Qin Shu heard Sidhu Zin say that he came to the Jing family to break off the engagement with Jing Yinmeng, which meant that this pretty boy was the fiancé of Goddess Jing, he immediately didn't believe it. Since Jing Yinmeng didn't even have a good face towards such a handsome guy like him, how could she possibly have a good face towards Sidhu Zin? Not to mention that they are husband and wife, which is ridiculous in Qin Shu's opinion. Can't believe a single word of it. Su Moki saw this weirdo at the train station again looking crazy, and remembered that Brother Ashen had told her to stay away from him. She immediately moved her seat in disgust and hid behind Sidhu Zin, not wanting to look at him anymore. Sidhu Zin looked at the mad Qin Shu, listened to the dirty words coming out of his mouth, and shook his head helplessly. He was speechless. Qin Shu was obviously a supporting character, and he was the villain. But now Qin Shu seemed like a cannon fodder who mocked the supporting character, and he seemed like the protagonist in the novel who was often blocked outside the gate by security guards and complained about by the cannon fodder. This mysterious role reversal made Sidhu Zin want to complain. "Damn it, Qin Shu, the supporting character, can't he use his brains to make a call and ask Jing Yinmeng before refuting? Can you please stop acting like a fool and rant here without understanding the situation? Fuck you." Sidhu Zin looked expressionlessly at Qin Shu, who was barking at him like a dog. He was really stunned, wondering if all supporting characters had bad tempers or were villains. Was Qin Shu, as the protagonist, irritated? "Young master, let me go down and deal with this guy." Yuji turned his head and asked Sidhu Zin from the driving seat. He felt that this person was really unreasonable. He was sloppy at the train station last time, but now he somehow cleaned up and came to the Jing family to work as a security guard. There's nothing wrong with being a security guard, but doesn't this guy know the rules when being a security guard? He stopped them here without even checking the identity of his young master and even cursed at him. He was simply a gangster, which made him extremely angry. With just one word from Sidu Zin, he would take the bodyguards running behind him to do him a favor. No need, just sit here, someone will take care of it. No need to pay attention to this jumping clown. Sidu Zin waved his hand to stop Yuji. But he is a villain, so it is impossible for him to be like the supporting characters and wait foolishly for cannon fodder to mock him. Especially now that the cannon fodder has become the supporting character Qin Shu. He simply took out his cell phone and called Jing Yin Meng, who was the contact person. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, Jing Yin Meng. Sidu Zin's tone was flat, not at all like the dog-licking tone he had when he saw Qin Shu see Jing Yin Meng through the process monitor. Ah, Sidu Zin, why did you call me? Jing Yin Meng's tone was extremely shocked. At the other end of the Jing family's hall, she had just comforted her father Jinghang, who had collapsed on the ground when he heard a call from Mr. Liu's food partner. The two of them were anxiously thinking of various response strategies. Then her cell phone called. At that time, Jing Yin Meng was upset because the news of her broken engagement had been exposed throughout the city. When she heard the phone call, she wanted to smash the phone. I just wanted to pick up the phone and scold this blind guy to vent the huge pressure. But when she took out her cell phone, she found that the caller was her long-cherished fiancé Sidu Zin. She was so scared that she quickly picked up the phone. Oh, that's right. I'm outside the gate of the Jing family now. The security guard here not only refused to let me in, but also cursed at me, which made me very unhappy. Jing Yin Meng, you'd better give me a solution right away. Sidu Zin looked at Qin Shu, who was still cursing, and his tone became even colder. Ah, what? That Qin Shu is so nice to you. He's so cute. I'll be there soon. Can you wait for me? Jing Yin Meng was very angry when she heard that Qin Shu was the one who caused the trouble. But when she thought of Sidu Zin, who was still listening, she immediately timidly begged him to give her a chance to deal with it. Hurry up, I don't have time to waste on a tailed dog. Okay, I'll come out with Dad right away. Jing Yin Meng was very anxious when she heard Sidu Zin's impatience. Dad, let's go, Sidu Zin is here. What, where? He was right at the gate but was stopped by the security guard. Go there quickly, Dad. Damn it, that security guard was blind to stop Sidu Zin. Didn't he know he was your fiancé? You all depend on Sidu Zin for food now. If you make him unhappy, the Jing family will be finished. Damn security guard. Thump, 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 thump. A minute later, Jing Yin Meng arrived at the gate with hurried footsteps, followed by a panting middle-aged man with a beer belly. Qin Shu looked at Jing Yin Meng jogging past and was a little confused. Ah, goddess, you miss me now? So anxious, but I like it. Qin Shu saw Jing Yin Meng suddenly running towards him. He seemed very lucky and felt that his charm fascinated Jing Yin Meng. The close-up scene shows that all her indifference in the dream was fake, and now her love has exploded. He was very happy, smiling with relief, raised his eyebrows to glance at Sidu Zin, raised his hand and greeted Jing Yin Meng. Hello, Miss Jing, I missed you. Bang, snap, snap, bang, 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 bang. Jing Yin Meng ran up to Qin Shu, and before Qin Shu could finish his words, he raised his hand and slapped him a dozen times, leaving the incomplete and defenseless Qin Shu stunned. Ding, I wish the host to use the family rights of the fiancé to cause the maid Jing Yin Meng to slap the supporting character Qin Shu, causing the maid Jing Yin Meng's loyalty to the supporting character Qin Shu to drop to a negative number, which is extremely difficult to recover, and greatly changes the plot of the novel. The supporting character Qin Shu's protagonist halo is 20, and the host's villain halo is plus 20, and the villain points are plus 20. Sidu Zin covered half of his face, frowned, and looked at Qin Shu, who was slapped more than 10 times. He laughed secretly. Qin Shu, how does it feel to be slapped? Miss Jing Yin Meng finally understands some integrity and knows how to please me. Qin Shu, you must kneel down and apologize to Ah Zin right now. Jing Yin Meng's angry shout was heard by everyone. But when Jing Yin Meng turned around and saw Sidu Zin in the Rolls Royce, she immediately smiled sweetly at him and greeted him. Even though the news that he wanted to break off the engagement with her was indeed spreading throughout Q Ming City, she still wanted to save the marriage. It was not only for her, but also for the Jing family. So even when he was blaming Qin Shu, he addressed Sidu Zin in a more intimate way. Even Jing Yin Meng herself didn't know why her attitude towards Sidu Zin, the rich second generation whom she usually ignored, suddenly changed. She had a vague guess in her heart that maybe Sidu Zin had become less clingy and more mature and stable. Or maybe it was because he could solve physics problems that even she found difficult at the beginner level with his seriousness, which made her curious. Or maybe it was because of the recent changes in his temperament. Jing Yin-meng felt that every time she got close to Sidu Zin, there seemed to be an invisible attraction that urged her to get closer to him and want to explore his secrets. All these things made her unable to restrain herself from developing a genuine affection and dependence on Sidu Zin, her fiancé whom she originally disliked. However, when she saw her best friend Su Moki in the car, lying in the arms of her fiancé with whom she had regained affection, and they were still so intimate, Jing Yin-meng clearly felt that his heart was being torn, and it hurt a lot. It's a sharp pain. This made her feel like she was betrayed by both her husband and her best friend. However, Jing Yin-meng is worthy of being the heroine. Her mental quality is still very strong. She held back the urge to cry, slowly turned around, put on a cold face again, and looked at Qin Shu, who was still in a state of shock and confusion. She knew that if she didn't handle the matters that Sidu Zin had handed over to him and deal with Qin Shu, then their engagement might really be over. Ding, I wish the host to hug the heroine Jing Yin-meng's best friend Su Moki in front of her, causing the heroine to suffer. Jing Yin-meng's passion has greatly decreased, and the plot of the novel has been moderately changed, directly affecting the bond between the heroine and the supporting character Qin Shu. The heroine Jing Yin-meng's loyalty +5, the supporting character Qin Shu's supporting character aura +10, the host's villain aura +10, and the villain points +10. Haha, Miss Jing Yin-meng really thrives on being abused. My previous incarnation flattered and licked her in various ways, but she was annoyed without hiding it. However, when I kept oppressing her and doing things that hurt her mind and body, this lady's affection for me kept rising. I'm afraid this lady is undoubtedly a pure M. I don't know if her usual cosplay tends to be in that direction. Chapter 56, Toad. He didn't take any action and continued to look at Qin Shu with a funny expression, wanting to know what the protagonist Qin Shu would do after being slapped by the heroine Jing Yin-meng. After Jing Yin-meng slapped Qin Shu, she felt the burning sensation in her palm, which finally subsided a little the anger Qin Shu had for causing trouble for her. It also dispelled some of the pain she had just felt when she saw Sidu Zin hugging Su Moki. She took off the gloves she had put on just now to prevent her hands from hurting when she slapped Qin Shu, and slammed them directly on his face, pointing at Qin Shu's nose and telling him to apologize to Sidu Zin quickly. Miss, you actually slapped me a dozen times just for that pretty boy Sidu Zin, and you called him so passionately and affectionately. You should know that I am the apprentice of your Jing family's savior, and you actually asked me to kneel down and apologize to this vicious pretty boy. I tell you clearly that this is simply impossible, Qin Shu roared hysterically. He slapped away Jing Yin-meng's flying gloves, covered his red cheek that was slapped by Jing Yin-meng, and glared at her with bloodshot eyes. Sidu Zin did not get out of the car. He was still sitting in the back driver's seat with his legs crossed, enjoying the air conditioning, hugging Su Moki's soft body, and sneering at Qin Shu's funny look, who was so angry that his head was about to smoke. Qin Shu tilted his head and inadvertently saw the scene in the car. He became even angrier and stared at Sidu Zin with flaming eyes. Not only was he furious because Jing Yin-meng slapped him in the face in public, he was also extremely jealous of Sidu Zin, this pretty boy. Why? Jing Yin-meng, the lady I fell in love with at first sight, is now slapping me in the face for this pretty boy I've always hated, and she's calling me so passionately and affectionately. Obviously, Sidu Zin is the villain. He is the inheritor of the evil doctor, the most vicious and evil person in the world. And why can Sidu Zin ride in such a luxurious car and hug such a beautiful girl? That's wrong. I think Jing Yin-meng must have been bewitched by this guy to treat me like this. Maybe he used some tricks. Last time, that bastard Sidu Zin stole my limelight at the train station, so that I failed to save the old man and didn't win the heart of the beautiful girl. Now he happened to show up at the Jing family again, and it was when I just started working as a security guard. Maybe he wanted to make things difficult for me on purpose. He took the opportunity to sow discord between me and the Jing family. Could it be that he wanted to snatch Jing Yin-meng, the beautiful girl I just fell in love with, away from me? Damn it. Shameless. This guy is not that handsome. I don't believe that the world only values appearance. I want to tell this silly woman Jing Yin-meng the truth. Don't be fooled by this pretty boy with a beastly heart. Qin Shu scratched his head in dissatisfaction and looked at Sidu Zin vigilantly. He now felt that Sidu Zin's appearance here today might be just like last time. He wanted to ruin his plan of hooking up with Jing Yin-meng, the beautiful girl with long black hair, and take the opportunity to undermine his self-confidence and make him lose. As the descendant of the righteous medical immortal, How could Qin Shu tolerate being bullied by the inheritor of the evil doctor? Thinking that this might all be Sidu Zin's conspiracy, Jing Yinmeng was deceived by Sidu Zin, so she slapped him. Qin Shu clenched his hands tightly and then let go. His eyes gradually became calm, cold, and remote, and then slowly became firm. He looked at Jing Yinmeng. He decided to tell this woman, whom he loved even though she slapped him in the face, all the truth. Tilda Jing Yinmeng, listen to me, Sidu Zin is not a good person, you know. I saw him saving an old man at the train station. After Qin Shu calmed down, he exhaled a breath, no longer looked at Sidu Zin, but stared straight at Jing Yinmeng in front of him, explaining in a soft voice, but before he could finish half of his words, Jing Yinmeng's delicate rebuke interrupted him again. Qin Shu, you already know that Ashen saved the old man at the train station. Doesn't that prove that he is a good man? Although I wasn't there at the time, but from what you said now, I guess you didn't save the old man. I think you are the thief who doesn't know how to do good deeds. You even cursed my Ashen like that. And the savior of the Jing family you mentioned is not you at all, but the old grandfather who is known as the miraculous doctor, your master. He is the savior of the Jing family, not you, Qin Shu. I saw you coming down from the mountain alone, homeless, and considering the cause of your master, I approved you to stay at the Jing family. But I never thought that you would be irresponsible in your comfortable job as a security captain, and even blocked my fiancé at the door. This is totally unreasonable. I tell you, if you don't kneel down and apologize to Ashen today and get his forgiveness, then don't blame the Jing family for being ruthless and kicking you out. Jing Yinmeng learned from Qin Shu that Sidu Zin actually saved an old man at the train station. Doesn't this just prove that Sidu Zin is impeccable in both character and appearance? He has become so outstanding. No wonder I feel attracted to him. Jing Yinmeng pretended to lift her long hair by her ear and secretly glanced at Sidu Zin, who was still sitting in the car and looking towards them. Jing Yinmeng, what did you say? You are actually the fiancé of this villain, this. How is this possible, and you actually want to drive me out of the Jing family for him? You, don't be fooled by his appearance. Do you know that he is a real villain? Not only that, but he is also a pervert. Look at him now, there is a girl lying in his arms. How can you really be the fiancé he mentioned? This, I don't believe it at all. Absolutely not. Qin Shu was so shocked when he heard Jing Yinmeng's words that his face changed drastically. He was not very angry when he was interrupted by Jing Yinmeng. He subconsciously thought that Sidu Zin had already set up some plan for Jing Yinmeng, so it was impossible for him to believe him temporarily. He planned to continue to persuade him. But when he heard Jing Yinmeng admit that she was really the fiancée mentioned by the pretty boy before, Qin Shu gritted his teeth and roared continuously from his throat. His just calm mentality collapsed. First, Shen Yaochu disappeared at the train station. Because of Sidu Zin, he had no chance to save the old Pomeranian. He was already disgusted by meeting this pretty boy again. What was even more outrageous was that Jing Yinmeng, whom he had just fallen in love with, was actually the fiancé of this devil who was irreconcilable with him. Qin Shu looked as if he had eaten a dead fly. His face turned frighteningly dark. Ding, I wish the host to successfully persuade the heroine Jing Yinmeng to reveal her identity as the host's fiancé to the supporting character Qin Shu, which directly destroyed the supporting character Qin Shu's beautiful wish for love. The protagonist's mentality exploded and collapsed, gradually turning evil, which was extremely inconsistent with the positive image that a protagonist should have. The protagonist's halo is 20, the host's villain halo plus 20, and the villain's points are plus 20. HMPH, Qin Shu, how do you do as a security guard? A security guard is to protect the Jing family, not to bring danger to the Jing family. Now that you have offended the future Easter bunk of the Jing family, you should apologize to young Master Sidu quickly. Otherwise, just get out. Jing Hong had been listening to his daughter, and Qin Shu talking from the beginning until now. Qin Shu had been making non-stop nagging. As the patriarch of the Jing family, he was suppressed by this security guard and could not get a word in. He was so angry that his face turned blue. HMPH, I just heard from Meng Meng that this boy with a weird name called Beast is the apprentice of the miraculous medical saint who saved my dad. Meng Meng arranged this Beast to be the security captain in order to repay his kindness. But now this boy not only does not do his job well, but he caused trouble for me on his first day. And it concerns the economic lifeline of my Sidu family. Now that dad is dead, that letter doesn't mean a thing. On the contrary, if this matter is not handled properly, and Sidu Zin is unhappy and really wants to cancel the engagement with Meng Meng, then those partners who have close cooperation with the Jing family will really have to cancel the contract. I don't know what Sidu Zin is doing. It is obvious that he loved Meng Meng so much before, and he often gave me and my wife gifts and tried to please me in various ways. But now, he actually proposed to cancel the engagement with his own family for another woman. Boss Liu called me just now. If the Jing family and the Sidhu family don't have an engagement, they will immediately withdraw from the partnership, not to mention that the dozens of missed calls on my phone are all from partners of Boss Cow and Boss Dai. By then, all the economic partners of the Jing family will abandon them. Then the status of the second family in Shanghai and all the advantages maintained by the Jing family will have to stay away from our family. When that day comes, what prestige will I have as the head of the Jing family? No, I must not let Meng Meng and Sidhu Zin cancel their engagement. Jing Hong stole a glance at Sidhu Zin in the Rolls-Royce, thinking about the various situations in the future in his heart, touched his beer belly, and looked at Qin Shu with an extremely unfriendly expression. Did you hear that, Qin? Shu, kneel down quickly. Kowtow to young Master Sidhu, apologize. Seeing that the boy seemed to have no action and was still shaking there like he was sick, Jing Hong repeated it again impatiently. Even now, Qin Shu still felt a bolt of shock in his mind, and his face showed a mad look as if he had been completely betrayed by his woman. Oh, Jing Yinmeng, why did your security guard look so heartbroken when he heard that you and I were fiancé? Could it be that he is very familiar with you? Sidhu Zin opened the door of the Rolls-Royce, took Sumoki's hand and slowly got out of the car, followed by Yuji and several short bodyguards. He looked at Jing Yinmeng and asked in a suspicious tone, "How is this possible? The man I know today is called Qin Shu. He is an orphan who came down from the mountain and has no one to rely on. I don't know him at all. The reason I kept him here is to repay his master for saving my grandfather's life. I have said it before, but you just didn't hear it. Wu, you have to believe me. I like you now." Wu. Jing Yinmeng saw the two people coming together, tears welling up in her eyes. Hearing that, Sidhu Zin misunderstood that she had an affair with Qin Shu. Her feeling of grievance burst out. She could no longer hold back her tears and kept sobbing with her head down. At the same time, she was also imagining in her heart that she had never cried in front of him before. Would Sidhu Zin come to comfort her? Unfortunately, she was wrong from the beginning. Since Sidhu Zin knew that she was a M and a true masochist, he would never do such a flattering behavior. He didn't and couldn't lick her. "Haha, are you saying that I'm hard of hearing? You're still crying here. I can't stand this kind of noise. It's too noisy. Shut up right now and stop crying." Sidhu Zin took Sumoki's arm and looked at Jing Yinmeng with a cold face. He was not used to her temper at all. Sumoki felt very sad and upset when she saw her best friend being scolded by Sidhu Zin. However, Sidhu Zin had told her in the car that he had acted out this act to scare Jing Yinmeng and force her to cancel the engagement as soon as possible. Sumoki didn't have any doubts at all, because she had already regarded Sidhu Zin as the person she would entrust her life to, and she trusted everything he said 100%. Moreover, she was anxious to break up the abnormal relationship between the three of them. She didn't want Jing Yinmeng to fall into the love grave of the three of them, even if she had to be the bad guy. Sidhu Zin took advantage of the fact that Sumoki's loyalty to him had reached 100% to brainwash Sumoki. Woo, Jing Yinmeng was startled by Sidhu Zin's cold shout. She didn't expect Sidhu Zin to be so heartless. She felt so compassionate, especially when she looked at her best friend Sumoki, who had obviously seen Sidhu Zin bullying her but looked as if she didn't see it. She was so happy, but she was afraid that her voice would displease Sidhu Zin again, so Jing Yinmeng had to cover her mouth and fall to the ground, crying silently. Jing Hong saw his daughter being bullied by Sidhu Zin, and he was furious and wanted to explode. But when he thought about the future of the Jing family and the fact that he was the head of the Jing family, he was scared. With tears in his heart, he could only watch with his eyes and nose, pretending not to see it. Ding, I wish the host to succeed in deliberately misunderstanding the heroine Jing Yinmeng in front of the heroine's best friend Sumoki, the male supporting role Jing Hong, and the supporting role Qin Shu, and not to be a licking dog to comfort the heroine, triggering Jing Yinmeng's masochistic physique, the heroine Jing Yinmeng's loyalty to you +5, and the slight change of the novel's plot, the supporting role Qin Shu's supporting role aura 5, the host's villain aura +5. The villain points +5. Sidhu Zin listened to the system prompt sound and felt relieved. He no longer paid attention to Jing Yinmeng and let go of Sumoki. She approached Qin Shu, whose face was gloomy like a zombie with a cold look in her eyes. When she was 2 meters away from Qin Shu, she said with a smile, "Qin Shu, right? I've said it before, I came to the Jing family today to cancel the engagement, but before the cancellation of the engagement, Jing Yinmeng is still my lady, so don't think that a toad wants to eat swan meat." Sidhu Zin touched his smooth chin and looked down at Qin Shu, who remained silent. His words made Qin Shu's heart sink to the bottom. His mind was in a mess. He still couldn't accept that the girl he fell in love with at first sight was actually the fiancée of his enemy. Chapter 57, It's So Cool. What made Chin Shu really vomit blood was that this devil was obviously the fiancée of Miss that he had been thinking about, but he was bullying her in front of so many people. Impossible, how could Jing Yinmeng marry you? Chin Shu said to himself with a dark face and dead fish eyes staring at Sidu Zin. It's impossible anyway. Look at me treating her like my fiancée, my lady. That's something I can only do. Hey, Chin Shu, look over here. In order to further destroy Chin Shu's inner defenses, Sidu Zin walked to Jing Yinmeng's side. He pulled Jing Yinmeng up, holding her slender waist with one hand and pinching her chin with the other hand to lift it up slightly. Without saying anything, he lowered his head and kissed Jing Yinmeng's pale pink lips until her lips turned red, and then he let her go. Jing Yinmeng was kissed so hard by Sidu Zin that she couldn't breathe. Her eyes rolled up slightly. Now that he was released, she desperately stuck out her tongue, tears welling up in her eyes, and she took a deep breath of the fresh air. But the redness on his face seemed like an abnormality of excessive satisfaction, making others look like he was played and pitiful. Sidu Zin, I want you to die. Chin Shu looked at the girl whom he had worked so hard to get, and now she was being toyed with by Sidu Zin. His eyes were bloodshot, and he let out a beast-like roar. His body was shaking again. In a rage, he reached out to grab Sidu Zin's suit collar, but he was dodged. This speed is not to be said to be annoying. You have to know that Chin Shu is a martial arts master who has achieved a small level of Hua Jin. In addition, he has inherited the martial arts spirit of a medical immortal, so his speed in fighting the enemy is naturally not slow. However, he was still dodged by Sidu Zin in a flash. Under normal circumstances, when Chin Shu saw Sidu Zin's terrifying speed, he would know that his realm was higher than his. He must be on guard. But now, Chin Shu was secretly kissed, and robbed by Sidu Zin of the goddess he fell in love with at first sight, and he completely lost his mind. My goddess is mine, how could she be your fiancée? How is that possible? Devil, descendant of the sinister evil god, take your life. Chin Shu let out a long roar towards the sky, and his figure flashed as he quickly ran towards Sidu Zin. Everyone was shocked. Sumoki shouted first, Brother Ashen, be careful. Jing Hong was also shocked when he saw Chin Shu rushing towards Sidu Zin like crazy and shouted loudly, Chin Shu, calm down. Don't hurt Master Sidu, we can discuss it. Master, be careful. Yuji didn't expect such a sudden situation to happen. He originally thought that Chin Shu looked like a skinny dog and wouldn't pose much of a threat. Who would have thought that this kid would explode so fast that he and the bodyguards couldn't catch up? When Sidu Zin saw Chin Shu running towards him, there was no fear or panic on his face. He even took the opportunity to give Kiki a reassuring look. Then, under everyone's surprised gaze, a brand new, all-green, tall round hat appeared in Sidu Zin's right hand at some point. Come out, forgiveness hat. Anyone who wears this hat will be given a chance to be forgiven by the other person, no matter how outrageous the host does to the person. The forgiveness hat I've always wanted to use finally comes in handy. I'll put it on you and lose your forgiveness, then I'll beat you to death. Sidu Zin's talent and strength at the minor success level were fully displayed at this moment. Chin Shu kicked sideways with his right foot, mercilessly kicking Sidu Zin's right face. There was a vague idea of giving Sidu Zin plastic surgery. Chin Shu, put it on. The color of forgiveness is your protective color. Where you? Before Chin Shu could finish his words, Sidu Zin dodged his whip attack easily by moving sideways. He seized the opportunity and grabbed Chin Shu's shoulder with his right hand. You should know that when his predecessor Sidu Zin was a boxing champion, he could break through human limits and kill a tiger with a punch of 1,000 pounds of force. He is even more terrifying now. Stepping into the Grandmaster stage is a qualitative leap. Now Sidu Zin can punch with a force of 1,000 pounds at full strength. So once his fists and claws clasped Chin Shu's shoulders, it was as if Chin Shu was hit by a half-ton compact car, and the pain was so severe that he couldn't react for a moment. Sidu Zin took the opportunity to put the green hat of forgiveness on him. Buzz! As a green wave spread out, Chin Shu watched Sidu Zin's expression slowly change from jealousy and hatred to a gentle smile. Seeing this strange change, Sidu Zin felt a little scared, but he would not show mercy. Will you forgive me for exposing all your actions from now on? Sidu Zin tilted his head and stared at Chin Shu bloodthirstily. Me, I forgive you. Chin Shu seemed to hesitate for a moment, but finally nodded and agreed. Haha, then are you ready? I'm coming to get you. Sidu Zin laughed cruelly. Then he exerted force with his hands, spun around, and threw Chin Shu to the ground. Snap! Ah, it hurts so much. This blow caused Chin Shu's lumbar disc to herniate. Forgive me. I forgive you. After being forgiven, Sidu Zin quickly grabbed the back collar of Chin Shu's security uniform with his right hand and pulled him back from the ground. Sidu Zin grabbed Chin Shu in his hand as if he were catching a chicken. He narrowed his eyes and stared at a certain part of Chin Shu with a ruthless look. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. He stretched out his legs, bent his knees and pointed them at Chin Shu's hips, and then made a thud. Kara. Chin Shu was left with nothing. Chin Shu's face was twisted into a ball because Kun was crippled, and his complexion turned frighteningly pale. I have made you a eunuch, do you understand? As he spoke, Sidu Zin kneeled him a few more times. Dung, like knocking on a watermelon. This made Sidu Zin think of that classic line. Boss, is your melon ripe? This is all rotten. I forgive. Although Chin Shu was in so much pain that he was about to faint, he still stammered as he forgave Sidu Zin. Sidu Zin looked at Chin Shu, whose lower body was covered in blood, and laughed so hard that tears were about to come out. Chin Shu, remember, stay away from me next time you see me, otherwise I will beat you up every time I see you. After saying that, he no longer cared about Chin Shu's life or death, and threw the protagonist away with just his hand. Beep pop, beep pop. Just then, a loud siren sounded outside the Jing family's gate. When Sidu Zin heard the voice, he looked at Chin Shu, who was in shock on the ground, and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth again. Beep, 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 woo. The clear and loud sound of sirens resounded throughout the Jingjia community, getting closer and closer. The sound of sirens startled Jing Yin Meng, who was crying because of Sidu Zin's sudden kiss. She didn't know why the police suddenly came to the villa area of her home. She looked a little anxious, quickly wiped the tears off her face and walked behind her father. She glanced at the boy in a suit behind her and found that Sidu Zin didn't look at her again, but lowered his head to play with his phone, and didn't pull her best friend Su Moki anymore, which made her feel even more wronged. It was obvious that he had just kissed her forcefully, and he was still so domineering. Does Sidu Zin like me after all? If not, why did he kiss me? Could it be that he just wanted to prove to that annoying Chin Shu that he is my fiancé? I don't believe it. Chin Shu is just a poor boy who came down from the mountains. He is not worthy of his attention at all. The reason why he kissed me must be that he loves me. He must. Even with Kiki, he still loves me. Jing Yinmeng murmured, constantly comforting herself in her heart, touching her rosy pink lips that had just been destroyed by Sidu Zin with her slender index finger, and looking at the tall back of the boy in front of her with some confusion. As for Sidu Zin beating up Chin Shu, the Jing family security captain she had just appointed, did it make her lose face? Excuse me. Jing Yinmeng said she didn't care at all. Instead, she was very angry and looked at Chin Shu, who was lying on the ground after being hit by Sidu Zin, with extreme disdain. The round eyeballs rolled. Thought, doesn't Ah Zin hate Chin Shu? If I humiliate him in front of him, will it be possible for him to treat me better? With the mentality of giving it a try, Jing Yinmeng stepped away from Chin Shu again with the clatter of her little leather boots. Looking at Chin Shu, who was lying on the ground with one eye squinting and the other eye twitching constantly, she imitated Sidu Zin's actions just now and raised her leg to step on Chin Shu twice. Oh, it hurts so much, master. Master, help, Jing Yinmeng, please stop stepping on me, I'm gone, spare my life. Chin Shu was beaten by Sidu Zin and couldn't stand up. He went into shock and fainted. After lying here for a while, he woke up and slowly felt the pain. But when his pain nerves had just recovered, Jing Yinmeng went to him and exploded somewhere. He was in so much pain that he was dying. Especially when he felt a reaction somewhere, he was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan and kept begging for mercy. What made Chin Shu feel even more weird was that it was obvious that Sidu Zin had made him a eunuch. He should have hated him to the core, but when his resentment arose, it burned for no reason. It was so weird that he almost doubted his life. However, Jing Yinmeng doesn't care about Chin Shu's feelings. She just wants to perform well in front of Sidu Zin. She turned her head to look for Sidu Zin and found that he was looking at her. Her face, which had been cold and piercing just now, immediately broke into a smile, just like a lonely woman staying in the boudoir who was surprised the moment she saw her husband come back. Great, this trick works. She found that Sidu Zin was paying attention to her, so in order to act more seriously, Jing Yinmeng turned cold when facing Chin Shu. She pointed her white and tender index finger at Chin Shu and scolded him. Chin Shu, you deserve this. My father and I told you to apologize to Ashen right away. Not only did you not listen to me, you even said things like you like me, I'm your goddess in front of my fiancé. I felt really sick when I heard that. Don't you look at the toad that you are? Why don't you look in the mirror? In terms of handsomeness and looks, you are not even 1,000th as good as my Zin. In terms of money, you Chin Shu don't have even 2 taels of money. You put forward conditions to leave the Jing family, and you stay in the Jing family to eat and drink for free. Your net worth is not even as good as 1 toe of Zin. And don't you look in the mirror? Don't you look at your own body? You look stupid. Without 2 taels of flesh, you are just a skinny dog. Tell me, what can you compare yourself to my fiancé? How dare you say you like me? You are dreaming. The difference between you and Ashen is like the difference between a firefly and the bright moon. You might not even be as good as a fleeting beam of light. Light can still radiate for a while, but for you, even being alive and breathing air is a mistake. These are not the most important things. Do you know what is the most important thing? Jing Yinmeng praised Qin Shu as worthless in one breath, and looked down at him with the eyes of a rubbish. Qin Shu lay on the ground, enduring some pain and sorrow. Unexpectedly, Jing Yinmeng went over and started to scold him. Hearing the girl, he liked comparing him to Sidu Zin, the devil who was the descendant of an evil doctor, and saying that he was useless, he was completely confused. Qin Shu thought again that this was all caused by the villain Sidu Zin. He was so angry that he wanted to open his mouth to refute, but the slightest movement caused pain in his internal organs, which seemed to be displaced. He could only grit his teeth and stare at Jing Yinmeng, who was overlooking him with a murderous look, and uttered 3 words. "What is it?" Jing Yinmeng was frightened by Qin Shu's terrifying look and took a few steps back unconsciously. But she remembered that Qin Shu was now paralyzed on one side by Sidu Zin's beating. So what could he do to her? Thinking of this, she became furious and said, "How dare you scare me? I'll kick you to death, you big thief." Without waiting for Qin Shu to react, she kicked him several times, making him have no descendants. Wow, no, stop kicking me. I'm in so much pain, please spare me, Jing Yinmeng, I was wrong. I won't let you lose your temper, please spare me this time. Qin Shu didn't expect that Miss Jing Yinmeng would dare to attack him again, and he was hit by 5 or 6 painful balls without any defense. This time, he was in so much pain that tears flowed down his cheeks, and he could only scream for mercy. Jing Yinmeng finally felt relieved after kicking him a few more times, and then she pointed at Qin Shu's nose and replied to the previous title arrogantly. "The most important thing is that you have been eunuched by Ashen now. You're not even a man. How do you compare to my fiancé, Zin?" When Jing Yinmeng mentioned that Qin Shu was a shemil, she couldn't help laughing. She looked at the red security uniform pants on Qin Shu's lower body and burst out laughing. "Woo, yes. Yes, my balls have been broken by Sidu Zin. I can't take it anymore. How can I be a man? I'm not a man anymore. Woo. Qin Shu was completely broken down by Jing Yinmeng's heart-piercing words, and a hoarse cry came from his throat. The cry was as loud as thunder, and his throat was drooping continuously. Ding, I wish the host will successfully persuade the heroine Jing Yinmeng to lick your ass and please you, constantly stepping down the supporting characters to praise the host, and even taking the initiative to kick and violently attack the supporting character Qin Shu, until he once again suffers the pain of losing everything. The supporting character Qin Shu completely becomes a eunuch and loses his manly abilities. Qin Shu's degree of blackening increases, greatly changing the plot of the novel. The protagonist's aura is 50, the host's villain aura is plus 50, and the villain's points are plus 50. So much of Qin Shu's secondary character halo was deducted at once. The villain halo and villain points awarded were also several times higher than usual. It's so cool. I didn't expect that letting the supporting role become a eunuch could make me a lot of money. If that's the case, next time should I? Chapter 58 is not covered. Sidu Zin was crossing his arms over his chest, smiling widely as he watched this extremely interesting scene of the supporting character and the heroine fighting each other. You should know that at the end of the novel, Jing Yinmeng abandoned her predecessor, the second-generation rich man who obeyed her in everything, and decided to look at Qin Shu, the protagonist of the medical immortal school, who was crawling on the ground like an earthworm. But now that I have traveled through time, I have swapped the positions of my predecessor and Jing Yinmeng, as well as my predecessor and the protagonist. It became, Jing Yinmeng kneels down to lick himself, and Qin Shu is turned into a eunuch by the heroine. Hey, wait. Since Jing Yinmeng lets the eunuchs, who are the supporting characters, harvest the villain points. So, that means that all the people related to the supporting roles can be eunuchs. Jing Hong is the male supporting role, Sumoki is the female supporting role, Yuji is the villain, and the 2 bodyguards who came with him are cannon fodder. Is this how the system works? Sidu Zin put himself in other people's shoes and instantly thought of the idea of being able to continue the loop. so he immediately asked the system. Ding, that's right. The host's current villain aura has far surpassed the supporting character aura. As long as the host does not kill the protagonist when the supporting character aura does not fall below 0, he can directly harvest the protagonist crazily. Exciting, it's fine as long as they don't beat him to death. Sidhu Zin was delighted after getting the system's affirmative response, and he looked at the eunuch Qin Shu with a lot more favor. He quickly pulled Su Moki, Yu Ji, Jing Hong, and 2 other cannon fodder bodyguards who didn't deserve to have names over and ordered. Each of you kick Qin Shu somewhere right now. Yes, Master Sidhu, you 2 big guys follow me? Yu Ji had no hesitation when he heard his master ordering him to teach the kid at the train station a lesson. In fact, he wanted to try it too after seeing Jing Yinmeng kicking so happily. After all, the opportunities to do this were rare, so he waved his hand without saying anything more and took the 2 bodyguards to carry out the order. Ah, Brother Ashen, this is not good, right? Although I know that Qin Shu wanted to hurt Brother Sidhu Zin, and he deserves to be in this state now, but isn't it too bad to trample him again? Su Moki looked at Qin Shu, who was struggling to death, and felt sorry for him. She is so kind. Kiki, Sidhu Zin shouted. Brother Ashen, what's wrong? Su Moki was holding Sidhu Zin's hand, startled by his voice, and felt that Sidhu Zhang was angry and spoke a little timidly. Hey, Kiki, you are too kind. Let me tell you, this Qin Shu is also a doctor, and he is probably as good as me. But didn't I show him to you that day? He was also at the scene, but he just stood there and watched the old man die immediately, without doing anything to treat him. How can a person with such a lack of medical ethics who doesn't care about human life deserve your kindness and compassion? And you saw it before. This guy blocked the gate of the Jing family without saying a word. He didn't check my identity and just started to curse me. He tried to alienate my moral character in various ways. In the end, he wanted to hit me, so I had no choice but to do it. Kiki, do you feel sorry for him and blame me? Sidhu Zin sighed, took her hand, and looked at Su Moki tenderly. As he spoke, his face looked a little painful, as if he was hurt by Su Moki's behavior of defending Qin Shu just now. I'm sorry, Brother Ashen, I was wrong. Qin Shu is so bad, he deserves to be punished. Please don't be sad anymore, okay? I'll listen to you and beat this bad guy. Su Moki saw Sidhu Zin looking at her pitifully, and she felt distressed. After listening to Sidhu Zin's words, she felt that Qin Shu was indeed a bad guy and did not deserve her sympathy. After some thought, she agreed to this request. Yeah, my Kiki is so good. She's so nice to me. Paji Tilda, seeing that she finally agreed, Sidhu Zin smiled and slapped her on the face. Su Moki blushed and ran behind Yu Ji. Sidhu Zin then turned his attention to Jing Yinmeng's father, Jing Hong, and said in a light voice, What about you? Are you going to have sex with Qin Shu? This brat actually spoke to me, his father-in-law, in such a tone. I'm so angry. But now the news of his and Meng Meng's broken engagement has been exposed throughout Kiyumin City. If the relationship cannot be restored, the Jing family will fall into decline. Well, I'll just be a grandson for once. Besides, this loser Qin Shu is dragging down my Jing family at this time. I must teach him a lesson, otherwise I can't express my hatred. Jing Hong had a lot of thoughts in his mind. After all, he has lived for decades and has been in the business world for so long, so his superficial work must be solid. He rubbed his hands towards Sidhu Zin, smiled like a chrysanthemum, trotted up to him, and said in a flattering manner, My dear nephew, how could I, as your father-in-law, not agree to your request? Besides, Qin Shu is such a loser that he actually provoked you. Even if you don't say anything, I will make sure he doesn't suffer any consequences. I will fuck him a few times right away. But my dear nephew, you see, the rumor about Meng Meng and you breaking off the engagement is going to be rumored online. Meng Meng is so sad and haggard because of this rumor. The partner of Jing family also called me to terminate the contract. It's so difficult for me, my dear nephew, Jing Hong said, looking at Sidhu Zin with expectant eyes. Sidhu Zin was so angry that he laughed at the old man's constant calling him nephew, and his sincere look. He remembered that in the novel, Jing Yinmeng's father Jing Hong was a fence-sitter. When his predecessor Sidhu Zin was rich, he was quite respectful to the Sidhu family. But when the supporting character Qin Shu appeared and gradually grew up, his strength and power surpassed the Sidhu family and wanted to destroy his family. The old guy joined Qin Shu's side without saying a word and joined forces with the supporting character to deal with the Sidhu family. Such a cunning old fox is almost the same kind of person as him. Although Sidhu Zin is a villain, he does not want to be a supporting actor in conspiracy theories. As for the news of breaking off the engagement spread by the computer virus he conceived, it is impossible to revoke it. He has already broken off the engagement, and it will be useless even if Jesus comes. He wants to keep the Jing family in captivity, so he didn't give Jing Hong a good look. Jing Hong, I'll ask you again, will you do it or not? You okay, my good nephew, I will go and help you beat Qin Shu right away. Please don't be angry with an old man like me. Jing Hong didn't expect Sidu Zin to be so disrespectful to him. His face turned red with anger, and he wanted to say something. But then he thought that the Jing family could not do without Sidu Zin, so he could only put on a smile and followed Su Moki happily. As the saying goes, if you endure for a moment, you will have peace. If you take a step back, you will have a broader horizon. For the sake of the Jing family, Jing Hong had no choice but to give in today. Hey, how come you all are here? Including Dad, too. Jing Yinmeng looked at so many people lined up in a line, totally confused. She had no idea what her dad and the others were going to do. Miss Jing, this is what the young master has ordered. Everyone should learn a lesson from this kid named Qin Shu. Yes, Sister Jing, it was Brother Ashen who said that Qin Shu is not a good person, so come and beat him up. Meng, I'm going to beat that kid Qin Shu to death today. Sumo clenched his fist and waved at Qin Shu. Yu Ji and his companions spoke with indignation, as if they were going to the front line to fight. Oh, so it was Ah Zin who ordered it. Then I'll come a few more times. Jing Yinmeng smiled sweetly at Sidu Zin from a distance, blinked, and then lined up at the back of the team. You, what do you want to do? Stop messing around. Qin Shu looked at the couple with horror. When he heard that they were called by Sidu Zin to continue to torture him, he screamed in fear. I heard the police were coming outside. It seems there is no law. You can't hit people randomly. I warn you, don't. Yu Ji, the rough guy, didn't listen to Qin Shu's nonsense. He raised his big leather boots and started stomping, making a clattering sound like he was playing whack-a-mole. Wow, no help, police. Qin's eyes rolled in pain. You two, listen to my commands and step on the pedal together. Yu Ji instructed the two burly men behind him. Yes. Okay, 3, 2, 1, step. Hey. Yu Ji and the bodyguard stepped on Qin Shu at the same time. Wow, Qin Shu's tongue was stepped on so hard that it popped out. Ding, I wish the host to instigate the villain Yu Ji and the cannon fodder bodyguard to eunuch the supporting role Qin Shu. The protagonist's halo is 5, and the host's villain halo plus 5 villain points plus 5. The next one was Su Moki. She first put her hands together and bowed to the sky. Maybe it was because it was her first time. She jumped up directly, and then the center of gravity of her whole body fell on Qin Shu's kun. Oh my God. Qin Shu's eyes bulged out, and he foamed at the mouth due to the attack from the little lowly. Ding, I wish the host to instruct the female supporting role Su Moki and the eunuch supporting role Qin Shu. Supporting role Halo 10. Host villain Halo plus 10 villain points plus 10. You're messing with me? Qin Shu, you kid, I told you not to hurt me, I'm going to kill you. Jing Hong's face turned pale, and he stomped his feet back and forth without saying a word. Qin Shu suffered another critical hit and could only moan. He had no strength to call for help. Ding, I wish the host to provoke the male supporting role Jing Hong eunuch Qin Shu. The protagonist Halo 8. The host villain Halo plus 8 villain points plus 8. It's my turn in the end. Ashen, watch me. Jing Yinmeng said her current catchphrase as she came on the court. She no longer used her little leather boots to kick Qin Shu, but took out a huge baseball bat from somewhere, put on protective gloves, and smashed the target hard. Poof. 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 Every time Jing Yinmeng hit him, Qin Shu would vomit bitterness with a very slanderous look on his face. Ding, I wish the host to instruct the heroine Jing Yinmeng to go crazy with the eunuch Qin Shu. The protagonist's halo is 10, and the host's villain halo plus 10 villain points plus 10. He didn't throw away the baseball bat until Jing Yinmeng was left with no strength left. Sidu Zin listened to the endless system prompts and said he had gotten used to it to the point of being numb. He then looked at Qin Shu. Qin Shu was now lying on the ground in a mess. His upper body was the same as before, but his expression was a little strange, changing constantly, sometimes angry, sometimes silly, sometimes crazy, sometimes crying, and white bubbles were desperately kept at the corners of his mouth. Looking at his weird appearance, others who didn't know him would think he was performing a crosstalk face-changing performance, but it was just a bit weird. Sidu Zin looked at Qin Shu again. There was some confusion in his eyes, because the blood on Qin Shu's body had dried up, and a certain part of his body had turned into a pile of mud. There were 2 round things on the ground, and he didn't know what they were. Hello, where is Qin Shu? I'm Yun Kaianyu, the People's Police Officer of Kiyumin City. I received a report that there is a swindler Qin Shu who is wanted by the entire network. A loud and clear female voice came from outside the Jing family's house and reached everyone's ears, attracting the attention of Jing Yinmeng and everyone else outside the gate. At this time, The sirens finally stopped, and Jing Hong and the others who were waiting in front of the Jing family's gate saw 3 police cars parked in front of the Jing family's mansion, surrounding the entire Jing family. Well, we finally got here. I didn't expect the Jing family to be so big with so many forks. It took me more than 10 minutes to find the real gate. Zio Li, you and De Zhuang guard the door and don't let the criminal Qin Shu get away. Yun Kaianyu got out of the police driver's seat and let out a long sigh. She patted her wrinkled police uniform and complained about the Jing family in annoyance. 10 minutes ago, she received a call at the police station, saying that Qin Shu, the fraudster wanted by the entire network, had been found in the Jing family, one of the 5 major families in Shanghai. But when she wanted to ask who called the police, the person hung up the phone. The Qin Shu case is a large-scale fraud case involving an extremely huge amount of money, reaching 5 billion yuan country currency. Those who don't mention this must be investigated. Also, this case was related to Sidu Zin, a big boy who made her feel like spring breeze, whom she met in a civil dispute case before, which attracted her attention. At the beginning, Yun Kaianyu had never expected that the rich second generation, whom she had looked down upon, would become so popular on the entire internet, and it was all because of some boring reasons. Instead, Sidu Zin gave alms to an old man by performing acupuncture at the train station. Originally, when Yun Kaianyu first saw this rescue video on Douyin and saw Sidu Zin's face, she thought he just looked similar. But when she looked at the Peking University High School uniform that Sidu Zin was wearing that day, Yun Kaianyu confirmed that this was the big boy she met at Peking University that day, and made her feel a little uneasy. Watching the video, Yun Kaianyu was completely stunned by the miraculous acupuncture techniques and superb speed demonstrated by Sidu Zin. She really didn't expect that this young man was not as ruthless as he seemed. Instead, he saved the dying old grandfather at the train station and had such mysterious medical skills. Many medical experts on the internet have called him the god of medicine. You can imagine how difficult this acupuncture technique is. I saw another video earlier of people trading stocks at a train station. Although Yun Kaianyu doesn't know what the stock god is, he is called the stock god after being witnessed by so many people, so it must be true. Chapter 59, Aura of Intelligence Reduction. After reading reports about Sidu Zin's various experiences, Yun Kaianyu found that she gradually developed a sense of admiration for this big boy, Sidu Zin. She admired that Sidu Zin was a genius and also understood the way of kindness. But when she learned that an account with 300 million fans called My Stock God, Medical God, created on Douyin had deceived Yan Guobai, who had nearly 5 billion fans, Yun Kaianyu was very angry. Because the owner of the account, Qin Shu, got a video about Sidu Zin from somewhere. In the video, Sidu Zin also said that this account belonged to his good friend Qin Shu. He was unable to create an account for some reasons, and he could contact Qin Shu if he had any questions. This was nothing in the eyes of everyone. However, recently this account has been defrauding fans of commissions by claiming to help fans trade stocks and treat difficult and complicated diseases. Within one day, the total amount involved, both large and small, reached 5 billion. This incident caused widespread indignation on major internet sites, and various Douyin bloggers blamed the owner of the account. Some of them were cursing Sidu Zin, while others were cursing Qin Shu, believing that the two of them had conspired to defraud others of money. But when Yun Kaianyu received the report and understood the beginning of the incident, she made a judgment in her heart. The scammer is definitely not Sidu Zin. Because she had investigated the identity and background of Sidu Zin's family, she found that the identity and background of this big boy was frighteningly high. His father's identity was unknown due to military reasons, but the words between the lines revealed that his father was not simple. And his mother can be found out. She is Minjuexin, the eldest daughter of an ancient martial arts family. Minjuexin has founded a business empire with assets exceeding 1 trillion yuan, and her business influence is spread throughout the Yan country. Therefore, as their son, Sidu Zin is clearly a top-notch rich second generation. If he is so rich, why would he do something illegal to defraud money? And even if we don't talk about this, there is a video of him saving people at the train station circulating on the internet. Doctors have kind hearts, and she, Yun Kaianyu, believes that such a fierce boy with medical ethics would definitely not be a scammer. To sum up, Yun Kaianyu has finally identified the scammer as Sidu Zin's so-called good friend, the owner of this Douyin account with 300 million fans, Qin Shu. When she roughly checked and called Sidu Zin, She found that his phone was turned off and could not be reached, which made Yun Kaianyu a little confused. But not long after, she received another call at the police station. She couldn't tell the gender of the voice. When she answered the phone, the person only said that Qin Shu, who was wanted online recently, was at Jing's house in Shanghai. He hung up the phone without waiting for her to ask more questions. Although Yun Kaianyu could not confirm the authenticity of the call, in order to solve the case and save Sidu Zin's innocence, she still hurriedly called her colleagues to surround the Jing family to prevent the criminal Qin Shu from getting the news and running away. After driving into the Jing family's home, she found that it was as big as a maze. It took her more than 10 minutes to find the gate. She was really surprised. There were so many sirens from her 3 police cars, and it had been so long, so someone from the Jing family should have come out to inquire about the matter. But they didn't. Instead, she and her colleagues found the entrance. It was so strange that it deepened Yun Kaianyu's confidence in Qin Shu's presence in the Jing family. "Officer Yun, how come you are here?" Sidu Zin pretended to be surprised and looked at Yun Kaianyu, who was wearing a police uniform and had a well-proportioned figure. "Ah, little brat." As soon as Yun Kaianyu entered the room, she saw Sidu Zin, the big boy who was indelible in her image. She covered her mouth with her hands, looking shocked and surprised. "Oh, I told you, I'm here to find Qin Shu. He's a swindler wanted by the entire internet." Yun Kaianyu's face turned slightly red, and she suddenly realized that she had lost some color. She immediately stated her goal again to cover up her abnormality. "HMPH, I'm not a brat, am I Qin Shu? If my name is Qin as in Qin Shimanju, the popular Shu, then that's the person you're looking for." When Sidu Zin heard the girl calling him a brat, his face turned dark and he pointed at Qin Shu on the ground in annoyance. "Haha, a little brat is just a little brat and he's still shy. Qin Shu? Yes, it's the guy with the name you mentioned and he is actually here. Great." Yun Kaianyu was very happy to have found Qin Shu and hurriedly looked in the direction of Sidu Zin. "What is this? Why does it look so listless? You call this a human? Are you sure it's not a doll?" Yun Kaianyu and her 2 male colleagues were all dumbfounded when they saw Qin Shu's current appearance. "Officer Yun, is this the person you are looking for?" Sidu Zin had a smile on his face, and his eyes were full of smiles. He looked at Yun Kaianyu with a considerate expression. "Ah, I'm not sure. The police haven't collected any physical information about Qin Shu. We can't tell if he's the wanted scammer. What should we do?" "Big brother and brother How, do you know how to identify if Qin Shu lying on the ground is a scammer?" Yun Kaianyu's face was a little worried. Qin Shu had never shown his face on that Douyin account. How did she know if this was the criminal she wanted to arrest? "Sister Yun, I don't know." "Yes, Zioyu, I don't know either." The 2 male colleagues in police uniforms behind Yun Kaianyu also spread their hands, knowing nothing they could do about it. "Oh, this is a difficult situation. However, Sidu Zin, what happened to this man? Why is he so seriously injured? Do you know this man? And how do you know his name is Qin Shu?" Yun Kaianyu looked at Sidu Zin in confusion. When she saw Qin Shu lying on the ground with blood on his crotch and his body twisted into a ball, she and her colleagues were all shocked. "Haha, Officer Yun, I was the one who called the police for you. Do you think I don't know Qin Shu? As for why he was injured so badly, he fell accidentally." Sidu Zin didn't beat around the bush and directly told Yun Kaianyu that it was him who called the police, and told her that the Qin Shu in front of her was the owner of the Douyin account who defrauded the entire network. As for how Qin Shu was injured, he planned to wait for this kid to wake up and force him to abdicate. "What?" Yun Kaianyu and the others were shocked by Sidu's words. They never thought that the call to the police was made by Sidu Zin. "Well, why didn't you say so earlier?" "Oh, Officer Yun, you can't wrongly accuse me. Didn't I say that Qin Shu is Qin Shu, and you didn't even ask me if I was the one who called the police?" Sidu Zin blinked his peach blossom eyes helplessly at Yun Kaianyu. "HMPH, you are making up excuses. Hurry up and tell us what's going on. Could it be that you really cheated netizens out of their money with this Qin Shu, as people say on the internet?" Yun Kaianyu was angered by Sidu Zin's words, but she was more worried about what kind of relationship Sidu Zin had with the Qin Shu case. "No, Sidu Zin is definitely not the murderer. He used acupuncture to save the dying old man at the train station alone, and he doesn't look like a vicious thug. He is also a top 2nd-generation rich man in Shanghai. He is a good person in every aspect. How could he do such a fraud?" Yun Kaianyu didn't care about Qin Shu's life or death at all. She just asked a question out of professional ethics. She now wanted to know whether there was any connection between Sidu Zin and the fraudster Qin Shu. She didn't know why she was so nervous about Sidu Zin, and believed that he was not the suspect in this case. "I just felt that I shouldn't doubt Sidu Zin, and wanted to prove Sidhu Zin's innocence. Yes, Brother Ashen, what happened? Why did you call the police? Master, although I don't know what happened, don't worry, I'll take care of everything. My dear nephew, is it this bastard Qin Shu who caused this trouble again? I'll help you deal with him again. Ah Zin, don't worry, no matter what, you are my fiancé. Sidhu Zin listened to Sumoki and the others talking so much that his ears were almost calloused. He looked a little unhappy and waved his hand, saying, "Shut up. Calm down, calm down. I'm going to tell you all the truth now." Everyone seemed to be shocked by the overwhelming aura emanating from Sidhu Zin. Except for Qin Shu, who was still sobbing, the entire Jing family was convinced by Sidhu Zin's loud voice and immediately became almost silent. Sidhu Zinyu glanced around with a probing look. She looked at Yun Qianyu and the others, who were suddenly suppressed by the momentum of her own heavenly Emperor Martial spirit. She nodded, very satisfied. Then he turned his eyes back to Yun Qianyu and explained calmly, That's right, Officer Yun, you've also seen the videos online of me using acupuncture to save the elderly and speculating in stocks, right? Yes, that's why I think you are not a scammer. You are so kind and smart, how could you become a criminal?" Yun Qianyu stared at Sidhu Zin's face with burning eyes. "Officer Yun still understands my heart. The swindler is indeed not me, but Qin Shu, who is lying on the ground. I called you because I found him when I came to the Jing family. Considering that this person's fraudulent behavior has seriously affected my reputation, I called the police for you. I hope you can arrest him as soon as possible. But when I called you just now to report the details, Qin Shu seemed to have discovered that I was calling the police and was about to abscond. I had no choice but to put down the phone to intercept him. But I didn't expect that Qin Shu was a stupid thief. He actually made a fool of himself and fell from the 5th floor of the Jing family villa. The way he is now is entirely caused by his free fall, and it has nothing to do with this. What do you think is right?" Sidhu Zin said here, and looked at everyone around him dimly. He put his hands behind his back and secretly gestured to Sumoki and the others. Sumoki and the others looked at Sidhu Zin waving his hand, and they immediately understood what he meant, and they all nodded in agreement. Yun Qianyu looked at everyone in the Jing family with an expression that said, "That's right." She glanced at Sidhu Zin again and found that his expression was still confident and calm. She finally let go of her worries. What confuses Yun Qianyu the most is the video on the internet where Sidhu Zin said, "Qin Shu is my good friend." What is the story behind this video? She was straightforward and didn't act coy. She asked directly, "Student Sidhu Zin, since Qin Shu is a fraudster, what about the rumor on the internet that you said Qin Shu was a good friend?" Sidhu Zin knew that this was the biggest suspicious point in Qin Shu's fraud case, and he had prepared his explanation early on. His face remained calm without any guilt, and he looked at Yun Qianyu calmly. "Officer Yun, all of this was edited and fabricated by Qin Shu alone." "Oh, can this be faked?" Yun Qianyu and her colleagues all looked incredulous. "Haha, of course. You are a policeman, so you may not be very familiar with editing and synthesis. However, I am very clear about this aspect. The video of me appearing in the video created by the ID, my stock god and doctor friend, is a synthesis. I am Qin Shu in the video. My face was slowly synthesized by various computing software based on the feedback of big data supercomputers. After my face was synthesized, it was intelligently dubbed through AI technology, and a few backgrounds were added. Then a video about me being the so-called good friend of Qin Shu naturally appeared. Do you understand this, Officer Yun? Sidhu Zin looked at Yun Qianyu, Jing Yinmeng, Sumoki and others who were a little confused at the moment. Can this really be done? Although Yun Qianyu understood what Sidhu Zin said, that is, the video circulating on the internet in which Sidhu Zin claimed that Qin Shu was his good friend was synthesized by the scammer Qin Shu through some high-tech technology. She still couldn't believe it, because can this really be done? I still find it hard to believe. If this is really possible, then anyone with this technology, if they have bad intentions, can imitate Qin Shu and synthesize other people's videos to commit fraud and commit various crimes, right? Therefore, Yun Qianyu was still hesitant about Sidhu Zin's statement. She had handled many online fraud cases in the police station and had never heard of anything so outrageous. She thought it was impossible with current technology. When Sidhu Zin saw that everyone seemed to be hesitant to speak and looking at him with suspicion, he laughed, and laughed very loudly. "Sidhu Zin, did I say something wrong?" Yun Qianyu didn't know why he was laughing. Did she say something wrong? How is Brother Ashen? Is what the police sister said wrong?" Sumoki kept nodding her head, blinking her big bright eyes and looking at Sidhu Zin with the look of a curious baby. She had just watched the video on the internet and her eyes widened. If it was really fake, as Sidhu Zin said, She was a little confused about what kind of technology could synthesize such a realistic video, so she really wanted to know the answer. Jing Yin Meng and others also looked at him expectantly. Sidu Zin looked at these people's doubts about him as a villain and found it a little funny. How come he suddenly had to act like a supporting character and get slapped in the face? But don't supporting characters have an aura of reduced intelligence? Don't others easily believe what they say? Why can't it be the same for him? Chapter 60, Retrieval. He sighed, silently glanced at the villain's aura above his head, and found that it had reached 354. He then looked at Qin Shu, who had woken up but was still struggling on the ground, and found that his secondary character's aura had dropped to 54. He was far ahead of him by 7 or 8 times, but still did not have the same reduced intelligence as the protagonist. He couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. Could it be that the villain could not compare to the so-called destined protagonist? Ding, the system reveals warmly, host, don't be discouraged. The secondary character's intelligence-reducing aura is related to his destiny, and you, the host, also have black luck, but your black luck is still in the initial growth stage, and you need to hunt secondary characters to upgrade your ability. As long as you work hard to hunt the protagonist in the future, your black luck will continue to rise. After reaching a certain level, you can enjoy the destiny villain luck unique to villains. By then, you can even change the rules of this world because of your words and deeds, so please keep working hard. Oh, the black luck is so amazing. I finally feel relieved. It seems that I have to hunt down the supporting role as soon as possible. That Linmo seems to be enough. Let's find a time. Sidu Zin shook off the distracting thoughts in his mind, waved his hand towards Yuji, and whispered something in his ear. After a while, Yuji took out Sidu Zin's tablet computer from the Rolls-Royce and handed it to him. Sidu Zin took the computer, walked to a stone table in the Jing family mansion, sat down, and turned on his computer. Then he waved towards Yun Qianyu and the others, signaling them to come over quickly. Sidu Zin, when you call Wang, do you want to? Yun Qianyu asked curiously. Others also gathered around and looked at Sidu Zin like curious babies. Officer Yun, don't say anything for now. Just sit on that stool and face the computer. Sidu Zin couldn't help but explain and pulled Yun Qianyu, pressing her in front of the computer camera. Yun Qianyu was pulled by the hand by the big boy Sidu Zin. For some reason, her heart trembled, her face turned slightly red, and she glared at Sidu Zin with some embarrassment. SHH? Sidu Zin placed his index finger on Yun Qianyu's red lips, signaling her not to make any more noise. Yun Qianyu looked at Sidu Zin, who was so close to her, and was performing such passionate and intimate actions. Her cheeks flushed, and her heart beat faster involuntarily. Ding, I wish the host, the heroine of the female frequency, Yun Qianyu, to be flustered, loyalty to the host +5, host villain aura +5, villain points +5. Yun Qianyu really wanted to blame Sidu Zin for being so bold and rude to her. But when he looked at Sidu Zin's serious look in front of the computer, coupled with his handsome face that was as handsome as Pan-En, he really couldn't bear it, so he could only snort and sit upright on the stool and let Sidu Zin do what he wanted. Haha, Yun Qianyu, the heroine of the female frequency, I just touched her hand and touched it, but she actually became aroused by me just now. It's really interesting. Sidu Zin couldn't help but deepen his evaluation of Yun Qianyu. But he was not in the mood to continue teasing. Now he was going to prove that Yun Qianyu's speech did not require the presence of a real person, and someone could use some fragmented footage to synthesize a video completely controlled by others. He now wants to use the hacking techniques he learned in his previous life to slap Yun Qianyu in the face. In front of everyone's eyes, Sidu Zin's slender fingers operated quickly on the computer. Du-du-du. The sound of typing on the keyboard is continuous, with a very steady and fast frequency. Sidu Zin stared at the computer screen intently, typing quickly on the keyboard with one hand and clicking the mouse frantically with the other. When the two of them tapped and struck together, the sound produced actually made everyone present feel happy physically and mentally, as if Sidu Zin was playing a song, very realistically. Sumoki already considered herself as Sidu Zin's wife. She had no scruples and moved close to Sidu Zin, staring at his computer screen with her eyes wide open. What is this? There are so many codes and data, so many English letters and mathematical and physical symbols. I want to go to sleep. Sumoki opened her mouth wide and looked at Sidu Zin's screen. She clearly found that the screen was filled with English that she didn't know, as well as extremely complicated mathematical formulas and a long string of codes. She said if she looked at the screen again, she might be hypnotized by code. She stopped looking at those things and just stared at Sidu Zin blankly. At this moment, Sidu Zin was very serious, His profile was even more handsome, and he exuded a strong self-confidence which attracted Sumoki's attention. Jing Yinmeng, Yu Ji, and others did not believe it and went over to watch. But after they looked at Stuart's computer screen one by one for less than a few seconds, all kinds of complicated codes flowed into their brains in an endless stream, making them a little confused. I dare not look anymore. Duh-duh-duh. Sidu Zin didn't notice these things. He typed faster and faster on the keyboard, becoming more and more skillful. The sound of the keyboard and mouse was no longer smooth and beautiful. Instead, it became the urgency of the soldiers going to war, which was impressive. Yun Kaianyu took in the two different styles of rhythms, her expression becoming more and more excited. She looked at Sidu Zin in front of her with a dazed look. She seemed to be able to see such a pianist with great talent in folk music through the computer. Clatter. At this time, you can follow Sidu Zin's last sound of typing on the keyboard and clicking the mouse at the same time. Sidu Zin finally completed a video related to his own synthesis. Master Yun, go and take a look. Don't you doubt the authenticity of that video? Look at what I made for you. Everyone can come and see if what I just said is true. Sidu Zin raised his eyebrows and looked at Yun and the people beside him and said lightly, "Could it be you really combined it into a video?" Yun Kaianyu walked to Sidu Zin eagerly and stared at his computer screen. "No need to say anything, just watch. But don't be afraid," Sidu Zin said as he clicked the video playback button on the screen in full view of everyone. Tick-tick. This is really me. Yun Kaianyu looked at the computer screen in disbelief and retracted her deafening sigh. In the video, Yun Kaianyu is dressed in red, with a graceful posture, holding an oil paper umbrella and walking alone on the rainy street. In addition, Yun Kaianyu's face and body in the video are exactly the same as hers. Her walking posture is also the same as usual. Her movements are smooth and natural, without any signs of pretense. Hongyun Minju walked towards an ancient pavilion. A young man in white clothes sat in the pavilion. "Sidu Zin, is that you? I came to find you. Why are you hiding from me?" A crisp voice came out of his mouth. What did I do wrong? You want to leave me?" This is really my voice, exactly the same." Yun Kaiankian was even more shocked when she heard the voice. The tone of this voice was exactly the same as hers. "Hey Yuer, I love you too, but you are an evil person and I am a demon. Although I am not afraid of anything, I know that if we force a union, the demon fetus you give birth to for me will not be tolerated by the world, so it's best if nothing happens." The young man in white sighed, stood up from the stone bench, put his hands behind his back, slowly turned around to face the girl in red, looking at her beautiful figure hit by raindrops with an expressionless face. All the men except Sidu Zin turned away and dared not to look. "Bro, he's in the video too. His voice and appearance are the same. Unbelievable," Sumoki shouted. "Ashin's fashion looks really good. Don't look, it's so embarrassing." Yun Kaianyu looked at the humiliating look in the video after being wet by raindrops. Her face turned red with shame. She closed the screen in anger and glared at Sidu Zin. "Haha, what do you think, Yuer? Do you believe what I said now? That video was synthesized by Qin Shu. If you don't believe me, you can take his phone to see if his Douyin account has that ID. I used computer technology to locate this ID and found the person who used me to defraud Qin Shu." Sidu Zin narrowed his peach blossom eyes and teased Yun Kaianyu jokingly. "Humph, I believe you. Don't call me Yuer. You are so rude." Yun Kaianyu was a little flustered when she heard Sidu Zin say that. She quickly scolded him. "I'll get Qin Shu's phone for you." Sidu Zin left Qin Shu's side, took out his gloves, and played with them for a while. At first, he found Qin Shu's new phone among a pile of strange things. The door was not locked. Sidu Zin suddenly left the group and opened Qin Shu's Douyin account in front of Yun Kaianyu. "With this ID card, I will go find the stock god, the medical god partner. No, the Lord is really Qin Yu. He deserves it. I finally found him. Big brother, you two quickly arrest this Qin Shu, send him to the hospital for bandaging first, and then send him to the detention center. I want to interrogate him carefully and check where the money he cheated went." "Yes." Yun Kaianyu was resolute and decisive. After finding the research evidence, she immediately made the arrest. Sidu Zin watched the two policemen put Qin in the police car, with evil thoughts in his heart. He arranged everything. He took the national security issue into consideration and synthesized the video on the internet through data processing. Even if you check it, you will find that it is the same as what Yun Kaianyu saw, and it is indeed synthesized. What is not easy to understand is why there is a beep signal sent by Sidu Zin on Qin Shu's mobile phone. He used his spare time in Jingyan League to hack into Qin Shu's mobile phone using satellite signals, and then logged into Qin Shu's mobile phone. Not only that, He also owed a lot of money to Chin Shu to apply for a bank card for him, and all the 5 billion lost in the fraudulent issue flowed into it. When the police checked the bank cards under his account name, they found that he had so many unknown funds that were used openly. In addition, due to various research evidence, even if Chin Shu had 10 mouths, he probably wouldn't be able to explain it clearly. Okay, no matter what, thank you, Sidu Zin. I will ask the police station for a banner and a reward to help catch such a big liar this time. The matter is very important. The amount involved in the Chin Shu case is too large. I have to rush back to the police station to deal with this matter, so I won't talk to you. However, if you need anything, you can call me. Yun Kaienkian looked at Sidu Zin gratefully, motioned me to get in the police car, and then drove away. Chin was unconscious from the moment he was arrested until he got into the car. Congratulations to the host for using a trap to put the supporting character Chin into prison, which does not conform to the abstraction of the supporting character and greatly changes the plot of the novel. The supporting character Chin has a supporting character halo of 40. The host has a villain halo of 40, and the villain halo is 40. Pins and bonuses. Ha, tasteless. I'm the main culprit, yet I'm being praised. How are you going to play with me, supporting role? Sidu Zin couldn't help laughing in his heart as he watched the police car driving away. Ah Zin, do you need the teacher to talk to you about the broken engagement? Jing Yinmeng's timid voice brought Sidu Zin back from his thoughts. Sidu Zin turned around, held Sumoki's hand, and looked at her coldly. Oh, what do you want? Since I love Kiki, how can I think about you? I know even if this is the case, I still love you. I still want to be with you. Can you give me a chance? Jing Yinmeng looked at Sidu Zin, who was actually holding Sumoki's hand in front of her. She knew that he was deliberately angry with her. She felt wronged and her words were a little awkward, so she could only beg for mercy. That's right, cousin. Isn't Meng Meng good enough? She can change. Cousin, please don't cancel the engagement. She will be very happy. Jing Hong looked at Sidu Zin, who seemed determined to cancel the engagement and was shocked and quickly rescued him. HMPH, don't tell me, old man, how can Jing Yinmeng be happy? I think you are more afraid. Sidu Zin ruthlessly revealed Jing Hong's inner thoughts. Jing Hong's face turned as pale as liver, and he dared not say another word. He could only work there, looking at his daughter, winking at her, and turning around in a hurry. Sumoki watched the whole process and felt very uncomfortable. However, thinking that if she didn't take the opportunity to cut off this love triangle, it would not only hurt her but also hurt Jing Yinmeng. She turned her head away and pretended not to see his majesty, because she dreamed of their begging eyes. This is the divorce agreement. Sign it for me. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning my back on you and using the power of the Sidu family to suppress your Jing family. Sidu Zin directly took out a pre-prepared divorce agreement with red ink from his suit collar. He had already signed his name in advance, leaving only Jing Yinmeng's signature. Jing Yin didn't expect Sidu Zin to be so cruel. She couldn't hold back her tears any longer. Her legs softened and she fell to the ground, looking helplessly at her father and Sidu Zin. Hey Meng Meng, sign your name, otherwise the Jing family will be really finished. It's nothing more than my dear nephew. I don't know if you can agree to one of my requests. Of course, you are harmful. Jing Hong heard that Sidu Zin didn't talk about the old feelings at all. His figure seemed to be empty, he couldn't speak, and he seemed to have aged several years in an instant. Oh, what? Tell me. Sidu Zin didn't expect that the old guy still wanted to make amends at this time. Chapter 61 Finale. Shinjifi 1. He killed many people, and many people of his age could not reach his level. Therefore, although he did not say it, Shen Jiafai was often secretly proud of his own strength. But when he saw that Sidu Zin, a boy who was much younger than him, had actually cultivated to the level of a master who was invincible, he felt that he had been a dog in his previous practice and felt ashamed in his heart, and his face showed shame. However, he did not expect that Sidu Zin and Su Yan were so close. He suppressed his grievance, looked at Su Yan holding Sidu Zin's hand tightly, and turned his head away with a dark face. In his heart there was a raging fire of jealousy. Why can this boy win her favor? Why can he cultivate to the level of a master at such a young age? God has let me down. Ding, congratulations to the host for his victory in controlling water with his inner strength. He acted like a big shot in front of the supporting characters Zin Jiafai, the male supporting character Su Chan, and the female protagonist Su Yan, which violently attacked the supporting character Zin Jiafai's self-confidence and aroused the supporting character's jealousy. This is inconsistent with the supporting character's own temperament type and has greatly changed the plot of the novel. The protagonist's aura is 30, and the host has a villain's aura plus 30 and villain points plus 30. Crash! As Sukan stared in amazement, 250 ml of mineral water hit his pail, scary face at an extremely fast rate. Sukan's face turned red and he trembled. The red paint on her face after applying makeup was completely washed away by the water. Under Su Yan's incredulous gaze, Sukan, who had originally had a pale expression due to cancer and anemia, suddenly turned red without any signs, and at this moment Sukan no longer looked like a patient. It is not an exaggeration to say that an older person has a son. Uncle Su, you are going too far in pretending to be sick. Sidu Zin was in the middle with his arms folded across his chest, looking at Su Chan with a mocking look on his face. Grandpa, what's going on? Give me a detailed explanation. Su Yan looked at his grandfather and the others who had changed drastically. They were full of energy now. He gritted his teeth and looked at his grandfather with injustice in his eyes, wanting to get an explanation. Yanner, don't be suspicious anymore. Your grandfather is pretending to be sick. Seeing Su Yan struggle, Sidu Zin said directly to the point. Pretending to be sick? Grandpa, why did you lie to me? What happened to your early cancer? What happened when you coughed up blood? Speak clearly. Woo-woo. Su Yan was frightened by Sidu Zin's words. His voice choked and he stared at Su Kan. This, Yanyan girl, Su Chan saw that he couldn't pretend any longer and his words were a little ineffective. When Sinjev heard that Stuzen's name was actually not incomplete, he felt depressed, clenched his fists, and gritted his teeth. Grandpa, you're going too far. Humph. I won't pay any attention to you, let alone talk about marriage. I've said it before, the one I love is always Zin. Su Yan shed tears and looked at her deceived grandfather happily. However, she hated Zin Jaifai the most. She thought that he might know that her grandfather even pretended to be sick just to force her to choose to marry him. Her impression of Zin Jaifai dropped again. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning. He did not cover up Su Chan's feigned illness and shattered the delusion of a supporting character Zin Jaifai forcing the heroine Su Yan to marry him. The heroine Su Yan hated the supporting character Zin Jaifai and moderately changed the novel through the plot. The protagonist's aura is 15, and the host has a villain's aura plus 15, villain plus 15. When Sidu Zin heard the system prompt sound and looked at Su Chan's usual panic, he felt bitter in his heart and chuckled. At this time, a young woman's voice that was extremely charming and made people feel numb all over reached Sidu Zin's ears. It turned out that he didn't care much about it, thinking she was just a coquettish woman who was taking her husband to see a doctor. However, when he turned around and saw that there was no surprise on the face of the killer King Zin Jaifai, he thought to himself, maybe this woman and the master have a chance. Damn, the master is having a lot of fun. Just now he loved Master Yanner so much and now he's involved with a married man. Then, as if he had thought of something, and looking at Zin Jaifai who was still in shock, a sinister smile appeared on Sidu Zin's face. The game has just begun. Over.